The Wasan sect's mountain ridge was ablaze, engulfed in flames. Two figures watched from a distance as the fire raged, a scene of devastation unfolding before them. One was an older man with long white hair, his face etched with worry. The other, younger, stood beside him, his expression grim. The older man's gaze was fixed on the inferno, his worry deepening. Meanwhile, the younger man's face was a mask of grim determination. Below, amidst the chaos and flames, a brutal massacre was underway. Numerous bodies lay scattered across the scorched earth, a scene of carnage and death. A hand reached out, taking a sword stained with blood. The urgency in the voice was palpable. They didn't have time to waste. Recognizing the weapon, a young man cried out in shock. It was Lady Zhang Munyang's sword. Another man urged him to compose himself. The fate of the Wasan sect rested on his shoulders. Wei Zhen's eyes widened in alarm as he witnessed a brutal attack unfolding before him. A group of assailants surrounded a man, their swords flashing menacingly. The desperate cries of, "Go quickly," echoing through the chaos. The attackers were relentless, determined to prevent the escape of their target. A woman's voice cut through the din, a sharp command of, "As you command." Several figures launched themselves into action, pursuing the fleeing man. The scene was set against the backdrop of a burning mountain, the flames casting an ominous glow on the desperate chase. Night had fallen. A lone figure, seemingly frail, walked through the courtyard of a damaged building. A faint jingling sound accompanied his steps. His expression unreadable, a quiet intensity in his gaze. He seemed lost in thought. From a distance, the burning mountain was still visible, a stark reminder of the recent devastation. The man stood, observing the scene with a contemplative air. The scene opens in a bustling marketplace on the west coast. Vendors hawk their wares, their voices a cacophony of sound. One vendor, particularly enthusiastic, shouts about the cheap price of his goods. Amidst the chaos, a young man with dark hair, dressed in simple yet elegant robes, walks through the market, seemingly lost in thought. He bumps into something, causing a small commotion. A book falls from his hands, its pages fluttering to the ground. He sighs, lamenting the energetic atmosphere of the morning and the resulting mishap. A fishmonger, a jovial man with a hearty laugh, announces a fresh delivery of fish. He urges customers to buy before they run out. The young man from before approaches the fishmonger, startling him with his sudden appearance. The fishmonger offers the young man a small, fresh fish as a gift, commenting on its quality. The young man politely declines, stating he is fine and acknowledging the difficulty of supporting a family. He offers to pay. Suddenly, others rush to the young man, presenting him with gifts, a prized ginseng root among them. Their awe and respect are palpable. A young man, carrying a tray of dumplings, caused quite a stir in the marketplace. People crowded around him, their excitement palpable. One woman exclaimed that the young man was a royal, and his dumplings were in high demand. Meanwhile, two other individuals observed the commotion from a distance. One questioned the cause of the sudden excitement, while the other cautioned them to be mindful of their words. One of the observers, a woman, revealed that the young man was more respected in the area than even the king of Yego, Siobik. The other, skeptical, questioned how a mere scholar could hold such influence. The woman continued, explaining that at the age of 14, he had passed the civil service examination twice, a feat that made him a genius among geniuses. She added that he was Hamlamwan scribe, working under secret orders from a king. The man reacted with shock and disbelief at the revelation of the young man's age and position. The woman further explained that all the shops at the Southgate market belonged to the young man, highlighting his generosity in waiving rent for merchants during difficult times. As the young man departed, he bid farewell to the onlookers, who wished him well. Later, the young man arrived at a large building, the sounds of creaking doors echoing in the quiet evening. Inside, a woman appeared concerned, while an old man sat on the steps, seemingly ignoring her. A young man, carrying a heavy load on his back, walked past an old man napping on a stone bench. The old man snored loudly. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, causing the old man to jolt awake in surprise. A young woman in white robes appeared, seemingly having caused the commotion. The old man, initially startled, quickly recovered, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The scene shifts to a kitchen, where a chef is busily preparing a meal. The sounds of sizzling, bubbling, and chopping fill the air as he works diligently. The chef continues his work, seemingly oblivious to anything else happening around him. He finishes preparing the meal and places it on the counter. Wasan, the seemingly weak scholar, sits alone in his room, lost in thought. His gaze falls upon a book, a thoughtful expression on his face. He contemplates having an early dinner, a quiet moment of reflection before the events to come. Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside his door, demanding entry. The sounds of banging on the door grow more insistent. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, was a man of great intellect and influence. He had twice passed the rigorous civil service examination, earning the respect of kings and officials alike. Yet, his true identity remained hidden, the sole successor to the Wasan sect. Here, He is shown closing a book, his usual quiet life interrupted only by the occasional yard work or light exercise. A scene of quiet gratitude unfolds as several disciples of the Wasan sect express their thanks for his unexpected intervention. Baek Jajan, a disciple, introduces himself, his grip tightening on his sword. The urgency in his posture hints at the gravity of the situation. Jajian explains the dire need for a safe haven for the remaining disciples, emphasizing the perilous circumstances they face. His worried expression reflects the weight of responsibility he carries, the unspoken fear of further attacks hanging heavy in the air. As disciples discuss their plan to leave before dawn, ensuring minimal disruption and risk, the disciples' determination is palpable as they prepare for their departure, their grips tightening on their weapons. With a final show of gratitude, the disciples express their deep appreciation for Weizen's unexpected aid, their words filled with sincere respect. But their peaceful departure is suddenly interrupted by a chilling warning, the appearance of a new threat, foreshadowing further conflict. A warning rips through the night. They're already here. The Wasan sect's compound is under attack. Wasan, the sect's successor, observes the unfolding chaos from within the compound, a flurry of motion as masked figures clash with the sect's defenders. A wave of attackers surges towards the main gate. From his vantage point, Wasan commands, "Drop your weapons." The night sky above the ravaged Wasan sect compound is filled with stars. Suddenly, a figure bursts from the shadows, moving with impossible speed, sending one of the attackers flying with a resounding bang. Bang! Wasan, revealing his immense power, confronts the remaining attackers. His voice booms, "Put your weapons down and drop to your knees." One of the attackers, surprised, stammers, "Hey, old man." Another attacker explains, "That door was given to us by King Yeso." An elderly man, his face etched with worry and sweat beading on his brow, spoke, his voice trembling slightly. He insisted it wasn't simply a matter of the attack itself, but rather a warning of what would happen if King Yeso returned. Suddenly, a figure moved with impossible speed. With a whoosh and a bang, a powerful blow sent their opponent crashing to the ground, a blue energy wave erupting from the impact. Amidst the chaos and destruction, Jajan, his face a mask of fear and uncertainty, looked around at the devastated landscape and the remaining disciples, shivering with a mixture of cold and terror. He questioned what they should do next. A young man with long dark hair, his expression unreadable, stood amidst the rubble. A soft sigh escaped his lips as he surveyed the scene, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. The young man and a stern-looking older man, possibly a high-ranking official, approached each other slowly, their footsteps heavy and deliberate. The official, his voice sharp and commanding, ordered the young man to stop. The official warned the young man that if he wasn't involved, he would still face the consequences of the attack. The young man responded with a defiant declaration of the existence of laws. His glare intense, the young man declared that those who haven't served in the military should not be harmed. He revealed himself as the opponent. The official, visibly shocked, stammered, addressing the young man as deputy commander. The young man, his expression calm, took a deliberate step forward, his presence commanding attention. A tense standoff unfolded between Wasan, appearing deceptively frail in his white robes, and a burly, imposing figure in purple. The older man, his face etched with suspicion, questioned Weizen's composure in such a dire situation. The older man pressed further, demanding to know the identity of this seemingly ordinary man. Wasan, a subtle smile playing on his lips, calmly revealed his true name, Wasan. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief at the revelation. His shock quickly turned to outrage as Weizen's true nature began to dawn on him. A swift, almost imperceptible movement from Wasan sent a powerful energy wave crashing into the older man, throwing him back with immense force. Weizen's hidden power exploded forth, a blinding flash of light and energy engulfing his opponent. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground as Wasan effortlessly subdued his attacker. Another figure fell to the ground with a thud, defeated by Weizen's overwhelming might. Wasan stood over his fallen foe, a chilling grin spreading across his face as he calmly reiterated his identity. "Didn't I tell you? I'm Fasan." Weizen's eyes narrowed, a cold determination hardening his features. The revelation of his true identity had just begun to ripple through the world. A wave of terror washed over the Wasan sect disciples as a group of masked figures launched a surprise attack. Their desperate cries filled the night as the attackers moved with deadly efficiency, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. An elderly man, his face etched with worry and determination, watched the unfolding chaos from a distance. His eyes, though aged, held a spark of fierce resolve as he witnessed the brutal massacre of his fellow sect members. Wasan, appearing frail, cradles a fallen comrade. He looks down at the body, a grim determination hardening his features. "Didn't I tell you? I'm Fasan." His gaze sharpens, a cold fury replacing the previous sorrow. The onlookers whisper, "So Wasan." Wasan stands amidst the carnage of the Wasan sect's destroyed training grounds. He addresses a fallen foe, his voice devoid of emotion. You probably can't hear me because you don't have a head anymore. The remaining attackers stare in shock and fear as they witness the extent of the devastation and Wazen's cold efficiency. A wave of panic washes over them as they realize the true nature of the man before them. What? What the hell? One of the attackers, eyes wide with terror, stumbles back in disbelief. As Wasan turns his attention to another group of assailants, his expression unwavering. Shouldn't you come down? More attackers approach cautiously, weapons drawn. Wasan sighs, a hint of weariness in his posture. He kicks off the ground with surprising power, launching himself into the air. I'm asking nicely, yet you won't listen to me? Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, launched a powerful attack. With a swift movement, he flung an opponent away, sending them sprawling to the ground. Another attacker cried out in pain as they fell. Wazen's power was undeniable. He unleashed a devastating blow, slamming another attacker into the earth. A wave of energy coursing from his hand. Multiple figures were sent flying as he effortlessly dispatched his foes, each strike precise and deadly. The attackers were no match for his skill, and with a final earth-shattering impact, he brought them crashing down. The ground trembled under the force of his attack. Wasan stood victorious amidst the fallen attackers, his power evident. He had single-handedly defeated a large group of assailants. Observers watched in stunned silence, questioning the identity and origins of this incredibly powerful warrior. They marveled at his strength, noting that even the elders of the main faction couldn't have accomplished such a feat. A tremor ran through the ranks of the attackers as a sudden impact echoed across the battlefield. It was the retreat signal. A desperate scramble for survival ensued. A booming explosion punctuated the chaos. One of the attackers scoffed, finding the brief fight rather underwhelming. As the scene shifted to reveal Wasan standing amidst a field of fallen foes, he looked down at the bodies with a thoughtful expression, a slight frown furrowing his brow. One of the surviving attackers attempted a desperate escape, only to be flung from the cliff edge by an unseen force. Wasan watched him fall, his expression unreadable. Wasan then calmly instructed the surviving disciples to gather the dead and tend to the wounded. Jajan, one of the disciples, was startled by his appearance and questioned his presence. Jajan, still shaken, asked if Wasan intended to bury him as well. His question was met with a startled reaction from Wasan, followed by swift, decisive action. Wasan quickly dispatched the remaining attacker. News of the attack spread quickly. Two disciples discussed the events, surprised that Wasan was still alive and seemingly unfazed by the recent conflict. Wasan calmly instructed the disciples to turn the children around, revealing a hidden layer of his plan. A scene of brutal violence unfolds. An elderly man, his face contorted in a rictus of pain and exertion, wields a wicked-looking blade. His ragged breathing is audible, punctuated by the sound of his maniacal laughter. The scene is chaotic, splattered with blood. He urges others to hurry and turn around, their panicked shouts echoing in the background. A young woman, her expression a mixture of disgust and concern, recoils from the blood spattering nearby. With a swift, precise movement, the young woman slices through the air, silencing the attacker. An apology follows the action, as another victim cries out for help. The elderly man, despite his grievous wounds, expresses a strange satisfaction in the thrill of battle, his words laced with menace. His eyes gleam with a disturbing light as he prepares for another attack. He raises his weapon, aiming for a final blow. The sound of a heavy thud follows. Another character appears, surprised to find the attacker still alive. He questions the situation. A decision is made to leave the wounded man for now. The scene shifts to a different location. A sudden violent impact is heard. The sound of a body hitting the ground echoes. The young woman observes the scene, her expression unreadable. She notes the hanging body and the onlookers' reactions to it. A figure, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before him. He muttered to himself, "No way, he's doing it on purpose?" His gaze hardened, focusing on another individual lying wounded on the ground. He approached, a cold determination in his eyes, and stated, "I have something to ask you." The wounded man, his face contorted in pain and fear, responded weakly, "Why, yes, I'll tell you, whatever you wish to know." The scene shifted to a nighttime view of a distant structure. A voice, filled with shock and disbelief, echoed through the air. The Chunsa sect? How could this be? Why is an elite sect like ours partaking in such a terrible thing? Another individual, his face etched with worry and confusion, questioned, "But aren't you guys famous? Where's the Chunsa sect?" The wounded man, his voice trembling, exclaimed, that's, forget it. You guys aren't that famous, right? But how many guys came here?" He continued, nervously, "A member of the main sect and the head." The other person pressed, "Who said they were interested in your family? How many people came through here?" The wounded man, struggling to speak, whispered, "There were 150 people altogether. It's weird. They're expanding 30% of their power. But isn't that too much? Somehow, they came out here to catch kids like you? By any chance, do you have Lady Jang Munryong's sword? Wasen flinched, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stared at the approaching figure. A hand reached out, demanding, "Give it to me." Wasan hesitated, stammering, I'm not going to steal it. Give it to me. Don't you trust me?" His jaw clenched. "I can't do that. I risked my life to protect the treasure of my sect. You have to return it." With a sharp intake of breath, the other person drew a sword, a clear swing echoing through the air. Weizen's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the famous Wasan sect's Lady Jang Munryong's sword? Really?" She scoffed. Why is it so plain? Please don't swing around so recklessly. That's our sect's treasure, you know." Weizen's frustration mounted. "It's frustrating. Can't you see? This is a fake." He threw the sword, exclaiming, "You have such good eyes. Look, I used this bronze sword for a memorial service here." The woman's eyes widened. "No way. I don't believe it. You guys were the bait? Well, it was ridiculous that they would entrust the fate of the sect to you in the first place." Two swords clashed with a clang, the impact echoing through the scene. One of the figures, his face partially obscured, muttered in disbelief, "I can't believe it." One of the combatants, his face contorted in pain, groaned, "Damn it." Another figure, witnessing the scene, demanded, "What are you doing?" The injured man coughed violently, a splatter of blood staining the ground. A concerned voice offered, "See if you're feeling better." The injured man, eyes wide with shock, whispered, "What?" A cold wind swept through the scene as a figure warned, "If you don't leave by the time I count to 3, I'm going to chop you up too." A figure, seemingly in charge, questioned the actions of another. "Why did you let him go?" "It's up to me to decide, not you." The scene shifts to a nighttime forest. A rustling sound is heard. A voice identifies the injured man. It's Li Chung, a student from Bonsan. He's still breathing. A stern-looking man orders, "Wake him up." A sharp slap echoes through the forest as the injured man is forcefully awakened. A group of men in dark purple robes surrounded a man lying on the ground. He was unconscious. One of them urged the others, "Just tell me the important parts." One of the men coughed, then spoke. "There's a scary expert. Cough. Lady Jang Munryong's sword is fake." Another man asked, "Was there an expert that's strong in the West?" A third man responded, "Besides, the sword is a fake." "What are you thinking?" The man from the previous panel continued. "What are you worried about? You'll find out the truth if you go." A group of men, led by the man who had previously spoken, began to move. "Let's go." The scene shifted to a nighttime view of a gate, with a severed head hanging from a long pole. The night was dark, the only light emanating from a lone lantern hanging precariously from a bamboo pole outside the gates of a seemingly abandoned Wasen sect compound. A sense of desolation hung in the air. A group of disciples huddled together, shivering and sniffling. Their ragged breaths and whimpers filled the silence. A stern-faced man in flowing white robes approached them, his expression a mixture of annoyance and concern. He sharply ordered them to be quiet, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. Another disciple, startled by the sudden movement, exclaimed in surprise. The man in white, seemingly Wasan, effortlessly picked up the sword, relief washing over him as he thanked his ancestors. He then questioned the authenticity of the situation. His expression turned somber as he pondered the events, questioning why someone would go through such lengths to deceive them. Another disciple, visibly shaken, collapsed to the ground, his body racked with sobs. The man in white sighed, his expression softening slightly. He lamented their current impoverished state, his words laced with a heavy sense of responsibility. A group of people sat around a table, eating. One of them asked about the meat they had received that day. Another responded that the master was upset because the martial artist that the Wasan beheaded was a fake, and that they should just eat. They continued their meal, discussing Lady Young's fake sword. One of them grumbled about being tired and needing to eat. A man, seemingly deep in thought, was eating. Another man, lying down, asked him what he was thinking. The seated man explained that he was wondering about the identity of the person in front of him, given the man's high position in government. The other man retorted that he didn't even know who ruined his sect, so why would he care about the other's identity? The seated man looked worried, stating that they were coming again. The other man asked if he thought it would end so easily. The man flinched, muttering to himself. He then asked if he should help. The man stood up, and in return, he made a gesture with his hands, seemingly making a deal. He stated that he had 2 conditions. A wide shot of the Wasan sect's destroyed headquarters is shown. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, addressed a group of apprehensive disciples. He proposed a simple bargain. "If you just listen to these 2 conditions, I'll protect you all." Meanwhile, a young official questioned Weizen's motives, inquiring about his interest in investigating the Wasan sect's destruction. Wasan responded that he simply needed to see the aftermath for himself. He then presented the second condition, a physical gesture that involved placing a hand on the official's arm, leaving the official visibly uncomfortable and questioning the extent of Weizen's authority. The official's unease grew as he noted the presence of others outside, and ultimately conceded, resignedly agreeing to Weizen's demands. The official, however, expressed his dissatisfaction with Wei Zhen's lack of dramatic flair, urging him to look cooler. Hua San, seemingly amused, tapped the official's shoulder with his sword and commanded him by the authority of the First Order, or something like that, as he explained his desire to play out a scene like a knight. A flashback showed the Wasan sect's burning mountaintop headquarters. The sounds of destruction echoed as Wasan urged the official to hurry. He then drew his sword, preparing for action. A young man, respectfully addressing the seemingly frail Wasan, presented him with a sword. He stated his intention to obey Wei Zhen's commands, empowered by the legendary Manhwa's blade. Wasan, in turn, granted the young man complete freedom of action, a gesture of unexpected trust. With a sudden surge of power, Wasan declared it was time to unleash their full might. A powerful energy crackled around him, and a torrential downpour began as figures descended from the sky, raining down upon the city below. Amidst the chaos, a group of men in purple robes noticed something in the distance. One of them shouted that something was happening over there, as another man, his face contorted in rage, ordered a halt. The scene then shifted to a gruesome sight, a severed head dangling from a rope. The sight of the severed head caused a wave of shock and disbelief among the men in purple. One of them exclaimed in horror, questioning what it was, while another, enraged, vowed revenge. A third, more cautious, urged them to check inside first. Wasan, standing amidst the rain, calmly questioned the men's blindness, asking why they couldn't see what was happening. Under a torrential downpour, a figure with striking teal hair and a determined expression stood defiantly. He challenged those inside. "Are you going to come in, or are you going to run away?" His words were met with immediate outrage. A group of men, their faces contorted in fury, shouted, "You bastard! Who do you think you are to identify yourself?" One of them, seemingly a leader, sneered, "What are you saying, you plebeian criminals? This is my land." Another man, equally enraged, bellowed, "You bastard! Shut your mouth." With a sudden, powerful movement, the teal-haired figure launched a swift attack. The sound of a heavy impact echoed as he slammed into one of his opponents, sending him sprawling. Another man lunged forward, only to be met with a fierce counterattack, a blur of motion ending with a resounding crash. One of the remaining men watched in disbelief, muttering, "It just flew by." More figures appeared, only to be met with a devastating barrage of attacks. The teal-haired figure moved with impossible speed, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A powerful energy coursing through his body as he effortlessly dispatched his foes. One of the attackers, eyes wide with terror, was grabbed and thrown aside with brutal force. The teal-haired figure, his expression grim, continued his assault, a powerful energy radiating from his hands. With a thunderous boom, Wasan launched into action. His movements were a blur of motion as he deflected blows and countered with devastating strikes, shattering the ice around his opponents. Each impact sending shockwaves through the air. He moved with an unnatural speed, a whirlwind of destruction that left his foes reeling, leaving a trail of fallen attackers in his wake. His skill was breathtaking, a testament to years of hidden training. A sinister smile played on the lips of one of the remaining assailants as he prepared to unleash another attack. Wasan, however, anticipated the move, his own counterattack already forming. A swift, precise strike that sent his opponent sprawling. The fight continued with brutal efficiency. Wei Zhen's movements a symphony of calculated violence. Each blow perfectly placed, each parry flawlessly executed. One by one, the attackers fell, their numbers dwindling before the might of the hidden master, until only a handful remained. Panic began to set in among the surviving attackers as they witnessed the terrifying power of Wasan, their fear palpable in the tense atmosphere. One of the remaining attackers, witnessing Wei Zhen's terrifying skill, voiced his awe, urging his comrades not to be intimidated, to continue their attack. Despite their fear, the remaining attackers charged forward, their swords raised. Surrounded by a flurry of attackers, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, found himself facing a multitude of opponents. His eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind. All at once, he wondered, bracing himself for the inevitable onslaught. With a burst of speed and power, he met their attack head-on, deflecting blows with practiced ease. A wave of energy erupting from him as he sent several opponents flying. The force of his counterattack was immense, a booming shockwave rippling outwards, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From a distance, onlookers watched in stunned silence, their concern evident. "Over there doesn't seem so good. Will he be okay?" one whispered, voicing the collective anxiety. Another countered, "That's right. The countless enemies were just excuses. He's giving his life for us, who are strangers to him." The determination in their voices was palpable. "I can't let him deal with them alone," one shouted, charging into the fray, others following close behind. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and energy. Another powerful blast rocked the ground. As onlookers watched, awestruck, "He's enjoying this," one of them muttered, their voice laced with a mixture of fear and admiration. Another added, "He's enjoying it. What the heck? I've never seen a master like him before." The scene opens with a fierce battle. A man, his face contorted in rage, unleashes a powerful attack, shouting, "You bastard," as he strikes his opponent. The impact is shown with a BAM sound effect. The attacker, seemingly unfazed, continues his assault, his weapon a blur of motion as he cries out, "Mine bolts sword." The scene shows multiple opponents falling to his might, accompanied by a whoosh sound effect. With a resounding boom, a powerful energy wave erupts from the attacker's blade, engulfing his foes in a blinding flash of light. The aftermath shows the destructive power of the attack, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. The scene shifts to a different part of the battle. The attacker, now dodging a flurry of attacks, moves with surprising agility. He counters with swift strikes, the sound of his blade slicing through the air punctuated by PSHHH and BAM sound effects. In a final decisive blow, he shatters his opponent's weapon with a FWIP and shatter sound effect. The defeated opponent coughs, collapsing to his knees in defeat, the rain washing over him. Hwa-san, a man of letters and renowned connections, stood amidst the chaos. Rain lashed down as he unleashed a wave of energy, the air crackling with power. A visible shockwave rippling outwards. His face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. A subordinate approached, concern etched on his features. He asked Hwa-san to confirm his commitment to the task ahead. Hwa-san nodded curtly. The subordinate, relieved, issued a command to his fellow soldiers. "Lead the way, we're going." The scene shifted to reveal a grim landscape, bodies of the slain scattered across the rain-soaked ground. The aftermath of a brutal massacre was evident. The ground was stained crimson with blood. A lone survivor, barely clinging to life, was still visible among the dead. The scene shifted to a distant road, where a group of soldiers marched, their faces etched with fear and apprehension. The ground trembled beneath their feet. One soldier voiced his fear, "It's scary to go back to the place that I escaped from last night." The final panel showed a distant view of the Hwa-san sect's mountain stronghold, its imposing peaks piercing the sky. The scene was ominous, hinting at the dangers that lay ahead. Hwa-san, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Hwa-san sect, reclined comfortably on a horse-drawn carriage. His attendants anxiously called out to him, their voices filled with concern. A messenger, arriving on a donkey, breathlessly announced his return. Hwa-san, seemingly unfazed, paused, lost in thought. His mind wandered to a pressing question. When did that old man disappear? One of Wei-zan's subordinates approached, inquiring if the messenger had completed his task. He doubted Huang, known for his unwavering righteousness, would easily believe the message. An older man, seemingly a confidant of Hwa-san, chimed in, suggesting that anyone who doesn't know of Wei-zan's noble character simply doesn't exist. Hwa-san inquired about the king's reaction. The news was shocking. The head of the West had been kidnapped by robbers during the night. News of the attack reached the king of Yeso. His fury was palpable, his face contorted in a mask of rage. A general, spurred by the king's wrath, barked orders to his troops. They were to move swiftly, eliminate the enemy, and rescue the lord. The soldiers responded with a resounding "Yes, General," as they prepared for battle, the sound of their horses' hooves pounding the earth, and charged forward, their determination unwavering. One soldier, amidst the chaos, questioned if this was a divine test. Meanwhile, Baek Jajan, a secretary, struggled to believe the reports reaching him. The details were shocking, especially considering the king's involvement. He mused that if the king of Yeso was truly involved, the Western discourse would be thrown into chaos. An older man, observing the scene, voiced his confusion, wondering what was happening. His bewilderment was mirrored by a younger man, who seemed equally perplexed by the unfolding events. The older man chuckled, a knowing glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Baek Jajan stepped forward, revealing his true identity. He was from the Hwa-san sect. An elderly man, riding on a horse laden with supplies, approached a young man on horseback. He apologized for the lateness of his greeting, attributing it to his lack of education. The young man corrected the elder, stating that he was not a lord, but expressed curiosity about the elder's name. The elder, seemingly surprised, exclaimed in agreement. The young man's expression shifted to one of slight concern and anticipation as he listened intently. The young man reacted with a mix of surprise and slight embarrassment upon hearing the elder's name, Baek Okdang. A group of men, seemingly soldiers or guards, were seen in the background, their presence adding to the scene's complexity. The young man paused, lost in thought, a thoughtful expression on his face. The scene shifts to a somber one, with rain falling. The young man and the elder arrive at a place of devastation, the elder solemnly stating that this is where their enemies slaughtered their masters and brothers. The rain fell in sheets, obscuring the distant mountains. Hwa-san, a man of letters and quiet contemplation, stood silhouetted against the downpour, his expression grim. A palpable tension hung in the air, the silence broken only by the rhythmic drumming of rain against the earth. A procession of figures emerged from the mist, their blue uniforms barely visible through the deluge. They carried a heavy burden on a cart, their movements slow and deliberate. The weight of their task seemed to press down on them, mirroring the oppressive atmosphere. One of them stumbled, the cart jolting violently. A sharp thud echoed through the rain as he fell to his knees. Another figure approached, barking an order that was barely audible above the storm. "Hurry, take off your clothes," the figure commanded, his voice tight with urgency. The fallen man looked up, confusion etched on his face. "Pardon," he stammered, his voice barely a whisper against the roar of the storm. Wasan, his face pale and drawn, slowly began to remove his outer garments, his movements hesitant and reluctant. A sigh escaped his lips, a mixture of resignation and weariness. She quickly drank the contents, her expression hardening with determination. Wasan, now stripped to his undergarments, stood shivering in the relentless rain. A profound sadness settled over his features, a stark contrast to the storm raging around him. The young woman approached him, her gaze unwavering. "Stay right here and don't move," she instructed, her voice firm and resolute. She tossed the empty gourd away, the sound lost in the tempest. The scene was left to the relentless rain and the weight of unspoken emotions. Under a relentless downpour, a group of Wasan's SECT disciples stood in a courtyard, heads bowed in silent prayer, their bodies tense with anticipation. A single, older man stood apart, holding a small, golden object aloft. Wasan, the SECT's successor, stood amongst them, his expression grim. He muttered, "I'll be right back," before turning and striding away, his movements purposeful and swift despite the downpour. He moved with surprising speed, his footsteps barely disturbing the puddles forming on the rain-slicked ground. Leaving the courtyard behind and heading towards the distant mountains, where the Wasan SECT's main temple was located, the rain obscured the view, but the imposing structure was still visible in the distance. He arrived at the gate, the rain splashing against his feet as he approached. A single word escaped his lips, "Ha." Wasan's thoughts turned inward. He reflected, monks don't train because of their personal self-interests. They train so that the powerless can be at peace, even if their body becomes cracked and broken. His eyes, usually calm and serene, now burned with a fierce determination. A young man approached, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Yes, Wasana, were they recognized by the lords?" An older man, his face etched with worry, responded, "They were. They fulfilled their mission 300 years ago." An elderly man with long white hair and a flowing beard sat pensively, his gaze distant. He reflected on a past event, noting that those involved had left their names in the records. He continued his contemplation, questioning whether they had truly defeated the Black Rebellion without outside help. He mused that even if they had received assistance, it wouldn't have changed the outcome. The old man explained that their actions stemmed from a sense of duty, a mission to cleanse the shadow looming over Wasan, a mission to punish those who defamed Wasan and threw the world into chaos in its name. It was, he admitted, a difficult mission, a mission undertaken for the people of Wasan. A younger man, seated nearby, questioned whether others understood the lengths to which they went to protect their mission. The older man paused, a pair of pruning shears appearing in a small inset panel, symbolizing the interruption. The younger man pressed on, stating that they knew about the mission. The younger man continued his questioning, prompting a thoughtful silence from the elder. The elder's face, partially visible, showed deep contemplation. The scene shifted to focus on the elder's shoulder and upper back, emphasizing the weight of his unspoken thoughts. A close-up revealed a portion of a man's face, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The word "answer" appeared above, suggesting a forthcoming revelation. A smirk played on Wasan's lips as rain lashed down. He mused that the man who dared to call the temple full of hypocrites probably wouldn't have the courage to confront him personally. The downpour continued, obscuring the damaged temple roof. Water streamed down the weathered wood. Despite his anger, Wasan resolved to help those affected by the attack first, even if the matter was personal. He vowed that after providing aid, he would expose the corruption within the Wasan SECT, starting with his grandfather. The scene opens with a panoramic view of a serene mountain range, the peaks shrouded in mist under a cloudy sky. In the foreground, a group of people are gathered in a valley, tending to their mules. An elderly man approaches a young man who is helping with the animals. He asks if the young man needs assistance. Suddenly, a series of loud, jarring sounds echo through the valley, causing the people to react with alarm. The young man's expression shifts to one of concern. The sounds intensify, described as earth-shattering. A distant mountain peak is shown to be erupting in a massive explosion. The young man, his face etched with worry, stares towards the source of the commotion, wondering what is happening. Another person rushes into the scene, urging him to hurry. The young man, Wasan, stands amidst the scene of carnage, his expression grim. He declares himself a busy man. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned scholar, unexpectedly found himself thrust into a brutal conflict. His usually calm eyes, wide with a dawning horror, reflected the chaos unfolding around him. With a furious cry of "You bastard," he moved with surprising speed, his sword a blur as it sliced through the air. The blade found its mark, snapping bone with a sickening crack. Another attacker lunged, but Wasan was ready. He effortlessly deflected the blow, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The scene was one of carnage. Bodies littered the landscape as Wasan surveyed the devastation, a grim determination hardening his features. A desperate plea. "Senior, now," broke the silence, urging him to action. Multiple attackers descended upon him, their swords flashing. Wasan, however, met their assault with a chilling display of skill. A whirlwind of motion, deflecting blows and countering with deadly precision. Sparks flew as his blade met theirs. He unleashed a surge of energy, a raw power that crackled with blue electricity. The force of the blast sending his opponents reeling. With a final, decisive strike. The scene opens with Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, already engaged in fierce combat. His movements, though initially unexpected given his usual demeanor, are swift and precise. Powerful bursts of energy erupting from his hands as he deflects and counters the attacks of his opponents. The impact of his strikes is evident in the shockwaves rippling through the air, leaving several attackers lying defeated on the ground, their weapons scattered around them. The scene is one of controlled chaos, with Wasan standing amidst the wreckage, his expression grim but resolute. A narration box reveals the aftermath of the attack. The Jinyang, Gagong, and Taibik sects have been destroyed, with only the Wasan sect remaining. All the beggars involved have also been apprehended. The scene shifts to a council meeting. A high-ranking official declares that from now on, the entire martial realm will kneel before the Wasan sect. Another official, seemingly Elder Yang Chengdu, agrees, emphasizing the importance of protecting their people over engaging in needless conflict. The conversation turns to the fate of the Zhongnam sect, whose patriarch has pledged allegiance to the Wasan sect. The volcanic sect, however, has disappeared. Elder Yang Chengdu's face is shown, a look of weariness and boredom etched upon his features. Another official inquires about Elder Yang's departure, to which he replies that everything will soon be concluded. Two men, one younger with dark hair and the other older with long white hair and a beard, engaged in a conversation. The younger man, seemingly impatient, stated that he had waited a long time, even while hiding in a rural area. The older man, in response, simply said no. The scene shifted to a grand hall where a high-ranking official sat on a throne, surrounded by several guards. A subordinate approached, addressing him as "my lord" with a respectful hum-hum. In a tavern setting, a man addressed the group, suggesting they come to his tavern on the West Bank. He predicted a positive message was coming, which would also rid them of the government's interference and King Yeso's attention. The older, white-haired man from the first panel declared his intention to go to the volcano. The man in the tavern reacted with surprise to the sudden announcement, questioning the abrupt decision. The older man, with a determined expression, revealed his plan to destroy the mysterious volcanic swordmaster. He intended to create a new order with the Chanson sect, despite a subordinate's concerns. The scene shifted again, showing the older man standing defiantly. He explained that his association was a group with a unified goal, not a hierarchical structure. He granted a concession, but warned of dire consequences for any further insubordination. He emphasized the severity of the warning, stating that speaking out of turn would result in death. The subordinate, visibly frightened, reacted to the threat. The aftermath of a brutal attack was laid bare. The once proud Wasan sect's mountaintop stronghold was in ruins. A broken bridge dangled precariously over a chasm, and several lifeless bodies lay scattered near the shattered gate. A lone figure, Wasan, stood amidst the devastation, his face etched with sorrow and grim determination. A large bird of prey perched nearby, its sharp gaze mirroring his own. The bird suddenly launched itself into the air, its powerful wings beating as it soared through the sky. Wasan watched it go, a silent command passing between them. He then addressed the bird, instructing it to deliver a message to its master. The bird obeyed, carrying a silent message. Wasan was coming. Wasan, armed with a torch, ventured into a dark cave, his steps echoing in the silence. The entrance was marked with weathered characters. He muttered to himself, suspecting he was close to his destination. He found an altar in a hidden chamber, a place of ancient power. Wasan, a man of letters and quiet demeanor, stood before a grave. His expression was one of solemn remembrance, a stark contrast to his usual scholarly countenance. His eyes, usually calm and reflective, now burned with an inner fire, reflecting the weight of his grief and the burden of his responsibility. A heavy sigh escaped his lips. He knelt before the grave, his head bowed in silent prayer. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows on the rough-hewn stone walls of the cave, creating an atmosphere of somber reflection. A young man, his face etched with youthful determination, approached Wasan. He spoke, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. "Then, Grandpa, after finishing our duty, can we live in the Wasan sect?" Wasan, looking at his grandson, replied, "Yes, when that time comes, you and I can both join the sect and learn to cultivate as a student in the sect." The young man, brimming with excitement, expressed his eagerness. I wish that time will come fast, and I want to spar with my brothers. Wasan, however, reminded him of their greater responsibility. Kid, have you forgotten that when the time comes, we need to first report to the patriarch? The young man, slightly embarrassed, responded, all right. Wasan continued, remember this, when the time comes when we finished our duty and return to Wasan, you need to report our returning and return the favor given by the patriarch. A young woman with long dark hair, dressed in simple, light-colored robes, stood with her head bowed, a pensive expression on her face. She seemed lost in thought, a sigh escaping her lips as she muttered to herself that the situation was far too complicated. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, knelt before a weathered tombstone. He carefully pulled out a small, aged book, a thoughtful expression on his face. Giving it back, he mused. He reached for the tombstone, his fingers tracing the inscription. With a soft kerchuk sound, he carefully removed the stone marker. A hidden chamber was revealed beneath. He examined the book, a slight tremor in his hands. A low rumble echoed through the space as he placed the book down. The ground trembled, revealing a hidden compartment within the chamber. Wasan read the inscription within the book, his eyes widening in realization. The name, Young Sa Seng Sa Bak, was revealed, a name that held deep significance. He understood. This was the name of the sect that had been lost, the name he was reclaiming. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, sat before a memorial, a soft sound accompanying his quiet contemplation. His appearance belied his true identity, the sole successor to the Wasan sect, a legacy of martial prowess hidden beneath a scholar's guise. A sudden raise echoed as he lifted a hand, a small flame igniting in his palm, the flames intensifying as he brought his hand down onto a book, a powerful pow, accompanying the resulting explosion, reducing the ancient text to ashes. His face contorted in shock, Wasan exclaimed, questioning his next course of action. The mystic text, a vital piece of his sect's history, was gone. He was supposed to return the book to the sect's library, but he realized he had already memorized its contents. With a kerchuk sound, he dismissed the mission. A rumbling sound accompanied his declaration of indifference towards a centuries-old promise. He stood before his ancestor's grave, a soft tap echoing as he touched the stone. Wasan reflected on his ancestor, a scholar lord from 8 generations past, and their shared legacy. He acknowledged the contributions of his predecessors, including himself, in building the sect's knowledge base. He questioned the expectation of freely returning the knowledge accumulated over generations. Wasan, a man of letters and twice-passed civil service examinee, unexpectedly found himself retrieving a stone tablet. He grasped it firmly, a sharp kerchuk sound echoing as he lifted the heavy stone. A smirk played on his lips as he mused, I spent the better part of my youth mastering these arts, so I expect compensation for my sacrifice, you know. He placed the tablet down, a low rumble shaking the ground beneath him. With a leg propped up on the stone, he opened a book, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Oh, so this is named Ahm Hyang Pyo, he read aloud, the inscription revealing the name of a powerful martial art. The words translated to dark/hidden, scent, and whirlwind/tornado. His expression hardened as he continued reading. The ones who completed their mission from the shadows. The narrative shifted to a flashback, detailing the events surrounding the Wasan sect's destruction. During the uprising of the North King, a group of rogue masters plunged the land into chaos. They took down the High Master, who had been instrumental in maintaining order. The ensuing anarchy was carried out in the name of cleansing, and the Wasan sect was destroyed in this massacre. However, rumor has it that the High Master, who had mastered the Jaha and Manhwa styles, was defeated by someone who had mastered Hm Hyang Pyo, an unknown martial art. This fact was buried with the High Master's demise, or so the rumor goes. The scene returned to Wasan, who observed a group of figures from afar. Their shadows stretched long across the sand. He muttered to himself, don't make me laugh. I'm doing things my way. I'm different, I tell ya. Wasan, a man of letters and twice successful civil service examinee, sat amidst a flurry of papers, his expression hardening. He vehemently rejected the notion of giving away his knowledge freely, declaring, give away my knowledge for free? Don't take me for a fool. With a resounding pow, Wasan slammed the book shut, his resolve solidified. He muttered to himself, so now. A faint, almost imperceptible pssh sound accompanied a subtle energy release as Wasan channeled his inner power. He exhaled a quiet phew, standing before a weathered tombstone that read, Wasan. A question lingered in the air. Where's the glory in doing good deeds which no one knows or cares about? Wasan, his face partially obscured by shadow, began his descent into a dark, rocky crevice. With a decisive turn, Wasan turned his back on the tomb, his resolve set. He looked back at the tomb one last time, a determined glint in his eyes. May you all rest in peace. I won't be coming back. Emerging from the crevice, Wasan encountered an old man tending to a mule. The old man commented, this mule grazes all day nonstop, doesn't it? The old man, seemingly oblivious to Wei Zhen's presence, continued. He says we should come. A young man, his face etched with disbelief, stared into the distance. His internal monologue echoed his astonishment. How could anyone discern events from so far away? Approaching the gate of what appeared to be the Wasan sect, a group of men discussed the situation. One of them asked if the distant observer had relayed any further information. The young man's eyes widened in shock and confusion. The scene before them was one of devastation. Numerous bodies lay scattered across the grounds of the Wasan sect, a grim testament to a brutal massacre. Amidst the carnage, a voice called for calm and a coordinated search for survivors. An older brother, his face filled with urgency, frantically urged others to follow him, desperate to find any remaining survivors amidst the chaos. He spotted some figures running towards them, bringing a wave of relief. Wasan, the sect's successor, yawned languidly, seemingly unfazed by the carnage that had unfolded. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he urged his fellow disciples to act quickly and carefully as they carried the injured. Wasan instructed the disciples to prepare for a ki-generating meditation, a technique to aid in their recovery. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, lay on the ground, observing a group of injured disciples. He noted that their meridians were blocked, a sophisticated technique requiring considerable skill. A disciple pleaded for his help, their voices filled with desperation. Wasan, despite his scholarly demeanor, possessed a deep understanding of meridians. He reflected that while he had studied them, his knowledge wasn't sufficient to treat them safely. If done incorrectly, the damage could be irreversible. Baek Sahyung, another disciple, anxiously questioned what they should do, given the severity of the situation and the potential consequences of improper treatment. The elders' disapproval loomed large in their minds. Despite the risks, another disciple urgently begged Wasan for help, their desperation palpable. A woman with long dark hair, observing the scene, warned Wasan not to hold her responsible for any negative outcomes. Wasan already knew that everyone's Mahayol and Ahayol meridians were blocked, resulting in paralysis and speech impairment. Wasan, with a serious expression, contemplated the situation. His gaze fell upon the injured disciples, his concern evident. Suddenly, a loud impact echoed, drawing everyone's attention. A new threat had arrived. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, reacted instantly. With surprising speed and strength, he sent one of the attackers sprawling to the ground, leaving the remaining disciples shocked and speechless as they watched in disbelief. "What are you doing?" one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and awe. The impact of Wei Zhen's actions reverberated through the scene. One of the injured disciples coughed, weakly calling out, "Elder scribe, you're free." Another disciple, equally relieved, cried out, "Are you all right?" Wasan, though victorious, was not unscathed. His eyes, though sharp, held a hazy quality, a lingering effect of the meridian blockage he had endured. A subtle crack echoed as he moved, a testament to the strain he had placed on his body. Up! Another attacker lunged at Wasan, but he was swiftly dealt with. The disciple cried out, "Elder!" The force of the blow sending the attacker flying. "Honored sir," one of the disciples exclaimed. Wasan addressed the remaining disciples. "I did say to not hold me responsible for anything that happens, didn't I? They should all be released now. This is the only way I know of releasing the meridian blockage." A young female disciple trembled, fear still etched on her face. Wasan, noticing her distress, gently tapped her shoulder. With a wry smile, Wasan mused, "Well, why don't I take care of the others?" His words were followed by a surge of energy as he unleashed a powerful attack, freeing the remaining disciples. The cries of pain from the defeated attackers echoed across the landscape. The sprawling city of Xi'an, nestled within the Shaanxi province, stretched out beneath a hazy sky. Traditional buildings, their roofs a patchwork of browns and reds, dotted the landscape, surrounded by high walls. A contingent of soldiers, their armor gleaming faintly in the sunlight, stood at attention. Their commander, a stern-faced figure in finely woven robes, issued a sharp order. They must find official So, searching every house without exception. Go Yomjin, the Inquisitor, received confirmation of the order. His subordinate responded with immediate obedience, pledging to carry out the command. The scene opens with an aerial view of Siamsio's west bank, a bustling town nestled amidst rolling hills and fluffy clouds. The architecture is distinctly East Asian, with traditional-style houses and buildings packed closely together. A group of soldiers, led by a commanding officer, stands before a gate. The officer barks orders. They must find someone named Suchong, searching every house in the town. The soldiers move quickly through the town, their urgency palpable. One shouts for them to hurry. They burst into a building. One of the injured men cries out, questioning why they are being attacked, lamenting their innocence. A soldier explains that they're investigating a kidnapping incident on Yesiel's command. Their orders are to capture all martial artists in the building and kill those who resist. A scene of commotion unfolds. Soldiers and officials gather, their expressions a mixture of urgency and concern. A general barks orders, his voice sharp and commanding, as he urges them forward. Meanwhile, a group of civilians whisper amongst themselves, fear etched on their faces. One older man, his mustache prominent, questions the others about the rumors circulating, revealing the shocking news. Their young lord has been kidnapped. The house where he was held is said to be filled with corpses, sparking outrage and fear among the people. A woman cries out in distress, her fear palpable. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on everyone present, uncertainty clouding their faces. The whispers intensify. The source of the commotion is revealed to be the work of martial artists, specifically a figure known as Kong Podu. The news sends a wave of shock and despair through the crowd. A man, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, calmly reads a book while holding a fish. His reaction to the news is one of quiet anger, a stark contrast to the panic around him. He mutters about the violent perpetrators. A high-angle shot shows the layout of a large estate. A figure approaches, reporting to someone within. A grand castle. The figure is identified as District Official Yunjium, seated on his throne, his expression serious and determined. Yunjium orders a search for the missing lord, even if it means suffering casualties. His subordinate readily agrees, understanding the urgency of the situation. A high-ranking official, his face etched with concern, questioned a superior officer. "Why aren't you letting the soldiers leave the castle?" he pressed. The superior officer, calm and composed, responded simply, "For now, wait. The volcanic sect and the Jongnam sect will personally come to look for the Yeseo royalty." The official's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you saying that the royalty will become an ally?" The scene shifted to show left General Zhang Jungsin, a trusted general, identified by narration box. He was approached by General Huang, who asked, "Were you already here?" General Huang seemed surprised by the left general's early arrival, commenting, "You come so early every time." General Huang, identified as the Yeseo royalty general, stated, "You're always late." He then added, "Let's go." As they walked, General Huang explained, "The king asked to look into this subject thoroughly. I don't know the relationship between the king and the Yeseo royalty, but I'll try my best." The left general responded, "Even if the king didn't command us, I would have helped that much." General Huang was impressed, thinking, even the cold left general talks like this. The scene then showed King Yeseo, seated on his throne, awaiting their arrival. King Yeseo, noticing General Huang's demeanor, asked, "What's wrong, General Huang? Why did you place the Lord's territory that far away? Is it because of the pressure?" High-ranking officials were assembled in a grand hall. One official dismissed concerns about pressure, stating that it was unimportant. Another official questioned this decision, prompting the first to explain that their actions were motivated by the scholar Suchong. The conversation continued, with one official pointing out Su Chong's isolated location in the West Bank. He questioned the justification for such extensive efforts for a single scholar. Another official countered that Su Chong's worth justified the actions. The scene shifted to Suchong, who was described as someone to be kept close. The image showed Suchong among several other officials. Suchong was then shown riding a horse, having been quiet for a while. The sound of a horse's hooves was heard. He was riding at a fast pace, urging his horse onward. Upon arriving, they found a scene of devastation. The Wasan sect's location was in ruins, with mournful cries echoing through the air. The surviving disciples of the Wasan sect were shown grieving over the destruction and loss of life. Their despair was palpable. Amidst the chaos and despair, Su Chong's determined expression was shown, suggesting a plan was forming in his mind. The scene opens with a bonfire burning brightly against the night sky. A mournful sound, like the tinkling of metal, fills the air, as a group of men in traditional garb stand solemnly around it. The words, "You can't hide the bitter emotions," appear in a speech bubble, underscoring the gravity of the moment. Another speech bubble reads, "Let the souls be released." The men around the fire begin to sob, their grief palpable. The sound of their weeping is represented by the onomatopoeia hyuk hyuk, echoing their sorrow. A fiery projectile shoots across the sky, leaving a bright trail. The sound effect, swoosh, emphasizes the speed and intensity of the movement. In the distance, a structure burns, casting an ominous glow on the landscape. A man approaches another, his voice a low murmur, "Hey, Beck Jagan." The scene shifts to a man hiding behind a wooden post, his face etched with grief. He mutters, "Ah hyuk hyuk hyuk." The other man, Beck Jagan, looks on with a mixture of sadness and concern. He asks, "Why are you not there, but here?" His voice laced with unspoken questions. Beck Jagan continues to observe the grieving man, his expression filled with empathy. The man continues to sob, "Hugesk? Ah hyuk hyuk hyuk," his words barely audible. A close-up on a man's face, his eyes filled with determination. He says, "If you're that vengeful, I'll do it for you," his voice resolute. The man's face is shown in a close-up, his expression hardening into a steely gaze. He speaks, "Chet, hey grandpa, I'll protect your last will," his voice filled with a newfound resolve. Wasan, a scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst the aftermath of a devastating attack. His eyes, usually calm and contemplative, burned with a fierce determination. He vowed vengeance, stating that he would show the power of a soldier to any martial artist who dared to touch his young lord. A soldier nearby, witnessing the scene, breathed a sigh of relief, urging Wasen not to get himself killed. Wasen moved with surprising speed and precision, his movements a blur as he effortlessly dispatched several attackers. The impact of his strikes echoed through the night. Kyansa, a SECT strategist, arrived at the scene, surveying the destruction. He solemnly questioned if this was indeed the place. A lone figure, clad in simple white robes, approached the Wasan SECT's grounds. A single footstep echoed in the stillness, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The once proud threshold lay in ruins, shattered and broken. The man, his face etched with concern, muttered a question to himself. What happened here? The man's gaze fell upon the corpses scattered across the ground. He recognized one of the fallen, Chanson SECT strategist Yang Chong. His mind raced, piecing together the grim reality of the situation. Enforcer Han Weiyang was among the corpses, and Elder Wu and Elder Song were also there. The weight of the loss settled upon him. Both elders, along with the enforcer, had been acting on orders to obtain the Wasan Patriarch seal, and the evil force from the main sect was killed. A wave of grim understanding washed over him as he realized the full extent of the massacre. There were many casualties. A nearby figure observed the scene, questioning, did Wasan have that much power? The observer continued, reflecting on the raid's success and the takeover of Wasan. Meanwhile, the man in white opened a book, revealing a message. He had been waiting for confirmation that the seal was secured, but their best disciples were massacred. Disregarding Han Weiyang, 2 elders who greatly favored the house also died. An inquiry was made regarding the kidnapped scholar. The response revealed that 2 individuals were involved, an elderly lord and his servant. The lord's identity was revealed to be a genius who had twice achieved first place in the national examination. His reputation extended to the West Bank, where he had once been a member of the Academy of Science in the capital. It was speculated that this was the reason for the incident on the West Bank. The pressing question remained, why were the main SECT students killed? A question arose about the Lord's connection to the Wasan sect. The answer was a definitive no, but a significant but followed. The Lord's name was revealed to be Wasan, causing a reaction of surprise. While Wasan was a unique name, it was noted that he wasn't the only one with an unusual name. The abducted scholar's father and grandfather also shared similar names. The abducted scholar's great-grandfather also shared the same naming pattern. These names, Coak, Wasan, and Tewa, were all related to volcanoes. The question of coincidence versus a deeper connection was raised. It was also revealed that the family was known for its lack of involvement in martial arts. An order was given to gather all upper disciples from the Wasan sect to thoroughly investigate this family. A question was posed about the scope of the investigation, specifically if it included every single member of the Wasan family. A high-ranking official, dressed in elegant robes, addressed his subordinate. He stated that he expected to have no further questions once he received the report at noon the following day. The subordinate responded with a respectful affirmation. Yes, sir. The scene shifted to a council meeting within the Wasan sect. A grim report was being discussed. A devastating event had occurred, resulting in the deaths of numerous disciples. The true power of the Wasan sect, another elder added, did not solely originate from the Wasan mountain itself. Wasan, the sect's successor, was shown tending to a flock of pigeons. He gently coaxed them to fly, a soft smile playing on his lips. One of the pigeons carried a message, soaring into the sky, revealing a large army rapidly approaching. The message was clear. They were on the move. High above the Wasan sect's training grounds, a lone bird soared through the clear sky. Below, 2 figures stood in quiet contemplation, their faces etched with concern. One, dressed in the flowing robes of a scholar, seemed lost in thought. A sharp ping broke the silence as a message arrived. The scholar, Wasan, looked up, a flicker of urgency in his eyes. Below, a large group of soldiers stood at attention, their movements precise and disciplined. 2 birds, one a hawk circling overhead, the other a smaller pigeon, caught his attention. The pigeon cooed softly, a message delivered. The pigeon, a messenger from the front lines, continued its flight, carrying its silent message across the vast expanse of the sky. Wasan, understanding the urgency, turned to a nearby officer. We need to move these quickly, he urged, his voice firm and decisive. The officer, nodding in agreement, relayed the orders. New foundation, second formation, he shouted, his voice echoing across the training grounds as the soldiers swiftly reorganized. A wave of apprehension washed over the faces of several officers as they read the message. The gravity of the situation was clear, etched in their worried expressions. Wasan, watching the soldiers prepare for departure, offered a quiet word of encouragement. Come back safe, he said, his voice a low murmur against the backdrop of the impending conflict. The soldiers, their faces grim but resolute, marched towards the gates. A young woman, likely a family member or close associate, watched them leave, her eyes filled with worry. An older man, perhaps a family elder, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, offering words of reassurance. Don't worry, he said gently, with a final word of encouragement. Let's go. The soldiers mounted their horses and rode off, their departure marked by the rhythmic thud of hooves against the earth. The scene opens on a large wooden gate, its surface worn with age. A cart laden with goods sits before it, awaiting passage. The gate creaks open, revealing a bustling courtyard beyond. A booming sound echoes, signaling an imminent departure. A commanding figure, presumably a leader, calls out, "Is everyone ready?" His troops, mounted on horseback, respond with a resounding affirmation. "Let's go," he shouts, and the cavalry charges forward, their hooves pounding the earth in a rhythmic thunder as they ride across a vast, desolate landscape. Two banners, bearing the characters for Wasan, are shown, one slightly tattered, suggesting a journey fraught with peril. Senior Jang, a man of some age, greets a fellow traveler. "Senior Jang, how long has it been since we last met?" the other asks. Jang replies, "It's been 20 years. It's unfortunate that we met because of a bad accident." Suk Chun, another member of the party, greets the group with a cheerful, "Hello, everyone," introducing himself. Suk Chun explains his reason for joining the group, stating that he heard of a problem at Wasan and brought reinforcements. He adds, "Welcome. We may have come from different places, but our destination is still the same. Let's go to Wasan." A large army marched across the dusty plains, their horses' hooves pounding the earth with a thunderous rhythm. The dust clouds billowed behind them, obscuring their numbers, but the sheer scale of the force was evident. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the secret successor to the Wasan sect, made a quiet declaration, "I'm going." His resolve was met with surprise. A young attendant exclaimed, "What?" Wasan simply repeated, "I'm going." The attendant, clearly concerned, questioned him, "Do I need to report to you every time I plan to go somewhere?" Another attendant, older and more seasoned, tried to dissuade him, saying, No, but that's not." But a third, younger attendant declared, "Lord, I'm ready." Wasan gently tapped the younger attendant on the shoulder, and with a stern look, instructed him, "Grow up and become an adult soon." As Wasan departed, the older attendant called out desperately, "W8, benefactor." A young man, his pack slung over his shoulder, hurried down a path, his pace quickening as he called out to a figure ahead. The figure, a man in flowing white robes, seemed to ignore him, his steps measured and deliberate. The robed man paused, a question mark forming in a thought bubble above his head as he turned slightly, his expression unreadable. The elders of the sect, their faces etched with gratitude, explained that they wished to thank him for opening their meridians. The robed man, Wasan, sighed, muttering about the inconvenience. Despite his annoyance, the elders expressed their deep gratitude for his aid in their time of peril. Wasan reflected that he shouldn't have said anything after 4 days had passed. The elders continued to express their thanks, their voices filled with reverence. He explained that he helped them not out of pity, but because he found them not pitiful. The elders were relieved and chuckled nervously. 3 of the elders suddenly collapsed, clutching their chests in pain. A sound of distress filled the air. An older elder suggested they split up, as sticking together would make them easy targets. A younger man, Yubek, introduced himself to Wasan. An older man, his face etched with worry, spoke to a younger woman. He mentioned the conditions for visiting the memorial hall and inquired about the punishing man. The woman, her expression sharp and inquisitive, questioned the older man's meaning. Her confusion deepened as she pressed for clarification. The older man dismissed her question as foolish, revealing that he was merely curious. He then reflected on the long road ahead. The woman pondered whether she should call herself the fighting man. A man, his face grim, recounted the devastation of his sect, stating that most of the elders and seniors had perished, leaving only a few survivors. He wondered aloud how the main sect had fallen into such ruin, his shock evident in his wide eyes. A lone figure, sword at his hip, stood observing a large formation of soldiers. His eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind. A murmur of "No. Are they?" escaping his lips as he assessed the situation. Meanwhile, a group of martial artists practiced their strikes, their instructor urging them to aim higher with more strength. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The martial artists froze, sensing a disturbance. "Problem," one of them exclaimed as they noticed soldiers approaching from the base of the mountain. Panic rippled through the group. "Soldiers? What do you mean?" one of the masters shouted, his voice laced with alarm. As another quickly assessed the situation, stating, "They'll soon reach here. Judging from the flag, they're from the Yeso Empire." The news sent a wave of shock through the group. "The Yeso Empire?" they gasped in unison. A flag bearing the emblem of the Yeso Empire appeared, a soldier's voice echoing, "I'm sorry for coming unnoticed." The soldier identified himself as Captain Li Weijun of the Yeso Empire. A tense silence followed, broken only by the elder martial artist's response. Is that so? I'm Wasan Sect's One Girong." One Girong pondered the captain's unexpected arrival, his thoughts echoing, "Why would a captain come here?" "I know, right?" An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, pondered aloud. "Are there problems brewing within the empire?" A stern-faced military officer interrupted, his words sharp and decisive. "No, he stated, the king has ordered the reinforcement of the Wasan sect. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. He listened intently as the officer explained the deployment strategy. 600 royal soldiers, with 200 assigned to protect each cardinal direction, and the remaining 400 to guard the main base. Furthermore, the officer continued, high-ranking officials from the royal palace, the left general and the general manager, were expected to arrive shortly. The elder's hands clasped together, a mixture of anticipation and apprehension evident in his posture. The arrival of the left general? A murmur rippled through the assembled soldiers as the news spread. The scene shifted to a group of soldiers from the royal palace. One of them offered a measured assessment. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Another soldier voiced a concern. Can we truly stand against the Chanson sect with only 600 royal soldiers? A third soldier dismissed the numerical disadvantage. The number of soldiers is irrelevant, he declared, pointing to the Yeso royal flag and the military flag fluttering in the breeze. Those are the Yeso royal and military flags. A high-ranking official explained that the presence of royal soldiers at Wasan served as a warning to those plotting an attack against the sect. The image showed a warning, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Wasan was urged to stay at the main base a little longer. Despite the plea, Wasan insisted on leaving as soon as the sun rose the next day. Wasan's companion found his resolve annoying, but Wasan retorted that he had already sent a messenger pigeon. The companion pointed out that many forces would come to help if Wasan waited, highlighting the sect's reputation. Wasan's power was not limited to Wasan itself. Despite this, the companion admitted that Wasan was far superior to the old elders. The companion gave Wasan something before he left. Wasan, a man of letters and twice-passed civil service examinee, looked perplexed. He questioned, "What is this?" Another man, his back turned, instructed him. "If anything happens, go to the top of the mountain, stack a pile of wood, and put the powder and burn it. If you do that, a red smoke cloud will appear." Wasan, eyes wide with concern, wondered aloud. If I burn this, will the benefactor see this? The scene shifted to a mountainous landscape. A man, seemingly a servant, voiced his apprehension. "Lord, are we going to Chanson? Are you crazy? It's so far away." The servant, an older man driving a cart, asked, "Then where should I take you?" Wasan, reclining the cart, gave a simple instruction, "Go to Wamian." The servant questioned the destination. "Why there?" The sprawling landscape of Wamian unfolds, a picturesque valley nestled amidst towering mountains. The city walls, sturdy and imposing, encircle a bustling town, hinting at a rich history and culture. Within the city, a lively market buzzes with activity. Amidst the crowd, a young man, Wasan, quietly sweeps the courtyard of a grand building, his movements deliberate and unhurried. His appearance belies his true identity, the sole successor to the prestigious Wasan sect. Inside, a woman clutches her stomach, a pained expression twisting her features. A sharp cry escapes her lips. "Ah, Shigon, ah, my stomach burns." Suddenly, she falls from her chair, knocking over a table laden with dishes. Panic rises within her as she cries out, "Is there no one here?" A loud thud echoes through the room. An older man enters, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the chaos. He asks, "Did you call me Ruju?" Ruju, still distressed, pleads, "Ah, I feel like dying. Give me some honey water and some spicy hot pot." Despite her discomfort, she adds with a determined expression, "Even if you hit me, I can't drink today." A young woman, startled, spills her tea as a boisterous man's voice booms from off-panel. He demands the tastiest alcohol and two pretty ladies. The man, sharply dressed, angrily confronts two tavern employees. He berates them for not providing the most expensive alcohol and the two prettiest ladies, as promised. The tavern employee, flustered, explains that it's not yet open hours, politely suggesting he return later. He throws a coin on the counter, and the employee's eyes widen in surprise. The man smiles confidently, tossing a coin. He seems unconcerned by the tavern's closing time. A woman, watching from nearby, questions his actions, asking why he isn't running away. The tavern employee gasps, her eyes fixated on the coin, a golden jade. The man declares that he doesn't care about the quality of the alcohol, but the women must be pretty, as he intends to visit the tavern across the street. He strides confidently into the tavern, demanding service. An older man, seemingly a manager, tries to dissuade him, reminding him of his mother's disapproval. The man dismisses the manager's concerns, declaring this the greatest step of his life. A young woman approaches, silencing the manager and offering her service. A young woman with dark hair, dressed in vibrant, flowing silks, stood poised, her bare feet barely touching the ground. A soft, ethereal glow surrounded her. An older man, his face etched with worry, watched as a younger woman, her expression determined, opened a fan. She declared it was for her future. The older man scoffed, dismissing the notion of a seal being opened. The onlookers, including the determined woman, were clearly confused by his actions. Two women, Manhwa and Chunmei, introduced themselves. Their demeanor suggested loyalty and obedience. They explained that a follower had instructed them to serve. The old man, seemingly pleased, announced that the seal had been opened. A question arose. Why were Yeso soldiers present at Wasan? The scene opens with a wide shot of numerous flags flapping in the wind. Each flag bears a distinct emblem, suggesting a significant location or event. A man, his face etched with concern, contemplates a situation. He mutters to himself, convinced that he's overlooked a crucial detail. The story, as he understands it, is incomplete and illogical. The man's hand moves across a go board, his fingers tracing the pieces. He realizes his strategic plan had flaws, a critical oversight that has led to the current predicament. Another man, dressed in formal robes, speaks. He explains that the Wasan SECT seal, a metaphorical reference to their sword, was not retrieved, resulting in the disciples' deaths. The first man continues to analyze the go board, his fingers moving pieces. He believes that if someone assists Wasan, he can manage the situation. This is within his calculations. However, he questions the presence of the Yeso Empire soldiers. The conversation continues, focusing on the unusual presence of Yeso Empire soldiers at a nameless lord's house. One man dismisses concerns, but the other insists that the usual rules don't apply to the royals. The man in robes reflects on the Wasan sect's escape and the young lord's incident, connecting it to the Yeso Empire. He realizes that something significant has changed. The man's expression shifts to one of shock and realization. He curses, realizing a critical error in his plan. The young lord was kidnapped. The final panel shows figures leaping from a cliff, suggesting a desperate attempt to escape or pursue someone. A group of figures tumbled from a cliff top, their bodies impacting the ground below with a series of thuds. The sound of rushing wind and impact echoed through the air. Meanwhile, a man with a fan calmly addressed a group of soldiers. He commanded them to speak, his tone suggesting an air of authority. A soldier reported that a person matching Wazen's description, along with his servant, had left earlier that morning. Another man, his face contorted in a furious expression, demanded to know their whereabouts. His voice was a roar, filled with barely contained rage. The man with the fan listened intently, a thoughtful expression settling on his face as he considered this information. Wamian was now empty. The man with the fan declared that they were going to Wamian. A woman, tears streaming down her face, cried out a name, Luju. Gasping for breath, she looked on in disbelief. Again, in another location, a scene of chaos unfolded. Several people lay injured on the floor, and a man exclaimed that this was too much, questioning how many times this had happened. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, questioned the profitability of a single gold piece. A woman's sharp exclamation of, "What?" followed by an explanation that the lack of customers was due to the absence of the girls, interrupted the conversation. The scene shifted to a room where several women lay unconscious on the floor. A woman, seemingly the madam, mused about her girl's condition and the value of gold, even in the face of such a crisis. Another woman, Dong, recounted how she had called for help after being attacked, only to find the thugs had left her bruised and battered. She lamented the lack of help despite providing food and shelter. Lu Ju, a woman in elegant clothing, reflected on a past incident where a child and servant had brought them prosperity with a single gold piece. She then frantically explained to another woman that business was slow and no one was around. The second woman, shocked, asked if she had reported the incident to the police. Lu Ju explained that she couldn't even reach the police as they were not present. A wide shot revealed a large group of armed men atop a building, confirming the unsettling news. High above, on the roof of the House of Flourishing Flower, several figures in dark purple robes watched the scene below. Their faces were obscured by shadow, but their posture suggested a grim determination. The title card for Chapter 1, Bait, sets the scene. Numerous figures clad in dark purple uniforms are positioned atop a grand building, their presence ominous and foreboding. A close-up reveals a sign that reads, Flourishing Flower, hinting at the location's identity. Inside, a tense scene unfolds. A bound individual pleads for help, "Save me," surrounded by armed guards. A woman, seemingly a worker, nervously explains to an older man, "I don't know why you're acting like this, but we are just mere workers, sir." The bound person cries out again, "Please save me," as a crash echoes through the hall. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A masked assailant attacks the woman, pulling her away with a sharp cry. A witness, eyes wide with shock, wonders what just fell down. An elderly man lay on the ground, snoring softly. A masked assailant collapsed beside him. Two masked figures engaged in a fierce duel, their swords clashing amidst the wreckage of a building. One of them was clearly more skilled, their movements swift and precise. The fight concluded with a resounding thud as one of the masked figures fell to the ground. Observers watched from a distance, questioning the identity of the combatants. They quickly concluded that it was not the young lord himself, but his servant. The elderly man coughed weakly, blood staining his lips. A nearby figure ordered his immediate disposal. One of the masked figures observed the elderly man's condition, concluding that his symptoms suggested epilepsy and that he was mute. The masked figure delivered a swift blow, silencing the old man. He demanded to know why the masked figures were not releasing their captives, warning them of the consequences of their actions. He questioned their awareness of their master's identity. The man, held captive, angrily demanded his release, threatening further action. The stern-faced man silenced him with a single word, quiet. Bound and surrounded by two masked figures, a man in white robes sat calmly. One of the figures, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed him. "Are you their boss?" The masked man's voice hardened. "Answer my questions." The man in white simply replied, "No." With surprising speed, the man in white launched a swift attack, striking one of his captors with a powerful blow, sending the attacker sprawling. Another masked figure lunged, but the man in white deftly evaded the attack. The man in white, now visibly injured, was clearly outmatched but continued to fight back with fierce determination. The newcomer, a man with a stern expression, addressed the injured man in white. "So, Wasan, HM, do you know me?" The stern-faced man continued. "I know that you're the genius who passed the national test twice and studied at the Academy of Science. You have the support of the Yeso royalty." The scene opens on a grand palace, its imposing architecture hinting at the power within. Before it, a group of figures stand, their words sharp and dismissive. They don't care about the status of those before them, whether they are royalty or officials. A bound man, his clothes torn and bearing wounds, is the focus. He is told that his life is forfeit, that he can be killed at any moment. But a proposition is offered. Answer 2 questions, and he will be spared. The man who holds him captive makes the offer, his expression grim but resolute. The first question is posed. Was it the captive who orchestrated the Yeso royal support of the Wasan sect? The captive man, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion, lets out a pained groan. He is deemed too noisy. His silence is interpreted as refusal to cooperate. The captor's eyes narrow, his patience wearing thin. The captor declares his intention to avoid any physical contact, deeming it unnecessary. His plan is different. He makes his threat explicit. Until the captive answers, his men will begin killing the people of Wamian. The scene shows a tense standoff, with the captor's men poised to act. The captor points out that the captive's servant will be the first to die. The servant, visibly terrified, is shown impaled by unseen weapons. Wasan, his face marred by cuts and bruises, silently assessed the situation. His eyes, though weary, held a steely resolve. He muttered to himself, "My choices aren't limited to those 2 options." His opponent, a sneering man in official robes, scoffed. "HM, then should I hear the trick of a person who aced the national test twice?" Wazen's gaze sharpened. "I can stop you," he stated, his voice low but firm. The official and his masked guards erupted in laughter. "Stop me? Now that I look at you, aren't you just crazy?" The official roared, his laughter echoing through the scene. Wasan, seemingly unfazed, calmly sharpened a blade. The official sneered, "Hey, you naive kid." The official continued his taunts. "You want to stop this many people alone? A scholar who smells like ink." A chilling smile spread across Wazen's face. "Kikek, I can take you as my hostage," he said, his voice laced with a dangerous calm. The official's confident smirk faltered, replaced by a look of dawning horror. A chill ran down his spine as he felt a sudden drop in temperature. Wasan revealed his plan. "Guys visited Wasan, right? The Yeso Empire and the Western Empire's royal soldiers should be at Wasan. And the Wamia officials all went there, so you guys should have come here happily." Bound and helpless, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, found himself at the mercy of his attackers. A cruel irony played out. An experienced hunter, they said, does not look for his prey. The prey finds the hunter. But in this instance, the tables had turned. The hunter had become the prey. A trickle of blood escaped Wazen's lips, a stark testament to the brutal attack he had endured. The masked figures, their faces hidden, advanced. Their leader's words confirmed the horrifying truth. It was a massacre. Wazen's expression shifted, a cruel smirk playing on his bloodied lips. The hunter, wounded but not broken, was ready to strike back. With a sudden burst of energy, Wasan unleashed a devastating counterattack. The sound of a powerful impact echoed through the Wasan sect's grounds. A whirlwind of motion as he moved with surprising speed and skill, his movements a blur, leaving his opponents stunned and vulnerable. Wasan stood amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, but his eyes burning with a cold fury. The massacre was over, but the fight for justice had just begun. The aftermath of a brutal battle was strewn across the landscape. A figure, battered but resolute, emerged from the chaos. His face contorted in a grimace of pain as a sickening crack echoed through the air. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he staggered back, the sound of splintering bone accompanying his pained breaths. His attackers cackled cruelly. The scene shifted to reveal a partially destroyed building, the remnants of a once peaceful sanctuary. A sharp smack echoed, adding to the overall sense of devastation. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar, stood amidst the scene of carnage. Dozens of attackers lay scattered around him, their bodies broken and lifeless. He surveyed the scene with a cold, calculating gaze, a hint of disdain twisting his lips as he addressed the remaining few. He questioned their audacity in daring to draw their swords against him. With a swift, brutal movement, Wasen dispatched one of his opponents. A sickening crunch accompanied the sound of tearing flesh as the man's body crumpled to the ground. A sharp crack echoing as another foe met a similar fate. His movements were precise, efficient, and utterly merciless. The impact was swift and decisive, another attacker falling before his might. A final, desperate cry filled the air. With his opponents subdued, Wasen calmly explained the consequences of their actions. He made it clear that they should have known better than to challenge him. The remaining attackers, finally understanding the gravity of their situation, stopped resisting. Wasen, a scholar who had twice passed the civil service examination, stood amidst the devastation of the Wasen sect's destroyed training grounds. He had single-handedly defended the sect against a surprise attack, his hidden martial arts prowess revealed to the world for the first time. He coldly addressed a dying attacker, his words laced with disdain. "You stupid people." The questions were in the wrong order. The dying man gasped, his last breath ragged. Wasen, his expression unchanged, continued to question him. "The person who killed your underlings at Jangwon." He leaned closer, his voice low and sharp. "You should have asked that first." The dying man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he coughed, a final, desperate attempt to speak. The revelation of Wasen's identity, as the killer sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers. Cough. How can this be? The killer was this scholar. Chapter 12 begins, titled Chanson is Too Far. The scene opens with an accusation. Someone was the murderer. The accuser adds that the accused talks too much and acts like a villain. A man, seemingly powerful and arrogant, scoffs at those who use words instead of action, referring to them as dumbass who think they're the best and constantly play with their tongues. He dismissively shrugs, stating, "Well, that's that." Meanwhile, another man falls into a pit. Someone shouts, "Hey." A group of masked figures approaches, one of them pointing and saying, "Hey you, you're up first, number one." As another masked man prepares for battle. The scene opens with a tense confrontation. Wasen, despite his scholarly appearance, stands firm against an attacker. With a swift, precise movement, he presses down on his opponent's foot, eliciting a pained cry. The attacker's pained expression is clear. Another figure, seemingly a woman, watches from a distance, her face etched with concern. She shouts a warning, urging someone to retreat, but it's too late. The scene shifts to show Wasen facing a group of armed assailants. Wasen moves with surprising speed and agility, his movements a blur as he effortlessly deflects blows. One of the attackers trembles before him, clearly overwhelmed by Wasen's skill. A swift strike connects, sending the attacker reeling. The impact is brutal, leaving the attacker dazed and disoriented. He continues his assault, his strikes swift and decisive, leaving his opponents no chance to retaliate. Wasen's attacks are relentless, each blow a testament to his skill and power. He moves like a phantom, striking with deadly precision, overpowering his foes with ease. The remaining attackers are scattered and demoralized. Wasen stands over the fallen attacker, his expression grim but resolute. He addresses the remaining survivors, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. He issues a stark warning. Anyone who leaves will result in their boss's death. The aftermath of the devastating attack on the Wasen sect was grim. Several masked figures, their purple robes stained with dust and blood, stood amidst the wreckage, their expressions unreadable. Suddenly, Wasen appeared, his white robes contrasting sharply with the scene of destruction. He stood defiantly, a glint of determination in his eyes as he declared, "Now then, what's next?" With a swift movement, he drew his sword, preparing for the next wave of attackers. Wasen's declaration was followed by a blur of motion. He moved with impossible speed, a whirlwind of white and steel. The masked figures lunged at him, but their attacks were met with swift counters, each strike precise and deadly. One of the attackers managed to land a blow, but Wasen merely scoffed, calling him a "you bastard," before effortlessly deflecting further attacks. The fight continued, a flurry of blows and parries. Wasen's movements were a blur, his skill far surpassing his opponent's. He effortlessly dispatched several more attackers, each one falling with a pain cry. His skill was evident, a testament to years of hidden training. Despite his skill, the battle took its toll. Wasen gasped, a thin line of blood tracing his lip. His eyes, however, burned with unwavering resolve. He would not yield. With renewed determination, he launched another assault, his movements even faster and more precise than before. Wasen moved like a phantom, a whirlwind of deadly strikes. He leaped, crashed, and swooped through the remaining attackers, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. The battle was over. A powerful energy erupted from Wasen, the impact sending a shockwave that shattered the ground and obliterated his unseen opponent. The resulting blast echoing through the Wasen sect's grounds, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Amidst the rubble, a young woman lay prostrate, fear etched onto her face as she trembled, whispering a question of disbelief. "Is everything over?" An older man, his face lined with worry, looked down at her, his voice heavy with regret. "You still clung to your heart's desires until the very end, leaving without regret." The woman's eyes widened as a low creak echoed from the damaged structure above. A section of the building collapsing further, revealing the full extent of the devastation below. Standing amidst the carnage, a figure emerged from the wreckage. She stared at the scene in shock, her voice barely a whisper. What? This is what? Another woman, her expression one of disbelief and urgency, shouted at the figure. Aren't you going to stand up? Meanwhile, a man in a white robe appeared, sighing in exasperation as he addressed someone unseen. Ah, how am I supposed to fix this habit of his? Are you going to stay like that? An elderly man, his face etched with worry, helped another to his feet. Finished up now, he urged, his voice strained. The other man, equally aged and weary, nodded weakly. Good job, my lord, he rasped, his words a testament to the exertion they had just endured. A young man lay on the ground, eyes wide with shock and pain, blood staining his clothes. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent testament to the brutal fight he had just endured. Wasan stood amidst the scene of carnage, his expression unreadable. Several bodies lay scattered around him, victims of the recent conflict. The elderly man approached him, concern etched on his face. My lord, what are you going to do if you keep killing people like this? He asked, his voice laced with worry. Wasan looked down at the fallen, a troubled expression crossing his features. What? Should I tell those who want to kill me that I'll forgive them and that they can leave? He mused, his voice barely a whisper. The elderly man, holding a large knife, looked at Wasan expectantly. Should I cut them again? He asked, his tone suggesting a grim acceptance of the situation. Wasan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the fallen. No, even if you cut their heads, there's nowhere to hang them from, he stated, his voice heavy with weariness. Another man, his face contorted in a grimace, watched Wasan from the shadows. As expected, it was you, he muttered, his voice filled with a mixture of surprise and dread. He stepped into the light, his features now clearly visible. Who are you? Identify yourself, he demanded, his voice sharp and accusatory. Wasan, seemingly unfazed by the confrontation, simply replied, right. He then turned his attention to another injured man, who was attempting to flee. Hey, Wasan called out, his voice calm but firm. The fleeing man stumbled, clearly shaken by Wasan's sudden appearance. Number one, Wasan stated, his tone indicating that he knew exactly who this man was. The fleeing man, his face contorted in fear, tried to escape. Where are you trying to go? Wasan asked, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. The man, clearly terrified, could only whimper in response. Wasan continued, your liver is so small. Are you scared, you little man? He taunted, his words dripping with sarcasm. The man, defeated and terrified, collapsed to the ground. Wasan looked down at him, his expression still unreadable. If you want to take him back, bring more people. A lot more of them, he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, stood over a defeated foe. He informed the man that he was being spared. The defeated man, incredulous, could only sputter in disbelief, calling Wasan a bastard. Wasan's expression was unreadable, his eyes narrowed in thought. Then, he questioned the man's reluctance to leave, implying a threat of death if he stayed. With a swift movement, Wasan launched a powerful strike, sending the man flying backward with a resounding crash. Observing from a distance, two other figures commented on Wasan's surprising speed and efficiency, questioning the wisdom of letting him go. Wasan, however, remained confident, stating that those who wished to capture him should come to him. The scene opens on a tranquil river, three figures in a small boat gliding along the water. One, an older man with a jovial expression, remarks on the pleasant weather, ideal for sailing. The younger man is suddenly struck across the face, a sharp smack echoing across the water. He is thrown back stunned. The attacker, a figure with dark hair and intense eyes, demands his name again. The attacker warns him to answer any future questions immediately. His face, bruised and battered, contorts in a grimace of pain and defiance. Suddenly, the older man intervenes, embracing the attacker and calling for a pause. A close-up reveals a man's face, a wide, unsettling grin stretching across his features. His eyes gleam with a knowing malice, and the overall impression is one of sly amusement. The scene shifts to show two men on a boat. One, older and frail, clutches his side, his face contorted in pain. The other, younger and more robust, looks on with a mixture of concern and grim determination. The older man winces as the younger man gently but firmly pulls something from his wound. The sound effects suggest a struggle and a sharp tug. A small object is removed, and the younger man examines it briefly before speaking. He states that their pursuers will catch up within 10 days. The focus returns to the injured man. He is asked if he can recover using his chi, and he nods grimly. The younger man places a hand on the injured man's shoulder, a gesture of support and reassurance as he begins to channel his chi. The younger man's face is shown, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He reflects on the unpredictable nature of the injured man. The scene shifts again, showing the two men on the boat. The older man yawns widely, seemingly unconcerned by their precarious situation. The younger man observes the older man, noting that he doesn't act like a scholar, but rather like a member of a strict martial arts community. Two figures are shown. One is lying down, seemingly relaxed, while the other examines a small pile of gold coins. The reclining figure sighs, muttering about his annoyance, while the other chuckles, commenting on the gold. A close-up reveals a scarred face, its owner demanding to know the identity and intentions of the other individual. The scene shifts to a boat, where a younger man with a surprised expression is seated next to an older, concerned-looking man. The boat travels down a river, passing through a canyon. The younger man reveals his identity as Wasan. The older man questions Wazen's sudden decision to reveal his true identity, expressing confusion and concern about his motives. Wasan, now visibly irritated, demands to know who instructed the older man to question him. Wasan asserts his authority, stating that only he can ask questions. The older man, clearly annoyed, groans in response. Wasan replies that the older man should have asked sooner. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and unexpected successor to the Wasan sect, stood at the prow of a small boat, arms outstretched. He gazed out at the tranquil waters of a narrow river gorge, a serene expression on his face. Behind him, two older men sat, their faces etched with worry. He declared, "Look, it's good." His youthful face, however, betrayed a hint of underlying tension. One of the older men questioned, "Good?" The older man's face showed deep concern as he looked at Wasan. Meanwhile, another figure, a woman, was shown tapping her fingers nervously. The woman explained, "That's what I mean. I don't have to bury people when they die, because they'll fall into the water, and I can also wash away the blood on the spot. Isn't this an ideal location?" One of the older men, his face creased with worry, suddenly exclaimed, "Who's coming?" He mused, "Who could it be? It's obviously the people looking for him." Wasan, his expression hardening, recalled a past event. He thought, "At Jangwon, when I killed some of the underlings, didn't many strong people come?" Suddenly, a powerful figure appeared, silhouetted against the darkening sky. He commanded, "Drop your weapons and kneel." Several figures emerged from the shadows, their faces grim. One of them shouted, "It's there." The image shows Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, his face etched with grim determination. A swirling vortex of energy surrounds him, hinting at the hidden power he possesses. On a boat, two men discuss the aftermath of Wazen's intervention at Wasan sect. One man recounts how, after Wasan killed several powerful individuals, a mysterious figure appeared. The other man speculates that this newcomer holds a high position within the Chanson sect, adding that the later someone arrives on the scene, the more important they are. The man from the boat, his face bruised and weary, wonders who will appear next. Elsewhere, Wasan sits on a dock, expressing his hope that the true masters behind the attack will reveal themselves this time, believing that their appearance will bring an end to the conflict. Another man, clearly distressed, considers the situation a major problem, lamenting his inability to stop the seemingly unstoppable madman. He is further warned that even stronger individuals, many of them, will soon arrive. He then falls into the water with a splash. Emerging from the water, Wasan seems to have a renewed sense of purpose, stating that to catch the big fish, one must be willing to take risks. A hand reached into a school of fish, the water swirling around it. A voice, seemingly detached and calculating, observed, "The bait has to become bigger." A lone figure, Wasan, stumbled through a forest, his movements hurried and desperate. He was pursued, the sound of his struggle echoing in the quiet woods. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, "Identify yourself." Wasan found himself surrounded by soldiers. His breath hitched in his throat. A wave of panic washed over him. He muttered in disbelief, "Why are there soldiers here?" A soldier, his face grim, stepped forward demanding, "Who are you?" Before the soldier could finish his question, Wasan launched a swift attack. The soldier's eyes widened in shock as he was struck, his expression twisting into one of disbelief and pain. He could only manage a choked, "Identify your..." With a blur of motion, Wazen's blade found its mark again and again. The soldiers fell, one by one, their bodies collapsing to the ground in a bloody mess. The sound of steel meeting flesh echoed through the forest as Wasan moved with deadly efficiency. Wasan stood amidst the fallen soldiers, his breathing ragged but his eyes sharp. He stared at the carnage, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination etched on his face. He whispered, "W what?" From the shadows, a commanding voice boomed, "Kneel down." A powerful figure emerged, surrounded by a swarm of shadowy figures, their movements swift and silent. The air crackled with anticipation. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with surprising speed. A blur of motion, he swept through the air, leaving a startled elder Wasan sect member in his wake. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the empty space where Wasan had just been. The impact of Wazen's arrival sent another disciple sprawling to the ground, his body trembling with fear as he struggled to rise. A commanding voice cut through the chaos. "Report to me what happened." A powerful, white-haired elder, seemingly the leader of a sect, launched himself into the air with incredible speed, a swooshing sound accompanying his movement. He was surrounded by a flurry of figures, seemingly his disciples, falling from the sky. His face, etched with worry and determination, was clearly visible as he soared through the air. The elder's swift movements continued as he effortlessly dispatched one of his attackers with a single, precise strike to the head. The attacker fell to the ground, defeated. Another attacker, witnessing the scene, could only utter a shocked "What?" The elder landed, his expression hardening as he demanded an explanation. He yelled, incredulous, "What did you say? A scholar? You want me to believe that a scholar destroyed half the sect?" His anger intensified as he witnessed the aftermath of the attack, his voice filled with righteous fury. How dare he kidnap a lord and fight the will of the heavens? Meanwhile, a group of men in purple robes, presumably members of the elder's sect, stood silently, their faces grim and apprehensive. They exchanged nervous glances and hushed comments. The elder, his face contorted in rage, issued a final command. "Make sure you catch him and show him the might of our sect." Chapter 14 begins with a dramatic scene. Numerous figures, clad in dark attire, launch themselves from a clifftop, soaring through the air towards a valley below. Their cries of "for honor" echo as they descend, their movements sharp and precise. One of the figures impacts the ground with a resounding thump, the force of the landing visibly shaking the earth. Immediately followed by a series of rapid impacts as the others land, each strike accompanied by the sharp sound of bam. The attackers move with surprising speed and agility, their movements a blur as they spread out across the valley floor. The sound of multiple impacts, bam x3, punctuates their swift advance. A whooshing sound accompanies a sudden burst of motion as they engage in a flurry of attacks. The scene is a whirlwind of motion, punctuated by the sounds of dash x3 as they close in on their target. Night has fallen. Under the watchful eye of a full moon, a group of figures huddle around a campfire in a forest clearing. A man, his face etched with grim determination, approaches the group. He asks, "Did you find him?" One of the figures replies, "He's near the garrison." Two figures, one seemingly a leader, converse near a campfire. The leader inquires about the army's status, receiving reassurance that they are safe. The conversation continues, focusing on the army's route and their imminent arrival at Manhwa. The leader's expression is one of grim determination. A commanding figure addresses a group of soldiers, masked and armed, ordering them to inform everyone of the situation. An unseen observer comments that the commanding figure is digging his own grave, foreshadowing impending danger. A wide shot reveals a breathtaking landscape. A traveler, possibly a martial artist, marvels at the scenery. Queen Yeso, Wa County governor, inquires about her brother's well-being, receiving a negative response. The queen expresses doubt, prompting her companion to advise her to return home to avoid alarming the royal court. The companion emphasizes the potential worry caused by the queen's absence from the royal court. The queen speculates that Master Wu Iik is in disguise, suggesting that she suspects a hidden identity. Song Ja Hyan, the Yeso's right general, stood amidst the aftermath, his face etched with grim determination. He questioned his own negligence in protecting the princess. Despite his self-reproach, a princess with vibrant pink hair and a determined expression appeared before him. She declared her intention to remain until she found her brother. The princess urged the general onward, her word a mixture of resolve and concern. The scene shifted to the vast expanse of a yellow river, a tranquil landscape contrasting sharply with the previous scene's turmoil. Aboard a small boat, Wasan, the seemingly weak scholar, and an elderly man were seen fishing. Wasan yawned widely, his boredom evident. The elderly man questioned the point of their unusual fishing trip, prompting Wasan's explanation. Wasan, with a calm demeanor, explained that they were indeed fishing, albeit in an unconventional manner. He continued, comparing their unusual fishing method to the legendary Kong Taegong strategy of waiting for the opportune moment. Wasan's companion, irritated by his master's cryptic words, retorted with a playful rebuke. Aboard a boat, several individuals, including a young man with dark hair and a white-haired elder, are shown. The elder remarks that the young man was dozing off. The young man, seemingly startled, replies with a soft, while another passenger asks if they are truly on the Yellow River. The conversation continues, with the elder questioning whether the others know what will appear if they continue in this direction. The young man reacts with a surprised exclamation. The elder explains that if they proceed, they will reach Manhwa. The young man responds with a questioning, so, his expression curious. The elder sighs, pondering the strength of the currents in Manhwa. The elder warns about the dangerous currents of Manhwa, noting that even large boats are easily destroyed there. He describes it as an area where numerous sunken boats remain, unable to float due to the current's destructive power. The young man, intrigued, asks, "Really?" The young man gently touches the elder's head, saying he should have mentioned this sooner. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, listened intently as an older man spoke. He nonchalantly picked his nose, his expression betraying little emotion. A gruff-looking man, clearly disgruntled, muttered to himself about having to follow Wasan. His resentment was palpable. Wasan, however, seemed unfazed by the man's displeasure. With a confident smile, he announced their destination, Manhwa. Their boat sliced through the water. Wasan, unperturbed, challenged the older man to a bet on who would become a water ghost first. The scene opens with a dramatic splash, suggesting a violent struggle in the water. Two figures are shown struggling in a turbulent river. One, an older man, cries out in pain as he's swept away by the current, while another, a younger man with striking teal hair, emerges from the water, seemingly unharmed, and declares that it was fun. The teal-haired man, seemingly effortlessly, leaps onto a small boat, followed by another individual. He is pursued by a desperate older man on the boat, begging him to be killed. With a swift, decisive movement, the teal-haired man strikes the older man, and then expresses boredom, indicating the fight was too easy. A fierce-looking man, his face marred by a recent battle, glared up at a woman with striking teal hair. He urged her, "Hey, start paying a bit more attention from now on." He continued, a cruel smile spreading across his lips. "You're curious about who will become the water ghost, right?" The teal-haired woman, seemingly startled, looked down at an elderly man who cried out, "A master." The old man's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, "Aye, it is. A waterfall." The old man gasped, "It's a waterfall, master." The teal-haired woman's expression shifted from surprise to a look of grim determination. Her eyes narrowed as she braced herself for what was to come. Two figures plunged over the edge of a cliff, screaming, "H. Save me." From below, a triumphant laugh echoed up from the churning water. "Ha ha ha." Chapter 15. Declaration of War at Manhwa. The scene opens with a panoramic view of a vast, imposing landscape, a dramatic cliff face overlooking a churning waterfall. A multitude of figures are gathered on the precipice, their presence hinting at an impending conflict. The camera angle shifts, revealing the sheer scale of the waterfall cascading down into a deep chasm below. The sheer power of nature underscores the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a powerful surge of water erupts from the base of the waterfall. An older man, seemingly caught in the torrent, is thrown backward with a startled cry of "Peace." His face contorted in surprise and fear. His eyes widen in disbelief as he is engulfed by the water, a clear indication of something unexpected and potentially dangerous. With a resounding boom, a massive fissure splits the cliff face, revealing a hidden army poised for attack. The sheer scale of the ambush is breathtaking. Panic erupts among the previously unsuspecting crowd. A desperate cry of "Master" rings out as the hidden soldiers charge. The ensuing chaos is depicted in a flurry of motion. Water splashes as figures are thrown about in the ensuing struggle. The scene is one of intense, desperate fighting. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, wielding a weapon with deadly precision. A swift, decisive strike ends one of the attackers' lives with a final, chilling die. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with terrifying speed. He cut through a wave of attackers, his movements a blur of motion, his hand glowing with an ethereal blue energy. The energy coursing through his body like liquid moonlight. He deflected a barrage of blows with effortless grace. He declared there was no need for pleasantries. Wasan unleashed a torrent of energy, a wave of blue light that swept across the battlefield. He called his opponents tiger moths, a dismissive term for these weak foes. The force of his attack sent them flying, their bodies tumbling through the air like scattered leaves, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. An elderly man watched in terror, his face etched with fear and despair. The old man, shaken and defeated, clutched a simple wooden staff, his eyes reflecting the devastation around him. A close-up on a man's face, his expression one of intense anger and determination. His eyes are narrowed, and his jaw is clenched tight. The scene shifts to show a man, Wasan, falling into a body of water. He appears to be unconscious or severely weakened. A bamboo pole breaks apart as it hits the water surface. Wasan is shown underwater, seemingly breathing normally despite being submerged. A narration box confirms he is breathing underwater. An older man watches Wasan from above the water, offering words of encouragement. A group of masked figures are shown, their expressions grim and determined. They are preparing to attack someone. Wasan engages in a fierce battle against the numerous attackers, his movements swift and precise. Several figures in dark purple robes surrounded a lone individual, their grip tightening as they shouted to each other to hold him fast. A sudden, bright flash erupted from the center of the group, accompanied by a sharp sound. The intense light and concussive force sent the figures sprawling, leaving a single figure standing amidst the chaos. The surviving figure, Wasan, stood amidst the carnage, his face grim as he reflected on his nameless past. He revealed his identity to the world, a decision born from years of living without knowing his true purpose. Wasan moved with impossible speed, his movements a blur as he engaged the remaining attackers. Each strike was precise and deadly, leaving his opponents incapacitated with a resounding impact. With a final, powerful burst of energy, Wasan overwhelmed his last opponent. The remaining attackers were swiftly dispatched, their attacks easily deflected by Wasan's superior skill. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, found himself amidst a chaotic battle. The Wasan sect's mountain ridge was ablaze, the threshold destroyed, and disciples were being slaughtered by a group of impostors. A whirlwind of motion and violence. He moved with unexpected speed and skill, his question echoing through the carnage. Is this it? Is that all you've got? One of the attackers, momentarily stunned by Wasan's power, could only gasp, what the hell? As Wasan's counterattack proved devastating. He moved with lethal precision, his movements a blur of deadly grace, leaving several attackers slain in his wake. The ominous silence that followed spoke volumes of the carnage. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the lingering threat of unseen danger. As Wasan effortlessly tossed aside another attacker, the sheer force of his throw sent the man flying, crashing into the ranks of his comrades. Despite the relief of this victory, Wasan remained vigilant. He knew the fight was far from over. A grim smile touched his lips as he muttered, "There's still a lot left, right?" A surge of dark energy erupted from Wasan, a terrifying display of power. As he unleashed a devastating attack, his movements a whirlwind of destruction. The remaining attackers were no match for his fury. Wasan's disciples, outnumbered and outmatched, fought valiantly against a wave of massed assailants. Gasps of pain and strained cries escaped their lips as they desperately tried to defend themselves. But the attackers' relentless assault proved too much. A flurry of blows rained down, each strike a testament to the overwhelming force arrayed against them, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The sounds of impact, whack, hit, bam, echoed through the air as Wasan's disciples fell one by one. One disciple, his face contorted in agony, stared up at the sky, his breath ragged and shallow. The fight had taken its toll. But Wasan arrived, a whirlwind of motion. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion against the crimson backdrop of the setting sun. His strikes precise and deadly. Each blow sent an attacker sprawling, their bodies crumpling like paper dolls under the force of his attacks. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Wasan sent the last attacker flying. The impact echoed through the air with a resounding bam, and he collapsed, exhausted but victorious, onto a nearby boat. A heavy silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull. But his grim expression revealed that the battle was far from over. A chilling realization dawned on him. There were more attackers. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned scholar, revealed a hidden strength. His gentle exterior masked the power of the Wasan sect's sole successor. A grim smile stretched across his face as he declared his intent to use the attacker's own strength against them. He raised his arms, a surge of energy emanating from his body. A powerful, golden beam of light erupted from his palms, a devastating display of his true might. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, declared, "I, Wasan, will show you what Mirim truly is like." With a booming sound, he unleashed a surge of power. The force of his attack created a shockwave. His face contorted in a ferocious grin, revealing a hidden intensity. Wasan's power erupted, sending his opponents flying through the air. He stood amidst the chaos, his body battered but his spirit unbroken. A sinister smile played on his lips as he surveyed the carnage. With a swift, decisive movement, Wasan ended the life of his final opponent, the water splashing around them as he fell. A fierce battle raged. A powerfully built man, his eyes blazing with a furious red light, grappled with a smaller, masked figure. The air crackled with tension as the larger man roared. "Who's going to die?" With a sudden, powerful movement, the larger man flung the masked figure away. A blur of motion against the night sky. From a distance, a man with long dark hair watched, his expression unreadable, as he questioned, "What are you doing?" The large man's face, contorted in rage, filled the panel. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light. He then instructed the older man, "Get off and hold tight in case the boat flips over." As the boat approached the end of the canyon, the older man fell into the water with a splash, followed by the man with long dark hair. The older man, submerged in the water, urged him, "Make sure you survive." A group of soldiers marched along a canyon path, carrying supplies. The word "notice" appeared twice in the panel, suggesting an important message or warning. A group of soldiers stood at attention, reporting to a superior officer. The officer, stern-faced, commanded them to stop. Seol Mun-yong, head of a fallen branch, explained that a group from the Chanson sect was in the upper reaches of the canyon. The officers questioned the location of the Chanson sect members. They were positioned on the upper left and right sides of the river, blocking the ship's entry and exit routes. A murmur rippled through the soldiers as they realized the Chanson sect was blocking the river with a boat, effectively controlling the entrance and exit routes. The officer, concerned, wondered who their opponent was. One officer admitted uncertainty about the Chanson sect's intentions, questioning whether they were targeting them. Another officer offered his opinion that, based on their position, the Chanson sect didn't seem to be aiming for them. His colleague questioned his reasoning. The officer explained that the Chanson sect's gazes and the direction of their swords were pointed upstream, not downstream. The officer mentioned Sammun Hyop, noting that it wasn't a place easily accessible by ships, and questioned who their enemies were if not the Wasan sect. A figure addressed a gathering of soldiers, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. "Gather round, everyone," he commanded. He continued, his expression thoughtful. "Anyhow, they're young and don't have much experience up their sleeves, so it's difficult to understand their intentions." His gaze hardened. "I want to show our brothers who they're going up against." A soldier responded with immediate obedience. "Will do." With a sharp motion, the soldier hurled a spear, the impact echoing with a resounding bam. He launched a volley of spears, each finding its mark with deadly accuracy. The soldiers were swiftly dispatched, their figures disappearing into the distance, leaving only a trail of their swift demise. From a boat on the river, a man spotted the carnage. He looked up, relief washing over him. "I can see the wide river, master." He was alive. Another figure appeared on the horizon, a ship sailing towards them. "Master, over there." A flotilla of large, imposing ships sailed across the water, their sails billowing in the wind. The lead vessel was significantly larger than the rest, suggesting a fleet of considerable size and power. The fleet approached a towering cliff face, navigating a narrow passage between the imposing rock formations and the open sea. The ships continued their advance, seemingly unfazed by the challenging terrain. From a high vantage point, the full extent of the fleet became clear. Numerous ships, each carrying a substantial number of soldiers, were making their way through the narrow strait. The scale of the operation was impressive. Aboard one of the ships, archers stood poised, their bows drawn, ready to unleash a volley of arrows. The whoosh of the arrows as they were released filled the air. The archers, lined up along the ship's railing, aimed their weapons with deadly precision, releasing a barrage of arrows that flew towards their target. In a small boat below, 2 injured men and an elderly man watched in horror as the arrows rained down. One of the injured men, his voice filled with fear, whispered a question. "How many of them are there?" A powerful figure, with long white hair and a stern expression, sat upon a throne-like seat on one of the ships. A smirk played on his lips as he surveyed the scene. The powerful figure stood, his movements swift and decisive, as he prepared to take action. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, felt a surge of anger. He despised this copycat, this pretender who dared to imitate the Wasan sect. A group of figures, cloaked and armed, stood before him. Their leader, an imposing figure, exuded an aura of menace. Their leader, a man with a long white beard and piercing gaze, seemed to radiate power and authority. Wasan observed the group, a question forming in his mind. Did this old man truly believe he could patronize everyone with such arrogance? With a swift movement, Wasan approached the arrogant man, his expression hardening. He grabbed the man by the throat. The sound of a splash echoed across the water as the man fell into the river. As Wasan and his companions sailed away, a group of archers prepared to attack. Wasan smirked, amused by their reaction. 3 figures, their faces contorted in expressions of pain and exertion, are shown in close-up. One, in the center, bears a small red dot on his forehead, a detail that hints at his identity and status. The other 2, flanking him, seem to be his adversaries, their sneers revealing a sense of malicious triumph. The central figure, his face now contorted in a grimace of effort, violently throws back his head, unleashing a powerful energy blast that sends his opponents reeling. The force of the attack is depicted by dynamic lines and vibrant colors, suggesting a significant display of power. One of the figures is shown flying away from the impact, leaving a trail of energy in his wake. The scene is filled with the sound effects of a powerful kick and a whooshing sound, emphasizing the speed and force of the attack. The scene shifts to a wide shot, showing the aftermath of the battle. A group of armed figures lies scattered on the ground, defeated. The central figure stands amidst the chaos, his clothing slightly disheveled, but his expression resolute. The sound effect crash emphasizes the intensity of the final blow. From atop a ship, a figure was seen launching into the sky, leaving a trail of golden light. Observers below exclaimed that he was flying away. 2 men watched the departing figure with expressions of shock and concern, one holding a small, wooden object. A fierce battle erupted on the deck of a ship. A man in white, seemingly the focus of the attack, fought back with impressive skill, sending several opponents sprawling. His movements a blur of motion as he deflected arrows and delivered powerful strikes. The man in white, having dispatched his immediate attackers, turned and looked towards a large ship in the distance, a question in his eyes. On another ship, a group of men surrounded a fallen figure, desperately trying to rouse him. They pleaded with him to wake up. The fallen figure stirred slightly. A man with long white hair, his face contorted in rage, appeared, shouting, "You bastard!" A young man, his face streaked with blood and dirt, let out a triumphant grin. His expression was one of grim satisfaction, as if he had just accomplished something brutal yet necessary. "This is how it should be," he declared, his voice filled with a fierce resolve. From a high-angle perspective, a small wooden boat carrying a lone figure drifted silently across a vast expanse of water, heading towards a dark, ominous mass on the horizon. The scene shifted to a large, fortified structure on the water. Archers stood poised on the walls, their bows drawn. "Archers, get ready!" a commanding voice barked. From a cliff top, a line of archers loosed a volley of arrows. He looked up to see another volley of arrows coming from the opposite cliff. Again, he questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. On the cliff top, archers prepared another volley, their faces grim. An older man with a long white beard gave the order, "Fire!" A massive barrage of arrows erupted from the cliffs, a storm of projectiles filling the sky. The arrows flew with deadly precision, a terrifying display of coordinated archery. The sound of their flight echoed. Fwoosh X8. A volley of arrows rained down from the sky, each one aimed with deadly precision. The projectiles piercing the air above a small boat, a flurry of shoo sounds accompanying their descent. The arrows impacting the vessel with a series of bam sounds as they struck the wooden hull. But to the surprise of those on board, the boat remained afloat, the attackers nowhere to be seen. "There! Not there!" someone exclaimed. The boat began to sink, the occupants frantically searching for their unseen assailants. "They're gone," one of them shouted, their panic growing. One man's jaw dropped in astonishment. "Nanny!" From above, a figure descended, startling the men below. "From above!" one of them gasped. The figure landed gracefully, a young woman with long dark hair, seemingly unharmed by the fall. With a soft swish, she landed, her presence adding to the growing mystery. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, found himself tumbling through the air, the force of the attack sending him spinning uncontrollably. His eyes, usually calm and contemplative, now blazed with a fierce intensity, reflecting the turmoil of the battle raging around him. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body, but his resolve remained unshaken. He was determined to protect his sect, no matter the cost. With a powerful surge, he pushed himself back up, his body already moving to counterattack. A blur of motion, he launched himself forward, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. His body a weapon, he moved with an unexpected grace and power, surprising his opponents. A swift, decisive strike brought one attacker down, his eyes widening in disbelief before he fell. A young disciple watched in awe, whispering in wonder at Wazen's unexpected prowess. "Wow, Grandpa!" It was a technique beyond their comprehension, a testament to Wazen's hidden strength and mastery. A powerful blast of energy erupted from Wasen, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasen sect. He wondered how the move worked, a question quickly overshadowed by the urgency of the situation. As he urged his fellow disciples to grab their weapons and take their positions, the attack was imminent. An elder of the Wasan sect observed the scene with a grim determination etched onto his weathered face. The elder, his eyes narrowed in focus, prepared a devastating attack. He called it the lightning bomb, a technique so powerful it had earned its name over time. Wasan, his movements a blur of motion, unleashed a furious counterattack, a whirlwind of energy and skill. The approaching figure sent a wave of fear through the defenders, prompting a desperate call for archers to prepare. Wazen's arrival was a declaration. After years of hiding his identity, the world would finally know who he was. The elder watched, a grim satisfaction on his face. He believed that strength defined justice. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, revealed a grim determination etched across his dirt-stained face. His lips curled into a fierce smile. He resolved to fight with everything he had. "I'm going to fight to my heart's content." With a sudden burst of speed, Wasan launched himself into action, a flurry of motion blurring as he moved through the air. A fierce light ignited in his eyes. From above, a volley of arrows rained down, but Wasan anticipated their attack, dodging each projectile with impossible grace. The archers cried out in shock as the ground beneath them shattered. Wasan unleashed his lightning bomb, a devastating technique that sent a shockwave through the battlefield. The resulting explosion sinking several enemy ships. The battle was far from over, but Wasan had made his presence known. The aftermath of a fierce battle left its mark on the landscape. Amidst the rubble of the destroyed Wasan sect's ridge, 3 disciples stared in disbelief, their faces etched with shock and uncertainty. "Did he die? What just happened?" One of them gasped, voicing the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air. Their stunned silence was broken only by the sound of faint gasp. Another disciple, his eyes wide with astonishment, uttered a single word, "Huh." Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the heart of the devastation. A wave of radiant energy expanding outward with immense force, sending the disciples sprawling as a powerful shockwave washed over them. The sound of HUA echoed through the ravaged landscape. The intense light intensified, engulfing everything in its brilliant glow. The disciples were thrown back, helpless against the overwhelming power. As the light subsided, a massive explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in all directions. The dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction. Large chunks of rock and debris floated slowly to the ground. Water cascaded down the cliffside, splashing against the rocks below, a stark contrast to the fiery destruction that had just occurred. The sound of splash echoed in the sudden quiet. The scene opens on a bustling restaurant, the midday sun casting a warm glow. A voice calls out, "Simon, high up. Bring some more alcohol over here. More dumplings too." The restaurant owner responds, "Owner, more alcohol here. Are the people on the second floor your only customers?" Inside, a young woman with pink hair, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, sits at a table laden with food. She sighs. "We're not fast enough on land to meet with Wasan." A man with dark hair and a serious expression speaks. "Also, Samunyap's waterway is too dangerous to the point where even veterans avoid them. With a mediocre boat, we'll most likely sink." The pink-haired woman suggests, "Even if it's you, the princess, this time, I don't think. Can't we use the military ship?" The man's eyes widen in surprise. "What? If it's a waterway, there should be a gateway." The man objects, "My princess, that's impossible. It's not right to use the military for personal reasons. Your father will be mad." A young woman, possibly a princess given her attire, inquired about the difficulties of sea travel, confidently stating that she had experience with ships. An older man, perhaps a teacher or advisor, explained that while traveling in royal territories posed no issues, navigating the Hanam region presented political challenges. The princess, seemingly unfazed, listened intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. Suddenly, the princess announced she had an idea, placing a long, wrapped object on the table with a thud. The advisor's eyes widened in surprise and concern as he looked at the object. The advisor asked the princess when she obtained the item, clearly recognizing its significance. He then expressed his worry about the potential repercussions of her actions. A concerned official inquired about the king's condition, receiving the grim reply that His Majesty remained unconscious. The attending physician's helplessness was palpable. They confessed their inability to treat the king's ailment, attributing the situation to divine intervention, praising the admiral's apparent good fortune. The scene shifted to reveal the third High Admiral and Left Minister, a stern-faced man, expressing his disbelief at the king's condition, using a vulgar metaphor to convey his astonishment. The royal guard-down band Zhou Gang chuckled, agreeing with the assessment. The conversation then turned to the state of the Byungbo. Byungbo Yu Gukrium, a government official, reported to the admiral that he was doing his best to address the situation. Juata Sarong himself ordered the military to apprehend the army's Sangsios. Because the people acted swiftly, there was no violence. Agun's soldiers were all apprehended and imprisoned. Their leaders were replaced to prevent retaliation. The discussion turned to the difficulty of apprehending martial artists. The only recourse was to label them traitors and send assassins after the 5 families. One official clarified that by assassins, they meant the organization known as Black. Another option was to enlist the help of the family known for their deceptive words. A high-ranking official, his face etched with deep lines of concern, warns of the danger of getting too close to certain individuals. His expression is one of grave caution, his gaze intense. The scene shifts to a meeting. 3 figures sit around a table. 2 are in ornate robes, while the third, whose back is to the viewer, is dressed more plainly. A small, wrapped package sits on the table. One of the robed figures utters a non-committal ichem, suggesting contemplation. An admiral is questioned about leaving the prime minister unattended. He responds vehemently, revealing the prime minister is using black magic. Despite using the sorcerer's power to their advantage, the admiral stresses the need to eliminate all of them. Another official explains that the prime minister, despite his actions, successfully gained the king's favor and poisoned him as planned. The king, shown in close-up, contemplates this information with a thoughtful expression. His brow is furrowed, suggesting deep concern. The focus shifts to the prime minister, his face obscured by shadow, but his presence radiating menace. The caption identifies him as such. An official informs the admiral that the greatest threat is the Yeso king, and he must be eliminated. Another official confidently predicts the imminent arrival of good news, asserting that even the Yeso king will be powerless. He explains that regardless of the king's actions, he will be labeled a traitor. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, sat calmly, the jade seal resting in his hand. He had twice passed the civil service examination, a testament to his intellect and character, and enjoyed close ties with numerous kings and officials. Yet, his true identity remained hidden for years. Outside, a messenger reported to a group of soldiers gathered near a collection of yurts. The scene suggested a military encampment, possibly near the border of a kingdom. Inside a grand hall, a tense meeting was underway. A general reported that the central and left armies were surrounding the Yeso kingdom, effectively cutting off all escape routes. Samseo Castlepa, a man of authority and bearing, was shown in close-up. His stern expression hinted at the gravity of the situation. Another soldier, kneeling, anxiously awaited news, expressing his hope that the messenger would arrive soon. The general, confident in his abilities, reassured those around him, stating that he had successfully defended the area from numerous invasions in the past. Samseo Castle Pa, however, remained concerned. He spoke of Yeso's king, who had openly declared his intention to inherit the throne, a bold and unexpected move. The general, showing his respect, acknowledged the unusual nature of the situation and pledged to prepare for any eventuality. The king's defiance of royal order presented a significant challenge. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, held a small, intricately carved object. He muttered to himself, expressing his disbelief that the Yeso king, a man known for his ambition but not treachery, had betrayed the nation. He pondered the situation, comparing it to the previous king's reign, questioning whether the Yeso king's actions stemmed from a genuine change of heart or were merely a facade. The scene shifted to show a kneeling official presenting a document with a royal seal to another official. The second official then examined the document, noting the presence of the seal. Another official reported that the admiral believed the Yeso king might attempt to use the upper sword to circumvent orders. A command was issued: retrieve the upper sword. The well-being of the nation depended on stopping the traitor from using it to defy orders. The elderly man's face hardened, his expression resolute. A narration box explained that the Yeso king had previously used the invincible golden sword to quell 2 rebellions and stop the barbarian advance. The upper sword, a replacement for the emperor's authority, held similar power and command. The image showed the upper sword, a gleaming blade with a tassel. A narration box stated that whoever wielded it would be absolved of any crime. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, was a man of immense intellect and influence. Twice he had passed the civil service examination, a testament to his exceptional character. His connections with various kings and officials were well known, yet his true identity remained hidden. The sole successor to the Wasan sect, he spent his days immersed in books, his physical activity limited to tending the yard or light exercise. Until the night, he was forced to reveal his true nature. The Wasan sect's mountain ridge was ablaze, the threshold destroyed, disciples slaughtered by a band of impostors. Wasan, shedding his scholarly guise, displayed unexpected combat prowess, defending the sect's remaining members. A desperate battle that left him exposed to the world. News of the attack and Wasan's intervention reached the ears of the Yeso king, prompting a royal command. A decree that demanded Wasan's presence. The king's advisors, a mix of seasoned officials and powerful figures, awaited his response. A weight of responsibility settling upon Wasan's shoulders. He was no stranger to royal commands, but this one felt different. A royal command, he mused, was rarely issued without a significant reason. A sudden shift in the political landscape. One of the king's advisors voiced his concern, noting the unusual timing of the royal command, given the recent events. A tension palpable in the air. The Yeso king, kneeling before messenger, received the royal command with a solemn expression. A messenger revealing the truth behind the command. A faction within the army, including the treacherous Agun, had attempted treason. A revelation that shocked the Yeso king. His eyes widened in disbelief as the gravity of the situation sunk in. 2 high-ranking officials reacted with shock and disbelief. Their expressions conveyed a mixture of surprise and alarm. The Yeso king, furious, ordered the immediate interrogation of Wasan and his followers for treason. Simultaneously, he commanded the royal army to take control of Gyeongsa. An official dramatically announced the discovery of a treasonous plot involving several soldiers and Agun. He declared that Yeso king and his followers would be interrogated for their involvement in the treason, and that as soon as the royal command was accepted, they would be taken to Gyeongsa. The Yeso king's intense gaze filled the panel, conveying his anger and defiance. The official threatened the king, warning that if he refused to comply, his family and friends would be executed immediately. One of the king's followers angrily retorted, questioning the official's authority and suggesting that the royal command was likely a fabrication. The tension escalated as the follower drew his sword, ready for conflict. Soldiers engaged in a fierce melee, their weapons striking against each other with a clang. Amidst the chaos, a soldier urged his comrades to apprehend the rebels. Royal officials confronted Wasan, their faces etched with alarm. "What are you doing?" one exclaimed, his voice sharp with fear. Another added, "Are you trying to defy the royal command?" A tense standoff ensued. A soldier lunged at Wasan, shouting, "Just die." The general, a figure of imposing stature and authority, remained impassive, his gaze unwavering. The soldiers, spurred by outrage, declared, "He dares to threaten the emperor's messenger. Let's go back quickly and report it." General Jungsin, a stern-faced commander, surveyed the scene. "All the roads leading outside are blocked," he stated grimly. "Altogether, the Central Army and the Left Army have around 20,000 soldiers." General Huang pondered the implications. 20,000. Won't we also have a similar amount if we retrieve the soldiers who are currently looking for Sachin? Inside, a high-ranking official dismissed the reports with a dismissive wave of his hand. "That's not true." Huang Boyne, another general, offered a sobering assessment. As time passes on, their forces will increase. Two officials discussed the precarious situation. One, concerned, questioned the certainty of the reports. The other explained that they had been accused of treason, leading to the deployment of additional royal soldiers, effectively surrounding them. He continued, highlighting the impossibility of any action given their encirclement. However, a glimmer of hope emerged as he suggested a plan to buy some time. Another official, surprised, asked for clarification on this plan. His tone conveyed a mixture of urgency and desperation. The first official revealed their strategy. They possessed the upper sword, implying a powerful weapon or advantage. Suddenly, a figure plunged into the water, creating a large splash. The figure, seemingly Wasan, propelled himself through the air with surprising speed and agility. A person cried out for help from the water, struggling to breathe as debris surrounded them. Another person shouted a warning that the vessel was sinking, urging everyone to clear the area. Amidst the chaos and destruction, a voice expressed shock and disbelief at the events unfolding after an explosion. Following the explosion, several figures atop a cliff watched in astonishment as a number of ships capsized in the turbulent waters below. A gurgling sound emanated from the sea, adding to the scene's chaos. One of them exclaimed, "What is that?" Another of the figures, pointing urgently, shouted, "Look over there." In the distance, a figure, clad in earthy tones, was seen leaping across the water, seemingly defying gravity. The observers on the cliff watched in disbelief. One of them gasped, "How can this be? Is he fighting alone?" The distant figure, his face partially obscured, seemed to be locked in intense combat. His eyes burned with determination. Several figures, seemingly fleeing from the battle, were seen running away at incredible speed. The distant figure moved with impossible speed, seemingly gliding across the water surface, leaving the observers speechless. One of them, his mouth agape, whispered, "Levitation walking." The scene opens with a dramatic aerial shot. Chanson SECT soldiers are shown fleeing a fierce battle, their movements blurred by speed and panic. A sense of urgency permeates the image. Observing the chaos from a distance, a group of Chanson SECT disciples discuss the unfolding battle. Concern etched on their faces, they debate whether to intervene, their words reflecting their loyalty and worry for their comrades. Their deliberation ends with a unified decision. They will attack the invaders of their sect. A senior disciple inquires about the identity of the enemy forces, his question revealing a need for strategic understanding. Another disciple provides a detailed list of the regions from which the enemy hails, highlighting the scale and scope of the attack. The senior disciple, after hearing the report, makes a decisive judgment. They must aid the lone warrior fighting against the Chanson SECT. He orders a message to be sent immediately, preparing his men for battle. A powerful image of a clenched fist, radiating energy, symbolizes the impending action and the strength of their resolve. The scene shifts to a dynamic depiction of a warrior in action, his movements a blur of speed and power as he engages in fierce combat. The energy of his strikes is palpable. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with unexpected speed and power. He deflected a blow aimed at one of his disciples, a burst of energy erupting from his palm as he sent his attacker sprawling. Another assailant lunged, but Wasan met his attack with a devastating counter, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. A flurry of blows followed, each strike precise and lethal, leaving his opponents incapacitated. The ground trembled under the force of his skill. Wasan stood amidst the wreckage, his dark hair whipping in the wind, a grim determination etched on his face. He had defended his sect, but at a terrible cost. He surveyed the scene, the charred remains of the Wasan sect's mountain ridge a stark testament to the brutal attack. A cold fury ignited within him. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rained down upon him, each tipped with a deadly poison. Wasan reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he evaded the incoming projectiles. Leaping and twisting through the air, his body a whirlwind of motion. He was a master of evasion, his years of training paying off in this desperate moment. He landed gracefully on the deck of a passing ship, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The attackers were relentless. More arrows followed, but Wasan, with a powerful kick, sent the ship's mast crashing down, impaling the projectiles and creating a makeshift shield. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, smirked, a grim determination etched onto his face. The aftermath of the brutal attack on the Wasan sect was evident in the destruction surrounding him, a stark contrast to the calm sky above. The scene shifted, focusing on a hand delicately picking up chopsticks. An archer, emboldened by his apparent victory, taunted Wasan. "You taste the power of our sect's secret technique, arrow." With a blur of motion, Wasan effortlessly deflected the incoming arrow, the impact barely registering. The archer, stunned by the ease of his defeat, fell to the ground with a thud. Palgamjang Elder Palbi, Swordmaster Yukong, a seasoned warrior, appeared, his expression grim. "Sly bastards." A wave of attackers launched themselves at Wasan, their leaders shouting, "Kill them! They're enemies of Wasan." Wasan moved with impossible speed, his blade a silver blur, slicing through his opponents with deadly precision. Each strike swift and decisive. The attackers fell before him, unable to withstand his overwhelming skill. The battle raged on, a chaotic clash of steel and desperate cries. Bodies littered the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Wazen's disciples fought valiantly, but they were clearly outnumbered. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fray, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. Wasan, seemingly uninjured, landed gracefully, his expression one of quiet assessment as he surveyed the scene. He questioned the situation silently. Having swiftly assessed the situation, Wasan moved with lethal efficiency, his movements a dance of death as he cut down the remaining attackers. He leaped across the chasm, leaving a trail of fallen foes in his wake. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a wave of grim determination washed over him as he saw the scale of the attack. He muttered to himself, questioning the nature of the enemy forces. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, cried out for his master as he struggled in the water. He urged his master to escape, exhausted from their ordeal. The master, however, found the situation amusing. The master questioned how the elder could be so tired. A large group of figures scaled a cliff face, their movements swift and determined. A powerful-looking man with long white hair stood defiantly atop the cliff, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He recognized them as the 7 swords of Cheon Sa. The master's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening, reminding him that he should reap what he sowed. A large group of figures, cloaked and wearing conical hats, stood silently, their faces obscured. They held small vials, suggesting a coordinated action. Suddenly, a powerful blast erupted from the center of the group, sending shockwaves outward. An older man with long white hair and a stern expression stood amidst the chaos. The force of the blast knocked a nearby individual to the ground. They groaned in pain, their body aching, fearing for their life. Another individual, observing the scene, spoke to the injured person, mentioning that Hanam was after Sammun Hyoep. The older man, seemingly unfazed, responded dismissively, questioning why such information was relevant at that moment. The conversation shifted to a location called Huan Rak Juru on Nakong Sik Judero, described as a place with exceptionally beautiful women. The sheer number of women in this place was deemed unbelievable. Bek Ok Dang, a loyal servant, pledged his unwavering obedience, ready to carry out his orders without fail. With a final command, they set off, leaving behind the aftermath of the explosion and the injured. A young man with dark hair, wearing a white robe, floated in the water, a small child clinging to him. He gestured towards a group of people on a nearby dock, a casual, "Hey," escaping his lips. From the dock, an old man with a long white beard and stern expression demanded, "Who are you? Tell me where your master is." The young man responded, his face hardening, "Wasan SECT." The old man's eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed, "The Wasan SECT? That devil-like bastard is a disciple of the Wasan SECT." The young man turned, addressing someone unseen. "Hey, old man, are you ready?" He continued, a smirk playing on his lips. "In a way, I'm talking about the person who released the seal. You should have controlled yourself." A surge of blue energy erupted from the young man's hands as he declared, "I'll personally make you leave this world." The old man's eyes widened, a smirk etched on his face. From behind the old man, a voice boomed, "7 swords of Cheon San. Bring me his head." 7 swords flew towards the young man. The scene opens with a fierce clash. Wasan, seemingly frail and scholarly, unleashes a burst of energy, a bright blue aura surrounding his hands as he collides with a hulking, brute-like opponent. The impact reverberates with a resounding BM. The force of the blow sends several attackers flying backward, their bodies a blur against the vibrant blue energy trails. A whooshing sound accompanies their retreat. Wazen's opponent, momentarily stunned, lunges forward with a wicked-looking cleaver, aiming a brutal blow at Wazen's head. A bystander observes Wazen's incredible fighting prowess, remarking that his martial arts are unlike anything seen in the Wasan sect. The observer continues, noting the unusual violence and tactical brilliance of Wazen's movements, far exceeding the capabilities of those from that province. However, they also note that his style is reminiscent of Sagong or Hyukpa, figures the observer has encountered before. Another individual confronts a man, questioning if he is from the Wasan sect. The sound of clashing steel rings out. A powerful figure, with long white hair and wielding twin weapons, appears, demanding to know the man's name. A battered Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, found himself facing a foe. The attacker, a figure in dark robes, landed a blow, the impact echoing with a resounding BAM. The clang of steel on steel filled the air as Wasan deflected another attack. His opponent, surprised by his unexpected skill, exclaimed that he'd never heard of anyone like him in the Wasan sect. His adversary pressed his advantage, demanding to know Wazen's true identity. Wasan, his face set in grim determination, countered with a defiant statement. How could the Wasan sect not know someone as great as him? A surge of energy erupted from his hands, a stark contrast to his previously weak appearance. His opponent's eyes widened in shock. Another figure appeared, observing the unfolding events. He pointed out that Sammon Hyop's summoning abilities extended to humans, spirits, and ghosts. Wasan, seemingly unfazed, turned his attention to the newcomer, urging him to leave this world. With a burst of energy, Wasan launched a powerful attack. The old man, enraged, vowed to cut Wasan's soul from his body, ensuring a swift end. An aged warrior, his face etched with the wisdom of countless battles, stood defiantly. Two swords shimmered in his hands, radiating an aura of power. He challenged his opponent with a gravelly voice. "Come get me, young one." His youthful adversary, brimming with youthful energy, responded with a confident smirk. "My pleasure. Let's go." Wasan's eyes, narrowed in fierce concentration, reflected the intensity of the impending battle. The young man launched a swift attack, a burst of energy propelling him forward. His strike aimed true, a powerful blow aimed at his opponent. "Take this." He countered with a flurry of strikes, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The clash of their attacks sent shockwaves through the air, a fierce exchange of blows, each strike carrying immense force. The final blow landed, a decisive strike that ended the fight. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, found himself in the midst of a brutal conflict. A sudden, violent blow landed, the impact echoing with a resounding BAM. He was engaged in desperate combat, his opponent sneering, "You're nothing but a child." Wasan, clearly outmatched, reacted with disbelief, a silent "what?" forming on his lips. The attack continued relentlessly. A powerful blow sent Wasan sprawling, a pain dug, escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. Despite the brutal attack, Wasan was far from defeated. With a powerful surge, he pushed himself back to his feet, a whoosh of movement blurring the air as he launched himself forward. The impact of the blow sent a shockwave through the air, a whoosh accompanying the force. Wasan's counterattack was swift and precise. He launched a powerful kick, sending his opponent reeling. The sound of the impact, a sharp SHWA, as he sent his opponent flying. His opponent, momentarily stunned, glared with renewed intensity. With a resounding boom, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, engaged in fierce combat. His movements, a blur of motion, belied his usual sedentary lifestyle. He deflected an attack with impossible speed, sending his opponent flying, leaving him wounded but defiant. His eyes narrowed, a question forming in his mind. Divine displacement? The impact of the attack left Wasan reeling, blood trickling down his face. A silent promise to avenge the fallen echoing in his heart. A searing pain shot through his chest as he clutched at the wound. His breath hitched in his throat. Despite his injuries, Wasan stood firm, his gaze unwavering. An elderly man, sword in hand, appeared on the horizon. He watched Wasan with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. The old man spoke, his voice laced with menace. "Only the heavens are above." A powerful, aged man with a long white beard sneered down at his opponent. "What a laughable effort," he scoffed. "You should see this before you die." Wasan, his face bruised and bloodied, glared defiantly back, his eyes burning with intensity. The old man's expression twisted into a mask of fury. "Only the heavens are above," he roared, his voice echoing with menace. A wave of dark energy emanated from the old man, a palpable sense of menace filling the air, as he launched a swift, brutal attack, forcing him to leap back to avoid the deadly blow. Wasan, agile and quick, dodged the onslaught of attacks from multiple opponents, countering with a series of swift strikes that sent his attacker sprawling. The battle raged. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with surprising speed and precision. He deflected a blow with a resounding clang, his movements fluid and economical, then countered with a swift strike, sending his opponent reeling back with a forceful impact. Another foe lunged forward, only to meet a similar fate. A large, wicked-looking butcher knife, seemingly imbued with dark energy, floated in the air. It pulsed with a sinister glow. The knife's handle crackled with power, the dark energy intensifying. Then, with a sudden surge, the dark energy shot out, binding Wasan's hands. Despite being restrained, Wasan remained calm. He observed his surroundings, his mind racing. A warrior, wielding a long, slender blade, attacked from above. But Wasan, using his incredible strength and agility, effortlessly deflected the blow. He then used the momentum to spin around, and, with a powerful sweep, sent another attacker flying. He was relentless, his movements a blur of controlled power. Finally, he broke free from the dark energy's grasp. A powerful, imposing figure with a long white beard watched him with a mixture of surprise and anger. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, launched a powerful kick, the force of his blow sending a shockwave rippling through the air. the impact echoing with a whoosh as it connected with his opponent. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Wei Zhen's arm was pierced by several purple energy blasts. His eyes burned with determination. His adversary, a figure cloaked in shadow, laughed maniacally as he sent Hua San sprawling to the ground with a swift blow. Another figure, seemingly an ally, watched in shock. The attacker reveled in the thrill of battle, relishing the feeling of combat. He craved more. Wei Zhen's opponent, now visibly battered, was clearly unhinged, his words a testament to his madness. He continued to beg for more punishment, his eyes wild with a strange fervor, sending the attacker flying back with a powerful strike. As the dust settled, a concerned onlooker expressed relief, acknowledging Wei Zhen's resilience. Hua San, a man of letters and the hidden successor to the Hua San sect, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His movements were a blur of motion as he fought, the air crackling with energy. He fought with a ferocity that belied his scholarly appearance. Two young men, desperate and calling out for their father, ran through the town square, their faces etched with worry. The scene shifted to a nearby shop, where a thud echoed as one of the young men collapsed, his breath ragged. He gasped for air, his body trembling with exhaustion. Another man lay nearby, similarly injured. The two young men were clearly distressed. One of the young men burst through a door, calling out for his father, his voice filled with urgency. Inside, an older man lay on a bed, clearly injured. The young man anxiously asked the doctor about his father's condition. Hua San, a man of letters and the sole successor to the Hua San sect, lay on the ground, his body racked with pain. His face was contorted in agony, tears streaming down his cheeks as he gasped for air. A trembling hand reached out to him, a comforting touch that offered a moment of solace amidst the chaos. An older man, his face etched with worry, stood over Hua San. "Don't act rashly," he cautioned, his voice laced with concern. Hua San, his eyes blazing with fury, shot up shouting, "Father, promise me you won't break the rules." His voice trembled with barely controlled rage. "I can't just leave all the people in the academy in Dongshang. I'll kill everyone who tortured and framed my father. Until the volcano is destroyed, I will live in the shadows. Those rules." The older man coughed, his body weakened. "If you don't follow those rules." Hua San rushed to his side, his concern evident. "Father," he cried out. The older man weakly reminded him. "Did you forget the warning your late grandfather gave? If you break the rules, there will be severe punishment." An elderly woman, her face etched with worry, sat on the steps, her voice filled with despair. "Who is going to punish us? Those are lies to make us listen. The world doesn't even know we exist. The Hua San sect's last resort is us." Hua San, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Hua San sect, grappled with a difficult decision. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension. Who will recognize it if I use that power? Who will come and punish us? His father, a stern figure with a prominent mustache, offered a warning. "Don't reveal your powers to get revenge." Hua San, tears streaming down his face, voiced his unwavering resolve. "I don't want to forgive those who did this to my father. I can't forgive them. It's my last request, my last will." His father, weakened and falling, pleaded with him one last time. "Don't break the rules. Don't create chaos because of your anger. You have to." Hua San, overcome with grief and anguish, cried out, "Father!" His father, in his final moments, delivered a heartbreaking message. "You must accept your fate, even at such a young age." The elder Hua San slumped to the ground, his life ebbing away, leaving Hua San alone with his grief and the weight of his father's dying words. His anguished cry echoed through the night. "Father!" The image of his father's lifeless body, slumped on the steps, was a stark reminder of the devastation he had witnessed. His father's final, pained expression lingered in his mind. A guttural cry pierced the night air as a figure, cloaked in shadow, stumbled through the burning ruins of the Hua San sect's mountaintop stronghold. The scene was one of utter devastation. The once proud structure now lay in smoldering ashes. Meanwhile, inside a small, dimly lit room, a young man lay beneath a thick quilt, his face etched with sorrow. "Father, it's my fate. It's because of my greed," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. His words were met with a wave of grief. Another figure, older and equally distraught, appeared beside him. "Father, you did nothing wrong," the young man insisted, tears streaming down his face. He continued, his voice thick with emotion. "Please forgive this disobedient son who rejects his father's last will." The young man's resolve hardened. "Even if the punishment is death for my sect and my family, I'll ask for their forgiveness in hell," he declared, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. Hua San, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole heir to the Hua San sect, clutched a piece of cloth. His expression was grim, his internal monologue a silent plea for forgiveness for his perceived failings. Even if the destruction of his sect and family was the price, he would accept the consequences. His resolve hardened. He would seek absolution in the afterlife. With a sudden burst of energy, Hua San launched himself through a doorway, his movements surprisingly agile for someone of his apparent physique. He vowed to kill the eunuch Aini Donchong and all those responsible for the massacre at the Wasan sect. Wasan moved with unexpected speed, a blur of motion as he swiftly navigated the rooftops. He leaped across the gap, his movements precise and deadly. Wasan engaged his enemies, his hidden martial arts skills on full display. A powerful clash erupted. The resulting explosion sent debris flying as Wasan's superior combat prowess became evident. A close-up on the intense eyes of a masked figure, their gaze sharp and unwavering. The masked figure's eyes widen in shock as they survey a scene of carnage. Numerous bodies litter the ground, swords scattered amongst them. In the background, a figure in white clothing stands amidst the chaos, their back turned to the viewer. In the foreground, the masked figure coughs, their expression one of exhaustion and disbelief. The masked figure looks towards a grand building in the distance, a look of grim determination settling on their face. With a burst of speed, the masked figure rushes towards the building, their movements swift and precise. They swiftly dispatch several opponents with a series of precise strikes, the sound of creaking wood and the impact of their blows echoing through the scene. A large, imposing figure is shown riddled with arrows, their body ablaze. Another figure, smaller and cloaked in shadow, watches from below. The masked figure, slightly winded, recognizes the fallen figure and utters a name, Bekno. Another masked figure, this one older and bearing wounds, looks up at the masked figure and whispers, Lord. A large, imposing figure, his back riddled with arrows, stood defiantly. He declared that he would take responsibility for the consequences, urging his lord to follow the rules. Meanwhile, another man, his face obscured by shadow, grappled with his inner turmoil. He questioned his decision to fight, despite his old master's teachings. A surge of energy crackled around his hand, a chilling display of power. He unleashed a powerful blast of energy, striking his opponent with incredible force. The impact sending the man flying backwards before he launched himself forward in a swift counterattack. With a swift, precise movement, he delivered a fatal blow, his opponent collapsing to the ground, leaving the elder man, his robes stained with blood, standing over his fallen foe. The scene opens with a close-up of a sword clashing against an opponent, the impact creating a bright flash of light. An unseen observer comments on the violent and poisonous nature of the fighting style on display. A seasoned martial artist, his face etched with disbelief, questions how the Wasan sect could possess such seemingly impossible martial arts. The younger fighter, Wasan, taunts his opponent, suggesting his age is hindering his performance. The older fighter, visibly strained, unleashes a powerful attack, his sword shimmering with energy. But Wasan counters, questioning the older man's limited abilities. Enraged, the older fighter shouts, Bastard! The older fighter launches a furious counterattack, his movements imbued with supernatural speed and power, his sword leaving a trail of blue energy as he attacks Wasan. But Wasan effortlessly deflects the blows, unimpressed by the display of power. He mocks his opponent, calling the attack annoying and lacking true power. A powerful energy erupted from Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, shattering the earth around him. The force of the blast sending tremors through the ground as he unleashed a devastating attack, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The impact was immense, a clear sign of Wasan's hidden strength. Wasan, his face grim, moved with surprising speed and agility, wielding two swords with deadly precision. His movements a blur as he deflected and countered the attacks of his enemies. His skill evident in the way he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. His face, however, showed the strain of battle. With a battle cry, Wasan executed his signature move, the Dragon Step, a powerful martial arts technique. A whirlwind of motion that sent his foes flying. His power was undeniable. Despite his injuries, Wasan stood defiant, his eyes burning with determination as he faced his remaining opponent. The battle was far from over. An elderly man with long white hair and a stern expression glared at his opponent. That sly bastard! What kind of move is that? He exclaimed, his voice laced with anger and disbelief. His opponent, a younger man with dark hair and a sneer, taunted him. Hey, old man, do you want to destroy all of your ships? The old man's anger intensified. Bastard, when will you stop avoiding me? Are you willing to fight or not? The younger man smirked, unfazed. What? Shouldn't the one who can't land a hit advance? I don't think you're in any position to tell me what to do when you're firing sword chi from so far away. The old man, visibly strained, gasped. Why? Are you out of energy after firing all those sword chis? His eyes narrowed, a grim determination settling on his face. I can't win like this. A close-up on the old man's intense gaze revealed his steely resolve. The old man launched a fierce counterattack, clashing swords with multiple opponents in a flurry of motion. The sounds of clashing steel filled the air. The scene shifted to show a fleet of ships sinking into the sea, a grim testament to the battle's intensity. An aged master, his face etched with fury, bellowed, "We can't miss this because of that bastard." A smirk played on the lips of a younger man, his face streaked with grime and sweat, a glint of defiance in his eyes. The old master, beads of sweat tracing paths down his weathered face, glared into the distance, his gaze sharp and unwavering. The younger man's eyes, narrowed in concentration, were fixed on the old master. A sudden leap propelled him forward, a blur of motion as he rushed towards his target. His sword a silver streak against the sky, a swift, precise strike. The clash of steel echoed as the younger man's blade met the old master's defense, ending with a resounding clang as weapons were knocked aside. Two figures, clad in dark purple robes and wide-brimmed hats, launched a coordinated attack against the larger, powerfully built man. Their swords clashed against his defenses, sparks erupting as the force of their blows sent shockwaves rippling outwards. The impact echoing with a resounding bang as the man staggered back, his expression hardening with grim determination. The two attackers, their faces obscured by shadows, urgently called out for reinforcements. 7 swords of Kyansa, come to the forest. Meanwhile, a burly man with a shaved head and a stern expression unleashed a powerful strike, sending a shockwave of energy hurtling towards his opponents. A flurry of motion followed as several figures leaped into the fray. More figures, similarly attired in dark purple, arrived shouting, "We follow the patriarch." One of the attackers was struck, a sharp crack echoing as a powerful blow shattered his defenses. The remaining attackers were thrown into disarray, their movements becoming frantic and desperate as they were overwhelmed by the sheer force of their opponents. The burly man continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly, each strike leaving a trail of blood and energy. A hulking figure, his face contorted in a grotesque sneer, addressed a group of people. His words were a harsh command. They were to remain where they were. Wasan, a man of scholarly pursuits and surprising strength, glared intently. His face, though bearing the marks of recent battle, held a steely determination. He turned his gaze towards a distant horizon, a grim expression settling upon his features. As a sudden, powerful energy erupted from him, a clear indication of his immense power. An older man with long white hair, his face contorted in rage, roared at Wasan, "You bastard! Stop!" The impact of his attack sent shockwaves through the forest. Wasan, agile and swift, dashed through the trees, evading the older man's relentless pursuit. The older man, enraged, shouted, "Bastard! Why won't you just stay still?" His attack was met with a swift counter from Wasan, a dazzling display of skill and power. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with surprising speed. A blue energy pulsed around him as he dashed through the trees, leaving a shimmering trail in his wake. The energy coalescing into sharp, crystalline projectiles that he launched at his pursuers. 2 deafening impacts echoed through the forest, shattering the earth where they landed. The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground. He was pursued by a man in purple robes, who shouted, "You little rat! How long are you going to run?" Wasan, despite his injuries, braced himself, preparing for the inevitable confrontation. A powerful blow sent him crashing to the earth, leaving a crater in the ground. He slammed his hands into the earth, and with a surge of power, cracked the very ground beneath him. The earth buckled and shattered, as ground erupted around him in a massive explosion. His eyes burned with fierce determination. The face of an enraged elder filled the panel, his eyes blazing with fury. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. He plunged from a crumbling cliff face, twin swords flashing in his hands. As a sneering attacker taunted him, calling him a coward for fleeing. Wasan landed hard, his body already bearing the marks of battle. Cuts and bruises marred his arms. But he was far from defeated. With a powerful surge, Wasan unleashed a devastating counterattack, shattering the ground around his enemy. The attacker, a powerful figure with a long white beard, roared in surprise and anger. "Stop playing these ridiculous games." He launched a furious assault, but Wasan met his attack with unmatched skill, easily deflecting blows and sending several disciples flying with a swift kick. With a blur of motion, Wasan countered, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. He effortlessly dispatched the remaining disciples. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, was a master of the Wasan sect. He moved with surprising speed and power, his body a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of his strike sending shockwaves through the air. His opponent, a grizzled warrior with piercing eyes, was clearly taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the attack. The scene shifted to a forest clearing, where Wasan faced another opponent. This one was older, his white hair and beard contrasting sharply with his youthful adversary's dark locks. Both men held swords, poised for battle. The older warrior, his face etched with worry, muttered about the recent invasion. Wasan's younger opponent scoffed, mocking the older man's age and his apparent exhaustion from battle. He taunted him, calling him a joke. Wasan calmly countered, pointing out the ignorance of the Cheonsa sect in their choice of weaponry. He questioned the quality of their swords. The younger warrior, enraged by Wasan's assessment, launched another attack. He questioned why the older man was still fighting, given his apparent weakness. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with unexpected speed. With a resounding bam, his sword flashed, deflecting an incoming blow. He seized his opponent's weapon with surprising strength, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. The attacker struggled against Wazen's grip, but the scholar's strength proved too great. With a sharp break, the weapon shattered, leaving the attacker vulnerable. Wasan then unleashed a swift, decisive blow, a death strike that sent a shockwave through the air. The attacker cried out in pain as he was sent sprawling. Another foe attacked, but Wasan was ready. He deflected the blow with ease, the sound of Shu echoing as his counterattack followed swiftly. A powerful strike that sent a shockwave resembling a serpent's head crashing into his opponent with a final bam. Wasan, despite the ferocity of the battle, remained focused. He parried another attack, the sound of spish filling the air. Then, with a whoosh, he countered, striking with deadly precision. With a resounding BM, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, deflected an attack. His opponent, a grizzled warrior, roared in pain and disbelief. Wazen's counterattack sent the warrior sprawling, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he declared, "Now die." He moved with surprising speed, his blade flashing as he engaged another opponent. A grunt escaped the second attacker as Wazen's sword found its mark. Another foe lunged, shouting, "You bastard!" But Wasan effortlessly dodged the blow. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. With a whoosh, Wasan unleashed a devastating energy blast. The force of the attack sent his opponent reeling, a look of shock and disbelief etched on his face as he cried out, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. One of the surviving attackers, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and awe, gasped, "Geezer, what is this? Was there swordsmanship like this?" Wasan, despite his frail appearance, was a man of immense intellect and influence. Twice he had passed the civil service examination, earning the respect of kings and officials alike. Yet, his true identity remained hidden, the sole successor to the Wasan sect. His days were spent mostly in quiet study, his physical exertion limited to tending the gardens and light exercise. Until the night, he was forced to reveal his true nature. A brutal attack on the Wasan sect had left the mountain ridge ablaze, the threshold destroyed, and disciples slaughtered. A young disciple, enraged, cursed the attackers as a bastard. But Wasan, his hidden strength unleashed, moved with terrifying speed and precision. He dashed across the battlefield, his movements a blur, his eyes blazing with righteous fury as he confronted the fake masters. The clash of their powers was intense, a blinding display of energy. A brutal exchange, leaving one of the attackers severely wounded and falling to the ground. Wasan continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. He struck with the force of a raging storm, each blow a testament to his mastery of martial arts. Another attacker fell, defeated. Wasan sent the last of the fake masters flying, their bodies shattering into pieces like glass. The battle was over. With the attackers vanquished, Wasan stood amidst the wreckage, his hidden strength revealed to the world. The revelation of his true identity would send shockwaves through the political landscape, as high-ranking officials and powerful forces began to maneuver for position, their allegiances shifting in the wake of the Wasan sect's resurgence. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, lay wounded on the ground, a broken sword beside him. He coughed, his breath ragged, as a gruff voice addressed him. His attacker, a figure whose face was partially obscured, sneered. "Did I look weak? Why'd you blast off for nothing?" Wasan, his face contorted in pain and self-reproach, reflected on his actions. He had used his most powerful strike as a last resort, yet it had failed to even seriously wound his opponent. He felt he had embarrassed himself and his lord, and worried about the consequences. He lamented the years he had spent perfecting his swordsmanship, pouring his life essence into this very blade, only to find it ultimately useless. His disappointment was profound. He recalled his training at the temple, where he was considered an invincible swordsman. Even a weakened strike from him should have been devastating, yet his opponent had barely suffered. The scene shifted to the Wasan sect's mountaintop stronghold. Disciples trained diligently, their movements sharp and precise, yet Wasan reflected on their weak swordsmanship compared to the past. Meanwhile, other sect elders watched, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. One elder whispered that Wasan was dismissing them entirely. The scene concluded with the remaining disciples cheering for Wasan, now addressed as Lord Pagan. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and civil servant, clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. A dark stain spread across his robes. He confessed, "My sins run so deep that God is punishing me." His thoughts turned to the legacy of his sect. He reflected, "The forefathers of the sect have left behind the sword that leads to heaven. They said it was capable of destroying the heavens. What can I do to absolve these sins?" An aged figure, Murim, appeared, gazing down at Wasan with a mixture of pity and awe. He spoke, "Murim, this lowly man, says goodbye. With surprising speed and strength, Wasan swiftly moved, his blade flashing. He struck Miram with a decisive blow, the impact echoing with a resounding slap, and bam. Miram, wounded and disoriented, stared in disbelief. He muttered, "What bullshit is this?" Wasan stood over Miram, his expression unreadable. He declared, "Who said you could die by your own hand?" An aged man with a long white beard, clad in dark robes, looked upwards, holding a glowing sword. He addressed someone unseen, his words a murmur. "Miram, this lowly man, says goodbye." With a swift, powerful movement, a younger man with dark hair, dressed in white, delivered a sharp blow, sending the older man sprawling to the ground. The impact echoed with a resounding BAM. The younger man stood over the fallen figure, his expression grim. "What bullshit is this? Who said you could die by your own hand?" He continued, his voice laced with contempt. "You abuse and murder people as you please." The younger man's gaze hardened. "Do you think apologizing would make things okay?" He questioned, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Why see you being such a hypocrite?" The younger man looked down at the injured elder, his hand gently resting on the ground nearby. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, bore the marks of a fierce battle. Scars crisscrossed his face, a testament to the recent conflict that had ravaged his sect. His eyes, though weary, burned with an unwavering intensity, reflecting the inner strength that belied his outward fragility. A strength that had been unleashed in a desperate fight to protect the Wasan sect. He surveyed the aftermath, a fallen disciple lying lifeless before him, 3 cloaked figures watching from a distance. A single word escaped his lips, "Huh." Wasan, his voice low and dangerous, challenged the 3 figures. "Who are you guys?" His gaze hardened, his question a demand for answers. The masked figures remained silent for a moment before one of them finally responded with a hesitant, almost confused, expression. The masked figure's silence spoke volumes, a weight of unspoken knowledge hanging heavy in the air. The masked figures exchanged a glance, their silence broken only by a subtle nod. Wasan, growing impatient, crushed the ground beneath his foot. "You guys are bothering me." Wasan, his face contorted in a mask of fury, roared a challenge to his unseen attackers. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to the brutal battle raging around him. He unleashed a devastating kick, the force of the blow shattering the earth and sending fragments flying. With a soft landing, he subtly shifted his weight, then launched himself into the air with surprising speed, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the forest. His eyes blazed with righteous anger as he hurtled towards his enemies, a silent scream of frustration escaping him. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of the moment. With a whoosh, he moved, a whirlwind of motion. He landed hard, his breath catching in his throat as he surveyed the scene before him. A silent promise of vengeance forming on his lips. These bastards. The aftermath of a brutal attack is shown. A young woman in purple robes lies wounded on the ground, her sword discarded nearby. Several other bodies are scattered around her, blood staining the earth. The scene is set in a desolate landscape, the sky overcast. More bodies of those in purple robes are visible, all bearing wounds consistent with a violent struggle. One of the wounded coughs weakly. The young woman from the previous panel sits up, her face marred by cuts and bruises. She clutches at her hair, her expression one of shock and pain. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Another wounded individual, this one a man, vomits violently. The scene shifts to a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the bloody ground below. A large, scarred man with graying hair appears, wielding a large cleaver. His expression is one of furious determination. Blood gushes from a wound on the large man's arm as he looks around, his expression shifting to one of surprise and concern. A voice commands, "Freeze. Don't move. Turn around." From a distance, a group of figures in similar purple robes approach the large man and the wounded woman. One of them calls out, "Boss, we're done here." The scene ends with a command, "Don't move. Turn around." 2 figures stood amidst a verdant landscape. One, a man with a stern expression and dark hair, observed his surroundings. "It looks like the others are almost done," he commented to his companion, an older man with a weathered face, who simply grunted in response. The stern-faced man's gaze shifted upwards, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He muttered, "Yang Chong." A soldier, wounded and breathless, collapsed onto the ground, several swords embedded around him. He gasped, "I barely survived that battle. Who are these guys?" Another soldier approached, concern etched on his face. He asked, "Soldier, are you all right?" Observing the scene, the stern-faced man from earlier remarked, "This guy must have quite the title." The stern-faced man addressed the wounded soldier, his tone sharp. "Soldier, are you imitating the Cheon-san sect?" The wounded soldier's eyes widened in fear. His voice trembled as he responded, "I'm going to send you to Wasan." The stern-faced man's expression hardened. "I'll reveal every crime the Wasan sect committed. I will have them persecuted. They will be severely punished." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Wait a minute." An older man, struggling in the water, cried out for help. "My lord, please wait a moment." A battered old man, clinging to a tattered bag, fought against the relentless waves. He gasped, "It'll only take a moment." Observing from the shore, a man in elegant robes watched the scene unfold, a single bead of sweat tracing a path down his temple. He wondered who. The old man, now washed ashore, coughed weakly. "I'm dying," his words ragged and strained. Several men in uniform stood over him, their swords drawn, while he struggled for breath. The man in robes silently counted the number of bodies, his gaze sharp and calculating. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. He continued his count, his expression unreadable. A group of soldiers stood rigidly, awaiting orders, their faces impassive. The old man chuckled. "I'll take you guys for 5 niangs for every 2 people, including the 2 on the other side. Altogether, I'll receive 105 niangs. Ha!" The old man continued. "It's the will of my master over there. In fact, my master defeated them all. Isn't that right?" Xiaomu, from Jiang Geometry Bow, bowed slightly. "I'm Xiaomu from Jiang Geometry Bow. Please forgive my rudeness. Are you a missing person from the forest?" An injured, elderly man scratched his head, explaining that he couldn't speak freely without his master's permission. He added that his master was pursuing an old man deemed God's reproach. A group of men reacted with shock and outrage to the mention of God's reproach, identifying the old man as Yeo Zhang, the leader of the Cheonsan sect. The men murmured amongst themselves, surprised that Yeo Zhang was still alive despite his age. One of them questioned whether the Cheonsan sect leader had helped them reach the main school. Suddenly, another man urgently alerted his master to someone in the forest. The warning spread through the group. As the old man confirmed that someone was approaching, a figure emerged from the forest, his face grim and bearing numerous wounds. His eyes burned with intensity. The scene shifted to the Yeso front gate, where soldiers had arrived. Soldiers surrounded the king at the royal gate. One official, his face etched with worry, exclaimed that the recent events would prove to be incredibly problematic. Another official, seated and stern, added that they were already in deep trouble, suggesting that their actions could be construed as high treason. A third official, interrupting sharply, demanded they watch their words, questioning the accusation of treason and denying any such plans. The stern official clarified that his statement wasn't meant literally. The conversation shifted to a discussion of the current predicament and possible solutions. An older official, his face lined with age and concern, pondered the king's intentions, deeply troubled by his absence from his usual place. He noted the king's absence from his usual place. The empty throne in the throne room further emphasized the king's absence, leaving the officials in a state of uncertainty and apprehension. High-ranking officials engaged in a tense discussion. One official sharply rebuked another, questioning the meaning of their alleged treasonous plans. The accused official protested their innocence, claiming that was not their intention. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them, as they questioned what could be done. Another official, his face etched with worry, pondered the king's actions. The king's absence from his throne was noted, adding to the growing unease. A bold suggestion was made, to use the upper sword to move the surrounding army 100 kilometers. The urgency of the situation was emphasized. They needed to deal with the fake royal decree first and call Haicheng back to court. However, moving 80,000 men from Haicheng's army was deemed impossible, as it would be an admission of guilt. Despite the risks, the officials were left with no choice but to consider using the upper sword, even if it meant facing dire consequences. The scene opens with a discussion of General Pahonggang, a loyal servant to the previous king. It's noted that his unwavering loyalty is such that he would likely die for the former monarch. General Pa, his face etched with a grim determination, stands before a large door. The door breaks open with a loud crack. Inside, a room is shown, containing a table with a silk-covered object. Someone says, "It's been a while, upper sword." A man orders another to remove the silk cover from the object on the table. Slowly, the silk is removed, revealing a sword. The sword's appearance causes a visible shock among those present. Several men react with expressions of disbelief and shock to the sight of the sword. One of the men exclaims, "No way. What is this? This iron sword?" Another man, looking grim, asks if anyone is out there. A sweeping vista of the Wasan Sect's mountain stronghold unfolds, a majestic complex of buildings nestled amidst towering peaks. The scene is serene, yet a sense of impending doom hangs in the air. Inside a grand hall, a king sits upon his throne, his expression grim. 2 kneeling figures tremble before him, their faces etched with fear. "Tell me the truth," the king demands. "Who came here?" One of the kneeling figures stammers, "Am my king. It was Lord Huayang." The revelation sends shockwaves through the court. 2 high-ranking officials gasp in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. "The princess?" An older official, his face a mask of alarm, exclaims, "This is alarming. How can this be?" Outside, a squadron of cavalry charges across the plains, their banners snapping in the wind. The urgency of their movements speaks volumes. Their desperate cries echo across the landscape. "Where's King Yeso?" General Pa, a stern-faced man in ornate golden armor, addressed King Yeso's court. His voice boomed. "Where is King Yeso? General Pa has shown you nothing but respect. If you take any longer, we'll consider this an uprising." A tense silence hung in the air as General Po's words echoed through the grand palace courtyard, where soldiers stood rigidly at attention. Suddenly, a shout cut through the silence. "Wang Ya, listen to the royal decree. Guards, take him as a prisoner." Another man, his face contorted in anger, roared, "Stop! You dare call him a prisoner?" The tension escalated as a high-ranking official, distinguished by his elaborate white hat and long white beard, spoke a single word: "General." A soldier in red armor nodded in agreement, his expression grim. Inside the palace, a soldier presented a long scroll to the king. The king, a regal figure in flowing white robes, received the scroll with a grave expression. The weight of the scroll seemed to press down on him as he took it. The king's court watched intently as the scroll was unfurled. "It's the upper sword given by the previous king. Show us your respect." 3 soldiers knelt before a superior officer, their heads bowed low in submission. A group of officials discussed a matter of grave importance. One of them exclaimed in surprise, "Ichem? The upper sword given to Wang Ya by the previous king." Another official, seemingly in command, declared, "I command you by using the upper sword. General Pa and his army outside the kingdom need to retreat 100 kilometers." A soldier's face was etched with concern as he contemplated the implications of the order. He stared intently at a scroll, seemingly containing crucial information, a symbol of power and authority. One official swallowed nervously, his apprehension evident. Wang Ya, a figure of authority, was addressed with a plea. "Wang Ya, please remove the silk cover." His response was immediate and furious. "You dare? How dare you disregard the previous king's order?" A voice boomed, filled with righteous anger. "I'll punish you for your disloyalty." A figure slammed his fist on a table, the sound echoing through the room. He demanded, "You came back alone?" A man in official garb explained, "Sir, I couldn't do anything. It's treason for disregarding a royal decree." Another official agreed. "That's right. This can be regarded as disobeying royalty. Kill those traitors immediately." The high-ranking official, his face contorted in fury, barked, "That's right. Execute them." He added, "Execute the traitors." But another official, his expression thoughtful, countered, "It's not that simple." An official retorted, "He's still committed treason, even if it is a decree using the upper sword." Another official interjected, explaining, "General, the upper sword was given to the current king directly by the previous king in the court. The current lord acted as the crowned prince to be a witness." The high-ranking official, his expression hardening, stated, "That's not the case, but..." A court official reported that the upper sword possessed incredible power, enough to warrant a full investigation by the king. He then questioned the succession, noting the king's lack of direct descendants and suggesting that King Yeso might be next in line. 3 guards nervously cleared their throats, clearly uncomfortable with the discussion. Another official stated that while it was proper to follow the royal decree, he hoped everyone understood his unspoken concerns. A man, his face partially obscured, looked down, seemingly troubled by the implications. A high-ranking official, possibly a general, ordered the army to move 100 kilometers away, but to allow no one through. Someone instructed the court to be informed of the situation immediately and to await a response. A voiceover stated that King Yeso was not an easy target. Someone agreed, mentioning the upper sword. One official invited another to have some tea, while the other explained that he needed to use the restroom and would be back shortly. A high-ranking official, his face etched with weariness, offered a curt dismissal. "Take your time," he stated, his tone suggesting a lack of genuine concern. Meanwhile, in a remote encampment, a man in simple, dark robes stood amidst yurts, his gaze distant and contemplative. He gently cradled a white dove, its single, dark eye fixed on him. A small, rolled scroll was carefully attached to the bird's leg. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dove launched itself into the sky, leaving the man to watch its flight, a silent observer of its journey. The bird soared above the landscape, its wings beating rhythmically, carrying its message towards its destination. Meanwhile, a gloved hand held a torn piece of paper. The words, "King Yeso is acting as predicted," confirmed a long-held suspicion. A woman with striking blue hair, adorned in elaborate purple robes, addressed a group of cloaked figures. Her voice, though calm, carried an undercurrent of authority as she declared, "Everyone, it's time to help." 3 men, their faces etched with grim determination, were introduced. The first, with dark hair and a stern expression, was identified as Chunongbei. The second, older and weathered, was Sia Suming. The third, his features sharp and intense, was named Bai Wojong. Bai Wojong's profile was shown, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a storm brewing within his eyes. An elderly woman, her face lined with age and worry, spoke of the Zhongnam sect. A hand, adorned with long, dark nails, held a rolled-up scroll. The accompanying text promised safety within Siamsio territory, urging those present to proceed as instructed. An elderly man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, chuckled, rubbing his hands together gleefully. I'll take 5 niangs for every 2 people, he declared, including those on the other side. Altogether, that's 105 niangs. Suddenly, a younger man, his features etched with alarm, interrupted. He pointed urgently, shouting, Master, look over there. The old man and his companions turned their heads sharply, their expressions shifting to concern. A hushed whisper spread among them. There's someone in the forest. The old man's eyes widened in alarm. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he exclaimed, Someone's coming. Emerging from a forest, a figure approached. His face was grim, his eyes burning with a furious intensity. He was clearly enraged. The scene shifted to a wide shot, revealing a large group of people bound and kneeling on the ground. One of them spoke, his voice laced with disbelief. Money? For every 2 people, he said. The enraged figure from the forest approached the scene, his steps measured and deliberate. He walked towards the bound captives. The old man, witnessing the approach of the enraged man, nervously chuckled and scratched his head. Hee, my lord. Well, that's... He began but was cut short. The enraged man silenced him with a curt command. Stop your meaningless babble. A scene of chaos unfolds. A group of men, their faces contorted in anger and fear, are surrounded by a larger force. One man, his expression grim, shouts an order, cut them off. The urgency in his voice is palpable, the threat of violence hanging heavy in the air. Meanwhile, an older man with a bandaged chest and a wicked-looking cleaver watches the scene with a chilling amusement. He chuckles, a cruel sound that echoes the brutality of the situation. I hope you know how much all of them would cost. Ha! He cackles, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Suddenly, a figure bursts onto the scene, his voice cutting through the din. Stop, he shouts, his arrival a stark contrast to the ongoing violence. He is Wasan. Though his identity remains hidden for now, his presence commanding attention. A group of men, their faces hardened, confront Wasan. One steps forward, his tone cold and demanding. Sorry, but please hand them over. Wasan, his face etched with weariness and determination, stares back. Hand them over. The man presses his advantage, his doubt clear. Are you confident that you can protect them? Wasan's response is sharp, his words laced with disdain. What you said was way out of line. Well, those jerks have a pretty high rank in the Cheon-san sect. Do you think you could handle it if their master were to come and get them? A chilling question hangs in the air. Why should we leave their heads intact? Wasan's face hardens, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. They killed the master of the Wasan sect. Then they killed their great disciple. And those disciples' corpses that has been cremated now is burning into ash in the Yanwabong Peak. A high-ranking official, his face etched with suspicion, questioned Wasan. How could you know such detail of the tragedy that happened at the main sect? Wasan, his body bearing the marks of recent battle, responded with a weary wave of his hand. Somehow, I ended up knowing. The official's demeanor shifted violently. He roared, You bastard! Didn't you say that you're a disciple of Wasan sect? The revelation sent shockwaves through the assembled officials. One of them exclaimed, What? A disciple from a main sect? Another official, his voice laced with disbelief and anger, pressed further. Disciple of the main sect? Are you trying to lie saying that there's a young, gifted disciple at the main sect? Damn, you loose-lipped bastard. A subordinate nervously approached the lead official, whispering a question. Sir, is what he said true? The lead official, his face a mask of internal conflict, began to respond, but was interrupted by a sudden, sharp pain. As Wasan's hidden attacker struck. No, that's... A close-up on the attacker's eyes, wide with shock and fear, as a large drum is struck in the background. A royal banner fluttered in the wind, announcing the arrival of the royal forces. The entire naval force had arrived, a formidable sight. A command echoed across the water. Kneel down in the presence of the admirable Princess Hua Yang of Yeso. Their presence commanded respect and obedience. On the deck of one of the ships, Princess Hua Yang stood tall and proud, her arrival causing a stir among the onlookers. Whispers of Hua Yang rippled through the crowd. The soldiers below prostrated themselves before her, shouting, Princess Hua Yang. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst the devastation. His disciples, battered but alive, prostrated themselves before him, their cries of hooray, echoing the relief at his unexpected arrival. He leaned heavily on his staff, his breath ragged, the exertion evident in his pained groan. The scene spoke volumes of the brutal battle he had just fought, a stark contrast to his usual scholarly pursuits. A nearby official voiced his bewilderment, questioning why Princess Hua Yang hadn't arrived to assist. Wasan, however, dismissed the notion of relying on royal forces, deeming such reliance foolish in this dire situation. His gaze hardened, a fierce glint in his eyes. He declared that those who opposed him should be completely under his control. Suddenly, Wasan's brother appeared, his arrival a surprise to Wasan himself. He questioned his sister's sudden appearance. Meanwhile, Princess Hua Yang and her attendant arrived on the scene, their excitement palpable. They had found the legendary teacher, as one of them exclaimed. However, The attendant cautioned against using the upper sword for trivial matters. It was an artifact reserved for situations of utmost importance. An hour earlier, a tense standoff unfolded. The princess's forces confronted an unknown group. The princess's forces, having stopped the unknown group, demanded their identification. A tense confrontation loomed. A commanding figure, possibly a high-ranking official, addressed someone with the words, "Show your respect." Below, another individual, seemingly a soldier or guard, reacted with surprise, muttering, "Princess Huayang of Yeso." Princess Huayang, mounted on a horse, dramatically commanded, "Open the gate." She continued, asserting her authority. "By the authority of the upper sword, I order you to move the naval force and bring out the warship. I will command them personally." A man, seemingly injured, gasped, "NGH," as a woman embraced him, calling out, "Brother." The man, now identified as Seo Sachong, remarked, "It's been a while, So Sachong." Another man, appearing to be a general, approached, stating, "General Song." Someone observed, "Did you know that due to the misfortune of So Sachong, the imperial palace got turned upside down?" The injured man, Seo Sachong, responded with a chuckle, "Aha, really? I see. Even though he is smiling, he is a very upright person. What should I say to him? I never imagined I'd run into him here." Another individual observed Seo Sachong, commenting, "Seo Sachong, that looks of him, a well-trained body." The scene opens with a young woman, her face pale and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, pleading with a man to leave her be. His face is bruised and bloodied, evidence of a fierce fight. The observers note the injuries and the blood on his weapon, questioning his identity as Seo Sachong's servant. A nearby figure observes, already aware that Seo Sachong is not an ordinary person. Anticipating something extraordinary, the observer watches as the injured man comforts the young woman, a man in official garb looking on. The injured man, his face streaked with blood and dirt, makes a decision. He can no longer hide his true identity. He must reveal it. He anticipates King Yeso's annoyance upon learning the truth. A young woman with pink hair and a red cloak embraced a wounded man, her expression one of relief and concern. He groaned in pain, his white clothes stained with blood. A stern-looking man watched them from a distance. The woman, her voice filled with urgency, explained that she had left the palace without her father's knowledge to follow him. The wounded man, startled, questioned her actions, his eyes wide with surprise. She calmly replied that she had left the previous night. A worried expression crossed her face as she realized her father would have discovered her absence by now. A general approached the pair, commenting on the situation's severity. He promised to inform the palace, adding that the princess had asked for a delay in reporting the incident. The wounded man, seemingly relieved, expressed his hope that King Yeso was uninvolved and planned to make an excuse to leave. Huayang, a young woman with pink hair, looked distressed as a man with dark hair and a grim expression grabbed her brother. The man, seemingly injured, instructed Huayang to take her brother to safety while he dealt with something. Huayang protested, her eyes wide with worry and a sharp cry escaping her lips. She urged the injured man to hurry and get her brother to a boat. Despite his injuries, the man was lifted onto the shoulders of several soldiers and carried away. He looked confused and slightly annoyed by the sudden action. The soldiers marched in unison, carrying him towards the waiting ships. The man, still being carried, protested, feeling abandoned once more. He grumbled about the rain and the fact that he was being left behind again, as the soldiers continued their march towards the fleet of ships. Huayang watched as her brother was carried onto a ship, the sound of the ship's departure echoing in the air. The ships sailed away, leaving the injured man behind. A group of onlookers watched, one of them offering a polite farewell. The scene opens on a bustling harbor at Uima Camp. Several ships are docked, and soldiers stand guard along the walls, their spears pointed outward. Inside the camp, Camp Chief Ho Jin Kong sits at a table, his expression one of disbelief. He exclaims, surprised, about Lady Huayang commanding a ship. A general and several other officers sit around the table, clearly shocked by the news. They stammered in response, unsure of how to react. Ho Jin Kong slams his fist on the table, his anger evident. He demands an explanation for Lady Huayang's presence. An older officer explains that the princess demanded his actions, but they couldn't defy the emperor's sword, a symbol of authority and privilege. Ho Jin Kong stands, enraged, shouting a command. He narrowly avoids an attack, his life hanging in the balance. A man, relieved to be alive, rushes to report the sighting of the emperor's sword to the commanding general. Wasan, a man of letters and the hidden successor to the Wasan sect, meticulously documented the recent attack. He insisted on personally reporting the devastating event to the chief of staff. His expression shifted, a flicker of determination replacing his usual calm. He saw an opportunity. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers received orders. Their commander stressed the importance of preventing anyone affiliated with King Yeso's court from escaping. He gave them permission to kill anyone who interfered, especially if they possessed the former emperor's sword. Wasan, observing the situation, saw a path to his goal. He realized that acquiring the emperor's sword would be key to gaining influence. Securing the sword would allow him to quickly gain command of the central forces. Suddenly, a princess's arrival was announced. The soldiers saluted as the princess, accompanied by her guards, entered the courtyard. Camp Chief Ho Jin Kong greeted the princess with respect. Three figures stood against the bright sky. A young woman with vibrant pink hair and a red jacket spoke. "We'll be staying here for a day before we leave. Will that be okay?" A man with a kind expression replied. "Yes, we are honored to have you. If you need anything, please let us know. We will do our best to accommodate any requests during your stay." The pink-haired woman winked playfully at a man with dark hair, who responded with a shrug and a relaxed posture. The dark-haired man sighed. "Geez, how reckless can you get?" Another man, addressing the pink-haired woman respectfully, guided her, saying, "Princess, this way, please." The dark-haired man's expression turned serious, his gaze intense. Two guards in helmets nodded in agreement. A group of soldiers stood before camp. A soldier asked, "Favor, it is something that our higher-ups would feel more comfortable with." A general addressed a young man and a woman, explaining the strict military rules. He emphasized that soldiers who are outsiders must remain within the military camp. The general offered to move the right wing of the military camp 20 miles away to ensure the young man and woman's safety. The woman expressed her gratitude. The young man glanced at two soldiers, who nodded in response. The young man, Wasan, wore a thoughtful expression. A woman with pink hair urgently called out to Wasan, urging him to hurry. Observing the princess's actions, a bystander speculated about a special relationship between her and Wasan. Someone mentioned that Wasan had been a scribe at Hanrim before leaving. They admitted to knowing little else about him. Another person dismissed Wasan as just a handsome kid who liked books, suggesting he was not a significant concern. Wasan sat down heavily, groaning in pain as his joints ached. Two figures, a woman with vibrant pink hair and a more subdued woman with dark hair, sat across from each other. The pink-haired woman addressed the other, her tone urgent. "Brother." The dark-haired woman responded with a sharp question. "What?" The pink-haired woman's expression shifted to one of shock and accusation. She exclaimed, "So, Wasan, you've gone too far sitting on the monarch's seat." The scene shifted to show both women in a more formal setting. The dark-haired woman, seemingly calmer now, spoke. "But Wai Young, do you know what it is that you brought out of the castle? You'll be punished by the king. It's not something you can just carry around like that." The pink-haired woman, Wai Young, clutched a sword at her side, a look of apprehension on her face. She smiled, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Hee, you remember this, brother? With this sword, I wanted to be the one, instead of father, to save you." The dark-haired man responded with a smirk and a single word. "I remember." The scene abruptly shifted to a violent confrontation. A flurry of motion and a loud, "UGH," indicated a swift, brutal attack. The dark-haired man, Wasan, moved with deadly efficiency, his blade a blur as he dispatched multiple opponents. One enemy, riddled with arrows, fell to the ground. Amidst the chaos of a burning battlefield, a masked figure, Wasan, stands amidst the carnage. His eyes, though partially obscured, reflect a grim determination as he surveys the scene. A defeated foe lies near him, and Wasan mutters, questioning the identity of the fallen man. "Old Man Beck." Another masked figure, older and more weathered, appears, his face etched with pain and anger. He addresses Wasan with a mixture of respect and concern. "Young master." The older man continues, his voice heavy with the weight of his words. "I will pay the price for this deed, so please go and obey the law." The scene shifts to reveal the aftermath of a brutal battle. Numerous bodies litter the ground, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Wasan, still masked, confronts the surviving leader of the attackers, questioning him. "Old Man Beck, who are you?" A man in formal attire observes the scene with a mixture of shock and suspicion. His internal monologue reveals his surprise at Wei Zhen's skill. "I didn't know you were skilled at martial arts to the extent that you were able to wipe out an entire group of your comrades." The older, wounded man speaks again, offering reassurance to Wasan. "Your servant will deal with it. You can rest easy, young master." Wasan, however, is unconvinced and questions the older man's intentions. "Why would you?" The older man responds simply, "It is my duty." The sounds of gunshots ring out, signaling a new development in the unfolding conflict. The aftermath of the devastating attack on the Wasan sect was grim. The once proud ridge lay in ruins, smoke still curling from the smoldering wreckage. Two figures, battered but alive, emerged from the debris. One was an elderly man, his body bearing the marks of a brutal fight. The other, a younger woman, her face etched with worry and exhaustion. A powerful fist slammed against a heavy wooden door. The sound echoed through the night, a desperate plea for aid. "Scribe So, open the door," the voice commanded, filled with urgency. The relentless pounding continued. "This is the Royal Palace Guard. Open this door at once, so Wasan." The guards, numerous and imposing, surrounded the building, their presence a stark contrast to the destruction behind them. The guard stood firm, a silent wall of authority. Inside, the elderly man, his face grim, responded, "Sir, I shall finish my duty." His words were a testament to his unwavering resolve. From within the ravaged building, a final, heartfelt plea escaped. "Please take care of yourself." an aged servant, his face etched with worry and bearing the marks of past battles, knelt before his master. He pledged his unwavering loyalty, his words a silent prayer for strength. Suddenly, a furious shout ripped through the air. The name Slave Beck echoed, identifying the source as someone from the Chong from Gold Castle Patrol. A large group of soldiers, their movements synchronized and menacing, approached a building. Their leader barked orders to open the door immediately, threatening extreme punishment for noncompliance. The sound of their approach was deafening. The leader, his face contorted in a mask of fury, commanded his men to break down the door. A figure, cloaked in shadow, moved with surprising speed. He swiftly dispatched several attackers with practiced ease, the sounds of their falls muffled by the surrounding chaos. The fight intensified. A powerful blow sent shockwaves through the room, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Amidst the chaos, a large man revealed himself, correcting the soldiers' mistaken identity. His sudden appearance caused a moment of stunned silence. The soldiers, realizing their error, immediately shifted their focus, ordering the apprehension of the revealed individual. Another figure urged them to retreat. A muscular man, his face contorted in anger, shouted at a woman with dark hair. He roared, "Get out of the way!" The woman, her eyes wide with fear and determination, seemed to be pleading with him. The woman's eyes widened further as a burst of energy erupted nearby. She seemed to be caught in a moment of intense shock and confusion. The muscular man, now groaning in pain, was thrown to the ground by a powerful force. He cried out, "Ugh," as he landed heavily, his body impacting the earth with a resounding thump. Bound and helpless, an older man with gray hair sat amongst a group of armed guards. He muttered to himself, "No, no, this can't be enough for this one old servant." The guards then demanded, "Take his master, So Wa-san." A young man with dark hair appeared, his face filled with anger. He shouted, "Stop!" The bound man was surrounded by a large group of armed soldiers, their swords pointed at him. A powerful energy wave erupted from the scene. An older, high-ranking official asked, "What is it?" Another official urgently instructed, "So Wa-san the Suchan, head to the imperial palace immediately." A woman with dark hair, seemingly the one who had been pleading earlier, reacted with surprise to the news of the imperial palace. She exclaimed, "The imperial palace?" An enraged official, his face contorted in fury, bellowed accusations. These criminals, he roared, had slaughtered officials in Dongchong, and he dared them to think they could face him alone. He continued his tirade, demanding they kneel before the emperor's command. Resistance, he warned, would be met with swift punishment for high treason. Another official, observing the scene, muttered, "Damn it," under his breath, his expression grim. Inside a grand palace, an order was given, "Send him in." A figure, his back to the viewer, stood before an ornate throne. He was clearly awaiting an audience with someone of high importance. An official, noticing the approaching figure, questioned, "The prince?" The scene shifted to show King Yeso and his daughter. Then, Wa-san, the successor to the Wa-san sect, prostrated himself before the king. A masked man observed from the shadows, asking, "King Yeso, is this enough?" The scene opens with a regal figure, his expression a mixture of gratitude and weariness. He accepts the gesture of kindness, but his words hint at a looming threat. His younger brother is endangering the Suchan's life. A sudden shift in perspective shows a young man lying on the ground, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. The question mark above him emphasizes his bewilderment. The scene shifts to a conversation between two brothers. The elder, a king, questions the late emperor's decision to offer a sword to his younger brother, Wa-san, in front of all his subjects. The king explains that Wa-san will succeed him on the throne, but he is concerned about the late emperor's worries regarding his brother. The king reveals the purpose of the sword, to protect Wa-san from political opponents and slander. He notes that the sword's very presence inspires awe and fear in enemies. Another figure, Samchong, apologizes to the king, explaining that he had to take action against Wang Yong and Dongchong, implying a political power struggle. Samchong expresses remorse for the late emperor's death, emphasizing its righteous nature and the consequences for those who caused it. The scene shifts to Wa-san, who clenches his fists, his body tense. King Yeso orders him to give up, suggesting a dismissal is imminent. King Yeso proposes hiding Wa-san to use him later. The final panel reveals Wei-zan's face, his eyes filled with a dark intensity, as he is identified as the Suchan. A young woman with long, light brown hair, her face etched with worry, looked up at a stern-faced man. He responded curtly, "Yes, your majesty." The scene shifted to a regal figure, adorned in rich robes, addressing a younger woman with vibrant pink hair. He stated, "The problem is that you've passed the test with ease, yet you've been so conspicuous. No matter how smart you are, don't you lack discretion?" He continued, emphasizing the importance of concealing her abilities. A woman with dark hair, dressed in simple clothes, listened intently, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused, "Such abilities should stay hidden until the future. A man with such abilities is going to use his abilities." TSK. What was so urgent that people wanted to stand out? The focus returned to the young woman with brown hair. She reflected, it was a good idea to stop and let today's event be a lesson. Have you never thought about why your father, who had no special position, would suffer such a thing? Her expression turned somber as she realized, it all happened because of me, because of my ambition to achieve success. A woman with vibrant pink hair and a determined expression appeared, holding a sword. She declared, this is something the emperor can't help. So I came up with this, tada, and save you, my brother. Another individual, a man with dark hair, calmly observed, the emperor will be stuck with a sword, but the bandits with knives won't care about it. The pink-haired woman exclaimed, boo, you really don't know anything. Didn't you see that earlier? The soldiers and the generals here, they ran to this sword and groveled. A man with dark hair and a serious expression asked, what do you want me to say to you? He then stated, only General Song is pitiful. A general sat at a table, sipping tea. A subordinate approached him, his expression serious. General. The general looked up, a slight frown creasing his brow. What's the matter? The subordinate explained that the camp general had provided alcohol and meat to the soldiers under his command to alleviate their fatigue. The subordinate continued, suggesting the general rest while they attended to the princess. The general, however, insisted he was fine, expressing his gratitude for the food and drink, shaking his head slightly. He paused, then hesitantly added, no, it's just, prompting the subordinate to ask what was wrong and if he had more to say. The general quickly dismissed it, stating he was leaving. The subordinate reacted with disbelief and anger. What? What an idiot. So you just came back here? The general apologized profusely, a heavy thud accompanying his words. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry and frustration, loudly exclaimed that if their current operation succeeded, he would gain entry into the central government. He questioned how he could possibly achieve such a high position while his subordinates were making such critical errors. A soldier, kneeling before the official, pledged to risk his life to fulfill the order, assuring him there would be no more mistakes. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed. Another official, seemingly relieved, reported that the plan was in motion, distracting their enemies with alcohol. He explained that by holding Princess Wayang hostage, and with hundreds of soldiers incapacitated nearby, their enemies would be effectively neutralized. He continued, identifying Song Jihin as the only person to be wary of, noting the presence of only Lord Wayang and a young Confucian scholar in the barracks. A high-ranking official, seated regally, commanded his subordinates to bring Princess Wayang and the sword of state to him. The scene opens with a man's face, his expression serious. He is speaking, his words conveying urgency. Only Lord Wayang and a young Confucianist are to be wary at this moment, within the barracks. He continues, emphasizing the importance of bringing Princess Wayang and the sword of state to him immediately. The scene shifts to a young woman, Princess Wayang, asleep in a bed. A man observes her, relieved that she is finally asleep. He comments on the difficulty of dealing with her, especially compared to the Cheon-san clan. Another man, a general, is shown, clutching his back in pain. A woman approaches him, expressing gratitude for his hard work. She then questions his methods, wondering if he could persuade the princess and her father to meet together. The man responds with a chuckle, suggesting that if any difficulties arise, the prince should be consulted for assistance. A man with a scar across his face, dressed in military attire, stated that his military background made him familiar with Wulin. He continued, explaining that there had been a conflict earlier that day between the people of Wulin and a powerful clan. A woman in white, seemingly distressed, listened nearby. The man revealed that the head of the family involved in the disturbance was also connected to him. This did not surprise him. He was, however, surprised by what happened at a party before Suchan left. Addressing the man as my lord, a second individual approached and informed him that the prince cared deeply for him. A third person, observing the scene, commented that the prince had made significant sacrifices for the man. The man with the scar responded that he didn't know why, but for the sake of the future, he would do it for the prince. Another person interrupted, saying wait. Two figures, their faces partially obscured, are shown in close proximity. One appears concerned, while the other's expression is unreadable. A sense of tension hangs in the air. The scene shifts to a tranquil landscape, a stark contrast to the previous panel. A lone figure observes the scene, noting the unusual quietude. It's too quiet, he thinks, a sense of unease settling upon him. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar, stands amidst a scene of devastation. His white clothing is torn, and a grim determination sets his features. He is surrounded by the faint, ghostly images of fallen figures. The sounds of impact echo around him, boink, 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 as he surveys the damage. His eyes narrow, his resolve hardening. Wazen's face is etched with concern. He clutches a small device, his thoughts focused on a swift response. I should send the signal out quickly, he decides, his movements quick and precise. With a flick of his wrist, he activates the device. The signal, represented by a swiftly moving arrow, shoots across the panel, a ping echoing its departure. An arrow impacts the ground near a startled figure. The figure, surprised by the sudden arrival of the projectile, looks up in alarm. A pow sound effect accompanies the impact, emphasizing the force of the arrow. Wei Zhen's expression remains stoic, his gaze unwavering. Archers, perched atop a hill, trained their bows on the valley below, their arrows nocked and ready to fire. A soldier, his face grim, held a torch aloft, signaling the start of the attack. His troops stood poised, swords drawn. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar, stood defiantly in the open space before a large army. He was alone, yet his posture radiated unwavering resolve. As arrows rained down around him, one soldier, wounded but still standing, watched in disbelief as Wasan remained unscathed amidst the volley of arrows. The commander, a stern-faced man, approached and issued a command. "Drop your swords and kneel. If you obey, no one will get hurt." Wasan, however, reacted with fury. He drew his staff, his eyes blazing with righteous anger. His expression hardened, a fierce determination etched onto his face. He challenged them. With a swift movement, Wasan unleashed a blinding burst of energy from his staff, a powerful wave of light that shot across the battlefield. Amidst the tense standoff, a commanding officer barked orders to his troops. "Shoot!" he bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Another soldier, startled, questioned what. The scene shifted to another officer, his face contorted in fury. "What are you doing? Restrain him now," he roared, his command punctuated by the sound of a weapon discharging nearby. His eyes narrowed, and he added, "Get the princess." A figure stood defiantly amidst a company of archers, their bows trained on him. He questioned the order with a raised eyebrow. "What? Restrain." The focus shifted to a man with a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Whoa, look at these." A powerful blow landed, sending a warrior sprawling. "You guys think?" A voice sneered as chaos erupted around him. "My lord, the princess. Hurry," someone shouted in alarm. A woman's voice cut through the din, a desperate plea. "Wait, General Song." Another woman, her face etched with worry, whispered, "Big brother." The man from earlier, his expression hardening, responded with a sharp, urgent cry. "Wawayum." Inside a tent, a young woman looked concerned. "Why is it so noisy out there?" Another woman urged her. Shh, let's go inside." The first woman, clearly distressed, asked, "What's wrong with you?" The second woman quickly responded, "Put this on first." A young woman with vibrant pink hair, dressed in simple white robes, exclaimed in surprise as someone urged her to put on a piece of armor. She seemed reluctant but compliant. Another individual, dressed in similar white robes, watched the scene unfold with concern, questioning the actions of the first woman. The woman in armor, however, seemed focused on figuring out her next move, asking for the others' trust. A man with long dark hair, wearing a white robe, observed them with a knowing smile, his expression suggesting a plan was already in motion. The pink-haired woman, now fully armored, looked up with wide, questioning eyes, seemingly apprehensive about what was to come. The sound of approaching horses and soldiers echoed through the air, a clear sign of impending conflict. A man with dark hair and a stern expression confronted the group, accusing them of rebellion. The man in white robes calmly countered the accusation, pointing out the hypocrisy of the accuser, given the king's own rebellious actions. A tense standoff ensued, with the accuser demanding an explanation amidst a gathering of soldiers. The pink-haired woman and the man in white robes were confronted by a larger group of soldiers, with one of them identifying the situation as treason. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, found himself in an unexpected conflict. He had summoned two individuals, their expressions betraying their uncertainty as one questioned, "Treason." His calm demeanor shattered as a furious voice boomed from a nearby horseman. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you little bastard? Archers, make a hive around him." The archers prepared to unleash a volley of arrows, but Wasan remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he calmly stated, "Anyway, even though I'm asking nicely, they refuse to listen." A tense scene unfolds under a twilight sky. A man on horseback, his face etched with anger, confronts a figure with long dark hair. He demands the figure's attention, his words sharp and accusatory. "You come here. I need you to listen carefully." The man on horseback, clearly enraged, bellows a furious order. "What the hell do you think you're doing, you little bastard? Archers, make a hive around him." The long-haired figure sighs, a hint of weariness in their expression. "Anyway, even though I'm asking nicely, they refuse to listen." A sudden burst of energy erupts from the long-haired figure, a powerful wave of force radiating outwards. The man on horseback watches in stunned disbelief as the energy wave impacts him, his eyes widening in shock and fear. He is thrown backward by the force of the attack, his body tumbling through the air. The long-haired figure continues their assault, unleashing a flurry of strikes that send several nearby soldiers flying. One soldier cries out in pain, "Ugh!" With a final decisive blow, the long-haired figure sends the man on horseback crashing to the ground. The impact is resounding, a sharp snap, followed by a heavy thud as the man hits the earth. With a thunderous stomp, Wasan landed amidst a group of startled disciples. His sudden appearance caused a wave of shock and awe to ripple through them. One young woman gasped, calling out to him in alarm, while another disciple looked on with wide, fearful eyes, whispering his name in disbelief. A disciple, his face etched with worry, questioned Wasan's actions, his voice laced with apprehension. As Wasan swiftly subdued him with a sharp movement, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. The man cried out in pain, prompting a sarcastic remark from Wasan about his excessive screaming. Wasan effortlessly disarmed another disciple, his movements precise and deadly, the metallic clang of a dropped weapon punctuating the tense silence. Amidst the chaos, a disciple screamed in terror as Wasan's actions continued to unfold around them. A young man, his expression one of disbelief, stared at the scene unfolding before him. He clutched a book to his chest, his eyes wide with shock. "I cannot believe it," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. The thought echoed in his mind. Is he really the So-chan that I know? The scene shifted, revealing a different perspective. Another individual, their face etched with confusion and awe, watched the unfolding events. "He's like a completely different person," they muttered, their voice laced with astonishment. The question hung heavy in the air. What in the world is he? A fierce battle raged. A figure, bloodied but unbowed, fought with surprising ferocity. A soldier, his face contorted in pain, fell to the ground. Another voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the chaos. "Come on, can't you let the general go?" Soldiers watched in stunned silence as the battle continued. Their faces were a mixture of shock and outrage. "Oh my gosh, how dare he?" one of them exclaimed. Another voice, colder and more commanding, silenced them. "Shut up, don't even breathe." The fight intensified. A swift, brutal blow sent another soldier reeling. A pained groan escaped his lips as he collapsed. The onlookers watched, their faces grim and silent. A desperate plea for mercy echoed through the battlefield. "Oh, don't kill me," cried a terrified soldier, his eyes wide with fear. A woman, her expression thoughtful and calculating, observed the scene. Her thoughts were sharp and incisive. "I don't think a garrison general would dare tell an imperial relative that he's a traitor." Another woman, her face a mask of concern, spoke her suspicions. There must have been an order from the deputy commander and the military minister. The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Who else gave the order? I won't ask twice. The bloodied figure, his eyes cold and unwavering, addressed his opponent. His voice was a low growl, devoid of mercy. "The number of people you name determines whether I cut off your remaining limbs or slit your throat." The scene opens with a large gathering of people, among them the governor and the military chief commander. A tense discussion unfolds, with someone demanding to speak only to the higher-ranked officials, leaving the lesser ones aside. As the Admiral Samchong of the Department of Defense is shown being threatened with a sword. The tension is palpable. The chief eunuch and the Department of Defense are clearly involved in this conflict. Stroh Brother observes the unfolding events from a distance. News arrives that the Defense Committee in the North, Commander Jung Ro-young, and the Capital Defense Minister have reached an agreement. An agreement to order the Department of Defense and the military camp to capture ministers from each department, with the Prime Military Department already in motion. This news is met with shock and disbelief. Wai Young reacts angrily to the news, shouting at someone to be quiet. She vehemently defends Lord Jaguk, her uncle, the Admiral of the Northern Defense Committee, refuting the accusations of lies. The shocking revelation is made. Jang Hung Hwo, the Empress's elder brother, the Capital Defense Minister, Admiral Samchong, and even imperial relatives have joined forces, leading to a question about the Emperor's fate. The Emperor's fury over the rebellion is mentioned. Amidst the chaos, someone tries to calm Wai Young down, but she is clearly distraught and overwhelmed by the unfolding events. A group of soldiers, led by a man in a red robe, stood their ground, their faces grim. The leader barked an order. "Clear the way. If you do anything foolish, I'll cut his head off." Silence descended as Wasan, his face etched with worry, watched the soldiers. He was clearly taken aback by their actions. "What are you doing?" "Clearing the way right now," he stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. The soldiers, undeterred, continued their advance, their leader repeating the command. "Clear the way." Wasan watched them, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. "Huh? You're not just gonna let us go? One unfaithful army." He made a decision. "Well, then this side too." With a burst of speed, Wasan launched himself into the fray. A whirlwind of motion followed as he moved through the soldiers with impossible speed. Soldiers falling to the ground like wheat before a scythe. The sound of their bodies hitting the earth echoing in the air. A purple energy surged from Wasan, striking down the remaining soldiers with devastating force. Two figures watched in shock as a group of soldiers were suddenly attacked by an unseen force. Their expressions reflected disbelief and alarm. A whirlwind of purple energy erupted, striking down the soldiers with brutal efficiency. The sound of blows echoed through the air. Wasan, the hidden master of the Wasan sect, grunted in exertion as he deflected a blow, his face contorted in concentration. The impact sent a jolt through his body. Despite the pain, he remained resolute. A sinister laugh echoed nearby. A group of soldiers, startled by the sudden attack, looked on in fear and confusion. A commanding voice boomed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Wei Zhen's movements blurred as he continued his assault, effortlessly cutting down his opponents. One of the soldiers gasped in terror. The remaining soldiers, realizing the danger, began to retreat in panic. A commanding officer shouted orders to fall back immediately. Another officer urged them to move faster, his voice laced with frustration and fear. The chaos intensified. Wei Zhen's gaze hardened as he watched the retreating soldiers. The sound of marching feet grew closer. A woman, her face etched with concern, gazes intently at something off-panel. Her expression suggests a grave situation unfolding before her. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and a serious expression is shown. A narration box reveals that he cleverly used Chunrajunium Gong to eliminate soldiers, setting an example and subtly threatening the Sippo generals. The narration continues, highlighting his terrifying martial arts skills and resourcefulness. Another character, seemingly a high-ranking official, questions his relationship with So Suchan. A man with long hair observes the scene, commenting on how strange the situation is despite knowing the other man for a long time. The scene shifts to show a battlefield, with a narration box emphasizing the terrifying skill displayed earlier. A series of panels depict the aftermath of a brutal battle, a destroyed building, numerous corpses, and a sense of overwhelming devastation. More injured survivors are shown, groaning in pain amidst the carnage. The scene is truly terrifying. A group of survivors, wounded but alive, look on in fear as a mysterious figure approaches. The survivors question the identity of the approaching figure, who is shrouded in shadow and exudes an aura of menace. A final panel shows a blur of motion, suggesting an imminent confrontation. A powerfully built, older man with graying hair and glowing red eyes let out a booming laugh. He held a scorched, broken piece of wood, the remnants of what was once a sign or tablet, his expression one of cruel triumph. A hulking figure, eyes blazing with malevolent red light, materialized from the shadows. He demanded, "Who are you?" A swift whooshing sound cut through the air, as a powerful blow landed with a resounding thud. Two onlookers watched in shock as the dust settled, one of them questioning, "You are?" A young woman gasped, exclaiming, "Oh, Buckno." Beckno smirked, saying, "You're late, Beckno. Hold on to him until noon tomorrow." With a swift kick and a powerful smash, Beckno easily dispatched his opponents. An older man pointed ahead, saying, "There are horses a little further ahead." Wasan, a man of letters and renowned scholar who had twice passed the civil service examination, sat alone, his expression unreadable. His appearance belied his true identity, the sole successor to the Wasan sect, a position he had kept hidden for years. Suddenly, an urgent message arrived, relayed through a method only those within the sect would understand. The image shifted to show a group of Wasan sect members, their faces etched with worry. One of them, a man in red robes, spoke, urging them to move quickly. Wei Zhen's gaze hardened. The message revealed the identity of the attacker, a Gosu who had used telepathic communication to coordinate the assault on the Wasan sect. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a younger man, likely a disciple, expressed his concern for his father's safety. The news of the attack had spread, and the gravity of the situation was clear. The group of Wasan sect members prepared to ride out, their faces grim. They knew they had to act swiftly to save their leader. One of them urged the man in red robes, a high-ranking official, to mount his horse. They planned to ride through the night to reach Wei Zhen's father. The man in red robes, now mounted, reported that the royal guards were nearby and that a signal flare had been seen, indicating the emergency. Another member, a woman, pointed out the logistical challenges of traveling under the protection of the royal guards. Their movements would be far less discreet. The high-ranking official acknowledged the risk, understanding that the presence of the royal guards would attract unwanted attention, potentially drawing a large army to their trail. A young woman with dark hair, her expression a mix of anxiety and determination, spoke. She voiced concerns about the upcoming journey, wondering aloud if they could travel undetected given the impending widespread searches. A man with dark hair and a weary expression listened to her concerns. He was addressed as Suchan and was asked if he had any alternative plans. Suchan, along with several other figures on horseback, outlined their plan. They would cross the Yellow River and assemble near White Lake. He instructed a general to ensure the royal guards moved discreetly. The group of riders, their horses thundering, began their journey towards White Lake, their movements swift and purposeful, leaving a trail of dust in their wake. The sounds of labored breathing filled the air as the group continued their escape. The journey was clearly strenuous. The riders pressed on, their breathing heavy, the sounds of their horses' hooves a steady rhythm against the night. The pace was relentless. Despite the exhaustion evident on their faces, the determination in their eyes remained unwavering. The young woman from the beginning of the sequence was shown again, her face etched with fatigue, but her resolve unbroken. A group of travelers, exhausted from their journey, sought respite. They decided to take a break at a secluded temple nestled high in the mountains. One of them, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, slumped to the ground, clearly worn out from the relentless travel. She exclaimed how difficult the journey had been. An older man, appearing weary but composed, addressed the group. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances, he urged them to rest and try to sleep. Meanwhile, another man, dressed in rich red robes, released a carrier pigeon. He had already sent word to the royal guard, but a sense of unease lingered. One of the travelers, a man with dark hair, anxiously wondered if the person they were waiting for would be able to escape their pursuers. Another traveler, a woman with dark hair, looked on with a questioning expression. She was informed that the man had gained some time by taking a commander hostage. However, doubts remained about the likelihood of a successful escape. The odds seemed stacked against him. The woman acknowledged the precarious situation, her thoughts turning to the uncertain fate of Baekno. She wondered how many would survive the coming conflict. Suddenly, a large, imposing figure appeared, confronting someone. He commanded them to remain still. A tense scene unfolded on a desolate battlefield. Soldiers, their faces grim, crept forward, spears held high, toward a shadowed figure in the distance. Meanwhile, a burly man, his face etched with worry, clutched a terrified child. Arrows flew, the sound of draw echoing through the air as archers took aim. One of the archers was swiftly and silently stabbed, a muffled stab punctuating the sudden violence. The child's captor looked on in horror. Panic erupted among the remaining soldiers. A desperate shout of "Arg! Don't move! Stop moving! All of you, stop moving!" filled the air as blades flashed. A sinister laugh, a hee-hee-hee, cut through the chaos. The attacker, his face contorted in a cruel grin, declared, "No, we can't manage. We need more men." A group of soldiers, their faces etched with urgency, conferred. One of them barked out orders. "We've got no time to lose. Send word immediately." A messenger, spurred on by a cry of hurry, galloped away on horseback, the rhythmic thumpity-thump of hooves fading into the distance. Back on the battlefield, the burly man, wounded and desperate, roared, "Arg, stay back! Stay back!" as he braced himself against a fresh wave of attackers. His eyes blazing with defiance, he prepared for a final stand. The sound of hesitant footsteps echoed around him. A fierce shout echoed across the battlefield. "Get lost!" the voice roared, filled with barely contained rage. The attacker was sent flying, a red streak against the bright sky, crashing to the ground with a pained groan. His body was battered and bruised. Another foe approached, sword raised, ready to strike the fallen man. But before they could land a blow, a blur of motion intervened. "Shall I get going?" a powerful figure asked, a chilling smile playing on his lips. With a swift, brutal movement, the general was struck down, gasping for breath as he crumpled to the ground, his body racked with pain. A wave of energy erupted from the powerful figure, sweeping across the battlefield and decimating the remaining soldiers. Hwasan, the seemingly frail scholar, an unexpected successor to the Hwasan sect, sat amidst a scene of carnage. Dozens of bodies lay scattered around him, victims of a brutal massacre. A large, purple energy sphere, now dissipating, hung in the air above him, a silent testament to the power he had just unleashed. The lingering energy swirling and fading as the aftermath of his devastating attack settled. The sound of the wind whistling past echoed the intensity of the recent battle. A close-up showed his hand, still gripping a large cleaver, stained crimson with the blood of his enemies. The sheer force of his movements was evident in the way the weapon was slightly bent. The camera pulled back to reveal the full extent of the destruction. The once proud Hwasan sect's mountain ridge was now a smoldering ruin, littered with corpses and broken weapons. Crows circled overhead, their cause a mournful dirge for the fallen. Among the dead, a lone figure lay riddled with arrows, his pained expression frozen in a silent scream. The scene was a testament to the ferocity of the attack. A muscular man, also impaled by arrows, struggled to his feet. Despite his grievous wounds, he glared defiantly, his eyes burning with rage. He continued to fight, his strength seemingly defying his injuries. The sheer will to survive was palpable, but even his incredible resilience couldn't hold back the tide of his wounds. A guttural groan escaped his lips as he collapsed. In a final, desperate act, someone grabbed the arrows protruding from the dying man's body, snapping and crushing them with brutal efficiency. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's torso, his clothes torn and bloodied. Deep gashes mar his flesh, evidence of a brutal fight. He is thrown back with a powerful force, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The sound of a heavy blow echoes in the background. His body slams against the ground, the impact leaving more wounds on his already battered form. A searing pain radiating from the fresh injuries. As wounds slowly begin to bleed, staining his clothes a deeper crimson. The camera pulls back, revealing the battered figure of Hwasan, the sole successor to the Hwasan sect. His face is grim, his body bruised and bleeding, but his eyes burn with fierce determination. He stands amidst the devastation of the Wasan sect's destroyed ridge, the remnants of the battle scattered around him. He winces, clutching his aching body. Despite his exhaustion and injuries, a weary sigh escapes his lips as he contemplates his situation. Why must I do this at this age? He wonders, his voice filled with a mixture of resignation and frustration. He looks towards the distant mountain, where the only remaining structure of the Wasan sect stands, a testament to the destruction he has witnessed. The only one happy about this is him. Ugh, he mutters, his voice laced with bitterness. The scene opens on a dimly lit room. 3 figures lie asleep on the floor. A sinister chuckle echoes through the space. A 4th figure, their face partially obscured by shadow, watches them with a cruel smile. Hee. Good, very good. If this is how it is, the worse things get, the greater the impression I make on the world, they think, a chilling satisfaction in their tone. The Wasan sect's secluded mountaintop sanctuary is depicted, a solitary building clinging to a cliffside, bathed in the soft light of dawn. Inside, a scene of aftermath unfolds. 2 figures lie on the floor, one seemingly asleep under a blanket, the other sprawled beside a sword, their attire suggesting they're disciples of the sect. A shadowy figure observes them from a distance, a sinister smile playing on their lips as they mutter. Hee. Good, very good. The shadowy figure's sinister smile widens, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. They chuckle. If this is how things are, the worse things get, the greater impression I make on the world. Chapter 32, Young Joa, Young Muoke. The title card introduces the chapter. They drink deeply from the bowl, the liquid seemingly quenching their thirst. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair savored a drink, a small smile playing on her lips as she declared, "This wine is delicious." Suddenly, a hooded figure appeared outside a small hut, muttering, "Cor." The figure, identified as Kwanje Yang Muoke, stood defiantly amidst a bamboo forest, his expression unreadable. Muoke's intense gaze swept across the scene, as he noticed a group of armed men surrounding a lone hooded figure. The men, clearly hostile, prepared to attack, one of them shouting, "Attack." With surprising speed and power, Muoke moved his strikes, sending several gourds flying as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. A powerful kick sent one attacker sprawling, leaving the remaining assailant gasping in fear as they witnessed Muoke's overwhelming strength. A young woman with brown hair, tied up in a bun, wearing a yellow and brown outfit, grins confidently. She clenches her fists, a determined expression on her face. Sounds good, she says, seemingly pleased with the plan. The scene shifts to a fierce battle. The young woman, identified as Small Chief Young Joa of the Beggars Sect, unleashes a flurry of blows against several opponents. The sound effects suggest a series of powerful strikes, slams, punches, and a final, devastating smash. The fight continues with brutal efficiency. One opponent cries out in pain as they're sent crashing to the ground. Another is thrown aside with a whooshing sound, the impact clearly felt. Joa continues her relentless assault, her movements a blur of motion. Opponents groan and cry out as they are struck, their bodies crumpling under the force of her attacks. The sounds of impact punctuate the scene. Joa pauses, a slight smirk playing on her lips as she chews on a bone. She seems unimpressed, almost bored by the ease of her victory. She muses. The aftermath of the battle is shown. Numerous bodies lie scattered across the ground, a grim testament to Joa's power. One of her allies approaches, clearly distressed. "Small Chief, please, all our men will be killed at this rate." Other onlookers express their shock and dismay at the carnage. One man exclaims, "This is crazy." Another adds, "Damn, this bitch is bad enough, but now Quan J too, what a disaster." Joa, still chewing on the bone, smirks again. "I'm sure she won't kill them," she says, seemingly unconcerned. She adds with a grin, "She's just getting a workout." Joa explains her actions further, stating, "Besides, it's not like I invited her here." She points out to her worried allies, "You know fully well her business is with you, not us." An elder sternly addresses a younger man. "Small Chief, you have to stop this. You got in trouble for killing and eating the Gaebong sect official's dog, and now this. Have you forgotten that the chief ordered you to reflect on your actions?" A young woman with fiery red hair, startled, exclaims, "What? What did you just say?" The elder continues, "Got in trouble," while 3 men behind him flinch nervously. One of them stammers, "In nothing." The young woman's eyes widen, and she angrily demands, "How dare you?" The young woman confronts the 3 men, a powerful aura emanating from her. She questions them sharply. She swiftly strikes one of the men, knocking him to the ground. A powerful woman with long pink hair appears, her gaze fixed on the young woman. She demands, "Young Joa, I demand." The pink-haired woman continues her demand, addressing the young woman as, "Young Muo, I demand you come out at once." A powerful energy erupts, causing the men to gasp in shock as they are thrown back by the force. A young man with reddish-brown hair, dressed in simple, loose-fitting clothes, stared with a grim expression. His eyes narrowed, a cold glint reflecting in their depths. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with barely suppressed fury. That woman had gone too far. He stood amidst a chaotic scene. Several figures lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. A powerful energy wave swept through the area, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The young man's voice, sharp and filled with righteous anger, cut through the air. "You're going too far, you stupid bitch." The aftermath of the clash was stark. Numerous bodies lay still on the ground, casualties of the brutal fight. The scene spoke volumes of the ferocity of the battle that had just transpired. Suddenly, a woman with blonde hair, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion, unleashed a powerful energy blast. The force of the attack was palpable, radiating outwards in a wave of destructive power. A sharp cry escaped her lips. Hup! The energy continued to surge, a violent display of raw power. Another figure, this one with white hair, countered with an equally fierce attack, their own energy crackling with intensity. A guttural battle cry echoed. Hap! The two figures clashed in a flurry of blows, their attacks leaving trails of energy in their wake. The reddish-brown-haired young man launched a swift, precise strike, a powerful burst of energy erupting from his fist as he connected with his opponent. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling outwards. Meanwhile, the white-haired figure prepared for another attack, their eyes narrowed in concentration. A swift movement, a blur of motion, and their fist shot forward. The white-haired figure's fist collided with the reddish-brown-haired young man's outstretched finger. The impact was immediate and forceful. A blinding flash erupted across the snowy landscape as Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent several figures sprawling through the air, leaving them stunned and gasping for breath. One of the fallen figures, his face contorted in pain, could only utter, "What the hell?" Another figure, a woman in a yellow tunic, clutched her injured hand, her body visibly tense. "Ouch, my hand," she gasped. "His body is rock hard." A man with white hair and dark skin, clad in flowing robes, appeared, his expression one of calm assessment. He observed the woman, commenting, "Your fist has gotten softer in the few months that I didn't see you." The woman, clearly angered by his words, let out a frustrated cry, a guttural sound escaping her lips as she struggled to regain her composure. The man continued, "Quit acting tough." With a powerful leap, the woman launched herself at the white-haired man. Her attack swift and brutal. He barely reacted, his expression unchanging as he effortlessly deflected her blow. Not again. The woman's attack was met with a counterforce, a wave of energy emanating from the white-haired man's hand, sending her reeling backward. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with surprising agility, deflecting a blow aimed at him. His eyes narrowed, a grim determination hardening his features as he muttered, "I won't fall for the same trick again." He countered with the Hangryong 18-hand technique, a flurry of precise strikes, each blow landing with bone-jarring force. His opponent, visibly shocked by the unexpected power, staggered back, only to be met with another relentless assault. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air, a deafening roar accompanying the impact as Wazen's superior skill began to overwhelm his foe. With a final, powerful strike, Wasen sent his opponent flying back, a gasp escaping his lips as he landed hard. Another opponent, a woman with piercing eyes, watched in disbelief as Wazen's attack left a deep crater in the ground. A look of dawning horror crossed her face. Wasan, unfazed, prepared for the next attack, his movements fluid and precise. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Wasan sent his opponent flying, leaving a massive crater in the earth. He stood, panting slightly, but his eyes remained sharp and focused. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, unleashed a devastating flurry of blows. His movements, deceptively swift and powerful, belied his usual scholarly demeanor. Each strike landed with bone-jarring force, sending shockwaves through the air, as his opponent was sent flying backward, a testament to the hidden strength he possessed. Another attacker, a gasp escaping his lips, tried to intervene, but Wasan was too quick. With a swift movement, Wasan deflected the incoming blow, sending the would-be attacker crashing to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. He observed the scene, a question forming in his mind. Why weren't the expected spectral reinforcements engaging the attackers? A female warrior, her eyes blazing with fury, confronted Wasan. "You won't stop, will you?" she demanded. Wazen's response was swift and deadly. "You're dead meat," he declared, launching another attack. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, their movements a blur of motion against the bright sky. This was the beginning of Wazen's public emergence as a formidable warrior. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, found himself thrust into a desperate battle. His eyes widened in shock and fear as he braced himself for the incoming attack. A mysterious figure, cloaked and watchful, observed the unfolding chaos from a distance. A question mark hung in the air, reflecting the uncertainty of the situation. Amidst the carnage, two figures emerged, Elder Chai Wonbei and Elder Peng Dukhe, their arrival a beacon of hope amidst the destruction. The question of their presence hung heavy in the air. The sight of the elders caused a ripple of surprise among the surviving disciples. Their arrival was unexpected, a glimmer of hope in the face of overwhelming despair. They flinched, anticipating the elders' reaction to the scene before them. Meanwhile, a young woman, small chief Yong Joa, approached the elders, her question hanging in the air, "What brings you here?" Another figure, seemingly powerful, revealed a jade staff. This was no ordinary weapon. It was the Tagu staff, a symbol of the beggar's sect chief. The cloaked figure's eyes widened in recognition of the Tagu staff, understanding the implications of its appearance. The elders, along with the surviving disciples, knelt before the mysterious figure, acknowledging their authority and power. A sense of anticipation filled the air as they awaited the figure's next move. Yong Joa, however, remained defiant, her gaze unwavering as she prepared for whatever was to come. From this moment on, the fate of the Wasan sect would hang in the balance. An old man, his face etched with worry and determination, leveled an accusatory finger at Wasan. He declared that Wasan was the chief of the beggar's sect. Wasan reacted instantly, a staff appearing in his hands with a resounding thud. His eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of shock and something akin to grim resolve. From this moment on, the story of Wasan begins. He is a seemingly frail scholar, twice having passed the civil service examination and well-respected among the kingdom's elite. Yet, unbeknownst to most, he is the sole successor to the Wasan sect. An elder, his face etched with worry, reveals a shocking truth to Wasan. He is the chief of the Begar's sect. Wasan reacts with a sharp intake of breath, the weight of this revelation settling upon him. The sound of a heavy thud echoes in the silence. The scene shifts to a devastated landscape. Wasan confronts the elder, questioning the claim. He demands to know why he should be the chief. The elder explains that the staff, a symbol of the chief, is in Wasan's possession. He points out the decimated Wasan sect disciples scattered across the ground. The elder continues, revealing that the main branch of the sect was shut down 2 days prior, and that the chief and all branch masters have been arrested. His face contorted in a mixture of anger and grief. An older man, his face etched with worry, pleaded with a younger, fiery-haired martial artist. He urged the younger fighter to stand down, but the young warrior, fueled by righteous anger, roared, demanding the elder to get out of their way. The elder, despite the young warrior's aggression, calmly requested that they calm down first. Ignoring the elder's plea, the young warrior doubled down, repeating their demand to move. The elder, his face now showing a mixture of determination and resignation, addressed the young warrior as small chief. The young warrior unleashed a powerful strike, sending the elder flying backward with a pained grunt. The impact created a small shockwave as the elder crashed into the ground, leaving the young warrior standing victorious, but clearly not without a cost. The young warrior, now even more enraged, vowed to show no mercy to anyone who stood in their path. With a swift, decisive blow, the young warrior struck the elder again, the impact echoing with a resounding BM. A young woman, Miss Yang, was carried through the air, her body limp. She was clearly injured, her clothes disheveled. Below, an older man watched with a grim expression. She landed with a heavy thunk, the impact echoing the gravity of the situation. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, carefully tended to Miss Yang's wounds. He expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Miss Yang." Several other figures, presumably members of the Wasan sect, gathered around, their faces etched with worry. One spoke, expressing hope for Miss Yang's swift recovery and noting her stubborn nature, similar to her father. They knew they had to act before she awoke. Wasan, his gaze fixed on Miss Yang, was asked about his plan. His expression was serious. He revealed his intention to seek help from Xian, explaining that since their chief was on good terms with King Yeso, requesting the king's assistance was worth a try. Another member of the sect pointed out the gravity of their situation. They were not only being pursued by imperial guards, but also by imperial intelligence officers. The strict laws governing sects made securing outside help unlikely. A collective sigh filled the room as the weight of their predicament settled upon them. One of the men then instructed Miss Yang to return to her duties as commissioner as soon as possible. Suddenly, a young man, seemingly impatient, smashed a stone object with a powerful blow, the sound echoing the urgency of their situation. Yang Muo-Kei, a young martial artist, confidently asserted that Magong hand techniques were far more powerful and impressive than mere fisticuffs. Meanwhile, Yong Joa, another disciple, declared her intention to reach the highest level of Magong one day, dismissing Muo-Kei's interruption. Joa demonstrated a powerful punch, her focus unwavering. A calm voice offered to help and soothed Joa. The speaker, a woman with striking silver hair, cautiously approached. The woman revealed the devastating news. The Wasan sect temple had been burned to the ground by an unknown group of monks, and all the disciples had been killed. This shocking revelation left the others speechless. Adding to the grim news, the commissioner's affiliation with the Shaolin sect was revealed, causing a surge of shock and disbelief. A strategy was proposed, using disguised mercenaries as members of the national army to strike at their enemies undetected. General Song's plan was accepted by Hua-san, who was relaxing comfortably. The focus shifted to Su-chan, whose royal highness was identified as the source of the problem. Princess Hua, a young woman with pink hair, blushed as her brother made comments about her beauty. He insisted that no matter what they do, she will always stand out because of her age and appearance. The princess, still slightly embarrassed, commented that her brother was terrible for making such remarks. They continued their journey on horseback. Meanwhile, a man was seen sleeping peacefully by a river, seemingly oblivious to the group's passing. Hua-san, appearing stern, shouted at the sleeping man to wake up immediately. Startled, the man flinched awake. The man, an older gentleman, stood up and announced his arrival to Hua-san. Hua-san questioned the man's tardiness, wondering why he hadn't arrived sooner. The older man claimed he had just arrived, but Hua-san saw through his lie, revealing that he had been sleeping. Despite this, a nearby observer noted the man's remarkable feat of escaping after holding the commander hostage. A group of people, including an older man and several others in varying attire, stood amidst a landscape dotted with animals. One of them questioned the origin of the animals, expressing concern over their acquisition. The older man nonchalantly explained that the animals' owners had been killed, leaving them available to take. Another individual reacted with disbelief and horror to this revelation, questioning the group's intentions to sell the animals. A pause in the conversation occurred as one of the individuals asked for a moment to consider the situation. One of the individuals, a woman with dark hair, pondered the situation thoughtfully. Elsewhere, a young woman with pink hair wept openly, overwhelmed with distress. The pink-haired woman vehemently protested, declaring herself royalty and invoking the severe punishment of lèse-majesté. Bound and surrounded by armed men, the pink-haired woman's distress was palpable. One of the men smirked, finding the situation amusing and commenting on its perfection. Another man attempted to dismiss the pink-haired woman's claims of royalty, arguing that lèse-majesté only applies to crimes against the king, not her. A scarred man with a mischievous grin declared their allegiance. From now on, we belong to the evil faction. We are the one-eyed, three-woong brothers. He continued, introducing himself and his brothers. I am the eldest, Big Woong, and General Song is the second eldest, Two Woong. Baekno is the youngest, Three Woong. The group, including a bound woman, found their names amusing. The eldest brother responded to her comment about his age. You're the youngest among us, so why are you the eldest Woong? Wouldn't it be strange for me to be the youngest with my white hair? The eldest brother explained their ranking system. As members of the evil faction, we don't care about age. The order is based on ability. The eldest brother continued his argument. That means I shouldn't be Two Woong. Another member of the group added. He was born a slave and looks like one too, therefore he should be the lowest member. Big Woong commented on their clever ploy. Ahem. The ploy is quite clever. People tend to avoid those who look like members of the evil faction. The woman protested. Why am I the only one who has to be tied up like this? I want to be part of the evil faction too. We'll be the one-eyed Four Woongs. General Song dismissed her. How could you possibly pass for a member of the evil faction? It doesn't work with your face. The most fitting role for you is a girl that is held captive and about to be sold. Don't you agree, General Song? Let's practice. Hua-san, a man of letters and quiet demeanor, unexpectedly revealed a steely gaze. His expression hardened, a stark contrast to his usual scholarly appearance. He pointed an accusing finger, his rage barely contained. Bound and terrified, three figures cowered before him. Two men and a woman, their captors. One of the men, his face contorted in fear, was addressed with a furious, "You bitch." Two men, one with a large axe, stood over three bound captives. One of the captives, a young woman with pink hair, looked on with wide eyes. The other two captives, an older man and a younger man, appeared equally terrified. The axeman addressed his companion, asking if he was ready to begin their practice. The second man, his face grim, pointed a finger at the captives and confirmed that he was ready. The axeman let out a roar, and the panel shows the three captives reacting with fear to his outburst. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened in shock and anger. She demanded to know if the man had just called her a bitch. The axeman, seemingly unfazed, explained that he had only called her a hostage and that she should look scared. The older captive looked on in disbelief, muttering that this was a bit much. The axeman continued, stating that the first time is difficult, but it gets easier with practice, again addressing the pink-haired woman as bitch. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, bound and clearly distressed, glared defiantly. The sound of slaps echoed as she was urged to speak again. She threatened to tell her father, but an older man with gray hair, his face etched with anger, interrupted her, calling her a bitch. Another figure stood silently nearby. The older man continued his insults, his anger escalating. The young woman's companions remained tense. Tears welled in the young woman's eyes as she was again called a bitch, her distress palpable. One of her companions, unimpressed by her show of distress, criticized her unconvincing performance. He instructed her to try harder to appear as though she belonged to the opposing faction. The young woman, Young, was again berated, this time with even more vitriol. Another voice, seemingly more authoritative, commanded her to be quiet, instructing her on the proper way to proceed. A procession of people, including Young and her companions, approached the gate, ready to pass through. Amidst the bustling sounds of a marketplace, 2 guards accosted a group of merchants. "You look suspicious," one guard declared. "Move to the side." The merchants protested. "Suspicious? I told you, we have business at the White Tiger Court. For goodness sake, we're just merchants." Elsewhere, a different group of guards roughly ordered a crowd to disperse. "Be quiet and move over to the side," they commanded. 2 individuals, seemingly involved in the earlier altercation, watched the scene unfold. One, a man with a stern expression, urged the other, a woman with fiery red hair, forward. "Come on, let's go," he said. The woman, seething with anger, muttered, "GRR, I will make you pay for shaming me." The man and woman continued their journey, their conversation overheard by a nearby group. "If you keep on like that, we'll get found out. We need to hurry up and rescue the king." Their approach was suddenly interrupted by a group of guards. A surprised guard exclaimed, "Huh." Meanwhile, 3 figures, seemingly the leaders of the earlier group of guards, chuckled menacingly. One of the guards dismissed the situation. "Evil faction people are nothing but trouble. Just send them through." The scene shifts to a lively tavern, where a group of men are enjoying themselves. "Bring us wine," one of them shouts. Another adds, "Wahaha, you fool." Suddenly, a group of people forcefully enter the tavern. "Make way for us," they demanded, their arrival causing a commotion. The scene opens on 2 young people, their faces etched with sorrow and fear. Silence hangs heavy in the air. Suddenly, a desperate cry pierces the quiet. "Big brother!" 3 figures bound and gagged are dragged into view. A stern-faced individual appears, their weapon drawn. "Why is it so noisy in here? Shall I make mincemeat out of all of you?" One of the onlookers observes the scene, muttering, "Arg? They're evil faction people." Another onlooker reacts with disgust, exclaiming, "Gasps! Even their faces are ugly. Damn, let's get out of here." A nervous shopkeeper tries to placate the situation, nervously offering, "Sirs, please make yourselves comfortable here." The bound individuals defiantly declare, "Damn you, what do you take us for? We're the one-eyed 3 woungs. Unless you want us to die, take us upstairs immediately." Their captors roughly urge them onward, shouting, "Stop dragging your feet and get a move on." A bystander whispers their suspicions. "Gosh, they must be selling that young girl to a pleasure house." A thought bubble reveals the onlooker's shock. The youngest among them is the highest-ranking member. They comment on the evil faction's lack of morals. A group of men, including one with red hair, are seated at tables in a restaurant. They demand the best food and wine, stating that business will only be conducted after they are properly served. The men continue to eat and drink boisterously. Their loud consumption is punctuated by a command to hurry up. Meanwhile, a quieter figure in white robes calmly eats their meal, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. The red-haired man abruptly yanks a woman's hair, demanding she eat faster. He threatens to make her sit on the floor if she doesn't comply. Another man suggests beating the woman to make her behave, prompting his companion to suggest they sell her quickly and leave. The woman, close to tears, states that she is on the verge of losing it. The woman's eyes flash with anger as she glares at her tormentors. The red-haired man decides to take the woman to another room. A young woman, her face etched with worry, is observed by a man. He comments that the situation would be better if something were done, noting by her expression that she is on the verge of a breakdown. Inside a room, several figures are gathered around a table. One of them, addressing another, praises their patience and instructs them to take the young woman upstairs for a rest. The young woman, eyes wide with disbelief and anger, vehemently questions the suggestion to take a break, incredulous at the idea. A loud thud echoes as the young woman is forcefully restrained. She struggles, gnashing her teeth in frustration. One of the men, addressing the struggling young woman, crudely urges her to go to a room with him. Another man, observing the scene, looks on with a curious expression, a question mark floating above his head. A different man, appearing calm and collected, approaches a woman and asks if she is alone. The woman replies that she, too, is alone. Another man, nearby, expresses his annoyance at the situation. The calm man suggests they share a drink together, given their shared circumstance. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, sat calmly, sipping from a small bowl. His expression was one of quiet disdain as he uttered a single, dismissive command. "Get lost." A young woman, her face contorted in a furious grimace, glared at the man who had just insulted her. Her anger was palpable. The man, seemingly unfazed by her anger, chuckled. "Although, that's cute," he remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. "I like cold women. Let's get to know each other better." He gestured towards a different location, suggesting a more private encounter. The young woman's fury intensified. With a sharp intake of breath, she roared, "Shut your mouth." She lunged forward, her attacks swift and brutal. The man, however, remained calm, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. A look of surprise crossed the young woman's face as she found herself suddenly disarmed and off balance. A swift, powerful strike sent the young woman reeling, her body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. The scene ended with the defeated disciple groaning in pain, his body sprawled across the ground. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, lay injured on the ground. His breath hitched in his chest, a testament to the brutal battle he had just endured. A faint whisper escaped his lips. "Follow me, you treacherous dog." Two figures stood over him, their expressions grim. One, a woman with fiery hair, glared down with undisguised hatred. The other, cloaked in white, spoke with chilling calm. "Do you have a death wish?" The scene opens with a chaotic clash. Two figures are sent sprawling by a powerful blow, the impact echoing with a resounding smash. A moment later, a heavily muscled, one-eyed older man crashes to the ground, groaning, "Sir." Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair and a headband lies injured on the ground, his mouth agape in shock. A young woman with fiery brown hair confronts a cloaked figure. She snarls, "Follow me, you lecherous dog." The cloaked figure calmly replies, "Do you have a death wish?" Two older men, their faces etched with worry, exchange a weary sigh. A young woman shouts an order, "Take the girl from upstairs." Now, her subordinates respond with a roar of yes. A young man, witnessing the scene, asks, "Who are these people?" Another person responds urgently, "Beck, no, they're rebels. Kill them all." A group of armed rebels surrounded a building. Their leader, a stern-faced man in a white robe, looked up, a question forming on his lips, realizing with a jolt that it was a trap. Inside, a young woman, a princess judging by her attire, pleaded with a burly guard. "Your Royal Highness," he said, "please don't be angry. The situation demands." A man with a scar across his face stared blankly ahead, his expression unreadable. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the silence. The princess gasped, "Huh? Teacher, isn't this brother's signal for us to leave?" The guard urged the princess to escape immediately. "Your Royal Highness," he insisted, "we must escape." Meanwhile, the scarred man observed the scene from above, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Were there this many rebels? He ordered everyone on the third floor to remain still. Everyone from the first to the third floor. Nobody moves a single step. The rebels below demanded that he reveal his identity. One of them urged their leader to escape with the princess. A group of martial artists, including a woman with fiery orange hair, confronted a man with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail. He expressed doubt, stating that he didn't think their conflict was over, while the others insisted on finishing what they started. The dark-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips, challenged them, asking if they agreed with his assessment. The woman with orange hair, her face contorted in anger, retorted that he was the one who would die. The woman lunged forward, unleashing a fierce attack. Her blow connected, sending her opponent crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The impact of the attack sent a shockwave through the air. Another opponent cried out in pain as they were struck. An older man, wielding a staff, appeared, surprised by the woman's skill, exclaiming that she was a master. He was sent flying by a powerful blow, crashing through a nearby wall. Another opponent was sent flying through the air by a powerful force. The woman's attack continued, striking another opponent with a powerful blow. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stood poised, his long white hair flowing behind him. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from his hands as he prepared himself. A sudden burst of energy erupted from him, sending a shockwave through the damaged Wasan sect building. The disciples watched in stunned silence, whispering, "What the hell?" as the scene unfolded before them. The chaos continued outside. Amidst the destruction, onlookers gasped, questioning how an elder had been defeated with a single blow. A grizzled, observant man narrowed his eyes, noticing something peculiar. He muttered to himself, "Those things they carry on their backs are not swords. Where are you looking?" A muscular man, wielding a wicked-looking cleaver, launched a brutal attack. His swift movement was a blur as he charged toward his opponents. But Wasan, having observed the situation, declared, "Time for me to join in then. Show me what you've got." Wasan moved with surprising speed and agility, effortlessly dodging attacks and countering with precise strikes. He engaged multiple opponents simultaneously, sending one opponent sprawling to the ground with a powerful kick, and then unleashing a flurry of blindingly fast strikes, each one perfectly aimed and devastatingly effective. The sounds of thudding blows filled the air as his opponents fell. Two men, their faces etched with shock and fear, stared wide-eyed at something unseen. Their expressions spoke of a sudden, unexpected event. A violent clash erupted nearby. One of the men, pointing a trembling finger, identified the attackers as Murim people. The other, more seasoned warrior, surmised that they belonged to the Justice faction. A swift, brutal fight ensued. A young man, seemingly caught off guard, reacted defensively, while an older man was struck, his body recoiling from the impact. A woman, her eyes blazing with determination, moved with surprising speed, her attack a blur of motion. A scene shifted to reveal a figure, their eyes glowing with intense power, a silent promise of retribution. A building exploded in a shower of debris, the aftermath of a devastating attack. Amidst the chaos, a man stood defiantly, confirming the attacker's affiliation with the Murim Justice faction. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the destruction around him. A young woman watched in disbelief as a powerful attack was effortlessly blocked. Her shock was palpable. Three individuals, their faces a mixture of awe and terror, stared in stunned silence at the display of overwhelming power. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, displayed unexpected prowess. He effortlessly executed the ghost-busting staff technique and the whirlwind kick, his movements a blur of controlled power, leaving his opponents reeling. The scene shifted to a tense confrontation involving members of the Beggar's Sect and a Shaolin monk, their argument escalating rapidly. Accusations of treason flew as the monk confronted the others. A witness observing the chaotic scene, commenting on the unexpected alliance between the Beggar's Sect and the Shaolin sect. The focus returned to Wasan, who was clearly surprised by the turn of events. He questioned his involvement, wondering why Imperial intelligence would be interested in him. He attempted to de-escalate the situation, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But his words were met with suspicion. A woman with pink hair stood silently, her back to the viewer, observing the unfolding drama. The scene shifted again, showing a group of men discussing the situation, their expressions a mixture of concern and suspicion. Another group of men, seemingly more aggressive, appeared, their leader a large, imposing figure. The tension escalated further as two men, seemingly in authority, demanded respect, foreshadowing an imminent conflict. Princess Weiyang of the House of Yeso was introduced to the scene. She is the center of attention, standing tall and confident. A loud boom echoed through the room as the princess addressed the assembled crowd. She calmly requested everyone arise. Princess Weiyang stood before a large group of people, her presence commanding respect and attention. The scene shows the aftermath of a significant event, with broken pottery scattered on the ground. General Song Mo, a member of King Yeso's army, identified himself. Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd as they reacted to the general's words. It was revealed that a man among them was the Suchan from Halamwan. The young woman's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing the name Halamwan. Her shock intensified, and she reacted with a mix of disgust and outrage. Another woman, with a stern expression, reacted with suspicion and anger. Princess Weiyang then asked someone to remove their eye patches. A man with a scar on his face chuckled, a sound that echoed the tension in the room. Two others, an older man and a younger one, reacted with a mix of surprise and apprehension as the first man spoke. He stated that the Sword of State was proof of their identity, and that those who presented nothing to prove their identity were imposters. A woman questioned the logic of such elaborate deception. She pointed out that if their goal was to fool them, they could have easily used the army and other resources to achieve their aims. Why go to such extreme lengths? An older man, his face etched with worry, posed a grave question. Were insurgent forces truly behind the events unfolding at the palace? And was King Yeso surrounded by them? The scarred man confirmed the grim reality. Yes, it is all true. Another person, a woman with vibrant pink hair, questioned the persistence of the inquiries, reminding them that their chief had also been arrested. The pink-haired woman, amidst a crowd of onlookers, rhetorically questioned whether the Imperial Intelligence Force and the Imperial Guard would attack Mulim sects for mere amusement. The woman with dark hair, observing the scene, delivered a curt assessment. You lot are incredibly slow. The pink-haired woman expressed concern about King Yeso's predicament. She argued that if he were in such a dangerous situation, his presence would only exacerbate their own peril. However, she also suggested that if the rumors were true, they could potentially use the Sword of State to turn the situation in their favor. Wasan, a man of letters and quiet contemplation, cast a sharp glance around the room. His eyes, though seemingly weak, held a keen intelligence. He addressed the assembled group, his tone measured yet firm. If they were plotting something, that was fine, but they needed to judge the situation well. He questioned whether the recent insurgency and the involvement of the Beggar's Sect were purely coincidental. The Murim sects of Shangxi had been destroyed, victims of an ambush by Mount Chion's sect, who had been waiting for an opportunity to attack. They didn't even know who had burned down the Shaolin Temple, a fact that added another layer of complexity to the situation. Someone suggested they leave that aside for now. But another voice challenged this, questioning the motives behind the palace attack on the Beggar's Sect, the burning of the Shaolin Temple, and the Shangxi Murim destruction. The connections were too obvious to ignore. A figure with a sly smile stepped forward. He offered an alternative perspective. He questioned whether the destruction of the righteous sects in Murim had nothing to do with the insurgency. The implication hung heavy in the air. An older man, his face etched with worry, reacted with disbelief. It couldn't be. A group of martial arts masters convened, their faces etched with concern. One, a woman with vibrant pink hair, questioned if the recent Shanxi insurgency and the involvement of the Beggars sect were merely coincidental. Another, a man with striking white hair, grimly noted that the Murim sects of Shanxi were destroyed instantly by Mount Xion's sect, who had been lying in wait for an opportunity to attack their home. The discussion continued, with one master pointing out their lack of knowledge regarding the perpetrators of the Shaolin Temple's destruction. A central figure, with dark hair and a serious expression, suggested they set that matter aside for the moment, intriguing them with the suggestion of a different approach. The camera focuses on a large group of martial artists, their expressions ranging from apprehension to defiance. Among them, a cloaked figure stands out. An older man, observing the scene, utters a shocked exclamation. No, it can't be. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, explained the dire situation. To reverse their fortunes, they needed to safely deliver the Sword of State to King Yeso. His companion agreed, noting that the current unrest was likely orchestrated by insurgent forces, and that King Yeso, next in line for the throne, was also in danger. The weight of suspicion fell heavily on the Wasan sect, making it difficult to secure aid from other sects. Even the Shaolin sect, usually a pillar of strength, had been attacked, further highlighting the pervasive threat of the insurgent forces. One of them pointed out the difficulty of reaching King Yeso, who was surrounded by the army, and that even the princess was being chased. The situation seemed hopeless, but Weizen's companion suggested a way forward if he were to help. Wasan, with a steely glint in his eyes, proposed a plan to use diversionary tactics and strike at the heart of the problem. He ordered the group to split into 3 teams. The plan involved 3 princesses, each leading a team. A group of individuals, including 3 women who appear to be princesses, strategized their plan of action. One of them suggests that using the princess's status will make it easier to bypass enemy forces. Their plan involves using the cover of darkness to slip past the enemy lines, then creating a diversion by clashing with the army to cause chaos. A map is shown, detailing the plan's next phase. One team will use the created opportunity to infiltrate the palace, while one of the strategists expresses concern about the risk involved in capturing the commander-in-chief, deeming it incredibly dangerous and akin to a death wish. Another strategist reassures them, stating that even the commander-in-chief wouldn't dare order the murder of a princess. The revelation that the team responsible for capturing the commander-in-chief is them causes a shocked reaction. One of the princesses is particularly surprised and shocked by this revelation. Despite the objections, the decision remains unanimous, and the team proceeds with their plan. Following the devastating attack on the Wasan sect, a meeting was underway to discuss the next steps. One of the attendees, a young warrior, voiced a crucial question. Yes, how are we going to split the teams? A confident, older man, seemingly a leader of some kind, responded with a dismissive air. He declared, obviously, I've planned it all out. A caption below him read, St. I'll throw my hat into the ring. The leader continued to outline his strategy. He addressed the assembled warriors, stating, you lot are in charge of creating a commotion within the army. He then added, General Song's royal guards will assist you. He then pointed to a specific group, assigning them a critical task. You 3 will comprise the strongest team. You are in charge of capturing the commander alive. Another warrior, seemingly a more senior member of the group, was given a separate mission. The leader instructed him, task of delivering the Sword of State. Meanwhile, 2 other warriors, seemingly younger and less experienced, discussed their assigned role with a mix of excitement and apprehension. One of them stated, that will be for us. Their expressions shifted to one of frustration as they contemplated the task ahead. Despite their initial reservations, the 2 younger warriors seemed to reach an understanding. One of them suggested, let's work together as a team. The other members of the team, however, expressed their concerns. One of them voiced their apprehension. I can't believe we have to put the fate of our sect into his hands. Wasan, a frail-looking scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, sat meditating. He breathed deeply, his chest rising and falling with each measured inhale and exhale. But a surge of energy emanated from him, a powerful aura rippling outwards as his body visibly transformed. His frail form was replaced by a powerful figure, muscles bulging beneath his bandages. The scene shifted to a man with wide, fearful eyes, his face a mask of shock and alarm. His mouth hung open, a silent scream trapped within. Brother No, a masked figure, confronted Wasan. Have your wounds healed? He asked, his voice laced with concern. Wasan, still recovering from his exertion, responded with a sharp question. And what are you wearing? You're a disciple of a prestigious justice sect. Why do you lower yourself to an evil one? Brother No explained his mission. I bring the word of the second vice chief. Take the chiefs of the Shangxi Murim sects to capture King Yeso and the Sword of State. Wasan slammed his fist on the table, furious. You're telling me to steal? I refuse to get involved with palace business. Brother No countered. You thought taking over the Shangxi Murim was honorable, and now you want our sect to work as thieves? The second vice chief is disappointed with your continuous failures. Brother No continued. explaining the Mount Cheon sect's cooperation and the potential consequences of Wei Zhen's refusal. Wasen roared in disbelief and anger at the news. A masked figure questioned the motives behind a potential threat to the Mount Cheon sect. He explained that the sect chief's involvement was an attempt to rectify past mistakes. The masked figure advised against interference, suggesting that staying out of the conflict would be the best way to help the sect. An older man, his body heavily bandaged, appeared, furious about orders being given without his knowledge or permission. He roared for the guards. The older man demanded to know the whereabouts of the chief and branch masters, ordering that they be summoned immediately. A subordinate reported that they were unavailable. A nighttime scene showed a lone figure on horseback, riding towards a distant mountain range under a full moon. The lone rider was pursued by several mounted figures. A fierce battle ensued. The lone rider skillfully evaded their attacks. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, moved with surprising speed and agility. He weaved through the tall grass, the sound of his movements muffled by the night, a series of swift, precise strikes punctuated by the sharp pa-ba-bap of his attacks. The only sound louder than the wind whistling through the desolate landscape. The scene shifted to reveal a group of soldiers stationed near a burning structure, their faces grim and determined. Below, another group of soldiers stood guard, their backs to the viewer, silhouetted against the moonlit sky. A soldier, startled by a sudden movement, questioned the unseen figure approaching them. Who are you? Reveal your identity. Wasan emerged from the shadows, his presence commanding attention. The soldiers, tense and ready for a fight, braced themselves, but he calmly commanded them to halt. Stop right there. Wasan produced a small, ornate token, a symbol of his authority. A rustle of fabric accompanied the gesture. One of the soldiers, clearly conflicted, explained their orders. But sir, we've been ordered not to let anyone through regardless of their rank. Who are they? The soldier's superior officer, visibly agitated, threatened Wasan. Do you want to lose your head? Do I need to repeat myself? A wide shot reveals the aftermath of a devastating attack. The once proud Wasan sect's fortress lies in ruins, its gates breached. A large group of survivors, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion, flees the scene. Wasan, the sect's unexpected leader, stands tall amidst the chaos. His calm demeanor belies the turmoil within. He commands his remaining disciples, "We're out of the fortress. Get to your respective positions." The disciples scatter, following Wei Zhen's orders, as the sound of split, echoes through the ravaged landscape. They move with practiced efficiency, despite the overwhelming sense of loss. One young woman, her face streaked with tears, cries out, "You can't fool me, brother. Come on this way." Her voice is filled with a mixture of desperation and defiance. Another disciple, clearly distraught, whispers, "What about my plan?" The antagonists are revealed. A group of imposing figures, their faces partially obscured, stand defiantly. Their leader, a striking individual with distinctive white hair and dark skin, exudes an aura of menace. Their presence signals a deeper conspiracy, a plot that extends far beyond the immediate destruction of the Wasan sect. A woman with vibrant pink hair addressed a group, her voice sharp. She urged a young man with dark hair, his face etched with worry, to follow her, dismissing his concerns. Meanwhile, a group of men, led by a striking figure with gray hair and a red cloak, stood silently, their expressions unreadable. The pink-haired woman and her companions, including an elderly man, hurried towards an unseen destination. The young man, clearly frustrated, voiced his displeasure at the lack of trust in his plans. His outburst was swiftly cut short by the pink-haired woman, who confidently asserted her superior understanding of the situation. They rode off on horseback, leaving behind the scene of their argument. Several figures on horseback galloped through a torrential downpour, their mounts splashing through puddles as they urged their steeds onward. Moments later, the same group was seen navigating a small boat across a dark lake, the rhythmic sound of oars cutting through the water. A commanding figure, clad in flowing white and crimson robes, stood amidst the downpour, his gaze fixed on the approaching storm. He issued a curt order, "Go through next." From below, a subordinate called out urgently, "Sir, we can't delay any longer." Inside a grand hall, a tense discussion unfolded. One advisor warned, "Sir, if we continue like this, we will attract the suspicion of the palace." A stern-faced commander responded sharply, "Be quiet. Commander, it is your disloyal behavior that is attracting suspicion." Another advisor pleaded, "It won't be too late even if we hold off until we receive word from the palace. We must leave now." But the commander remained resolute, declaring, "We must wait for the palace to reply." The scene shifted to a large palace, where a high-ranking official sat in contemplation, his expression unreadable. Outside, a vast army stood ready, awaiting orders. The aftermath of a brutal attack was evident. Several bodies lay scattered across the rain-soaked ground, their lifeless forms a grim testament to the violence that had transpired. A lone survivor, wounded but alive, clutched at his side. Two figures in dark clothing approached cautiously, their faces obscured by masks. They exchanged a silent nod, their movements precise and deliberate. Then, releasing a pair of white doves into the stormy sky. The birds soared upwards, disappearing into the tumultuous clouds. Their flight, a poignant symbol of hope amidst the devastation. Feathers drifted down, carried by the wind, as the dove journey continued, carrying a silent message across the landscape. A message had arrived. Under a shared umbrella, a woman and an older man stood together, the rain washing over them. The man's expression was one of grave concern as he received a message. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe it's him again. Now that the Sword of State is in the possession of Princess Wayang, we can kill the king, can't we? The woman responded, explaining that the Sword of State wasn't merely for King Yeso's army. It was needed to depose the emperor and make room for a new successor to the throne. Two figures, a man and a woman, stood amidst a rainy landscape. The man, older and bearing a serious expression, spoke of Princess Wayang's impending arrival at the palace, deeming further action unnecessary. The woman, her face partially obscured, responded with a chilling plan to seize the Sword of State and assassinate King Yeso simultaneously. The man expressed concern over the potential trouble caused by Wasan, promising to ensure his safety. The woman, under an umbrella, stated her intention to arrive at the palace within 3 days, demanding the heads of King Yeso and Wasan upon her arrival. The man simply responded with a confirmation. The scene shifted to Xian, Shangxi, showcasing a panoramic view of the city under a heavy downpour. A question was posed regarding the assembly of the royal guard. A plan was relayed to meet at the West Gate at 1 a.m. and enter the palace at 3 a.m. The scene showed a large group of soldiers preparing for a covert operation, emphasizing the need for discretion. Despite the need for secrecy, the urgency of the situation was highlighted, demanding swift action. A large group of men in uniform stood silently, their faces grim. A sharp slap echoed through the air, the sound amplified by the oppressive silence. The scene shifted to a tense meeting. A woman nodded curtly as a man reported, "Upon investigation, I found out that our brothers in the organization are imprisoned in 5 different locations. Apparently, the officials split them up, fearing that they would riot." Another man added, "General, if your men help them escape, our Xian branch brothers will start a fire inside the fortress." A discussion continued. "You said all the men will charge on horseback, right? You and the royal guard will have to secure the horses." Secretly, a group of men moved carts through the city streets, while a woman stated, "We'll take care of the guards at the West Gate." A man watched them go, offering a final word, "I wish you luck." Elsewhere, a group of people gathered around a table, their faces etched with determination. One of them asked, "Miss Yang, do you have a plan?" Miss Yang, a woman with striking white hair, responded calmly, "We are going to destroy the fortress gate." A group of men, dressed in simple robes, sat around a table, their faces etched with worry. One, distinguished by his white hair and official-looking attire, spoke, his voice filled with apprehension. "How are we going to break through that?" A woman with striking silver hair and piercing eyes stepped forward, her confidence unwavering. She declared, her voice ringing with assurance, that she would handle it, having previously destroyed the formidable Red Fortress and Dragon Fortress. The sheer power of her statement seemed to crack the very air around her. The men around the table reacted with shock and disbelief to her claim of destroying the Red and Dragon Fortresses. Their astonishment was palpable, their whispers of "Are you human?" hanging heavy in the air. The scene shifted to Manhwa, a majestic mountain range shrouded in a heavy downpour. The rain lashed down relentlessly, obscuring the path to the mountain's peak. The wind howled, carrying with it the remnants of shattered banners and broken spears scattered across the rain-soaked ground. A grim testament to a recent, brutal battle. A large number of soldiers knelt in submission before the debris, their faces reflecting defeat and despair. A lone figure, perched high in a tree, observed the aftermath of the battle. He wondered aloud about the circumstances that led to King Yeso's army's defeat. Guak Gun, a second-generation disciple, expressed his grave concern, fearing a connection between the devastating events and their sect. The rain continued to fall on Mount Hua as a large group of people, dressed in similar attire, gathered in the courtyard of the temple. Their somber expressions hinted at the gravity of the situation. A group of high-ranking officials, including Chief Sol, sat in a room, discussing a matter of great importance. One official questioned the truth of a recent report, his voice laced with uncertainty. Sol Munyang, an affiliate disciple, voiced his confusion. The lack of logic in the situation was evident, prompting him to question the actions of the individual in question. Zhang S. Igul countered, stating that the information received did not align with their understanding of the Soga sect's affiliations. He pointed out inconsistencies in the reported fighting style. An elder official listened intently, his expression thoughtful and contemplative. He seemed to be weighing the information presented. He then explained that the individual had acted under the authority of the Jaha sword, a symbol of their sect. This revelation caused a stir among the officials. Another official reacted with outrage, shocked by the audacity of the individual's actions. Suddenly, Guak Gun burst into the room, announcing urgent news. The officials, startled by the interruption, demanded an explanation. Guak Gun revealed the devastating news. King Yeso's army had been defeated. This shocking revelation left the officials stunned and grappling with its implications. Chief Sol was particularly concerned, given King Yeso's status as the undisputed heir to the throne. Two high-ranking officials discussed the recent events. One of them, visibly concerned, remarked that the forceful dismantling of the king's army was no ordinary occurrence. The other official, equally worried, proposed the need for a contingency plan, prompting his colleague to ask for clarification. A third official, seemingly younger and more assertive, reminded them of the king's reasons for siding with them. The discussion continued, with the officials acknowledging the strategist's presence at Mount Chion's SECT and expressing concern about a potential renewed attack if the king's army withdrew. The scene shifted to show a group of captured soldiers. One official pointed out that the enemy could use this opportunity to rescue their strategist. An older official slapped his hand on his forehead in realization, agreeing that they had no time to lose. The urgency of the situation was palpable. Under the pale moonlight, a scene of quiet tension unfolds within a walled compound. Soldiers stand guard, their spears held at the ready, as a bonfire crackles nearby, casting flickering shadows. Inside, Wasan, a man of scholarly appearance, sits gazing out at the scene. It is 1 a.m., the second period of the Chuxi. Suddenly, the quiet is shattered. The sounds of whips crack through the night as shadowy figures scale the walls. The guard below are taken by surprise, arrows whizzing past them as the attackers descend. A cry of alarm erupts. Who's there? Who's attacking? Panic sets in. One guard shouts, "We're under attack." Another guard, struck by an arrow, cries out in pain. From the shadows, a figure emerges, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Hurry, break open the prison cells, and free everyone." The figure, mounted on horseback, leads a charge against the attackers. Charge! The attackers are thrown back, cries of pain echoing as they are overwhelmed. "Come on, everyone!" The scene opens on the Saman fortress, where a fire has broken out. Two guards react with alarm, one shouting "Fire!" as flames erupt nearby. Their panicked cries echoing through the night as the fire spreads rapidly. One guard cries out in terror, "ARGH!" Inside the fortress, a heavy wooden gate stands closed, its sturdy lock seemingly impenetrable, until a powerful force shatters it from the other side, the sound of crash echoing through the structure. A cloaked figure bursts through the wreckage, a powerful gust of wind, whoosh, accompanying their sudden arrival, revealing Wasan, his eyes blazing with intensity as he prepares for battle. He lets out a battle cry, "HUP!" Elsewhere, a horse-drawn carriage travels along a quiet road, the rhythmic cloppity-clop of hooves a stark contrast to the chaos at the fortress. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a large umbrella, hurried down a rain-swept path. The sound of her footsteps and the umbrella's closing echoed around her. She was traveling in a horse-drawn cart, the rhythmic rattle of the wheels a counterpoint to the drumming rain. The cart lurched to a stop, the sudden silence amplifying the downpour. The woman alighted, her expression unreadable as she surveyed her surroundings. Two figures emerged from the tall grass, their voices carrying on the wind. One of them exclaimed, "Bingo!" as they approached, their eyes alight with avarice. The woman's umbrella was knocked aside, revealing her face. "Wahaha! What luck!" One of the men cackled. The other man added, "Nice! Look at her figure. What a prize after getting nothing for days. Hand over everything you have." The first man, a wicked grin splitting his face, moved to confront her. "Let's look at your face, shall we?" The two men stared, mouths agape, as they witnessed her unexpected action. What an angel! Two men lunged at each other, their movements surprisingly swift. One exclaimed about the audacity of the other's actions, while the other retorted that the woman was his. With a blur of motion, one man was sent flying backward, blood splattering across the ground as he crashed to the earth. The impact echoed, leaving one man lying defeated amongst several others, already fallen. The remaining men stared in shock and disbelief as they witnessed the sudden and unexpected turn of events. They questioned the source of this overwhelming power. Two figures, seemingly unburdened by the weight of the recent conflict, leaped away from the scene, leaving the aftermath behind. They landed gracefully, their movements fluid and precise. He noted the audacity of the crime, committed against a woman, no less. A subordinate approached, seeking guidance on how to handle the situation. Elsewhere, a panicked individual cried out for help, unable to drive a carriage, while another pleaded to not be abandoned. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in a flowing white robe and a red hooded cloak, cried out in distress, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and desperation. "Brother!" she screamed, her voice filled with terror. Chaos erupted. A horse-drawn cart, carrying the young woman, careened down a rain-slicked road, pursued by shadowy figures wielding weapons. The cart lurched violently as the pursuing figures closed in. Two onlookers, one a stern-faced man in white robes and the other an older man in a white GI, watched the scene unfold. "Are you just going to stand here?" the man in white robes demanded, his voice sharp with urgency. Suddenly, a powerful energy erupted from the man in white robes. Two beams of light shot forth, striking the pursuing figures with explosive force. The man in white, moving with surprising speed, dashed towards the cart, his movements a blur. A high-pitched shriek pierced the air as he reached the cart. The cart, now empty, continued its chaotic descent down the road. The man in white caught her effortlessly, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Your Royal Highness." The scene shifted to a group of people, seemingly relieved, gathering their belongings. "Thanks, guys. You could be off now," one of them said. Another chimed in, Thank you." The urgency in their voices was palpable. "They're monsters. Let's get out of here." A young man, his face alight with a cheerful expression, offered a reassuring smile to a woman with long, purple hair. He brushed off her thanks, assuring her that she was unharmed. The woman's eyes widened slightly, a subtle expression of surprise crossing her features as a sharp sound echoed around them. She quickly composed herself, offering a polite assurance that she was fine. The young man's eyes lingered on the woman, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he openly admired her beauty. Another figure, seemingly annoyed, watched from the background. His attention was drawn to a broken wheel on a nearby cart. He realized this was the source of the earlier commotion. He swiftly grabbed the broken wheel, and with a sudden burst of strength, he fixed it, shattering the remaining pieces in the process. He then chuckled, surprised by his own unexpected power. A group of people approached, their words suggesting an invitation to join their cause. The young man looked surprised as the group attempted to forcefully take the woman away. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, was tending to a woman who suddenly lost consciousness. A soft scratching sound filled the air as he gently cradled her. Meanwhile, a young woman with fiery red hair and a stern expression watched Wasan with suspicion, her words to an older man hinting at a distrust of everything he says. Later, as the unconscious woman, Unrang, awoke, she found herself being helped by Wasan. She thanked him and inquired about his identity and origins. Wasan, however, remained evasive, stating that he couldn't reveal his identity due to her suspicious nature. This prompted a reaction from another woman, who called out to him as brother. She questioned his actions, reminding him that he was the one who asked her to join him. Wasan directly questioned the woman's suspicions, prompting her to explain her reasoning. She pointed out several inconsistencies, including her traveling alone despite roadblocks set by guards and her calm demeanor during a recent robbery. Unrang, seemingly unfazed by the accusations, simply looked on serenely in the rain. The other woman, irritated by Unrang's calm demeanor, compared her situation to that of Sun Wukong, the legendary Monkey King, who was also falsely accused. Wasan, however, remained confident in his intuition, believing that Unrang would prove useful in the future. A woman's eyes, one a striking red, the other a vibrant blue, widened in disbelief. A spark ignited in her gaze as she whispered, "Surely not." On a ship, a man questioned a captive woman, "Why are you glaring at me like that? I might use you as a hostage." The woman responded, "Perhaps I can exchange you for another hostage." The woman pondered the idea of a hostage exchange, her expression unreadable. Then, a thought bubble appeared above her head. "Who is this man?" The man, seemingly unfazed by her scrutiny, calmly remarked, "When you glare at me like that, you look even prettier. You're dying to know who I am, aren't you?" A woman with dark hair and striking features pondered aloud, questioning if a hostage exchange was underway. The question hung in the air. Who is this man? A man with dark hair and a confident smirk addressed the woman, commenting that her intense gaze made her even more attractive and that she seemed eager to learn his identity. Night fell in a dark forest. The sounds of chirping crickets filled the air as a figure lay on the ground, seemingly injured. Elsewhere, a campfire crackled merrily as several individuals, including an elderly man and a young woman, rested near a cart. The elderly man snored loudly, while the young woman slept soundly. The woman from the earlier scene spoke, informing her companion that the palace was just a short distance away. He gulped audibly. A carriage travels through the night. Inside, an old man with an unusually high level of magong sits beside a young girl. The old man's presence is striking. Suddenly, the girl recognizes the old man. "It's you, so Wasan." The girl's exclamation is followed by the sound of a whip. She's clearly surprised and possibly threatened. The old man, Wasan, calmly observes the girl's reaction. "Princess Wayang, your reaction is rather honest. I thought you would act more sly." He continues, amused by her straightforwardness. "Look at your face. I love the feeling of tricking those who pride themselves to be cunning." Wasan smiles, finding amusement in the girl's naivete. "Still, you're not stupid. I like that you don't bother asking useless questions. You're definitely more street smart than those idiots in the Mount Shion sect." Meanwhile, another person observes Wasan from a distance, pondering his enigmatic nature. "I can't decipher him. He has none of the dignity displayed by people of the justice faction or the upper class. How has he been able to stay unknown for so long?" The observer questions Wasan's motives. "Why do you care so much about this? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Wasan responds with a smirk. "Why not? I'm close to King Yeso, We are very close, actually. It has something to do with my loyalty. The scene opens with two figures seated by a campfire. One, a man with dark hair and a white robe, sips from a cup, while the other, a woman with long, gray hair and elaborate attire, watches him with a skeptical expression. The man scoffs at something the woman said, a sound effect indicating a dismissive ft. The woman then states that she doesn't find his explanation very convincing. The woman suggests that the man's actions are simply an attempt to gain fame, prompting her to question why his talent isn't widely known. The man enthusiastically declares the wine to be excellent, taking another large swig. The woman, however, remains unimpressed, her expression unchanged. The woman then asks the man why he keeps staring at her, to which he confidently replies that he is very attractive. Suddenly, a loud thud is heard as a man falls to the ground near the campfire. The man in the white robe reacts with a surprised eek. The man in white accuses the woman of causing the man's fall on purpose, but she remains silent as the fallen man snores loudly. The man in white laughs as he leaps into action, a series of thuds accompanying his movements as he runs through the forest. He launches himself through the air, a whooshing sound accompanying his trajectory. He lands gracefully, narrowly avoiding a collision with a cart. The woman watches from afar, her expression one of mild surprise. The woman comments that he arrived just in time, praising his good work. A woman, her face etched with worry, lies on the ground. Nearby, a man with dark hair and a determined expression observes a group of people in the distance. He is told to get moving, as she is a valuable hostage. The woman, her eyes sharp and calculating, suggests a hostage exchange. She proposes a different target than the one initially suggested. The man's eyes widen in surprise as the woman suggests King Yeso as the new target for the exchange. He reacts with a sharp intake of breath. An older man, seemingly asleep, snores loudly. The woman explains that instead of the commander-in-chief, they will take King Yeso to the palace. The woman smiles slyly, suggesting this new arrangement would be a better deal. A group of soldiers charges forward, their swords drawn. The scene is chaotic and filled with the sounds of battle. The man watches the soldiers advance with concern, questioning who they are and ordering his men to stop them. The soldiers are identified as rebels. The man shouts orders to his troops to stand their ground. Amidst the chaos of battle, two figures, one seemingly injured, retreat toward the city gate. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stands tall amidst a group of his disciples. His appearance belies his true identity, a master warrior. A man instructs Wasan to deliver the real sword of state to the king, emphasizing the urgency of the mission. The success hinges on speed. Wasan inquires about the consequences of failure. The response is stark, death for all involved. Wasan's expression hardens, a grim determination settling upon his features as he silently accepts the gravity of the situation. Wasan, leading his disciples, sets off towards their destination. The scene shows a trail of fallen bodies, hinting at a recent battle. Their determined march continues, each step filled with purpose and resolve. A horn blares, signaling the approach of a large army. The sound of the horn echoes across the battlefield, accompanied by the rhythmic marching of countless soldiers. A general, surrounded by his troops, is confronted by the sheer number of enemy soldiers. His men urge him to retreat, while others demand the enemy surrender. A large group of people were surrounded in a clearing. A voice boomed out, threatening to behead anyone who resisted. A woman, possibly a princess, appeared on horseback, accompanied by others. She surveyed the scene. She commanded everyone to halt, identifying herself as Her Royal Highness Princess Weiyang of the House of Yeso. Her arrival caused a stir among the soldiers, who seemed surprised and uncertain. The princess, in a commanding voice, ordered them in the name of the late emperor's sword of state. She demanded that Commander-in-Chief Hong Gang come forward and pay his respects. Meanwhile, inside a building, someone asked what was going on outside, noting the commotion. From inside the building, a battle could be seen taking place outside. Someone inside the building confirmed that a battle was indeed taking place, but they were unsure of the combatants. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry, speculated that the army's current mission was to locate Suchan So. He then considered a far more alarming possibility: the runaway princess and General Song. A council of officials convened. One confidently asserted that whoever the army was pursuing would be swiftly defeated, dismissing the situation as foolish. However, another, more cautious official warned that if the target was the princess, they must prepare for the worst, especially if she was captured along with the sword of state. A tense discussion ensued. One official urgently demanded the mobilization of the army, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate support. Another countered that if it wasn't the princess, the situation would become irreversible. An official, his face contorted in frustration, declared that they couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, a clang echoed through the room as intruders burst in, causing a collective gasp of shock among the officials. A fierce battle erupted. The sounds of clashing steel and pained cries filled the air as guards fought desperately against the invaders. A gasp escaped the lips of a warrior as he engaged in fierce combat. his blade flashing in a flurry of strikes against multiple opponents. The clash of steel echoed through the air, the sounds of smash and slash punctuating the brutal exchange. A masked figure watched from the shadows, their presence ominous and silent. A commanding voice cut through the chaos, halting the advance of a group of soldiers. The soldiers were ordered to turn back, having no right of entry. An old man, his face etched with worry, examined a token. A young woman, her expression determined, lifted a similar token. A loud boom, echoing as the tokens were revealed to be identical. The text accompanying the image identified the token as a yongpei, a royal seal used to verify official correspondence. The guards bowed deeply before the young woman, their actions indicating her high status and authority. She commanded them to allow entry. And as they moved aside, she questioned how easily they had gained access. Another individual commented on her impressive authority. An army arrived to quell the insurgency, yet they let strangers enter their ranks with surprising ease. A woman with long dark hair and a stern expression grinned, demanding to see a golden tablet held by a man. The woman, still holding the tablet, challenged the man to try and take it from her. Suddenly, a hand reached out, startling a young woman with pink hair who shouted in protest, concern for her brother. The woman with long hair calmly responded, "Let's see." The pink-haired woman was shocked by the woman's actions, her anger flaring. The woman with long hair calmly stated that the man really had no shame, prompting the man to notice something written on the back of the tablet. The tablet is shown to have writing on the back, revealing more information. The pink-haired woman and another person expressed their shock and disbelief upon learning that the woman worked for the censorship, questioning how that was possible. The woman with long hair simply told them to look at their faces. Wasan, a man of letters and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, found himself in an unexpected conflict. He was initially mistaken for someone from the Murim, but his true allegiance to the government was revealed. The situation was far from ideal, leaving him feeling the weight of his burden and the frustration of his predicament. His unexpected cooperation surprised his allies. One of them commented on the strangeness of his assistance, unsure of his motives. Wasan, however, seemed amused by the unfolding events, suggesting that his involvement stemmed from a sense of playful curiosity. Under the moonlight, a carriage traveled across the landscape, the rhythmic clip-clop of its wheels echoing in the night. Commander Honggang, a powerful figure, was shocked to see the young princess in possession of the Sword of State, a weapon he believed to be securely within the palace. His roar echoed his disbelief. Meanwhile, reports reached the royal guard about Right General Song Sahun's forceful demands to see Wasan, causing a significant commotion, leaving the guards uncertain how to proceed. They were at a loss, unsure of the best course of action. A senior officer intervened, suggesting a cautious approach, advising against immediate confrontation given their surrounded position. His command to remain calm and hold their ground was met with immediate obedience. A plan was formed. An envoy would be sent to the palace at daybreak to verify the authenticity of the Sword of State. The scene opens at the Yeso Palace. A sudden commotion erupts. Guards shout to protect His Majesty as a fierce battle breaks out within the palace walls. The clash of steel and pained cries fill the air, a flurry of sword strikes and desperate cries echoing through the palace courtyard. More guards fall, overwhelmed by the attackers. A commander orders his archers to loose their arrows, raining deadly projectiles down upon the intruders. The archers unleash a volley of arrows, their shafts finding their marks among the attackers. Many fall, but the assault continues. A wave of arrows is deflected by a sudden, powerful force, a metallic clang echoing through the chaos. An elderly man, wielding a large blade, appears, his attack sending a shockwave through the battlefield. He commands his men to disregard the immediate threat and focus on finding King Yeso. A guard bursts into a room, warning King Yeso that a dozen intruders are searching the palace for him. High-ranking officials gathered around a table, reviewing a map. One official exclaimed in disbelief that a small group of intruders could cause such chaos in a palace guarded by thousands. Another official reported that the intruders appeared to be from Murim, a martial arts world. The palace guards were fighting back, but the intruders' superior martial arts skills made it difficult. An official found the timing of the Murim invasion suspicious, noting that there was more to it than met the eye. Another official suggested they prepare for an escape, and the king agreed. Meanwhile, a group of Murim warriors stealthily approached the palace. As guards desperately tried to protect the king, one guard urged the king to flee. A fierce battle erupted. A warrior drew his sword and swiftly dispatched several attackers with precise strikes. The warrior stood over the fallen bodies of his enemies. He realized that the initial attack was a decoy, meant to distract from a larger plan. A stern-faced guard, clad in traditional attire and a conical hat, issued a sharp command, "Protect His Majesty." The guards, their faces grim, engaged in fierce combat with unseen assailants. The sounds of swipe, slash, stab filled the air as they fought to protect the king. Meanwhile, a group of assassins, their faces obscured by masks, plotted in the shadows. There are decoys everywhere. We must assassinate the king swiftly. Explosions rocked the palace walls as a figure leaped from the rooftops, the sounds of pow, pow, pow echoing through the night. The figure continued their aerial assault, another explosion erupting as they moved with deadly precision, pow, marking their impact. Amidst the chaos, a powerful blast sent a wave of destruction through the palace grounds. The guards continued their desperate defense, shouting, "Protect His Majesty," as they fought back against the relentless onslaught. From a high vantage point, the scene of widespread destruction unfolded. The guards, outnumbered and outmatched, desperately tried to hold the line, their cries of "Protect His Majesty" and "Guards, defend the perimeter" echoing through the ravaged palace. A lone figure, leaping across the rooftops, landed with a powerful smash, taking down an enemy guard with a single blow. The sound of leap and smash punctuated the action. The figure continued their relentless assault, moving with speed and precision, their actions accompanied by the sounds of leap and slash as they cut down more enemies. The remaining guards, their numbers dwindling, continued their desperate defense, marching towards the king with grim determination. The sound of their marching feet, "March, march, march," filled the air. One of them shouted, "This way, Your Majesty." The soldiers have. High-ranking officials, their faces etched with worry, stood before a vast, imposing gate. The air crackled with tension as one of them spoke, his words heavy with the weight of their predicament. All they could do was pass through. A close-up on a stern-faced man's jaw, his expression unreadable, hinted at the gravity of the situation they faced. He seemed to be contemplating the perilous journey ahead. As they proceeded down a narrow, dimly lit passage, the imposing walls closing in on either side. A lone figure, an elderly man with a weathered face and piercing gaze, stood at the end of the path, his presence radiating an aura of quiet menace. A roar erupted from a commanding officer as he barked orders to his troops. "Archers, aim straight ahead. Guards, protect His Majesty." The scene was one of controlled chaos, soldiers preparing for an imminent threat. A wave of arrows launched towards the end of the passage, only to be met by an unseen force that deflected them with ease. The sound of the arrows being blocked echoed through the narrow passage. A sudden whoosh of movement as the unseen assailant revealed themselves. The elderly man from before moved with surprising speed, his attacks swift and deadly. The sound of rustling fabric accompanied his movements. Soldiers fell to the ground, arrows piercing their bodies. Panic spread among the ranks as the attackers vanished as quickly as they appeared. A cry of disbelief escaped the lips of a soldier. They were gone, disappeared. Fear and confusion gripped the remaining soldiers as they stared in disbelief at the empty space where their enemies had stood moments before. A close-up on a soldier's wide, terrified eyes emphasized the suddenness and unexpected nature of the attack. The elderly man reappeared, his expression one of cold fury. With a powerful swing of his weapon, he unleashed a devastating attack, the force of the blow echoing in the sudden silence. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, moved with surprising agility. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion, his body a whirlwind of controlled power as he deflected a blow aimed at a younger disciple. The impact echoed with a sharp shack. The attacker, a Murim Gosu, recoiled in shock. His weapon clashed against Wazen's, a resounding clang filling the air. The Gosu's eyes widened in disbelief. He stammered, How could this be?" Nearby, a high-ranking official watched the unfolding scene with astonishment. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Wasan, his movements as swift and silent as the wind, reassured the official, "Your Majesty, have no fear." With a whoosh and a hiss, his blade danced, deflecting another attack. He declared, "God will protect you." Another shot echoed as he effortlessly dispatched another attacker. A high-ranking officer, his face etched with alarm, announced to his troops that their enemies had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a powerful energy surge erupted from below, and an older man with long, flowing white hair appeared, his expression one of furious determination. He wielded a gleaming sword, ready for battle. He launched a swift, powerful attack, a blur of motion that left his opponents reeling. Two figures engaged in a fierce duel, their weapons clashing with explosive force. One of the combatants, recognizing the immense power of his opponent, exclaimed in shock, "A Murim Gosu." The stunned expressions of two high-ranking officials reflected their disbelief at the unfolding events. One of them voiced his astonishment. "How could this be?" A king, observing the scene from afar, calmly reassured his court, "Have no fear." Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and unexpected successor to the Wasan sect, moved with surprising speed. His blade whistled through the air, a blur of motion that belied his usual sedentary lifestyle. A swift, precise strike aimed at protecting his sect's disciples from the onslaught of fake masters. One of the attackers, a man in regal attire, watched in disbelief as his comrade was struck down, muttering a prayer for divine protection. The battle raged on. Another attacker, clad in golden armor, observed the chaos, his eyes calculating. He would create an opening for a decisive strike, a chance to exploit the enemy's momentary lapse in concentration. He urged his fellow warriors to press their advantage, reminding them that hesitation was a luxury they could not afford in this desperate fight. Meanwhile, three high-ranking officials watched the unfolding battle from distance. Their expressions were grim, their silence heavy with unspoken concerns. Wasan, seizing a fleeting opportunity, moved with deceptive grace. He slid across the ground, his movements swift and silent, gaining the element of surprise. He launched a powerful attack, shouting his battle cry. First mover advantage. The clash of steel echoed through the air as Wazen's blade met his opponent's weapon. Years of suppressed power erupted in a furious display of skill. His opponent, visibly shocked by Wazen's unexpected strength, stumbled back, his defenses shattered. The fight was far from over, but the tide had begun to turn. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with surprising speed and precision. His blade flashed, deflecting an incoming blow with a resounding clang. He countered instantly, his movements a blur of controlled power, a fierce expression contorting his face as he channeled years of pent-up energy. He gritted his teeth, a low growl escaping his lips as he prepared a devastating counterattack. Harness all the years from 1 to 18 and blast them all at once, he thought, his eyes blazing with determination, unleashing a wave of concentrated force. The clash of steel echoed through the air as his blade met his opponent's weapons, sending sparks flying. His movements were economical, each strike precise and deadly. A seasoned warrior observed the scene from a distance, his gaze sharp and calculating. The sound of clashing steel reached his ears, a grim confirmation of the ongoing battle. Wasan, despite his relentless assault, found himself still some distance from his target. The weight of the situation pressed upon him, the urgency of the moment palpable. But his resolve remained unshaken. The distance is 100 yards, he muttered to himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. All I have to do is harness 18 years to narrow the distance, he thought, a grim determination hardening his features. And with a roar, he unleashed the full force of his 18 years of training. A blinding flash of light erupted from him, a wave of pure energy that tore through the air. The impact of the attack sending shockwaves through the battlefield. His opponents were thrown back, their bodies battered and broken. The sheer power of his attack was breathtaking, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. One of his opponents, his face contorted in shock and pain, stared in disbelief at the devastation. The power Wasan displayed was far beyond anything they had anticipated. Chapter 41 begins with a gasp. Wasan, his face contorted in exertion, is shown in the midst of intense combat. His breath hitches in his throat, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. His eyes blaze with a fierce determination as he confronts a shadowy figure, its form barely visible in the swirling dust and smoke. A young woman, her face partially obscured, is caught in the crossfire. Wasan moves with impossible speed, his blade a blur as he deflects an attack from the shadowy figure. The young woman watches in shock as he effortlessly counters her opponent's strike. The clash of steel echoes through the scene as Wazen's blade meets his enemy's, sending sparks flying. His expression is one of grim determination, his muscles tense with effort. Wazen's eyes narrow, his focus unwavering. He senses a new threat approaching. An elderly woman, wielding a large broadsword, bursts onto the scene, her presence radiating power and authority. Her eyes are cold and calculating. She unleashes a series of powerful blows, the force of her attacks shaking the very ground. The air crackles with energy. The elderly woman's attack connects, sending Wasan flying backward. He crashes to the ground, his body momentarily still. The woman stands over him, her expression cold and unyielding. She taunts him, certain of her victory. "Give up," she sneers, "you can't win against me." The image shows a close-up of a man's face, contorted in a grimace of pain and terror. His eyes are wide, his mouth agape in a silent scream, and his hair is wildly disheveled. Blood stains his face and clothes, hinting at a recent violent struggle. The scene shifts to a wide shot of a burning battlefield, smoke billowing into the sky. A young boy, his face streaked with dirt and tears, cowers amidst the chaos. He whispers terrified, "Mom, I'm scared." A series of panels depict the boy's past. We see a bloody battle scene, his parents falling victim to the violence. Then, a kind-looking man on horseback takes the boy in, offering him refuge and protection. Years later, the boy, now a young man, speaks to the man who saved him. He says, "My king, you took me in when I lost my parents in the war." The king responds, his voice firm and resolute, "I will protect you no matter what." The young man, now revealed to be Wasan, clenches his fist around the hilt of his sword. He prepares for battle. Wasan moves with surprising speed and skill, his sword a blur as he cuts down his opponents. The sound effects suggest a flurry of blows. The final panel shows one of Wazen's opponents, his face a mask of shock and disbelief as he is struck down. His expression is one of utter defeat. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, effortlessly deflected his opponent's attack. The attacker sneered, "You're not very clever, are you?" With a swift movement, Wasan countered, sending his foe flying backward, the impact leaving the attacker stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered. His knife force has become more powerful. Wasan's attack was devastating. A powerful blow sent his opponent reeling, leaving him vulnerable. The scene shifts to a grand hall where three figures stand before a king on his throne. Outside the hall, a fierce battle rages. The clash of steel echoes through the air as soldiers fight valiantly. The scene then focuses on three figures standing before the Wasan SECT banners. One of the figures, his face partially obscured, declares, "My king is in a time of need." He resolves, "I will put my life on the line to repay his kindness." The scene opens on a grand hall where several high-ranking officials are gathered. One, holding a golden object aloft, seems to be making a presentation or announcement, while others, seated at a table laden with food, watch with varying expressions of interest and amusement. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a violent clash. A figure, seemingly Wasan, is locked in fierce combat, his movements a blur of motion, pouring his life force into a powerful technique. The narration reveals this is the Magong, a selfless act of ultimate dedication for his king. Despite the ferocity of the attack, an observer comments on the foolishness of such dedication. Wasan's opponent, impressed by his skill and resolve, acknowledges his prowess. Undeterred, Wasan reaffirms his unwavering loyalty to his king, vowing to protect him. The clash continues, with the sound of clashing steel echoing through the air. As Wasan fights with unmatched skill and determination, his movements precise and deadly. The image depicts Wasan, seemingly frail and weak, hanging precariously from a rope, his body limp. The background is a wash of dark gray and white, suggesting a chaotic and violent struggle. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where a powerful-looking official in ornate robes stands before a kneeling warrior. The official holds a spear, his expression stern. The warrior's hands grip the shaft of a spear, his knuckles white with tension. A close-up shows intricate details on the spear's head. Suddenly, Wasan, now displaying unexpected strength and agility, spins the spear, sending it whirling towards the official. The spear strikes the official, the impact depicted with sound effects, suggesting a sharp stab and a heavy thud. The official's face contorts in shock and pain. Wasan, battered but resolute, stands amidst the rubble of a destroyed building, his sword stained with blood. The sound effect suggests the ground trembles under his feet. His opponent, the official, is visibly surprised by Wasan's unexpected power. Another official urges the injured man to leave immediately, explaining that the general has opened a path of escape. The final panel shows a large gate at night, its name clearly visible, the Lunar East Gate. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, had proven himself a formidable warrior. He collapsed to the ground, his body battered and bruised, but a grim satisfaction etched on his face. He muttered to himself, a quiet declaration of a duty fulfilled, a heavy cough racking his body. His gaze drifted upwards, a silent prayer escaping his lips as he addressed his king. He expressed his hope that the king would remain well and strong, his voice barely a whisper. A figure, his face partially obscured, coughs violently, blood staining his lips. He collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, the impact echoing the severity of his injuries. A broken weapon lies nearby, its shaft snapped in two, a testament to the brutal fight that preceded this moment. A whispered plea escapes his lips. "My king." A metallic clang rings out as another warrior approaches, their words a mixture of concern and reverence. "General Jiang, I pray that you will be well and stay strong." General Jiang, his body battered, but his gaze unwavering, sits amidst a group of concerned officials. His chest bears the marks of a fierce battle, a testament to his unwavering resolve. The scene shifts to a damaged gate, where a group of soldiers stands before their king. One soldier speaks, his voice firm despite the chaos. "We must keep going, Your Majesty." The king, observing General Jiang from afar, expresses his concern. General Jiang, how? A powerful-looking man, his face etched with stern determination, glared intensely. His expression spoke volumes of his authority and unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, an elderly man, the Jongnam sect chief Taoljin, lay wounded on the ground, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. He muttered, "Finally, I've found the real one." A group of soldiers, their faces filled with urgent concern, surrounded a regal figure. They cried out, "Your Majesty, you must go. Protect His Majesty." Taoljin, despite his injuries, stood defiantly, his sword held high. He moved with surprising agility, despite his age, his steps echoing in the desolate landscape. A determined glint in his eyes. The soldiers around him echoed his resolve, shouting, "We must not let the general's death be in vain." More soldiers charged forward, their weapons drawn, a furious energy propelling them towards their target. Their movements swift and decisive. In the distance, a figure guided the royal personage to safety. Taoljin moved with lethal precision, his sword a blur of motion. He struck down several soldiers with swift, brutal efficiency. each strike a testament to his skill and unwavering resolve. The impact of his blade sent one soldier sprawling, his pained cry echoing through the air. Three figures, one appearing to be of high status, hurried through the city streets. A servant, bowing low, guided them, his words were respectful. "This way, your majesty." They arrived at a courtyard where several high-ranking officials stood, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One official, clearly distressed, stammered, "No." A booming sound echoed through the air. A lone figure, seemingly emerging from nowhere, stood amidst a group of armed men. He declared, "It's over. We've been looking everywhere for a little rat." With a sudden burst of speed, the figure launched himself into action. He exclaimed, "And here it is." His attack was swift and precise, a blur of motion that left the official reeling. The clash of steel echoed as the figure's blade met its target. He effortlessly deflected a barrage of bamboo staffs with his sword, leaving the official stunned and speechless. The official, eyes wide with disbelief, could only utter the beggar's sect. Three figures, two seemingly young warriors flanking a more imposing, older man in ornate robes, stood defiantly before an unseen foe. The older man declared, "You'll need to get past US first." The warrior's attention was drawn to the arrival of a new figure, prompting one of them to question, "Chief Yong Hwasong?" Another warrior, clad in heavy armor, observed the situation, his expression grim. He muttered to himself, "Chief Yong of the Beggar's Sect is close to the king. That means..." Suddenly, a powerful force crashed into the scene. The older man in ornate robes was thrown back, while the surrounding warriors cried out in relief, "We're saved." The impact of the arrival sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged, causing one of the warriors to exclaim, What is that?" A powerful figure, with silver hair and a determined expression, stood amidst the wreckage. He surveyed the scene, asking, "How is everyone doing?" His gaze hardened, and he issued a command. "We must quickly find King Yeso and the Sword of State." A group of soldiers marched swiftly through the city streets. Observing them from a distance, a large, bearded man muttered, "Hurry, that slippery eel has hidden well. Where is he?" A group of masked figures were ambushed. One of them stammered, "Yes," before being swiftly cut down by a series of precise strikes. With a resounding bam, Hwasong swiftly dispatches two attackers. The scene is punctuated by the sound of flesh impacting metal and the attacker's pained cries. He surveys the aftermath, several bodies lying still on the ground. Hwasong calmly assesses the situation, his expression betraying no emotion. "I don't think so," he mutters to himself, dismissing any lingering doubt. Another figure appears, a seemingly frail old man in a boat, casually holding two bladed weapons. He speaks with a nonchalant air, "Since I'm here." The old man leaps from his boat, landing gracefully before Hwasong. He is clearly surprised by Wazen's presence, shouting, "Who the hell are you?" He throws his weapons with surprising speed and accuracy. The sound of a whoop echoes as the weapons fly. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watches from a distance, one of them commenting, "Good job. I think you need to hurry." He then turns to someone unseen, instructing them, "Right, Wayung, give me a shout. Make it loud. Let's confuse these people again." Wayung, a woman with pink hair, responds from a distance, "I'm on my way." Amidst the rubble of the destroyed Hwasong sect, a figure in flowing white robes and a red hooded cloak stood defiantly. His movements were fluid and powerful, a stark contrast to his usually frail appearance. A gasp rippled through the onlookers as they recognized him. Hwasong, the sect's successor, his identity finally revealed. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, their voices filled with awe and disbelief, questioning if the figure before them was truly Her Royal Highness. The shock rippled through the assembled crowd. A high-ranking official, his face etched with surprise and uncertainty, stared at Hwasong, his mind reeling from the unexpected sight. He muttered to himself, questioning the identity of the person before him, before bowing low in respect, addressing him as Your Royal Highness. Meanwhile, two figures moved swiftly, their hands reaching out to grasp a long, ornate staff. The scene implied a tense struggle for possession of the weapon. Hwasong, his presence commanding attention, issued a sharp order. "On your knees, all of you." The scene shifted to a wide shot, revealing the aftermath of a brutal battle. Bodies lay scattered across the courtyard, a testament to the violence that had transpired. A roar echoed through the desolate landscape as the sword of the late emperor was revealed, its presence adding weight to the gravity of the situation. Fear and shock were etched on the faces of several high-ranking officials as they witnessed the power displayed by Hwasong. Their eyes widened in disbelief and terror. Their expressions reflected a mixture of awe and dread as the weight of Wazen's revelation sunk in. A young woman, her face determined, stood tall, holding a staff, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. An elderly man, his face a mask of triumph and exhaustion, announced that he had found the Sword of State. He lunged forward, his movements betraying his age, but fueled by a desperate determination. Hwasong, despite his frail appearance, found himself thrust into a brutal battle. A clang of steel echoed as he parried a blow, a grimace twisting his features as he muttered, "Ugh." His opponent, a woman of striking presence, moved with terrifying speed and precision. The narration box identified her technique, 100 steps rock move. Wasan recognized the skill, realizing, this woman is using the 100 steps rock move of the 72 arts of Shaolin. Wasan, battered but not broken, pieced together his opponent's identity. He muttered, "You must be Quan Jie Yongmu OK." A narration box revealed more about Quan Ji's motives. The chief of the Jiangnam sect appears to use the Chuang Bakma sword technique for assassination purposes, Taiyuljin. The scene shifted, revealing Wasan standing amidst the ruins of the Wasan sect's mountain stronghold. He faced a large group of armed figures, his expression grim. A disciple, witnessing the scene, gasped, "Whoa, is it the Mount Xion sect again?" A new figure emerged from the shadows, their face partially obscured, but their voice dripping with menace. They sneered, "You lot seem to be here, there, everywhere. Remember me?" A powerful woman, her face etched with determination, stands poised. Her white hair flows behind her as she prepares to unleash a devastating martial arts technique. The caption above her head reads, 100 steps rock move. An elderly man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, stares at the woman. He recognizes her instantly, muttering, "You must be Quan Jie Yongmu OK." The woman, Quan Jie Yongmu OK, stands amidst a scene of devastation. The ground is littered with rubble, and a group of armed men surround her. She holds her sword aloft, ready to face them. She stands defiant, her gaze unwavering as she faces the approaching threat. The elderly man, still recovering from his injuries, barks a sharp command, "Shut your mouth." Quan Ji's eyes narrow, her expression hardening. Her intense gaze conveys a mixture of anger and determination. Suddenly, a man in regal attire appears, seemingly caught in the crossfire. A subordinate rushes to his side, urging him to flee. The caption indicates a struggle as the subordinate tries to pull the man away. Quan Jie, however, remains focused, calmly responding, "Hold on tight, Your Majesty." A group of figures, their faces obscured by shadows, advanced with a menacing air. They carried swords, their movements suggesting a practiced lethality. One figure, however, stood out, an older man with white hair, his presence radiating a palpable sense of authority. Suddenly, a figure wielding a staff burst into action. A wave of energy erupted from the staff, striking with blinding speed, sending one of the attackers flying backward with a resounding impact. The man's face contorted in pain and disbelief. He had no chance against this unexpected power. More attackers closed in, swords flashing. The staff wielder met their assault head-on, his movements a blur of controlled power. With a powerful strike, he sent another attacker sprawling. The scene was a whirlwind of motion, a testament to his exceptional skill. In the midst of the chaos, two more figures appeared, their presence commanding attention. One was a woman, her expression fierce and determined. The other, a man of imposing stature, his gaze sharp and calculating. They seemed to be observing the battle with a detached interest. With a final, powerful strike, he dispatched the last of his attackers. The battle was over. A figure, cloaked in shadow, loomed over a group of soldiers. Their voice, though muffled, carried an unsettling weight as they asked, "Remember me?" Below, a young woman with vibrant red hair gasped, her eyes wide with dawning recognition. "It's the Sword of State." An archer, unseen but clearly present, knocked an arrow, preparing to fire. The red-haired woman, her face contorted in a mixture of fear and defiance, commanded, "I command you all to kneel." But her words were met with only derision. A sharp sound, like the shattering of glass, echoed as her command was ignored. The archer's arrow flew, striking the woman. She was grabbed by a soldier, the arrow narrowly missing her. A new figure appeared, his face grim. "You little," he snarled, ordering another soldier, "Beck, catch that rat." A commanding officer addressed his troops, "Unless you all want to die, hand over the Sword of State at once." The cloaked figure smiled, a chilling confidence in their eyes. "Judging from the fact that you appear to have no fear, you must have no idea who I am." A furious, bearded man, his face contorted in rage, snarled, "Shut your—" With a deafening crash, the man was thrown violently to the ground. A gasp escaped his lips as he wheezed in pain. Another figure, seemingly younger, asked, "Are you really the Mount Xion sect chief?" The injured man struggled to reply, "Why, yes, I am." "Let go. I think you can get awa." The younger figure continued, "I am So Wasan, 8th Branch Master Gongsun Mu of the Wa sect." He then launched a swift attack, striking down his opponent. A sharp crack echoed as the blow landed. "How dare you not recognize me?" Several masked figures stood in shock, their thoughts clearly visible in thought bubbles. He addressed the remaining figures, "No need to be scared. I'm going to spare your lives." Several figures looked on in fear as a lone archer prepared to fire. The archer drew his bow, aiming multiple arrows at the group. With a resounding pow, a powerful blow sent one of the attackers flying backward. The force of the impact created a swirling vortex of energy, marked by the sound of PSJH. Wei Zhen's assault continued relentlessly. A series of blows, bash, plunge, BM, left his opponents reeling. He sent another attacker flying with a final, powerful strike, the man floating away with a float. The clash of steel echoed with a clang as Wasan engaged another foe. A gasp escaped the onlookers as the battle raged on, punctuated by the sounds of BM and thud. Amidst the chaos, a high-ranking official, likely a king or other important figure, was seen. One of Wei Zhen's opponents apologized for their transgression. A young woman watched the unfolding events with wide, terrified eyes. Another official, upon seeing Wasan, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Why Young? How you're here?" Meanwhile, another individual questioned the original plan. Wasn't the plan to hold the commander-in-chief hostage? Their opponent smirked, confidently stating, "We were dealt better cards." A high-ranking official, his face etched with concern, exclaimed, "So Wasan." He observed the young woman beside him, commenting, "This naughty girl must have been quite a handful." His gaze then shifted, a hint of relief in his eyes as he added, "Still, your presence assures me that it is not yet time for me to die." Wasan, a calm smile playing on his lips, replied, "You are as perceptive as ever, Your Majesty. You've already figured out the situation." A cry of "Your Majesty" echoed, filled with alarm. A stampede of people rushed towards the scene. More officials arrived, their faces a mixture of relief and concern as they rushed to check on their king. A woman with white hair observed the scene, commenting, "That was a bit anticlimactic. We thought we'd need him as a hostage, but it seems we don't anymore. It's been a while." She then turned to Wasan, asking, What are you doing here?" The young woman with pink hair let out a confused, "Eh." A high-ranking official, adorned in elaborate robes and a golden headdress, addressed a woman with long, dark hair. He spoke her name, Yunhee. The woman, Yunhee, reacted with wide, fearful eyes and an open mouth, her expression reflecting shock and dawning realization. The mention of that name triggered a profound understanding within her. Another official, his face partially obscured, confronted Yunhee. He questioned her involvement with the traitors, his tone sharp and accusatory. Simultaneously, he wondered aloud who had been influencing her. Yunhee's gaze hardened. She revealed a shocking truth. "The traitor is you, brother." Her words hung heavy in the air, a declaration that would soon shake the entire world. The brother, his face now fully visible, reacted with outrage. He shouted Princess Yunhee's name in disbelief and fury. Amidst the escalating tension, a calmer voice cut through the chaos. Someone advised the king to leave the palace, suggesting that family matters could be addressed later. A woman, addressed as Miss Yang, stood beside the king. Her expression was stoic and watchful. Miss Yang nodded in agreement to the king's departure. She pledged her loyalty and support. The impact sent her reeling, leaving her momentarily stunned. Amidst a flurry of blows and a whoosh of air, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, defended the king. Officials cried out in alarm, "Your Majesty, are you hurt? Your Majesty, come this way." The impact of a powerful blow sent a shockwave through the air. Wasan, his face bloodied, stood defiant. His eyes, however, revealed a deep weariness, a silent testament to the toll of battle. A new figure appeared, their expression sharp and questioning. "What is this? Did you come alone?" Suddenly, reinforcements arrived, a wave of shadowy figures rushing to the scene. More figures emerged, their weapons glinting menacingly. The newcomer smirked, relieved. "You're not alone. What a relief." Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, found himself unexpectedly thrust into a desperate battle. He ran, a blur of motion, towards the sounds of conflict, his usually sedentary form now a whirlwind of speed. He arrived to find his fellow disciples under attack, a grim smile playing on his lips as he muttered, "You're not alone." The relief was palpable. Wasan, now revealed to the world, stood defiantly amidst the chaos. A group of high-ranking officials and powerful figures watched from a distance, their expressions a mixture of shock and apprehension. A lone archer, his face contorted in a vicious grin, prepared to unleash a volley of arrows. The archer drew back his bowstring with surprising strength. Arrows flew towards Wasan. But with a swift movement, Wasan effortlessly deflected the attack, the archer's arrows shattering harmlessly against his unseen defenses. The archer, defeated, could only utter a frustrated humph. What a shame. The aftermath of a brutal attack on the Wasan sect is shown. Several figures, their faces grim, stand amidst the destruction. One of them, clearly distressed, exclaims about the shameful lack of success in their efforts. The sound effects, boom, thud, and shrivel emphasize the violence of the recent conflict. A young woman with striking heterochromia, different colored eyes, is shown, seemingly held hostage. A man snatches a weapon, the sound effect snatch accompanying the action. The scene then shifts to the woman, a knife held to her throat, as a sound effect slide indicates the blade's movement. The man holding the knife addresses the young woman, referring to her as Princess, and stating that she can be a hostage. The scene shifts to a negotiation. A group of armed men demands the release of the princess in exchange for the safety of the others. One of them agrees, stating fine. The sound effect tap suggests a light touch or agreement. A man instructs his sister to leave, saying go, brother. The sound effect stroke accompanies the action of handing over an object. In a lower panel, another group watches, one member expressing concern with a but. The sister, looking thoughtful, utters so Wasan. She continues, adding except for you. A man, seemingly the one who gave the order, states that if she stays, everyone else can go. The scene shifts to show a group of people reacting to the situation. One of them, seemingly the man who was previously holding the princess hostage, mutters to himself, my popularity is a curse. The sound effect PFFD suggests a sigh or release of air. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, found himself embroiled in a heated conversation. A woman, her face flushed with anger, accused him of being infatuated with her, her words punctuated by a sharp, you like me that much, huh, brother? Another woman, her expression serene yet possessive, declared, I want you to be mine. A man with dark hair and piercing eyes observed, in a negotiation, the two sides need to be somewhat equal for it to work, Miss Yang. He then questioned an older man, do you think you can handle the knife wielder on their side? The dark-haired man addressed Beck. How about you, Beck? Can you handle these guys alone? Beck confidently replied, I can finish them within 10 moves. He then turned his attention to another matter, stating, there you go. All I need to do is get His Majesty out of the palace. Suddenly, a masked figure launched a surprise attack on Wasan. The impact of the attack, sending a shock wave through the air, Wasan's expression hardened as he prepared for the next attack. A powerful shock wave erupts, the ground trembling violently as a figure is thrown back by the force of the blast. The air crackles with residual energy, the impact sending debris flying. Below, a man watches in horror, his face etched with worry as he utters a desperate plea. Is Suchan so? Two figures confront each other, their expressions sharp and intense. An older man, his face contorted in anger, glares at a younger, more composed individual. The tension palpable between them. Elsewhere, a woman with striking heterochromia observes the scene with a calm, almost unnerving demeanor. A masked figure and a high-ranking official stand before her, their expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. The official demands, how dare you? The woman smiles serenely as a sword is drawn, its movements swift and silent. The old man watches, his eyes wide with alarm. A sudden gust of wind preceding a powerful attack. The woman declares, you're like evil spirits. The old man's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes something. Those traces are. He trails off, speechless, as the masked figure stands silently behind him. Elsewhere, three figures approach a man tending to the earth, one of them questioning, oh ho. Two masked figures confronted Wasan, demanding to know his identity. Who the hell are you? One of them snarled. Wasan, his face bruised and bloodied, responded with a furious roar. Who the hell are you? He bellowed, his voice filled with righteous anger. The battle began. Wasan launched himself at one of the masked figures. A whirlwind of motion as he met his opponent's attack with a powerful counter. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. Wasan, despite his injuries, continued to fight relentlessly. He grunted with exertion as he delivered a swift kick, sending his opponent sprawling. These assholes. One of the masked figures spoke, their voice calm and collected despite the ongoing fight. You've come out on your own accord. A sinister figure emerged from the shadows, a chilling smile spreading across their face. I was about to come look for you. Two onlookers watched in astonishment as Wasan fought. Is Suchan so? How is Suchan so able to perform that move? A woman, observing the fight from afar, mused, does this mean we're roughly equal? Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, stood before a group of armed officials. They proposed a negotiation, their words hanging heavy in the air, questioning the validity of the previous conditions, particularly concerning the hostage situation. The tension was palpable. The fate of the hostages hung precariously in the balance. Meanwhile, Yun-hee, a young woman with fiery determination, watched helplessly as her brother prepared to make a difficult decision. He agreed to the official's terms, a decision that would have dire consequences. He instructed the general to protect His Majesty, leaving his own fate uncertain. A woman with striking white hair and crimson robes, seemingly an ally of the officials, prepared a device. A subtle rustle preceded, a loud bang as she activated it, signaling the start of a coordinated attack. A series of explosions rocked the area. A young woman, hidden amongst the tall grass, looked on in shock, realizing that the plan had succeeded. The signal had been sent, and another explosion echoed, confirming the success of the operation. A man with dark hair, his face etched with determination, acknowledged the signal, preparing for the next phase. A squadron of cavalry, their swords drawn, thundered across the landscape, the rhythmic thud of hooves echoing in the air. The ground trembled beneath their charge as they rode with fierce determination. A man with dark hair, a stern expression, and a noticeable scar on his face, recognizes a signal. He thinks to himself that it is time. With a bang, he shouts a command to everyone. A squadron of cavalry charges forward, their horses' hooves pounding the earth. Explosions rock the sky as a group of people receive a message. They're tasked with charging, protecting the reserve guards, and rescuing those trapped. Two men, one stout and one leaner, prepare for battle. The stout man urges them to move quickly. They shout and charge forward, as another man on horseback bellows a charge. A fierce battle raged across the desolate landscape. Wei Zhen's disciples, outnumbered but not outmatched, fought valiantly against a tide of attackers. Their desperate struggle was punctuated by the roar of conflict and the clang of steel on steel. Amidst the chaos, a high-ranking official, his face etched with concern, observed the scene from a distance. "What is this racket?" he wondered, his eyes widening as he witnessed the scale of the conflict. A subordinate quickly explained, "Sir, the king's army is attacking us from all sides in a surprise attack. The left and right guard have been routed." The official's expression shifted from concern to shock. The implications of the attack were staggering. The king's army? King Yeso is admitting that he is behind the insurgency. Another official, equally stunned, spoke urgently. "Sir, we shouldn't delay any longer. We must fight now. This is proof that he was part of the plot." The first official, his face grim, agreed. "He is right. You must send out the center guards to attack the king." His eyes narrowed, focusing intently. He barked out orders, "Chung, Duk-hyung, Su Beep-chung." Two guards immediately knelt before him, awaiting further instructions. The official commanded, "Lead the center guard and defeat the insurgents." Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watched the unfolding events with a mix of fear and sorrow. Sobi, we can't leave him behind like that," one of them sobbed. The scene opens with a chaotic tableau. Disciples of the Wasan sect, their faces etched with terror, cry out for help. One shouts, "Brother," while others wail, "Wasan." High above, a figure emerges. Wasan, the sect's unexpected successor. He stands silhouetted against the sky, his presence commanding attention. A voice, filled with awe, whispers, "So Wasan of Shangxi." Wasan descends, his red cape billowing behind him. The sound of approaching horses is heard. Meanwhile, another character, a woman with dark hair and intense eyes, observes the scene from below, a grim determination on her face. She declares, "The cards have been dealt." Wasan confronts a group of armed individuals. He questions, "Is this where we start fighting?" The woman from before answers, her voice cold and unwavering. "Yes, it's a fight to the death. Failure means death." Wasan, however, respond with a smirk, Fight to the death. I won't die." "What?" The woman reveals her proposition. "If you kill everyone here, I'll give you the world. I will give myself to you." Suddenly, masked figures attack. A moment of confusion ensues as Wasan and his allies react to the surprise assault. Wei Zhen's ally, seemingly amused by the turn of events, comments, "You really are full of surprises. What are you playing at now?" A woman with long, flowing silver hair confessed her infatuation to a man, her eyes filled with longing. He brushed her off, claiming to be a busy man. The woman revealed she orchestrated the attack on the Wasan sect and the royal court insurgency. She also controlled the leaders and spies involved. The scene shifted to show several armed men approaching a group of people, their faces grim. The woman tempted the man, her eyes gleaming with malice. A sudden, violent crash echoed through the scene as the man reacted. One of the armed men was struck down, his body crumpling to the ground, leaving the others stunned and the woman surprised by his swift action. A disciple of the Wasan sect fell to the ground, his body slumping lifelessly. Two onlookers watched, one commenting on his failure to dodge the attack, the other dismissing him with callous indifference. The attackers, emboldened by their success, laughed maniacally as they prepared to continue their assault. Their leader declared it was time to begin the massacre. Suddenly, a figure emerged, a whirlwind of motion. With a fierce grin, he announced his arrival. He swiftly drew his sword, the polished steel gleaming in the dim light. Another disciple, caught in the chaos, looked on in confusion and fear. The newcomer moved with impossible speed, deflecting blows and sending his opponent sprawling. He seemed almost surprised by his own effortless skill. With a powerful kick, he sent another attacker flying. A woman watched the unfolding battle with wide, shocked eyes. Another disciple, wounded and terrified, could only utter a stunned exclamation. A regal figure, adorned in ornate clothing, observed the scene with a smirk. Their words dripped with disdain. "How disappointing. Surely, it can't be your first time dealing with Gosus at this level." Suddenly, a flurry of motion erupted. Three figures, clad in dark green and masked, attacked with surprising speed. A sharp slap echoed through the air as Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar, moved with unexpected agility, deflecting their blows with ease. His movements were precise and deadly. His face contorted in a grimace of effort as he countered with a powerful strike, sending one of the attackers sprawling. The impact echoed with a resounding crash. Wasan continued his relentless assault, his movements a blur of controlled violence. He spun, evading another attack, and sent his opponent flying with a powerful kick. The sound of bone cracking was audible, disarming them instantly. He moved with a terrifying grace and precision. Wasan, leaping through the air, confronted the last attacker. "Draw your sword, you asshole," he spat, his voice laced with lethal intent. The battle raged. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with surprising speed and skill, deflecting blows and countering with devastating force. A series of powerful impacts echoed through the air, each strike a blur of motion as he effortlessly dispatched his opponents. His eyes, however, held a chilling intensity, reflecting the grim determination fueling his actions. One particularly swift strike sent an attacker sprawling, his cry of pain echoing across the ravaged landscape. The force of the blow shattered the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Another opponent lunged, but Wasan anticipated the move, his blade intercepting with a resounding clang, sending the attacker tumbling backward. A final decisive blow sent the attacker crashing to the ground, defeated. Gasping for breath, Wasan stood amidst the carnage, his body weary but his spirit unbroken. A nearby figure, seemingly unharmed, watched him with a mixture of awe and fear. He spoke, urging Wasan to continue the fight. The scene opens with a pair of worn leather boots splashing through shallow puddles. The rhythmic tap-tap-tap of footsteps echoes across the desolate landscape. A young man with long dark hair, dressed in simple white robes, stands before a gaping chasm in the earth. A figure, cloaked and wounded, gasps from within the fissure. The young man's expression is one of grim determination. He draws his sword, his face set in a fierce grimace. The words, "I told you to draw your sword," echo in his mind, a reminder of his duty. A sword lies discarded on the ground, its ornate hilt gleaming faintly in the dim light. The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a man with bandaged arms, kneels nearby, defeated. A sound like a heavy object slamming against stone echoes through the air. The camera focuses on a masked figure, their eyes narrowed in anger. The young man, his face streaked with dirt and blood, stares back, a question hanging in the air. "You're not going to draw your sword?" A masked figure, clad in purple and green, knelt, his hand wrapped around the hilt of his sword. Another figure, similarly masked but in darker garb, stumbled backward, leaving a small crater in the ground behind him. A gasp escaped the kneeling figure's lips, a soft tap echoing in the tense silence. A young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with alarm, watched the scene unfold. "Sir, they are," he began, his voice laced with apprehension. "Gosus from the Mudong sect," the older man stated grimly, a question mark hanging in the air above his head. The older man's face was etched with worry. The Taegyuk-san hand technique and the Mual move, these techniques came into practice in the Mudong sect more than 100 years ago, he explained, his voice heavy with the weight of history. Another gasp escaped the kneeling figure as he clutched at his chest. "You must be careful. His inner force is remarkable," the older man warned, his eyes fixed on a masked figure. "It's beyond what we have seen so far," the older man continued, his voice filled with awe and a hint of fear. The young man, Beck, pondered. "Beck can recognize something that was used 100 years ago? I'm more curious about his identity," he mused, his gaze intense. Three masked figures, their faces painted like grotesque masks, stood before the kneeling figure. "So, you're from the Mudong sect?" One of them sneered. Beck scoffed. "Why are such high and mighty masters dressed like clowns?" he questioned, his tone dripping with sarcasm. A woman with long, silver hair and striking eyes observed the unfolding chaos. Her expression was one of calm assessment, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. She addressed those around her, her voice laced with a hint of impatience. She questioned their focus, suggesting they were too distracted by the spectacle to effectively carry out their mission. The consequences of failure were dire, she warned, hinting at expulsion or annihilation. The scene shifted to a different location, where a tense exchange took place. A voice, filled with concern, questioned the actions of a royal princess, noting the destructive power of her words. Another voice responded, stating that no one was safe from the princess's malevolent influence. The sound of a roar echoed in the background, indicating a developing crisis. A vast army was shown marching across a barren landscape, their movements swift and determined. The sound of heavy footfalls filled the air, underscoring their relentless advance. The pursuit intensified. A group of soldiers on horseback urged each other on, their shouts echoing across the plains. Their target, a traitor who must be apprehended. The soldiers pressed their pursuit, determined to capture the insurgent leader. Their determination was palpable, their focus unwavering. A man with white hair and a red cloak led the chase, skillfully navigating the terrain. He urged his pursuers onward, directing them to the left. He skillfully used a whip to propel himself forward, demonstrating impressive agility. His pursuers watched in awe as he leaped across a chasm, his movements fluid and precise. Inside a building, three figures reacted with shock and fear to the events unfolding outside. Their expressions ranged from disbelief to terror. A woman with striking white hair and intense green eyes, adorned in regal attire, barked out an order. Her face was contorted in a fierce expression of determination. Annihilate the insurgents. A lone figure, cloaked in red, stood amidst a chaotic scene. A squadron of cavalry, their horses thundering, charged towards him. The sound of their approach echoed with a powerful thubble up, thubble up, thubble up. The cavalry drew closer, their momentum relentless. A voice, filled with confidence, declared, "They're within our grasp." The thundering of hooves continued, a relentless thubble up, thubble up, thubble up. Suddenly, a man with short, white hair appeared, his eyes glowing with power. He prepared to unleash a technique, muttering, "The Dagum Gang Devil Subdue Technique." Guangxi. With a blinding flash of light and a resounding crash, the man's technique erupted, striking the charging cavalry. His eyes blazed with an inner light as a powerful sound, pot, echoed through the air. The force of the attack sent several soldiers sprawling, their cries of ARGH, and the sound of impact, crash, filling the air. Another sound, PO, followed by OW, indicated further injuries. The man continued his assault, his movements a blur of energy. The remaining soldiers watched in stunned silence. The man, having swiftly subdued his opponents, turned away, a look of grim determination on his face. The sound of something being grab, could be heard. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, was a master of martial arts. A surge of energy emanated from him, crackling with raw power. He unleashed a devastating attack, his fists moving with blinding speed, striking multiple opponents simultaneously. The force of his blows sent shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. Gasps of pain and surprise filled the air as the attackers fell. With a final, earth-shattering blow, Wasan sent one of the attackers flying backwards. News of the rescue reached the onlookers. One of them exclaimed that King Yeso had been saved, but another urged immediate action to aid those still in danger. Observing the scene, a concerned individual noted that Yang Muo-K required assistance. A figure, identified as Small Chief, responded to the call for help, rushing towards the scene. With incredible speed, Small Chief leaped into action. Another figure, seemingly exhausted, collapsed to the ground. The scene opens with a wide shot of battlefield, smoke and dust billowing in the air. A fierce battle rages, with soldiers clashing swords and the sounds of combat echoing around them. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, their movements swift and precise. They unleash a wave of energy, a blinding flash of light erupting from their hands. A nearby soldier watches in stunned disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the incredible display of power. That's... Another soldier, equally astonished, gasps, Jiangwan, the highest level of hand technique. The figure, revealed to be Wasan, continues their assault, their movements fluid and deadly. They're using the Hangryong 18-hand technique. A powerful blast of energy erupts from their hands, striking their opponent with devastating force. The impact sends a shock wave through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Wasan continues their relentless attack, unleashing a series of devastating blows. Each strike is precise and powerful, leaving their opponents reeling. More blasts of energy erupt, each one more powerful than the last, as Wasan decimates their foes. The sounds of impact and destruction fill the air. The final blow sends a shockwave that obliterates the remaining enemies. Wasan stand victorious, panting slightly but otherwise unharmed. The aftermath of a brutal battle lay spread across the landscape. Countless bodies, both friend and foe, littered the ground, a grim testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The air hung heavy with the scent of blood and the lingering smoke of destruction. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst the carnage, his breath catching in his throat. A gasp escaped his lips as he surveyed the scene, the weight of the massacre settling upon him. His face, usually calm and composed, was contorted with exertion. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath, the effort visible in the strain of his muscles. A silent determination hardened his gaze. From a distance, concerned voices called out, "Small Chief, are you all right?" Meanwhile, another figure, a woman, slumped to the ground, muttering, "Humph, I can't be outdone by her. That stupid bitch. She doesn't know when to stop. I'm spent." She too was clearly exhausted, her breathing ragged and her body trembling with the effort of battle. Sweat plastered her hair to her forehead, and her face was pale with fatigue. Relief washed over the woman as she exclaimed, "General Song, I'm so happy to see you. His Majesty is just ahead of us." The guards rushed to Wei's inside, their concern evident. "Thank you for protecting His Majesty." "Oh, Small Chief, your nose is bleeding," one of them exclaimed. A sudden crack echoed through the air as Wasan, despite his injuries, collapsed, the strain of the battle finally overcoming him. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years and bearing the scars of countless battles, stood amidst the rubble. He clutched a bloody knife, his breath ragged. "Whoa, that was close," he muttered, his voice a low rasp. His eyes, however, gleamed with a fierce determination. A predatory grin spread across his weathered face. "It's my turn now," he declared, his voice hardening with resolve. He launched himself into action, his movements surprisingly swift and agile for a man of his age. Several opponents, clad in simple martial garb, surrounded him. One of them scoffed, "You're all talk, old man." The old man's response was immediate and brutal. With a blur of motion, his blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of stunned opponents in his wake. The sound of clashing steel echoed through the ravaged landscape. As he moved with terrifying speed and precision, his every strike finding its mark. One of the attackers, his face contorted in pain, collapsed to the ground. Another opponent lunged at him, but the old man effortlessly deflected the blow. "All talk," he sneered, his eyes burning with cold fury. The final attacker, a younger man, shouted, "We'll see about that." A frail-looking elder, Wasan, faced off against four armed assailants. One of them scoffed, "You're all talk, old man." Wasan, despite his appearance, moved with surprising speed, his sword ablur as he deflected blows, countering with swift, precise strikes. The sound of clashing steel filled the air. One of the attackers was sent sprawling with a powerful kick. While Wasan continued his relentless assault, his movements fluid and deadly. "All talk," one of the remaining attackers snarled. Wazen's counterattack was swift and brutal, sending another attacker flying. The chapter title, "A Decisive Battle," appeared as Wazen's opponent crashed to the ground defeated. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, moved with surprising speed. His blade, a blur of motion, sliced through the air with deadly precision, leaving his opponent reeling from the impact. A nearby disciple watched in wide-eyed terror as the masked attacker was sent flying. Another blow landed, sending the disciple sprawling to the ground. Gasps of shock filled the air as Wazen's hidden strength was revealed. With a swift, decisive strike, Wasan dispatched another attacker. His movements a whirlwind of controlled power. The clash of steel echoed through the night as he faced a more formidable foe. A wounded disciple, breathless and bruised, watched the fight unfold. He muttered a question, his voice barely a whisper. "Are you going to give me a chance to attack too?" Ignoring the question, Wasan focused on the immediate threat. A surge of energy erupted from him. Two figures, cloaked and masked, their faces obscured except for intense eyes, stood poised for action. A palpable tension filled the air. Suddenly, a powerful figure erupted into motion, his dark hair a whirlwind as he unleashed a furious counterattack. Multiple hands reached for him, but he moved with impossible speed. His movements were a blur of motion, each strike precise and devastating. The masked figures were thrown back, their attacks easily deflected. He continued his relentless assault, each impact echoing with the force of a battering ram. A flurry of kicks and strikes sent the masked figures sprawling, their coordinated attack dissolving into chaos. He moved with an almost supernatural grace. One of the masked figures, momentarily stunned, watched as the powerful figure moved with impossible speed, leaving trails of motion in his wake. The masked figure's frustration was evident as he struggled to keep up, his words a testament to his opponent's overwhelming speed. "What? Why can't I catch him?" Leaping high into the air, the powerful figure prepared for a final, decisive strike. His blade flashed, cleaving through the air with devastating force, creating a massive explosion upon impact. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, found himself amidst a chaotic battle. Despite his unassuming appearance, he moved with surprising agility, deflecting blows with practiced ease. His internal monologue revealed his frustration. He couldn't quite grasp the nuances of his opponent's swordsmanship. The destruction surrounding him, the remnants of the Wasan sect's mountain ridge, was a stark reminder of a massacre he had just prevented. He scoffed internally, deeming their attacks weak and predictable. Disappointing, he thought, their movements are heavy, their techniques slow. A woman with long, silver hair, dressed in elegant robes, watched the fight with a bored expression. "Don't tell me that's all you've got?" she questioned, clearly unimpressed. Her eyes widened slightly, a flicker of interest crossing her face as she observed Wazen's movements more closely. With a swift, precise movement, Wasan disarmed one of his opponents, sending the man sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud. The defeated man lay groaning on the ground, his face contorted in pain. Wazen's expression hardened. He was growing impatient. The speed and precision of his strikes left his opponents no chance to react. He moved with a deadly grace, a stark contrast to his usual scholarly demeanor. An elderly man, his face etched with worry and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, clutched a broken weapon. He looked around, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and fear. Another weathered figure, similarly wounded, stood nearby, his expression grim and resolute. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The first man's gaze shifted downwards as he noticed a young man, also injured but seemingly more composed, holding a small key. A tremor ran through the elder's body. A sharp command cut through the silence. The young man, his face a mask of controlled anger, barked an order at the fallen elder. He berated the elder for his inaction, his voice laced with frustration and concern. The elder, wincing in pain, offered a meek explanation. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of several masked figures, their presence ominous and threatening. The young man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He seemed to assess the situation, a flicker of calculation in his gaze. Then, a smirk played on his lips. He seemed confident, almost amused by the turn of events. The elder, seemingly relieved, explained that he had tried to lighten the mood, his words laced with a hint of nervous humor. The young man, however, looked unconvinced. Wei Zhen's seemingly effortless movements had caught his opponent off guard. The opponent, clearly agitated, demanded to know what Hua Sen was doing, accusing him of holding back. Hua Sen calmly replied that he was merely testing the waters, prompting a dismissive retort about the concept of reconnaissance. A grizzled, battle-worn man, seemingly Wei Zhen's superior, stood nearby, observing the exchange. He declared that he would cease his worrying, given the circumstances. Hua Sen, with a confident smirk, simply responded with a dismissive obviously. Suddenly, Hua Sen launched himself forward with surprising speed. His opponent, clearly taken aback by this sudden display of power, questioned his audacity in doubting Wei Zhen's abilities. He then proposed to get down to business. Wei Zhen's swift attack sent several opponents sprawling. The impact echoed as the masked figures, seemingly amused, watched the scene unfold. Hua Sen, his face grim, questioned their amusement. More masked figures emerged from the shadows, their approach marked by a distinct sound effect. Hua Sen, recognizing the situation, muttered to himself, "This again?" Hua Sen, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with surprising speed and precision. His blade flashed, a blur of motion as he deflected multiple attacks, the sound of steel on steel echoing with a sharp grin. He countered swiftly, each parry a testament to his refined technique. The air crackled with the force of his movements as he cut through his opponents, the sound of their weapons shattering echoing with a series of pow-s, leaving a trail of defeated foes in his wake. With a final, powerful strike, he unleashed a devastating blow, the energy radiating outwards in a brilliant burst of light. The masked figures, momentarily stunned by the ferocity of Wei Zhen's attack, began to dissipate into dust, their bodies dissolving into nothingness with a final pot sound. The remaining masked figures exchanged worried glances, their expressions filled with disbelief and a hint of fear. They clearly hadn't expected such a powerful opponent. A woman with striking blue hair watched from a distance, her eyes wide with shock and concern. She seemed to know more than she was letting on. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dissipating smoke, its form shifting and growing. A sinister chuckle echoed across the battlefield as it revealed itself, a monstrous being of pure energy, its body crackling with dark power. Two figures in green robes stood before it, their swords drawn, ready to face the threat. The creature unleashed a wave of dark energy, engulfing the two figures in green robes. The battle was far from over. With a battle cry of "Here goes!" Hua Sen launched a devastating attack. A wave of crimson energy erupted from him, pushing back against his opponent. The force of the blow leaving a searing trail across the battlefield. The sheer power of the attack was evident in the way it sliced through the air, revealing the true nature of the weapon, a bomb designed to counter sword techniques. A smug grin spread across the attacker's face as he boasted. As you can tell, this technique was designed to block sword forces. Manhwa is the best. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by a sharp PSSHD sound. The intense light momentarily obscured the scene, revealing a figure engulfed in fiery energy. The attacker declared it to be the bomb. As the blast wave expanded, a voice calmly explained that the technique was designed to counter sword-based attacks, identifying it as the Manhwa style. Three cloaked figures launched a coordinated attack, their blades flashing with a pot sound. As they searched for their target, the sound of search echoed through the air. One of the attackers was struck by a powerful blow, a whack sound accompanying the impact, followed by a series of rapid strikes, punctuated by shack and pot sounds. The attacker was clearly overwhelmed. With a resounding slam, wham! Hua Sen moved with surprising speed and power, his body a blur of motion as he launched a devastating attack. The force of his blow sent a shock wave through the air, a powerful pot, echoing as he struck his opponent. He roared, "You!" The masked assailant hissed, a sound like PSSS, as he braced for the impact. A whirlwind of crimson energy erupted from Wei Zhen's strike. A violent slam, followed by a sickening crunch as the attack connected, sending the man sprawling. The masked figure crashed to the ground, his body trembling. A look of utter shock and disbelief washed over his features. His eyes widened, reflecting the intensity of his fear and surprise. Meanwhile, a colossal, shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its presence filling the scene with an ominous aura. A low, guttural sound like sh emanated from it. A woman with long purple hair, dressed in ornate clothing, watched the creature's emergence with a mixture of awe and apprehension. She murmured, "That looks like—" "It's similar," she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. "But how is that possible?" A woman with striking silver hair, adorned with golden accents, observed the scene with narrowed eyes. Her gaze was intense, her expression one of grim determination. It looked so similar to his Magong. A monstrous, tree-like figure emerged from the flames, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky. Its face was a mask of malevolent glee, its eyes burning with an infernal light. The words, "the fire of annihilation," hung in the air, a chilling proclamation of its destructive power. A figure, clad in simple attire, leaped into action, dodging a barrage of falling debris. The impact of the falling rocks sending shockwaves through the ground. The figure moved with surprising agility, a blur of motion amidst the chaos. A powerful blast erupted, sending a shockwave that shattered the surrounding landscape. The sound of crash echoed through the air. Amidst the dust and debris, a large, imposing figure emerged, wielding a massive cleaver. The air hissed with the sound of pshhh. He stood defiantly, his muscles tense, ready for battle. The sound of pshhh punctuated the tense silence. Three figures, their faces etched with grim determination, glared at the approaching threat. A powerful energy erupted from the figure, a storm of force that shook the very ground. The sound of POW reverberated through the air as the attack unleashed its full fury. The scene opens with two figures locked in fierce combat. One, an older man with graying hair and a weathered face, is clearly struggling, his body bearing the marks of a brutal fight. The other figure is obscured, but the intensity of the battle is palpable. The narration boxes above them read "driving force" and "celestial turmoil," hinting at the immense power at play. Suddenly, a young man with short, graying hair bursts into the scene, a whirlwind of motion. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of limbs and energy. The narration box above him reads "Whirling Dragons," a fitting description of his breathtaking agility. He effortlessly dispatches several opponents with swift, precise strikes, each blow sending them flying backwards in a shower of sparks. His movements are a blur of motion, a dance of death as he cuts down his foes with terrifying efficiency. The sound effect pshh echoes the force of his attacks. One of the older men, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, watches in horror as the young man continues his relentless assault. The young man unleashes a devastating attack, shattering the ground around him with powerful energy blasts. The sound effect crash underscores the destructive power of his technique. His muscles ripple with power as he stands triumphant over his fallen foes. The sound effect pshhh emphasizes the exertion of his incredible strength. The aftermath of the battle is shown. Several bodies lie scattered across the ravaged landscape. The young man, Wasan, coughs, clearly exhausted but victorious. The sound effect splat indicates the finality of the conflict. A mysterious figure approaches, their footfalls echoing in the silence. They speak, "I must say." The scene opens with a narration box highlighting the Jongnam SECT chief's exceptional standing, setting him apart from lesser fighters. A large, imposing figure looms over a smaller, injured man who is kneeling on the ground, blood staining his clothes. The larger figure appears to be about to strike the smaller one. Another narration box reveals that the Susu League is defeated. A wounded man, possibly the League leader, is shown lying on the ground, his face etched with defeat. He reflects on the League leader's underwhelming performance. The wounded man observes the fallen figure and speculates that he might be from the Gijian double spear Yupguk of the Baiwal sect, based on his weaponry. A wounded man, his face grim, questions the identity of his attacker, recognizing a familiar knife technique. The attacker, a powerful figure, reveals that he once faced the wounded man's master, Chunya Gumja, and recognizes him as the child he saw during that encounter. The sound effect, grin, accompanies his words. The attacker's face is shown in close-up, his expression intense and menacing. A sword slices through the attacker's body, accompanied by sound effect, CRR. Another figure intervenes, urging the young man to leave and help his master. The sound effect plunge is heard. A young woman, tears streaming down her face, whispered a meek affirmation to a stern-looking older man. His expression was grim, his gaze intense as he held his staff. Wasan, his footsteps heavy, trudged through the aftermath of a brutal battle. Blood stained the ground, and two figures lay lifeless nearby. He was asked about the technique he had just used. A smirk played on Wazen's lips as he revealed the name of his technique, the Pakhun 12 Knives. The young woman's disbelief was palpable, her eyes widened in shock. Below her, an older man with gray hair and a wounded face reacted with disbelief. A powerful figure with long, white hair and a scarred chest emerged, a booming sound accompanying his appearance. He was challenged to demonstrate a different technique, prompting him to consider developing a new ultimate weapon. A cloaked figure, surrounded by masked assailants, unleashed a wave of fire, causing the attackers to gasp and struggle for breath. The cloaked figure assured them that they would not be killed. The cloaked figure's laughter echoed as they explained their need to keep their victims alive to spread news of their power and achieve fame. The masked assailants, exhausted but still defiant, questioned if this was the end. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, revealed a hidden strength. He grinned, stating that if this was the end, then they should light some fireworks. His opponent, however, retorted that he had said he wouldn't kill him. A sudden, powerful energy erupted from Wasan. The force of the attack sent shockwaves outward, impacting his opponent, and Wasan continued his assault with a flurry of blows, each strike landing with devastating force. The impact of the blows was clearly shown by the sound effects. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Wasan clarified that he never said he wouldn't hurt him. With a final, powerful push, Wasan declared, "Let's end the night with a grand finale." A sinister grin stretched across the villain's face. He declared that he wouldn't kill his opponent, suggesting a cruel game was afoot. But the villain's words were immediately followed by a powerful energy blast. The ensuing attack was swift and brutal. A series of powerful blows rained down, each impact sending shockwaves through the air. Before the villain revealed he never intended to spare his opponent's life. The villain announced that he would end the night with a grand finale and unleashed a devastating energy wave. Wasan, however, met the attack head-on, deflecting the energy with a powerful counterattack. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with unexpected speed and power. A ripple of energy emanated from him as he launched himself into action, his body a blur of motion as he deflected a series of blows. He was clearly injured, his face bearing the marks of battle, yet his eyes burned with determination. A triumphant woot escaped his lips. He stood, bruised but unbroken, a faint tap echoing as he lightly touched his injured cheek. His expression was one of grim resolve. With a powerful leap, Wasan launched himself into the air, a whirlwind of white fabric surrounding him, leaving several attackers sprawled on the ground, defeated. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area as he landed. Another foe trembled, his body racked with pain, as Wasan's attack continued. A final, crushing blow, sending him sprawling to the earth with a resounding slam. Wasan, his face grim, addressed the fallen foe. "Stop squirming and just go to sleep," he commanded. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoed, startling Wasan. "Ack, what was that?" he exclaimed. Wasan's eyes widened, reflecting the chaos unfolding before him. A swift, deadly blow was delivered. A blade flashed, slicing through the air with a sharp swish. The impact echoed with a resounding boom as a body fell, a brutal end to a life. Amidst the carnage, Wasan arrived. He surveyed the scene, his face grim. A large, muscular man lay dead, a cleaver embedded in his chest. "You're too late, Beck," a voice sneered. Wasan smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes despite the blood staining his face. "Well, then," a woman, her face etched with worry, watched him from the sidelines. Wasan's gaze hardened. "We have things to settle." Another woman, dressed in opulent robes, gasped, "Your Royal Highness." Wasan's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense as he locked eyes with his opponent. The tension crackled between them. He turned, leaving the scene of carnage behind. Smoke billows from a distant peak, a fiery plume against the twilight sky. The Wasan sect's mountain stronghold is ablaze. A figure plummets from the sky, a pained cry escaping their lips, crashing on the ground below with a heavy thud. The impact sends tremors through the earth. A wounded man lies prostrate, begging for mercy. He identifies his attacker as the Chief Emeritus. Wasan, his face grim, stands over the fallen man. He questions the audacity of the plea. An older man with long white hair appears, his face contorted in rage. He expresses his outrage at the attack. He reveals that the Chief Emeritus has been killed, lamenting the swift and brutal nature of the assault. A grieving man, his face streaked with tears, recounted the devastating attack. The chief and his disciples have been caught completely off guard, given no chance to mount a counterattack. Despite their loss, the remaining disciples were urged to continue their devotion to the quest. An elder, impressed by their resilience, expressed high expectations for their future. The Mount Shion examinations were about to begin, a crucial event to determine the next generation of leaders within the sect. The successor, Youngjo, was poised to lead the sect as the new chief. His face, however, was obscured by shadow, hinting at a hidden tension. An enraged elder, his face etched with fury, demanded to know who was responsible for the massacre. The answer was shocking. Wasan, the quiet scholar, had single-handedly slaughtered the attackers. With the Mount Shion sect now suspended, the remaining members were ordered to return to Mount Shion. Several disciples, their faces hidden behind masks, trudged wearily through the aftermath of the attack, their exhaustion palpable. The sect suspension would remain in effect until Wasan's death, a harsh decree that forbade any attempts at revenge. A masked figure, his face obscured, was questioned about his destination. The weight of the situation was heavy in the air. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, seethed with a quiet fury. He vowed revenge, echoing the suffering inflicted upon his sect. His face contorted in a mask of rage. Wasan swore to make the perpetrators feel the same helplessness he had felt while being unable to protect his sect. The sun rose over the ravaged Wasan sect's mountaintop sanctuary, a stark contrast to the devastation below. With a thunderous thud, Wasan unleashed his fury, shattering the remnants of the sect's threshold with a single, earth-shaking blow. A bloody official lay amongst the rubble, a victim of a massacre. The scene was one of carnage. Bodies lay scattered, a testament to the brutal attack. Wasan surveyed the devastation, his face grim. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him. Suddenly, the sound of approaching enemies shattered the silence. Wasan prepared for battle. High-ranking officials gathered, their faces etched with concern. News of the attack on the Mount Cheon sect had reached them, and the gravity of the situation was palpable. A young man knelt before them, his demeanor humble yet resolute. The officials whispered amongst themselves, their voices a mixture of shock and disbelief. The Mount Cheon sect sword master by himself? What? He's with the Yoyang sect. An older official, his face a mask of grim determination, spoke, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. They are determined to annihilate the Manhwa sect. Meanwhile, Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, was already in motion. He moved with surprising speed and agility, his breath coming in short, sharp gasps as he traversed the mountainous terrain. The sound of his footsteps echoed through the quiet forest. Huff, puff, tap, 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 tap. Another man, his face strained with worry, watched Wasan's progress. He muttered to himself, his words filled with a desperate hope. He's going to come. He said he would come. I'm sure he will come. A hand reached out, offering a small pouch to a waiting figure. Here, take it. The recipient examined the pouch, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension on their face. What is this? Instructions were given, the voice calm and precise. If anything happens, put a stack of wood on the top of Yanhwa. Sprinkle the powder in that pouch on the top of the wood and set fire to it. It will create red smoke. The other person, their back to the viewer, listened intently. The question was posed, a hint of uncertainty in their tone. You mean, if I burn this, I'll be sending you a signal? A response came, firm and resolute. No, it's a warning that I'm coming. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst the ashes of his destroyed home, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He had just completed a grueling task, a desperate fight to protect his sect from a brutal massacre. I've done it, he declared, a mixture of exhaustion and grim determination in his voice. A figure emerged from the shadows, their face etched with worry. You must come, sir, they urged, their voice filled with a sense of urgency. Wasan turned, his gaze settling on a group of figures approaching the ravaged Wasan sect grounds. They appear to be warriors, their presence ominous. One of them, a man with a stern expression and a drawn sword, shouted a warning. Stop right there. Wasan, despite his exhaustion, moved with surprising speed and power. He met the oncoming warriors with a flurry of blows, his movements a blur of controlled violence. The impact of his strikes echoed with the sound of bone cracking and flesh tearing. One warrior cried out in pain, Arg, as he was sent flying backward. The remaining warriors, battered and bruised, stared at Wasan with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Their initial confidence had shattered. Wasan took a single deliberate step forward, his presence radiating power and authority. The ground beneath his foot was stained crimson. Wasan, his usually frail form, now radiating power, stood amidst a scene of carnage. Bound disciples of the Wasan sect lay scattered amongst the corpses of their attackers, blood staining the ground. His sword, gleaming faintly, was still slick with the blood of those who dared to attack his sect. A resounding boom echoed in the aftermath of the battle. As three figures emerged from the shadows, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and fear. Their eyes widened as they took in the devastation wrought by Wasan, the sole survivor of the massacre. A bloodied man in white robes, escorted by a phalanx of masked figures, approached a heavily muscled warrior wielding a large sword. The warrior stood before a gate, his expression grim. Meanwhile, an older man with a long white beard clenched his fists in fury. He declared that an unforgivable crime had been committed against the Mount Cheon sect. Another man, his face contorted in rage, growled in response. As a booming sound echoed through the air, a group of masked figures, their faces filled with murderous intent, shouted their determination to annihilate Manhwa. The attackers roared as they launched a brutal assault, their cries echoing across the battlefield. They commanded their troops to kill everyone and guard the central temple. The scene opens amidst chaos. A fierce battle rages across the Wasan sect's grounds. The attackers, a mob of figures clad in dark clothing, shout their intent to annihilate Manhwa. Their blades clash against the desperate defenses of the sect's disciples. Their cries of "kill them all" echoing through the air. The clash of steel and the roar of battle fill the scene as the attackers press their assault. while the defenders desperately try to protect the central temple. Their resolve is clear. Whatever happens, the temple must be saved. A wounded soldier is confronted by an attacker. The attacker taunts him, questioning his honor as a member of a prestigious sect. He warns the soldier that retreat will only lead to punishment for his crimes. The soldier, despite his injuries, prepares to fight back. He lunges forward, his weapon a blur of motion, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with his attacker. The sounds of clashing weapons fill the air as the two combatants trade strikes. A flurry of attacks and parries. The intensity of the fight is palpable. Another attacker is confronted, boasting that Manhwa will be annihilated. He is met with swift and decisive action. A powerful strike silencing his threats. The attacker is defeated, his body falling to the ground. The scene opens on a bloody battlefield. Two figures, Hwa-san and another, lie wounded amidst the carnage. Hwa-san, despite his injuries, speaks calmly. "You dirty little rat. Sorry, I'm a bit late." Wei-zan's opponent, his face contorted in pain, gasps, that is." A third figure, observing the scene, smirks and comments, "Hee, I told you we should have killed this guy a long time ago." He then swiftly attacks, delivering a crushing blow. The impact echoing with a loud crunch, followed by another devastating strike that cracks the opponent's skull. Hwa-san, standing over his fallen foe, declares, "Talking is pointless." Hwa-san, bruised and battered but victorious, looks around, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mutters, "Where's Ja-gun?" The final panel shows Hwa-san walking away from the scene, his back to the viewer, his body heavily bandaged, a sword at his side. The setting sun casts long shadows. A blinding flash of light erupted as Hwa-san, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Hwa-san sect, moved with impossible speed. His sword, a blur of motion, sliced through a throng of attackers, leaving a swathe of fallen bodies in its wake. The air filled with the sharp swish of steel. Terror etched itself onto the faces of the remaining assailants as they witnessed the raw power Hwa-san unleashed. Hwa-san, his eyes blazing with righteous fury, commanded them to leave, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Stop being annoying and get out of my way." The sheer force of Wei-zan's presence shook the very ground beneath their feet. His inner power was so overwhelming that the remaining disciples could barely stand, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "His inner force is so powerful it can move my legs," one of them thought, fear gripping him. With a final, devastating display of skill, Hwa-san swiftly dispatched the remaining foes. The courtyard was littered with the bodies of the attackers, a grim testament to his power. Hwa-san addressed the surviving disciples, his voice ringing with authority. "All of you, come to your senses." Hwa-san nodded curtly. "Fine, I'll start with you." Another disciple, his voice filled with urgency, pleaded, "Sir, you must come." A new voice, sharp and mocking, cut through the air. "Hey, old man, you shamefully ran away." A bloodied Hwa-san, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Hwa-san sect, stood before an opponent. His opponent questioned his return, the words hanging heavy in the air. A gruff, older warrior scoffed, calling Hwa-san a rookie and claiming to have been waiting for him. He challenged the accuracy of the term, suggesting that Hwa-san was anything but a novice. But Hwa-san remained calm, stating that the true identity of the rookie would soon be revealed. The panel then shifted to show a sword trembling, the tension building, as the older warrior roared, vowing to avenge Mount Cheon with Wei-zan's life. He lunged forward, sword flashing. A blur of motion as the two clashed. The sound effects suggest a fierce, rapid exchange. A swift, powerful strike from Hwa-san sent a shockwave rippling outwards. The two locked in a desperate struggle, blades clashing in a flurry of sparks. The intensity of the fight was palpable. A series of powerful blows exchanged, the sound effects indicating the force of each impact. The warrior was clearly on the defensive. The older warrior, despite his injuries, launched a final, desperate attack, his rage fueling his last stand. He roared a final, defiant challenge before the impact. Hwa-san, despite his scholarly appearance, moved with surprising speed and precision. His blade flashed, a blur of motion as he met the attack of an enemy warrior, the sword singing a deadly song as it sliced through the air. His movements were economical, each strike perfectly placed. A powerful blow connecting with his opponent's guard. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, and the enemy warrior was sent flying backwards, crashing to the ground with a resounding boom. Wei-zan's opponent lay defeated, his body a testament to the raw power of Wei-zan's seemingly effortless strikes. Blood dripped from a small wound on his hand, a minor injury compared to the damage he had inflicted. Another warrior approached, his face contorted in anger. "You must take things too seriously," he sneered. "Are you behaving like this because I underestimated you before?" Hwa-san stood, his expression grim. He was clearly wounded, but his eyes burned with a cold fury. He responded with a chilling statement. "I killed your chief with my own hands just now." The final warrior lunged, but Hwa-san was ready. With a burst of speed, he countered the attack, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. The clash of steel echoed through the air as Wasan delivered a final, decisive blow. Wasan, his face streaked with sweat and blood, glared defiantly. A voice, filled with desperate hope, urged him on. Sir, you must prevail. With a roar, Wasan launched himself into action, his movements a blur of controlled fury. He met his attacker head-on, a brutal clash of steel echoing through the ravaged landscape. His breath hitched, pain lancing through his body, but his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. The impact of his strike sent his opponent sprawling, a thunderous crash punctuating the silence. Wasan, battered but unbowed, continued his relentless assault. Another foe appeared, their blade flashing, but Wasan was ready. His movements swift and precise, deflecting the blow with ease. A grim smile played on his lips. Wasan unleashed a devastating counterattack, his fist a blur of motion, sending his opponent flying backwards. The final blow landed with a sickening thud, silencing his enemy. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, moved with surprising speed and power. His blade flashed, a blur of motion that sliced through the air with the sounds of slashing and a heavy whack, continuing his relentless assault against his opponent. A powerful kick sent his foe reeling, the impact echoing with a resounding whoosh. The force of the blow sent a shock wave through the air, a visible ripple of energy that faded into nothingness with a soft pot. Wasan pressed his advantage, his movements precise and deadly. He sneered, "You're so pathetic, just because I complimented you once." With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword, the action accompanied by a soft swish and a whoosh as he prepared for his next attack. A brutal strike that landed with a resounding schwack and whoosh. His opponent, clearly outmatched, could only watch as Wasan continued his assault. Wasan's opponent, momentarily stunned, attempted a desperate counterattack. He hissed, "You decided to continue using the same sword technique, I see." But Wasan was too quick. He effortlessly deflected the blow, the impact echoing with a heavy slam as he disarmed his opponent. With a final, decisive strike, Wasan shattered his opponent's defenses. The sounds of ping, pot, kapow, crash, and kaboom filled the air as the defeated foe crumbled to the ground. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and secret successor to the Wasan sect, sat amidst the rubble of his destroyed home, his body battered but his eyes burning with grim determination. A faint sigh escaped his lips as he gripped his sword, the aftermath of the brutal massacre heavy in the air. A young man in a white robe approached him cautiously. He was bloodied but still standing, his gaze fixed on Wasan. "Ah, that's right," he said, his voice strained. "There's no one here to save you this time." Wasan, his face grim, simply stated, "I killed them all." The image then shifted to show the gruesome remains of his attackers, a chilling testament to his brutal efficiency. The young man, seemingly surprised by this revelation, stared at Wasan from behind. His expression was unreadable. He then slumped to the ground, his body giving way under the weight of his injuries and a shock of Wasan's confession. "That's right," he gasped. "It was Yang Chong." Wasan moved swiftly, his movements betraying his earlier appearance of weakness. He struck the young man, sending him sprawling, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. His attack was swift and decisive. Looking down at the fallen young man, Wasan delivered a chilling rebuke. "Do you still not understand? You failed your quest." A surge of dark energy enveloped Wasan as he revealed his true intentions. "I've already decided a long time ago. My quest is your death. I'm taking you with me to the afterlife," he declared, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. A guttural cry escapes Wasan's lips. "I'm hungry." His face contorted in a grimace. Wasan's eyes flash with a sudden surge of power. A blinding light erupts from him, shattering the stone beneath his feet with a powerful concussive force. The ground cracks and crumbles, leaving behind only dust and debris as Wasan unleashes his full might. A wave of heat washes over the scene, leaving behind a trail of destruction. In the distance, a disciple cries out, "Brother, what is happening?" Another disciple, equally shocked, responds, "I don't know what happened." Wasan appears before them, his appearance drastically changed. The disciples gasp, "Why do you look like that?" One of the disciples cries out, "Ark, it's hot." Another adds, "It's way too hot." Wasan explains, "I did this to protect us." Wasan reflects, "He must have really hated me." Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, stood amidst the aftermath of a devastating attack on the Wasan sect. His usually peaceful demeanor was replaced with a steely resolve as he surveyed the scene, the rustle of his clothes the only sound in the ravaged landscape. A stark contrast to the fiery destruction that had consumed his home. The sky, a canvas of bruised purples and oranges, mirrored the turmoil within him. Despite his injuries, Wasan addressed his remaining disciples with quiet authority. He urged them to take care of themselves, a subtle command masked as a gentle concern. The disciples, though battered, clapped in response, their respect for their leader unwavering. A stark contrast to the chaos that surrounded them. A woman, her face a mask of chilling amusement, watched from the sidelines, adding a layer of unsettling intrigue to the scene. She offered a chillingly polite farewell, her words laced with a hint of something far more sinister. 3 elders of the Wasan sect bowed deeply before Wasan, their respect evident in their posture. The weight of their unspoken words hung heavy in the air, a silent acknowledgement of his unexpected strength and leadership. One elder voiced his astonishment at Wasan's true identity, revealing him as the sect's long-hidden successor. The elders discussed Wasan's lineage and his potential role in the sect's future, acknowledging his status as a descendant of the 8th-generation founder. Debate arose regarding his departure, with concerns raised about the sect's vulnerability following the recent calamity. But ultimately, the larger crisis facing Muram was acknowledged. The elders decided against keeping Wasan from his duties, recognizing the need for his leadership in these turbulent times. The woman from earlier reappeared, her expression unchanged. She reiterated the severity of the situation, emphasizing that Muram was facing a crisis of immense proportions and that Wasan's skills were needed more than ever. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar who twice aced the civil service exam, questioned his own actions. He had instructed the surviving disciples to seek refuge at the Weishui ferry if they managed to escape the recent massacre at the Wasan sect's mountain ridge, but now he wondered aloud if he had said that, and when. Meanwhile, a concerned individual relayed information about King Yeso's formidable power. 80,000-strong royal guards, bolstered by General Song's army, were soon to be at the king's disposal. Furthermore, the beggar sect leader's influence extended to 100,000 members, and even the formidable Miss Yang, with her Shaolin connections, was on their side. He was assured that with such overwhelming support, there was no need to worry about the king's actions. However, he was immediately challenged about his apparent inaction in the face of the country's turmoil. The individual vehemently declared their intention to actively participate in resolving the crisis. He stated that he would also confront those who threatened the peace of the Muram. This, he was told, was precisely why he should go to King Yeso. He declared that true fame belongs to those who stand alone at the apex. He asserted his intention to handle everything personally, alone. His companion, exasperated, pleaded with him to stop. A powerful figure, his face contorted in a furious grimace, snatched an elderly man from the ground. The old man's eyes bulged, his mouth agape in a silent scream as he was hoisted into the air. A young woman watched from a distance, her expression a mixture of fear and concern. The scene shifts, the image fading to a dark, ominous background. A single, stark white box appears, declaring, 300 years ago. The camera focuses on a dark, cavernous space, the only light emanating from a glowing archway carved into the rock face. The air hangs heavy with an ancient, unsettling silence. Within the cavern, several cloaked figures stand silently, their faces obscured by shadow. An air of mystery and foreboding permeates the scene. The figures surround a body lying on a stone slab, blood pooling around it. The sound effects suggest a creeping dread, punctuated by the finality of a heavy thud. The scene opens in a dimly lit cavern, where 4 cloaked figures stand vigil over a stone slab. A body lies upon it, blood staining the stone around it. A woman's face, partially obscured by sunglasses, fills the panel. A smug expression plays on her lips as she declares that the grand law is finally complete. The scene shifts to a serene temple. A group of monks sits in meditation before a large stone structure, their faces calm and serene. A fist, glowing with golden energy, shatters the stone around it, the force of the blow immense. An older monk, his face contorted in rage, shouts at someone named Haigong, calling him a bastard and demanding he stop. The panel shows a figure lying lifeless on a stone slab, blood seeping from their wounds. The scene is one of chaos and destruction. The image shows a close-up of an elderly man's face, his expression contorted in a mixture of shock and horror. His eyes are wide, his mouth agape, and his eyebrows are furrowed in deep concern. A palpable sense of dread emanates from the panel. An older man, seemingly a leader, addresses a group of monks. He urges them to swiftly apprehend the heretics, emphasizing the need to prevent anyone from escaping. His voice is filled with a commanding urgency. 3 monks stand before a seated, older monk. The standing monks hold staffs, their expressions stern. The seated monk is berated for his actions, accused of abandoning his duty and causing chaos in pursuit of revenge. The seated monk is questioned about his actions. He is accused of devising a plan to bring evil spirits from hell, thereby plunging the mortal world into chaos. The weight of his actions is heavily emphasized. The seated monk remains silent, his face etched with a grim determination. Only a single ellipsis is visible, suggesting a heavy silence hangs in the air. The silence is broken by an accusation. The monk is questioned about his silence, implying that the gravity of his actions has rendered him speechless. He is asked how he plans to bear the weight of his sin. The monk, defiant, challenges his accusers to kill or torture him, indicating his acceptance of any punishment. His resolve is unwavering. The monk reveals a grim truth. It is too late to stop the Lord of Hell, whose evil-tainted world has already descended upon theirs. His words carry a sense of finality and despair. Surrounded by a group of shocked monks, the monk simply states that he did what he had to do. His expression is one of grim acceptance, suggesting a deep sense of responsibility for his actions. A figure, his face obscured, gripped his staff tightly, his knuckles white. He addressed someone unseen, his voice strained but resolute. "You, until the very end?" The unseen figure responded, his voice ringing with authority. "Enough. I don't want to hear anymore." He continued, his words carrying the weight of his position. "By the authority of Shaolin Temple's Green Jade Buddha, I sentence Boljak Haigong to eternal imprisonment." A stern-faced monk, bald with a few scattered hairs, stood resolute, his expression unwavering. He had delivered the sentence. Haigong, found guilty of a grave transgression against the law, was now bound in chains, his face etched with despair. He had been sentenced to eternal imprisonment. Further measures were taken to ensure the security of the realm. The body used in the Grand Law's creation was strictly sealed away. The location of the seal was carefully concealed, covered with soil, and the Dangbojian Hall, previously destroyed, was rebuilt directly above it. To prevent the knowledge of these events from reaching future generations, all records were ordered to be erased. The image shows a close-up of an elderly man's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of fury and despair. His expression is etched with the weight of immense loss, his features contorted in silent anguish amidst the fiery glow of destruction. 300 years later, the scene shifts to a montage of faces, each reflecting a different emotion: grief, anger, determination. The background is consumed by flames, symbolizing the devastation that has occurred. The Wasan Sect's gate lies in ruins, engulfed in flames. The once proud structure is now a charred skeleton against the backdrop of a raging inferno. The aftermath of the attack is laid bare. Disciples of the Wasan Sect lie scattered on the steps, lifeless, victims of a brutal massacre. The scene is one of utter devastation and loss. A surviving disciple, Sungchong, is urged to flee by his senior, Sahyang. The urgency in Sahyang's voice is palpable, reflecting the desperate situation. Sahyang's desperate plea echoes, Sungchong must run, no matter what. The weight of responsibility and the need for survival are evident in his words. Sungchong is told to steel his mind, to become the sole survivor, the last of his sect. The weight of this burden is immense. Sahyang's final words are a promise to remember, a silent vow to avenge the fallen. His expression is one of grim determination. The scene opens on a simple, yet elegant sign reading Dharma Hall, hinting at a place of spiritual practice. Suddenly, a powerful blow connects, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. A whirlwind of motion follows as a figure is sent flying, the sheer power of the strike evident in the blur of motion. A bald man, seemingly unfazed, observes the scene, commenting on the surprising lack of resistance from his opponent. The famous Shaolin sect seems to have no bones. Another figure, identified as the demon sect Heavenly Demon King Oguk, scoffs, dismissing the Shaolin's apparent strength. He declares that the arahant Xingquan is nothing more than an overrated drink. The Heavenly Demon King prepares for another attack, stating that this next strike will be enough to settle the matter. A powerful blow is unleashed, the force of the impact causing a visible shockwave. The result is devastating, leaving the opponent severely injured. The Heavenly Demon King, unimpressed, dismisses the attack as insignificant, comparing it to a fly. He offers another chance, demanding to see the true strength of the Shaolin. A burly, bald man in a tan robe grunted, his face contorted in exertion. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he clenched his fists. He impatiently demanded someone to hurry up, his frustration evident in his posture and words. He let out a battle cry as he launched a powerful kick. Several figures in tan robes appeared, suspended in midair, their movements suggesting a coordinated martial arts technique. The burly man watched, recognizing the technique as the steps of annihilation. He commented that the technique was befitting the head of the Shaolin sect. 72 steps, he noted, as he witnessed the full display of the technique. The figures in tan robes launched a devastating coordinated attack, resulting in a powerful impact. A muscular man, his face contorted in exertion, stood defiantly amidst a flurry of blows. Despite the attacks, he remained unyielding, his body absorbing the impact. He muttered, "There's not much to see regardless." The blows intensified, but he remained unmoved. A voice, laced with a hint of challenge, cut through the air. If your Xingquan was exemplary, it should live up to its name. With a roar, the man unleashed a powerful, swirling vortex of energy, a tempest of raw power that threatened to consume everything in its path. The vortex expanded, a maelstrom of destructive force. The sheer power was breathtaking. The vortex slammed into his opponents, a devastating blow that sent them reeling. One of them cried out, "Kyukik." Another opponent, caught in the vortex's deadly embrace, let out a pained cry, "Kyuek." His face was contorted in agony. The vortex subsided, leaving behind a scene of destruction. The man stood amidst the wreckage, his power undeniable. The aftermath of the battle was grim. Bodies lay scattered across the courtyard, a testament to the brutal fight. A man in a yellow robe choked, gasping, "Kachka." A voice narrated. It is said that the 18 Nahans of Shaolin Temple are famous. Kwakso, the heavenly demon king of the demon sect, scoffed, muttering, "So lame." His expression was one of disdain and boredom. The scene shifts to Kwakso standing amidst a pack of wolves, his posture commanding and powerful. The wolves seem to be under his control. A subordinate approaches him, reporting that an elder seeks his presence. Kwakso responds with a non-committal "huh." Kwakso's thoughts are revealed. He believes the elder got some fresh air and lost his head, but he must restrain himself to avoid jeopardizing his life. Another man, seemingly an elder, is shown, frustrated and muttering about the devil bastard. The elder is speaking to someone off-panel, instructing them to tell Kwak, so he will be there soon. The scene cuts to a glimpse of someone's legs and a weapon, suggesting imminent action. Kwakso confronts a law enforcement elder, accusing him of burning Buddhist scriptures. Kwakso continues his confrontation, questioning the elder about the burning of Jengyongak, the purification of Millennium Shaolin. The elder seems shocked. A battered old man, his robe stained with dirt and blood, sat hunched over on the ground. He remained silent, his gaze fixed on the earth. Another older man, this one adorned in ornate robes and a crown, loomed over him, his eyes burning with an angry red light. He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. The crowned man continued, his words laced with a hint of frustration. He pointed out the irony of the situation, highlighting the escape of the injured elder. He dismissed any concerns, confident in his backup plans to deal with the situation. Their focus shifted to finding a specific person. The panel showed a dark, viscous substance spreading across the ground, suggesting a significant amount of blood. A single drop of water fell into a puddle, creating ripples in the still water. A bald man, dressed in simple robes, sat alone, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, reflecting on the passage of time. A group of similarly dressed bald men discussed their next course of action, deciding to investigate outside, but cautioning the seated man to remain where he was. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst the devastation. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he replied to someone unseen, "Yes, some." The scene shifted to show a group of men in tattered robes, their faces contorted in a mixture of pain and rage. They struggled against some unseen force, their desperate struggle only highlighting the overwhelming power of their unseen assailant. Another group of men, similarly attired, stood silently, their faces grim and determined. They watched the unfolding events with a mixture of fear and grim resolve. From among them, a voice cut through the silence. "Sung Chong, you must survive," the speaker commanded, his words carrying a weight of urgency. A figure, his back to the viewer, spoke anxiously. "Did anything happen to the senior brothers?" The camera focused on the figure's feet as he began to walk away, his steps heavy with unspoken worry. He called out, his voice laced with desperation. "Sasyang, sa." The panel showed a close-up of a hand clutching at a throat, a desperate attempt to stop the flow of blood. An old man, his face etched with worry and bearing the marks of a brutal struggle, confronted another figure, his voice a strained whisper. "Are you the one? The 4 great heavenly kings try to hide you in the cave." The old man continued, his tone laced with urgency. "If you don't want to end up like them, just follow me quietly." His gaze fell upon the fallen bodies scattered around them, a grim reminder of the recent violence. A silent scream escaped him as he muttered, "Senior brothers?" The scene opens on a sign reading Dungbojin Hall. Inside, a high-ranking official stands over several fallen bodies. He mutters to himself, seemingly contemplating the situation. Another figure, seemingly a subordinate, approaches, expressing disbelief at the sight before him. He questions the weakness of someone. The subordinate continues, lamenting the deaths as his fault, while another figure, seemingly a leader, speaks to him. The leader dismisses the bodies, stating that they are no longer needed. He is asked why, and he reveals his reason. The leader's beasts, a tiger and a wolf, are shown attacking more victims. Their growls echo through the scene. A horrified old man, his face etched with grief and outrage, watched in despair as a gruesome act unfolded before him. His cries of "the heavens will curse you. How could you use human corpses as food for a beast?" echoed the unspeakable horror he witnessed. He continued to weep, his body trembling as he watched the scene unfold, the weight of the tragedy crushing him. A large, imposing figure, clad in ornate robes, sneered down at the old man. "Shut your mouth, you fool. You sure have a lot to say for a craven who can't even fight back," he scoffed, lifting the old man with a dismissive gesture. Meanwhile, another figure, observing from a distance, muttered to himself, "What was that imprudent old man playing at? Burning down Jengyong Hall. I've been trying to rack my brain on this, and I think he bet it all on you." The old man gasped, his eyes wide with dawning realization. 2 imposing figures, their faces grim, watched the scene unfold. One of them spoke. You must have committed Zhang Yonghal's 72 secret arts of Shaolin to memory. The other figure, visibly shaken, trembled as he responded. That must be why the entire order of the 4 heavenly kings sacrificed themselves to save you. The other figure, finally understanding, stated, so this kid's body is Zhang Yonghal. A bald, serene-looking monk, his expression calm yet intense, holds a book. He states that the young man before him is a living sacred scripture, the Zhang Yonghal itself. 3 imposing figures, one resembling an ogre, laugh cruelly as they watch the monk. They mock him for having crawled out of the cave alone. One of the figures explains that thanks to the monk, they can now carry out their master's orders, to burn all of the Shaolin Temple scriptures and Buddhist scriptures as an ancestral ritual for the recently dead. Another figure, his face pale and gaunt, orders the monk to be burned alive with the Daeungbojian Hall to appease the restless souls of the heavenly demon sect that were killed by the Shaolin Temple 300 years ago. 3 figures in teal robes, their faces grim, begin to set the hall ablaze. The monk watches, his eyes wide with fear and despair. The fire spreads rapidly, engulfing the hall. The scene is chaotic and filled with the sounds of crackling flames and destruction. Amidst the flames, a figure emerges, shouting at the attackers to not feel wronged, as this is merely the price they pay for attacking their sect. The words, "the price you pay for attacking our sect," appear in a speech bubble, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The monk, his face contorted in anger and determination, prepares to fight back. Wasan, a seemingly frail scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, found himself amidst a fiery chaos. He clutched his injured arm, a low groan escaping his lips as the flames licked at his robes, the searing heat intensifying with each passing moment. He stumbled back, his face etched with pain and desperation, the sounds of fire and strained breathing filling the air. Tears streamed down Wasan's face, reflecting the devastation around him. His usually calm demeanor was shattered, replaced by raw grief and despair. The once sacred statues of the Wasan sect, now engulfed in flames, crumbled before him, each crack and fall a testament to the brutal attack. A deafening roar echoing through the burning structure as a large wooden beam crashed down near him. Wasan barely managed to dodge the falling timber, his eyes wide with terror. The impact shaking the ground beneath his feet. More of the temple structure began to collapse around him, the sounds of splintering wood and crackling flames a constant threat. He braced himself against a crumbling wall, a desperate cry escaping his lips as another section of the building gave way. No, he choked out, his voice filled with anguish. Despite the overwhelming despair, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. For the future of the Shaolin Temple, I must survive, he vowed, his eyes hardening with determination. The scene shifted, showing a distant view of the burning temple, with sounds of laughter and celebration echoing from a nearby location. The attackers were clearly reveling in their destruction. A group of men, boisterous and drunk, celebrated their victory with loud laughter and plentiful drinks. Their revelry was unrestrained, a stark contrast to the quiet dignity usually associated with the Wasan sect. The raucous laughter continued, their jovial mood seemingly unshaken, as they continued to drink and make merry. Suddenly, a chilling silence fell over the room. A subordinate approached a superior, his voice laced with unease as he asked about the disposal of Ryo's body. One of the men, a powerfully built figure, suggested burning the body. Another, more sinister-looking man, countered with a chilling suggestion, to use the remains for a ritualistic purpose. A high-ranking figure, cloaked in shadow and mystery, chuckled at the suggestion. He proposed creating a throne from Ryo's bones to present to their master. Another option was presented, to transform Ryo into a demonic zombie to serve their cause. The discussion was chillingly pragmatic, devoid of any remorse. A dissenting voice emerged, criticizing the callous disregard for the deceased. However, the others remained resolute in their plans. The leader, a man with fiery red hair, declared their journey had just begun, emphasizing their intention to use Ryo's corpse as a weapon. Kwok So, unwavering in his faith, was assured by the leader that their master's grace would reward their efforts. The conversation shifted to strategy. An elderly man with a crown, his face etched with cunning, addressed someone unseen. He remarked that it seemed they already had a place in mind. A powerfully built man, his expression grim, declared his intention to take the Yuma Valley of Cheonsan for himself, adding that he would deal with the old fool from the Chonsan sect at the same time. The conversation continued. One of the men pointed out that the Cheonsan sect was currently located on an island, suggesting that the other's beasts might prefer the 10,000 mountains. The other man responded that, unlike somebody, his beasts did not choose their enemies. An enraged voice cut through the air. The speaker demanded to know what the other had just said, warning him not to be disrespectful. The scene shifted. A man, seemingly startled, was addressed by someone calling him sir. "Oh, gook, sir." He appeared confused, questioning what the fuss was about. Another man explained that they had found something strange in the ruins of the Shaolin Temple, possibly a hidden secret space. The powerfully built man's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of secret space. He seemed shocked by the discovery. A crackling sound filled the air as something seemed to shift or break. Several figures lay collapsed on the ground, their bodies suggesting a violent struggle had taken place. An eerie atmosphere hung in the air. Crimson liquid, thick as blood, dribbled across the parched earth. Pooling in a widening crimson puddle, the sound of a gurgle echoing faintly in the desolate landscape. The viscous liquid continued its slow descent, a single drop finally splashing into a pool of water below, creating a small ripple that disturbed the otherwise still surface. A dark, mysterious object lay submerged beneath. The camera focuses on a large statue, seemingly ancient and weathered, with multiple arms and a blindfold across its eyes. It sits atop a stone staircase. Elsewhere, a figure lies on the ground, surrounded by flames. A pained whisper escapes his lips. I can't die. His body crackles with energy, a desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. He gasps for breath, his voice strained. The question hangs heavy in the air. Will he live, or will he die? His resolve hardens. A defiant whisper escapes his lips. Blessed Buddha, I must survive. A guttural sound filled the air as a figure, bound and gagged, struggled against their restraints. The words, "Your wish will be granted," echoed ominously, a promise tinged with foreboding. But a chilling caveat followed. But know this. A metallic clink echoed as a lock was opened, revealing a pool of blood dripping from above. The captive, eyes wide with fear, heard the words, I'm not your blessed Buddha. The chains around the captive's neck were severed, blood flowing freely. The voice continued, cold and resolute. Nor are you. The scene shifted to a dark, shadowed space. A single, stark statement filled the panel. Nor are you. A burly man, his face etched with suspicion, held a torch aloft. He muttered to himself, a hidden space. I thought there'd be some treasures or something. The torchlight illuminated a cell where a young man with light blue hair was bound in chains, flames licking at his feet. Two figures, one with fiery red hair and the other with a dark crown, stared in shock at the scene. The scene opens on a young boy, bound and helpless, hanging from a wall within a hidden underground chamber. Three imposing figures, their faces obscured by shadow, stand before him, their expressions grim. One of the figures, an older man with an elaborate headdress, observes the boy with a thoughtful frown. He muses on the unusual circumstances of the boy's imprisonment in this hidden location. He notes the boy's wrists and ankles are bound with kunwa steel, a material known for its exceptional strength, far exceeding even meteor steel. Another of the figures, a large, muscular man, smirks, concluding that the boy must have committed a grave crime to warrant such extreme measures. He reaches for something, believing the boy to be an asset to their cause. Suddenly, a third figure, an older man with a fierce expression and ornate headdress, shouts a command to stop. A metallic clang echoes as the large man's attempt to free the boy is thwarted. The scene ends with a close-up on a broken shackle. A group of burly men surrounded a young man with light blue hair, his expression calm despite the tense atmosphere. One of the men, his face etched with disdain, scoffed, "Think before you act, oh Gook." Another man, equally imposing, chuckled, "What's the big deal? He's just a puny teenager." The chains binding the young man, Gook, began to rattle ominously as a surge of energy crackled around him, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A low groan escaped his lips, and his expression hardened into a fierce determination. An older man, his face contorted in worry, watched from afar as Gook's power intensified. Another man, with long red hair, shouted, "What did I say? I told you to be careful." A foot, seemingly belonging to Gook, landed heavily on the ground, the impact echoing through the scene. Wasan, a frail-looking scholar and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stood amidst a swirling, ethereal blue energy. His pale face and loose, flowing robes contrasted sharply with the intensity of the magical aura surrounding him. A hulking figure, his face etched with suspicion and anger, blocked Wazen's path. That was quite the entrance. "Who in the hell are you?" The large man challenged Wasan, suggesting a brief conversation to assess his capabilities. Wasan, seemingly unfazed, stood ready. A bead of silence hung in the air, before Wazen's expression hardened. His usually gentle eyes now held a steely glint. With surprising speed and power, Wasan launched a swift attack, a blur of motion that sent the large man reeling back, the impact echoing with a resounding crack. The large man roared in pain. Observing from a distance, two figures watched in shock and disbelief as Wazen's true strength was revealed. Wasan, despite his scholarly appearance, was a master of martial arts. He moved with impossible speed, his strikes blurring as he unleashed a devastating attack on the hulking figure before him. The man roared in pain as Wazen's blow connected, his body shuddering from the impact. The sound of shattering bone echoing through the air. Two onlookers, clad in ornate robes, watched in stunned silence as the seemingly invincible warrior crumbled before Wei Zhen's might. They gasped, disbelief etched on their faces. He had broken the Gook's adamantine body. Hua San, however, showed no sign of slowing down. A surge of energy pulsed from within him, a visible aura of power surrounding his form, a silent testament to his immense strength. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a wave of energy, a shimmering, ethereal force that arced towards his next target. The power of his attack was undeniable, striking with the force of a collapsing mountain. The impact sent tremors through the very ground itself, leaving a crater where the foe once stood. Another foe attempted to attack, but Hua San was too quick. He effortlessly dodged the blow, his movements fluid and precise, countering with a devastating blow that sent the attacker crashing into the rubble-strewn ground. The two onlookers watched, their faces a mixture of fear and awe as the dust settled, revealing the extent of Wei Zhen's power. One of the onlookers let out a sinister chuckle, his eyes glinting with malice. With a powerful, sweeping motion, Hua San sent his opponent crashing through a stone wall, the impact echoing with a groan. A swoosh of air marked the speed of his attack. Hua San stood amidst the chaos, his back to the viewer, as the sounds of battle and pained cries reached his ears. Two figures, their faces contorted in shock and disbelief, stared at each other in stunned silence. One of them, eyes blazing with furious energy, roared a challenge, though. He lunged forward with terrifying speed, his attack a blur of motion, only to be met by Wei Zhen's counterattack, a clash of power that sent sparks flying and left a trail of ash in its wake. Another opponent, a powerful figure wielding a staff, unleashed a magical blast, shouting, "Take this!" But Hua San effortlessly evaded the attack, the magical energy passing harmlessly by him. The final panels show two figures, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, as the full extent of Wei Zhen's power dawns on them. The final blow landed, a brutal strike that sent the attacker sprawling. His armor cracked, and blood splattered across the ground. A violent cough racked his body, a tremor running through his frame as he gasped for air. Death was near, but then a figure emerged from the shadows, wreathed in blue flames. Hua San, the hidden master of the Hua San sect, had arrived. Two disciples of the Hua San sect, startled by a sudden, guttural roar, flinched in fear. The ground trembled beneath their feet. Whispers of unease rippled through the group. "What's going on?" One of them murmured, their voice laced with apprehension. Another added, "That scream, wasn't that Master Oguk? Could it be?" A third disciple voiced their growing dread. Did something happen to him? Surely not. All three masters went in together. The grim reality was laid bare before them. The bodies of the three masters, lifeless and stained with blood, lay scattered on the ground. A crackling sound echoed as life left their bodies. A swirling vortex of dark energy, crackling with raw power, hurtled through the air, smashing into a group of soldiers, sending them sprawling. The impact created a shockwave that rippled outwards, leaving Master Oguk, a large, imposing figure, stunned and speechless. What? How could this be? A foot, calloused and bare, landed heavily on ground, followed by another, as a figure emerged from the darkness, walking with a deliberate, measured pace. The figure stepped into the light, revealing a man with striking blue hair and a calm demeanor. He was barefoot, clad in simple, earthy robes. The soldiers, initially shocked into silence, reacted with alarm. What the hell is this? Who are you? Where are the other two masters? The chapter opens with a close-up of Wei Zhen's face, his expression obscured by shadow and a hint of blood staining his cheek. A low, guttural sound seems to emanate from him, a barely audible moan. Suddenly, a group of armed men burst into action, their swords flashing as they shout a battle cry. The scene is chaotic, filled with the sounds of clashing steel and desperate cries. A pack of ferocious wolves emerges from the smoke and dust, their eyes burning with predatory intensity. They advance with a terrifying howl, their presence adding to the already desperate situation. More figures appear, their faces gaunt and skeletal, their movements jerky and unnatural. They advance with a chilling unison, their presence adding a new layer of horror to the scene. Hua San, seemingly exhausted, collapses to his knees. A faint blue glow emanates from beneath him, a sign of his latent power beginning to stir. The blue glow intensifies, enveloping him in a radiant aura. His hair shifts to a vibrant blue, and a fierce determination hardens his features. He rises, his body radiating power. The blue light fades, leaving him standing tall and resolute, ready to face whatever comes next. A powerful surge of energy erupts from him, pushing back the attackers and revealing a vast, shadowy army watching from the distance. The final panel shows a single wolf's paw print, fading into the dust, suggesting the battle is far from over. A pack of wolves whimpered and trembled, their bodies tense with fear. Suddenly, a soldier dashed into the scene, his sword drawn. "Stop!" he shouted, bewildered by the strange behavior of the animals. He tried to stop them, but the wolves were relentless. With a powerful kick, he sent several soldiers flying. The scene shifted, revealing a horrifying sight. Numerous corpses lay scattered on the ground. What is this? Why are the dead being recalled? A dark figure emerged, their hand glowing with an eerie blue light. A young man with teal hair and a dragon tattoo, his eyes filled with a chilling power. He muttered something unintelligible, his hand outstretched. Two soldiers watched in horror as the resurrected corpses began to rise. A vast army of the undead, led by a sinister, aged figure. A gentle chirping filled the air. The camera pans to a breathtaking vista of towering peaks and lush valleys, a picturesque landscape. Water cascaded down a cliff face, forming a magnificent waterfall that plunged into a pool below. Two deer drank peacefully from the water's edge, their silhouettes framed against the sunlit foliage. Hwa-san, the seemingly frail scholar and successor to the Hwa-san sect, lay resting on a rock near the water, his breathing shallow. One of the deer watched him cautiously, its large eyes fixed on the young man. Suddenly, Hwa-san awoke with a start, his eyes wide with alarm. He sat up, his hand instinctively reaching for something, as the deer bounded away. Hwa-san, a man of letters and renowned connections, sat by the water's edge, clutching his chest in pain. His frail appearance belied the immense burden he carried as the sole successor to the Hwa-san sect. His face contorted in agony. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He wondered if this was the end, a question that echoed the uncertainty in his heart. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the tranquility. A large wooden beam, engulfed in flames, came crashing down. A disciple of the Hwa-san sect was thrown back by the force of the impact, his body landing heavily on the ground. He died back there, a voice cried out filled with despair. A dark, ominous question loomed over the scene. Will you live, or will you die? The weight of survival pressed heavily upon Hwa-san. Hwa-san groaned, clutching his head in pain. The physical and emotional toll of the attack was immense. He silently vowed to survive, a desperate prayer forming in his mind. I must survive, blessed Buddha. Tears streamed down his face as he wept, his grief and determination intertwining. Wei-zan's appearance transformed. A fierce aura enveloped him, his eyes blazing with newfound resolve. His latent power, the strength of the Hwa-san sect, had awakened. A cryptic message appeared, proclaiming, "Shall be granted." A young man with striking blue hair was shown, eyes wide with shock and fear. He seemed to be hearing something profound, something he described as the voice of the Buddha. The blue-haired young man, now seemingly near a body of water, was overcome with confusion and distress. He wondered aloud what had happened to the Shaolin Temple, his brothers, and his parents. Submerged in the water, he noticed something peculiar, another person with blue hair. He questioned, "Blue hair?" He gasped, startled by the sight of the other person, exclaiming, "Who? You?" Pulling himself from the water, he was horrified to realize something was terribly wrong. This was not his body. A bald man, seemingly a monk, appeared, equally confused and disoriented. He cried out, "What happened to me?" Hwa-san, a man of frail appearance, sat on the ground, his expression one of shock and distress. His light blue hair framed a face etched with worry. Amidst the rustling leaves, Wei-zan's thoughts turned to the Shaolin Temple. He was determined to return, but first, he needed to find his abbot and brothers. He sat alone, his mind racing, desperately trying to understand the events that had transpired. The weight of the situation pressed heavily upon him. Two men carrying wood passed by, their conversation unheard. Hwa-san, panting slightly, apologized for the interruption and asked the wood carriers for directions. He was lost. One of the wood carriers informed Hwa-san that he was on Mount Taihing, suggesting he might be lost. Hwa-san was shocked. He had never been to Mount Taihing before, let alone the Dongbong district. The wood carriers mentioned the presence of blue-haired monks at the Shaolin Temple, prompting Wei-zan's confusion. A man, carrying a heavy load on his back, pointed towards a distant mountain range. He explained that the destination, Mount Sung, was quite far, and he wasn't entirely sure of the exact directions. However, he offered guidance, suggesting that following a specific path would lead to Jiangju after crossing 4 or 5 peaks, from where Mount Sung would be easily reachable. A younger man, his expression one of mild concern, inquired about the travel time. The older man, after a moment of thought, estimated that a day's journey at a steady pace would bring them to Jiangju. The younger man expressed his gratitude for the directions. The older man, in turn, offered a parting word of caution, noting the rugged mountain paths and advising him to take care. The younger man, undeterred, declared his intention to proceed to Mount Sung without delay. He began his ascent, his movements swift and determined. His progress, however, proved more challenging than anticipated. He found himself struggling to maintain his pace. He stumbled, losing his footing and falling. He got back up, brushing himself off, clearly winded but resolute. Despite the unexpected difficulty, he remained optimistic, realizing he was nearing Jiangju. Hwa-san, a man of letters and the sole successor to the Hwa-san sect, walked along a path. He decided it was best to find a place to rest for the night before the sun set. He found a secluded spot beneath a large tree. where he built a small fire. Wasen sat by the fire, warming himself. He remained vigilant, suspecting that members of the dark sect might still be nearby. A young man with vibrant turquoise hair appeared, seemingly startled by the sudden appearance of the fire. He murmured something about reaching Mount Sung by the following day. As the sun began to rise, birds chirped in the distance. The young man, still near the fire, looked thoughtful. He yawned, declaring it was time to continue his journey. He mentioned the lack of a nearby stream to wash. A young man with vibrant blue hair, dressed in simple, loose-fitting clothing, stood amidst a tranquil scene. He tilted his head, a slight frown creasing his brow as he listened intently. The sound of rushing water reached his ears. The source of the sound was a waterfall cascading into a serene pool. A figure, an older man with silver hair, sat by the water's edge, his hands raised in a gesture of wonder. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He recognized the waterfall. It was the same one he had seen the previous day. A wave of confusion washed over him. He dashed through the trees, his movements swift and purposeful. 3 other individuals watched him go, their expressions a mixture of surprise and bewilderment. One of the observers, a man with a stern expression, questioned the young man's continued presence near the waterfall. The young man moved with an unnatural speed, his feet barely touching the ground. He left a trail of shimmering energy in his wake. He was both surprised and concerned by his own actions. He wondered if he had been possessed by some kind of spirit, and resolved to return to the Shaolin Temple as soon as possible. A sudden, intense wave of energy erupted from him, causing him to stumble and fall. He sat against the base of a large tree, his breathing ragged. Despite his exhaustion, he felt a newfound resolve. A young man with vibrant blue hair, his face etched with determination, clenched his jaw. Until I reach Mount Song, he vowed, I won't sleep a wink. He collapsed onto the ground, his body trembling with exhaustion, a faint glow emanating from him. A figure, seemingly an older man, fell heavily near a waterfall, the sound of the impact echoing around him. Gasping for breath, the blue-haired youth found himself in an unfamiliar place. This doesn't make sense, he thought, panic rising in his chest. What I need to do to get out? He stumbled out into a clearing, where he encountered a burly man carrying wood. A sudden shriek pierced the air. 2 men, armed and wary, confronted the youth. Get away from us, you ghoul, one of them shouted. You're not a monk, you're a poltergeist that haunts this mountain. The youth looked utterly bewildered. This little monk is a human, one of the men exclaimed. The men pressed their attack. Poltergeist or a 9-tailed fox. Get the hell away from us unless you want to die, they yelled. The youth, desperate, protested. Arg. I told you, I'm just a human. A guttural cry escaped Wazen's lips. He stood at the edge of a field, the rising sun painting the sky in hues of orange and gold. Wasen muttered to himself, Here we go. This is it. His expression was resolute. He declared, I have completed all my preparations. Suddenly, Wasen found himself bound, his feet suspended in the air. He scoffed, Ghost or whatever. A sinister grin spread across his face as he said, Let's see who comes out on top. The bonds tightened around him. A voice, filled with concern, cried out, Stop it, you crazy fool. Wasen struggled against the restraints, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. He hissed, Stop doing weird things with my body, you sundry demon thief. 2 distinct figures emerged from Wazen's form, one radiating warmth, the other icy blue flames. They faced each other, a silent confrontation. A pair of hands, calloused and strong, ripped apart a length of coarse fabric with a sharp tearing sound. The fabric tore apart with a loud ripping sound. The sound of the ripping fabric intensified. A lone figure stood before a large tree, the wind rustling through its leaves. He murmured to himself, So, it has finally come to this. He continued his quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The setting sun cast long shadows across the landscape. Another figure, younger and with vibrant blue hair, appeared, stating, I have completed all my preparations. The younger man's feet were bound tightly, but he remained defiant. He challenged, Ghost or whatever. The title card reads, I live in you. A young man with teal hair is tied to a tree. He is bound tightly, and his expression is one of shock and fear. A voice shouts, Stop it, you crazy fool. The bound young man flinches, his eyes wide with terror. He whispers, Who is it? A voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the air. You thieving evil ghoul. Have you got nothing better to do than tie someone else's body to a tree? The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. He thinks, Am I hearing a ghost? The unseen voice responds angrily. How dare you call me a ghost? What kind of imbecile are you? The young man's face pales. He realizes he can even read my thoughts. The young man's mind races. He wonders, could this be the Shaolin's secret telepathic powers, the Haiguang Shim-Eo maneuver? He apologizes profusely. I apologize, sir. I did not realize that you're a high master of the Shaolin Temple. A young man with light blue hair, dressed in simple robes, was bound and visibly distressed. His eyes widened in fear as he exclaimed, What? Shaolin, those damn monks aren't the last thing I want to hear about. They make me shudder with rage. More importantly, his expression shifted to one of dawning horror as he struggled against his bonds. Huh? How are you controlling my hand? The young man's struggle intensified. He cried out, "What to stop it?" A shadowy hand reached out, slapping the young man's bound hands. A voice boomed, "Do not interfere, ghoul." Terror filled the young man's eyes. He whispered, gangster-like vulgarity. He can't be from the Shaolin Temple. A demon. His fear deepened, he realized, and a particularly powerful and malicious demon at that. The young man's body began to glow faintly. He muttered, Samani, Harihana, Harihana. A voice, filled with anger and disbelief, interrupted him. Chanting? You think this is a freaking joke? Shut the hell up, you asshole. Shut your trap. Soma Arg. The young man's face contorted in pain and fury as he unleashed a torrent of guttural words. Namora, Danadara, Yaya, Namagal, Barakchi, Sebaraya, Sabbath. A fierce battle raged. One combatant, his face contorted in pain, cried out, demanding an end to the brutal assault. He roared, asserting the existence of a divine boundary, separating the living from the dead, and commanded the entity to retreat. The other combatant, seemingly a poltergeist, questioned his designation as a demon and challenged the other's right to control his body. A moment of stunned silence followed, as the poltergeist questioned if this was indeed his own body. The poltergeist confirmed his possession of the body, mocking the other's belated realization. A pink ribbon-like object lay on the ground, seemingly discarded. The poltergeist groaned, lamenting the abuse of the body. Another figure appeared, shocked and confused by the situation, questioning what had happened to his body. A blue-haired man, his eyes blazing with anger, glared at his opponent. He scoffed, "Oh, your body? How preposterous." Suddenly, the blue-haired man's expression shifted to confusion. He exclaimed, "Wait a second. Where's my body then?" He found himself falling into a void, desperately asking, "Just tell me what's going on." The man landed hard, his rage erupting as he shouted, "God damn it! What the hell is this nonsense?" He unleashed a furious attack, roaring, "You bastards! What the hell have you done to my body?" An older man watched him, while the blue-haired man seethed, "I need to get out of here before the Shaolin's mad monks catch up to me. Just wait until I get my powers back. I'm going to kill them all." He stood amidst a mountain range, lost in thought. "I have no idea how long I've been out for." He continued his internal monologue. "My biggest headache is that dim-witted poltergeist." He confronted a group of men, one bound and gagged, shouting, "How dare you? You're nothing but a bunch of charlatans. You bastards, you'll pay for this." A young man with vibrant teal hair lay on the ground, muttering in pain. His orange robes were disheveled, and his face contorted in agony. An older man with a stern expression and a beaded bracelet watched him. He questioned the young man, his voice laced with disdain. "Did you hear what I said, charlatan? If you want revenge, then the celestial demons are your target. Why the hell are you taking it out on me?" The young man, still on the ground, groaned. His last memory was of the demonic monks' incantations before he lost consciousness. He had escaped from the mad monks. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he declared, "Of course, who do they think they are?" It was time for payback against the Shaolin Temple. He vowed to bring all the troops and the Lama monks from the Ungu Temple and execute them all. Exhausted from the day's events, he decided to rest by the water's edge for the night. As he rested, inexplicable events began to unfold. He looked around, shouting for the charlatans to reveal themselves. He was the leader of the Gangnam Buddhism, appointed by the emperor himself. His voice grew hoarse as he searched, his cries echoing through the night. Wasan, his face streaked with blood, stared in disbelief. His eyes widened, reflecting the chaos around him. He muttered incoherently, his mind racing to make sense of the carnage. He hadn't encountered any other monks in days. This ambush was completely unexpected. Then, he found the source of his troubles. A figure, seemingly overwhelmed, knelt by a waterfall, their head in their hands. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Wazen's eyes widened again, his confusion deepening. He was witnessing something impossible. He was shocked by the sudden and inexplicable events unfolding before him. The scene shifted to show him being attacked. Bound and helpless, Wasen seethed with rage. He felt his body being controlled against his will. He wondered if he had been possessed by a spirit. The other voice within him scoffed at the idea. The possessing entity's arrogance was palpable. Wasen struggled to understand how this had happened. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, pondered the recent attack. He questioned whether the immense power unleashed was the work of the Zoroastrians, the mount of the sect, or some other force entirely. A chilling realization washed over him. Someone was orchestrating this. His gaze fell upon a statue, a powerful image looming behind him. A wave of horror washed over him as he recalled the events. He recognized the truth. The charlatans had performed a ritual, forcing another's soul into his body. A question gnawed at him. Why? He scoffed, realizing the other soul was nothing more than a simpleton. He considered the situation. He had his body back, at least for the evening. He knew, however, that the other soul would make its move at sunrise. He manipulated his hands, testing his control. He mused that the other soul might eventually gain control, even in the evenings, as he had. Wasan realized he needed help and decided to involve Geist. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, sat beneath a tree, his expression one of grim determination. He muttered to himself, resolved not to end up at Mount Sung. His stomach rumbled loudly. Wasan grimaced, his hunger pangs intensifying. He lamented his neglect of even basic needs, frustrated by the interruption of his routine. A low howl echoed through the night. The rustling of leaves indicated the approach of several large animals. A pack of wolves emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing menacingly. Their growls filled the air. Wasan, a man of frail appearance, lay sleeping. His eyes flickered open, and he gasped, his body jolting. A shadowy figure loomed over him, its presence causing Wasan to gasp again. The figure's movements were swift and silent. Wasan sat up, his breathing ragged. He looked around, his eyes searching his surroundings. He questioned whether the events he had just experienced were merely a dream. He dismissed the notion that a demon and the original owner of his body could be real. A voice echoed in his mind, suggesting they should talk. Wasan's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. He realized with a jolt that it had not been a dream. A roaring sound filled the air, suggesting a new conflict was beginning. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, scoffed at the mention of Hyangong. He had heard tales of the Shaolin monk's history, but never laid eyes on him. The audacity of Hyangong, growing his hair and abandoning his robes, was appalling. He had clearly been corrupted and cast out of his monastic order. Wasan's expression shifted as he muttered about the sheer horror of the situation. 300 years had passed since the Yuan dynasty's fall, a fact that weighed heavily on him. A wave of nausea washed over Wasan as he considered the destruction of his underlings and the loss of his collected treasures. Despite not having eaten in days, Wasan felt strangely full. A nearby dog sniffed at him curiously. Wasan stared in disbelief at a roasted wolf carcass on a spit. A look of horror contorted his features as a wave of nausea hit him again. He cried out in pain, clutching his stomach. A nearby dog flinched as Wasan asked what was happening to him. He hadn't done anything to his body, had he? The dog trembled, horrified, as it accused Wasan of eating meat. A Buddhist monk, seemingly devout, was found to have violated his vows by consuming meat. This revelation caused a great shock, as evidenced by the surprised exclamations. The monk, contrite, begged for forgiveness from Buddha, believing his transgression warranted death. He was being strangled by another individual, who angrily rebuked him for cutting off his air supply. The monk, struggling for breath, gurgled in pain. His attacker called him crazy for attempting self-strangulation, expressing concern for his own well-being. The monk, still gasping for air, again pleaded for divine forgiveness for his sin. His attacker, enraged, shouted at him to stop, lamenting the damage being done to his body. The attacker offered a solution: to find a new, pure body for the monk, one untouched by sin or the consumption of meat. Confused, the monk questioned the meaning of this proposal as he touched a large stone. The monk revealed a shocking truth. The body he currently inhabited was his own, and he was the one who had consumed the meat. The attacker reacted with disbelief to the monk's claim of inhabiting a new body, deeming it absurd. The monk questioned the logic of the current situation, expressing his bewilderment. A young man with light blue hair, hidden behind a rock, peeked out cautiously. Another, with darker hair and a striking red mark on his face, impatiently urged him on, saying that he was just about to explain something important. The impatient young man continued, insisting that the other should simply trust the abilities of this monk. The monk, a striking figure with silver hair and a serene expression, raised his hand in a gesture of authority. He boasted of his extensive studies and mastery of ancient scriptures, claiming to have impressed scholars at the Potala Palace and the Jiajin School. The young man with blue hair expressed disbelief, questioning how someone so young could have achieved so much. The monk's claims seemed unbelievable. The monk explained that his youthful appearance was due to obtaining 3 treasures that granted him eternal youth and immortality, dismissing the other's skepticism as dull-wittedness. The blue-haired youth, stunned, questioned if the monk was claiming to be immortal, unable to age or die. The monk confirmed his immortality, boasting about his youthful body even after 300 years. He challenged the other to confirm this for himself. The blue-haired youth, skeptical, questioned the monk's ability to find another body if his current one were to perish. The monk confidently assured the other that he would find another body, emphasizing his certainty. 2 young men conversed. One, with light blue hair and an orange robe, seemed relieved, stating his trust in the other. The second man, also with light blue hair, but a more intense expression and visible markings on his chest, seemed to have a plan, mentioning the need to find a pure, sinless body. The light blue-haired man in the orange robe explained that his first priority was to visit the Shaolin Temple at Mount Song. The other man, however, vehemently disagreed, calling him a bird-brained imbecile and stating that the Shaolin Temple was not an option. The man in orange explained that the Shaolin Temple was where they needed to go because it had been attacked by the celestial demon bastards, and he needed to search for survivors. The scene shifted to a destroyed temple. The second man questioned the first plan, pointing out that the temple was destroyed and its legacy was only in the first man's head. He suggested focusing on revenge instead of rescue. He argued that since the first man had memorized all the secret scriptures, he could rebuild the Shaolin Temple. The man in orange countered that if there was no one left to pass the secrets down to, they would be lost forever. The man in orange slammed his fist into the ground, emphasizing his point. He admitted his lack of talent in martial arts, stating that he would never be able to master the secret maneuvers by himself. The other man reassured him, stating that there was always a way when there's a will. The man in orange, however, remained skeptical, questioning the other's deceitful words. The second man revealed that unlike the other, he was a prodigy in both intellect and martial arts. A young man with vibrant turquoise hair and a fierce expression declared his intention to master all the secrets of the Shaolin Temple. He believed himself capable of such a feat. Another individual scoffed at the notion, pointing out the sheer volume of Shaolin scriptures and the impossibility of mastering them in a lifetime. The turquoise-haired youth, however, dismissed this argument, confidently asserting his genius and unique capabilities. A scene shift reveals a tranquil village nestled amongst rolling hills. A gentle breeze rustles through the trees. 3 crows perched atop a building, their presence adding a somber note to the otherwise peaceful setting. A figure approaches the village, their footsteps barely disturbing the quietude. The figure is revealed to be a man with a stern expression, his face partially obscured by shadow. He draws his sword, preparing for action. 2 masked figures knelt before a superior officer. He inquired about any news from the 3 demon kings stationed at Songmagun. The officer reported that they had yet to receive any word. The officer found the lack of communication peculiar, noting that they should have heard from the demon kings some time ago. The officer pondered the situation, questioning what could possibly go wrong with the 3 demon kings at Songmagun. Another masked figure confirmed the officer's suspicions, stating that Master Quack's beasts had already passed through the village on their way to the Shaolin Temple. The scene showed the aftermath of their passage, with a villager lying dead on the ground. The officer declared that they would immediately head to Mount Song themselves. He stated that the annihilation of Shaolin Temple was the cornerstone of the Great War, and there was no room for error. A masked scout questioned the officer's decision, pointing out that they had only recently sent out scouts. The officer responded that they could not wait. A long shot of a village nestled in a valley between mountains. The sound of a whistle is heard. The officer and his men heard a signal, their expressions turning grim. A sudden, violent burst of energy erupts from the ground, indicating an attack. A powerful gust of wind swept across the landscape, carrying with it a flurry of fallen leaves. The wind howled, intensifying as it approached a mountain range. The sound was deafening. The scene shifted to Mount Sung, home to the Shaolin Temple, a serene location nestled high in the mountains. However, the tranquility was shattered. The ground was littered with the corpses of numerous large beasts, a grim testament to a recent, brutal conflict. A group of armed men arrived at the scene, their faces etched with shock and horror at the carnage before them. One of them, Master Quack, voiced their collective disbelief at the scale of the massacre, noting the ferocity of the slain beasts. Master Quack, visibly shaken, wondered aloud if even the 3 demon kings stood a chance against such overwhelming power. He then ordered his men to arm themselves and search the Shaolin Temple for any survivors. Master Quack emphasized the importance of understanding what transpired, prompting his men to pledge their unwavering support. The group swiftly moved towards the temple, their movements swift and silent. A man, his face etched with worry, stood amidst a scene of chaos. Several figures in dark clothing surrounded him, their movements suggesting a recent struggle. He muttered to himself, deeming it impossible that even the strongest Shaolin warriors could have defeated 3 demon kings. The scene shifted. A large temple stood silhouetted against the night sky, its imposing gate partially visible. The sound of rushing wind accompanied the image. A figure, dressed in blue, lay on the ground, seemingly defeated. The impact of a blow was still visible. A close-up revealed a man's eye, wide with shock and fear. His expression spoke volumes of the horror he had witnessed. A wide shot showed a large group of people, their backs to the viewer, standing before a moonlit landscape. An eerie silence hung in the air. 2 men stood before the temple. One of them, older and scarred, looked on in disbelief, questioning what had transpired. Suddenly, a horrifying face emerged from the shadows, its expression one of pure malice. A man, his face contorted in fear and shock, stood before a group of masked figures. His hands were raised in a gesture of surrender or plea. The masked figures were identified as corpses, and a man realized with horror that they were the entire Siama army. A crimson tide of shadowy figures surged across the landscape, their forms indistinct yet menacing. A guttural moan rose from their ranks, a chorus of death echoing across the ravaged earth. The question hung heavy in the air. Were they completely wiped out? Night had fallen. A full moon hung high in the inky sky. A golden pendant, bearing the image of a snarling beast, hung from a chain. It clinked softly. A figure, cloaked and indistinct, trudged across a desolate landscape. A group of people knelt before him. They expressed their honor at being in the presence of the left sage. The left and right sages of Hogyo I were second in command to the High Master of the Celestial Demon Sect. Despite joining relatively late in life, the left sage had become a valued protege of the previous High Master, now considered the younger brother of the current High Master, making him incredibly important. A man, his face etched with surprise, wondered if he was truly in the presence of the left sage, whose rank was equal to Nirvana. The group bowed before Lord Baima, the left sage. A cloaked figure, their face obscured, inquired about the whereabouts of the three demon kings' bodies. A man with a weathered face and a sword at his side responded that the bodies had been preserved, appearing exactly as they were found. He then invited the cloaked figure to follow him. A group of figures, their faces hidden, trudged through a dark, ruined passageway, their footsteps echoing. Following closely behind, the man with the sword continued to lead the way, his torch illuminating the path. The cloaked figure stated that he had been informed that every single monk at the Shaolin Temple had been killed, yet he hadn't seen a single corpse on his way there. The man with the sword apologized, explaining that they had searched every inch of Mount Sung, but couldn't find a single monk's body. He added that all messages from their recon team were burned, though they were certain that their forces had won against the Shaolin Temple. A cloaked figure, their face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, turned slowly. The only visible feature was a single, intense red eye. The figure's heavy boots thudded on the stone ground as they walked. A question echoed in their mind. The mantra to ward off the underworld? The cloaked figure paused, their red eye fixed on something unseen. Silence. The figure continued their journey, the sound of their boots and the crackling of something unseen filling the air. They lifted something heavy. Two figures sat amidst a pool of blood, their bodies slumped over. A dull thud echoed. A man with a scarred face, holding a torch, looked down at the scene, his expression one of disbelief. I don't understand. A large, monstrous figure lay before them, seemingly petrified. A deep, resonating thud echoed through the air. The man muttered, I don't even know how to comprehend this. Master Guk is practically an immortal demigod. How could anyone do this to him? Another figure, cloaked in red, spoke. It seems that the two other demon kings also fought to their deaths, but a cloaked figure tapped their fingers on the ground. Well, it seems that Guk was finished off by the wheel-turning maneuver. He also endured multiple blows from the 188 blows maneuver and didn't even have a chance to fight back. A man, his face etched with concern, exclaimed in disbelief. He was incredulous that Master Guk had been defeated by a Shaolin Temple monk. Another figure, cloaked and mysterious, explained that the remaining guards had been swiftly dealt with by the Wind Dragon's claw maneuver. The first man's eyes widened in shock. He could scarcely believe that their entire armed forces had been defeated by a single maneuver from a Shaolin Temple practitioner. The two men stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air. One carried a torch, the other remained shrouded in shadow. The cloaked figure revealed that the two maneuvers used against the Demon Kings and their army shared a commonality. The explanation continued. The maneuvers were so powerful and cruel that they were considered forbidden practices at the Shaolin Temple. Furthermore, the last known user of these techniques was the heretic Haigong. The man reacted with shock to the revelation that Haigong, the monk responsible for the near annihilation of the Shaolin Temple, was connected to these events. He declared his intention to return to the sect, instructing that the dead be cremated and the bodies of the three demon kings be transported back to their base. A commanding officer addressed his troops, stained with the blood of recent conflict. He ordered a minimal reconnaissance, instructing them to report any other individuals in the area. Silhouetted against the horizon, a figure wearing a traditional conical hat stood, seemingly lost in thought. The figure glanced at a wall, where the outline of a body was visible, marked with several puncture wounds. Picking up fragments of broken kunwa steel, the figure noted the exceptional strength of the individual who had been restrained there. The figure observed that the restrained individual was remarkably skilled in martial arts, surpassing even the three demon kings. The figure pondered the identity of this exceptionally skilled martial artist. The figure questioned how someone with such power could have been imprisoned below the Shaolin Temple's Dengbojian Hall, noting that the Shaolin Temple did not attempt to destroy the evidence of their imprisonment. The figure revealed that the prisoner was a grandmaster who could not be restrained even with kunwa steel, a master of forbidden taboo maneuvers, and a part of the Shaolin Temple. The figure examined a stone tablet inscribed with mantras used to ward off evil, questioning the meaning of these discoveries. An ancient wall, covered in indecipherable script, stood as a silent testament to a forgotten past. The question hung in the air. Were these the mantras used to ward off the followers of the underworld? A cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, pondered the significance of a coin. Could this be a mere coincidence? With a resounding crunch, a powerful fist connected with its target, the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The cloaked figure, his face still hidden, scoffed at the scene unfolding before him. Lucky bastards, he muttered. A subtle shift in his demeanor suggested a change of plans. He mused, perhaps I'll delay my plans for the complete extinction of the Shaolin Temple for a bit. The camera pans to a moonlit scene of devastation. The remains of a structure lay scattered under the night sky. The camera focuses on a corner of the ruined building, embers still glowing in the darkness. Two figures sat by a small fire. One asked, "So, what happened next?" To which the other replied, "Huh, what do you mean?" A young man with teal hair and a scar on his face sat by the fire. He was asked about escaping the celestial demon sect, to which he responded, "Why are you asking me that?" A Shaolin monk, his face etched with concern, questioned Wasan, "Aren't you the one who managed to get away from the celestial demon sect and hide in these mountains?" Wasan, his eyes blazing, retorted, "How dare you lie to someone like me?" He continued, exasperated, "Idiot. When I woke up for the first time in 300 years, I was already at that waterfall." The monk, seemingly unfazed, responded, "Don't speak ill of the Shaolin Temple." Wasan scoffed, "Wicked? You really want to do this?" Wasan, his frustration mounting, muttered to himself, thinking about the wickedness of the Shaolin monks. "I merely thought about it." The monk smirked. "Does this mean you can hear all the thoughts in my head?" Wasan, surprised, thought, "This kid can look straight into my thoughts and feelings." He continued his internal monologue. "Humph. He doesn't even know basic empathy, so I thought it'd be easy to pull one over his eyes. Wait, clear your mind, clear your mind. Clear your mind? You think a corrupt monk like you can even pretend to meditate at the level of the high masters?" A young man with vibrant teal hair, adorned with tribal-like markings on his face and arms, roared in fury. His words were a torrent of righteous indignation. "You bastard! How dare you speak to me that way? Who do you think you are? Where's your respect? Is that how your Buddha taught you to treat your elders?" The young man stood before a small fire, his anger simmering. Silence descended, heavy with unspoken tension. The crackling of the fire punctuated the silence. The young man's body trembled slightly, his frustration mounting. "Now, you can't even be bothered to answer?" His voice cracked with barely controlled rage as he shouted, "Hey, where the hell are you?" He tapped impatiently, his frustration growing. Hey, you haven't fallen asleep, have you?" The young man collapsed to the ground, his outburst spent. He muttered to himself, "Oh, come on. Gone so soon? That little bastard could have said goodbye. Do I just disappear like that too?" Under the pale moonlight, his anger reignited. He thought, "Now I'm really pissed. How do I remove his soul once and for all?" He covered his mouth, a sudden thought striking him. He wondered, can he hear my thoughts even when he's asleep? An older man, a monk with a stern expression, appeared. He stated, "This is all your fault, Haigong, you asshole. It's been 300 years, so he's surely dead by now." A man with vibrant blue hair and a striking facial marking glared intensely. His thoughts were consumed by a single, burning resentment. "God damn it. Whether he's dead or alive, one thing still irks me." Bound and helpless, another man with short, white hair sat in a dimly lit cave. He lamented, "Sigh, all my subordinates in my mansions, they're all useless now." His gaze shifted to a glimmer of hope. He thought, "My last hope is the ceiling annex at Mount Huang, where I hid my entire life savings." A man carrying a torch emerged from a building, his silhouette framed against the light. The sound of his approach was a sharp creak. The blue-haired man sighed again, his frustration evident. He muttered to himself, "The problem is this idiot who's making a fuss about returning to the Shaolin Temple. How do I convince him to head to Mount Huang?" He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. A sudden realization struck him. Wait a sec. A sudden burst of inspiration illuminated his features. He exclaimed, "That's it." He chuckled to himself, pleased with his own cleverness. He thought, "Quite the brilliant idea, if I do say so myself." Exhausted from his mental exertion, he slumped to the ground, drifting off to sleep. Wasan, a man of frail appearance, sat slumped over, his eyes closed. He murmured to himself, questioning if he had dozed off again. He stretched languidly, yawning widely. He then stated that to conclude their discussion from the previous night, he couldn't trust anything, so they must head back to the Shaolin Temple first. Wasan looked around, his arms raised in a questioning manner. He called out, asking if anyone was there. He then addressed a specific individual, referring to them as Mr. Fake Monk, and asked if they were present. Wasan concluded that since there was no reply, the person must be asleep. He then reflected on how his actions might make him sound like a lunatic. He noted that the Shaolin Temple lay in a certain direction. He then questioned whether he should run away from the celestial demons, as the corrupt monk had suggested. Wasan pondered the possibility of survivors at the Shaolin Temple. He decided to stop getting distracted and travel towards the Shaolin Temple. Upon arrival, he planned to eat meat and have relations with a courtesan. Wasan was shocked by his own wicked thoughts, questioning what sins he had committed in his past life to deserve such a fate. A roar of pain echoed through the forest as the battle raged. Wasan, a frail-looking man, walked across a desolate landscape. The wind whistled around him, carrying dust and debris. His footsteps were slow and deliberate, each one leaving a small mark in the sandy ground. A cloud of dust erupted behind him as he continued his journey, the landscape seemingly untouched by civilization. Wasen, panting heavily, leaned against a rock. He was clearly exhausted, but his expression was one of determination. He muttered to himself, questioning their current direction. Suddenly, a group of horses appeared on the horizon, their riders laughing boisterously. Their unexpected arrival brought a glimmer of hope to Wasan. Wazen's face contorted in a grimace as he braced himself for the inevitable. The riders, a band of brigands, surrounded him, demanding he surrender his possessions. Their leader, a large, imposing figure, sneered at Wazen's apparent weakness. Wasen stood his ground, a calm defiance in his eyes. The bandits, initially amused by his apparent helplessness, began to feel a sense of unease. The bandits laughed, but their laughter held a nervous edge as they prepared for a confrontation. A cart rattled across a snowy landscape, the sound of grinding wheels echoing in the crisp air. Suddenly, a young man with light blue hair, dressed in yellow and dark clothing, was thrown from the cart. He cried out, accusing his attackers of being wicked thieves and invoking Buddha's name. Two burly men, one wielding a hammer, mocked the young man's plea, scoffing at the mention of Buddha and calling him a crybaby. The young man fell to the ground, defeated. One of the men approached the captive youth, advising him to be a good boy and not even think about escaping. He then threatened to pickle the boy's limbs in brine if he made a fuss. The young man's eyes widened in terror at the gruesome threat of being pickled. The two men laughed cruelly as they left the scene. A group of people, including a muscular man and a woman, sat around a crackling fire, feasting on a roasted pig. Their laughter filled the air, echoing the sounds of merriment and revelry. In a dimly lit cave, a young man with teal hair was imprisoned in a crude wooden cage. He watched the boisterous scene outside, his expression a mixture of disdain and resignation. He muttered to himself about the barbarians. He desperately tried to free himself from the cage, his frustration growing with each failed attempt. The thought of escaping consumed him. The young man, still trapped, whispered urgently to an older, silent monk also imprisoned in the cave, warning him of their dire situation. The older monk remained motionless, seemingly oblivious to the young man's pleas. A heavy silence hung in the air. Having failed to rouse the monk, the young man slumped to the ground, his resolve wavering. He knew he needed to act. Suddenly, the monk stirred, startled by an unexpected sound. He nervously asked if anyone was there. Two other captives, their faces etched with fear, were also held in the cave. The young man urged them to remain quiet, fearing discovery. The young man, surprised, questioned if they were also captured and trapped in the cave. A merchant, appearing weary and downtrodden, explained his plight to a seated official. He had been attacked on the road. The official, surprised, questioned if the merchant's status as a merchant would attract unwanted attention. The merchant sighed, stating that the Merchants Association was already searching for them, and that those who attacked them were likely planning to sell them. The young man, upon hearing this, despaired at their dire situation. A tranquil mountain landscape was shown, suggesting a change of location. The young man awoke, groaning and seemingly in pain. He had a new mark on his body. He lamented that his body only functioned fully at night, finding the limitation frustrating. Confused, the young man found himself in a cage, wondering where he was and blaming a mischievous spirit. He sighed, expressing his weariness with the constant unexpected events in his life. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, found himself bound. He mused that even with his control over his body, escaping the situation proved difficult. He struggled against his restraints, his grip tightening on the wooden bars. With a surge of strength, Wasan shattered the bonds confining him, deeming the whole ordeal a joke. The wooden structure groaned under the strain as he broke free, the sound echoing in the confined space. Two figures, startled by the sudden noise, gasped in surprise. Wasan, now free, looked at them with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. He surveyed the scene, noting the abundance of goods. A gleeful expression crossed his face. He chuckled, planning to take some of the loot to fund his travels. A sinister laughter echoed as he began to collect the items. A group of men, their laughter echoing around a crackling bonfire, shared a meal under the night sky. One of them, noticeably larger than the rest, chuckled, holding a large piece of roasted meat. A man sat alone, gnawing on a piece of meat, seemingly lost in thought. A foot appeared in the foreground, suggesting the approach of another person. A young man with light blue hair and a scar across his face appeared, prompting a question. "Aren't you the crying baby prisoner from earlier today? How the hell did he escape?" The larger man from the bonfire scene rose, addressing the newcomer. "Hey, newbie, beat the light out of him and put him back in the cave. Not too rough, though, he might die." The larger man continued, his annoyance evident. "Why crawl out and ruin my evening?" The larger man instructed the others. "Just take a few punches and get back in the cave like a good boy." The larger man lunged forward, unleashing a powerful blow. The impact sent a shockwave through the air as the larger man's attack connected. Other men approached, ready to join the fight. The blue-haired youth glared, his thoughts filled with contempt. Disrespect from losers who don't even know their positions. Wasan, his face streaked with blood, stood amidst the carnage. He beckoned to a fallen foe, his voice devoid of emotion. "Come over here. Let's check how many teeth you still have." Several burly attackers launched themselves at Wasan, their weapons raised. With surprising speed and skill, Wasan effortlessly dispatched his opponents. Two women nearby watched in shock as he moved. One of the attackers crashed to the ground, defeated. Wasan stood, breathing heavily, his expression grim. Two figures approached, one a large, imposing commander, the other a more refined vice commander. They marched with heavy steps. Wasan smirked. "Oh, so you're their leader?" The commander scoffed. "How pathetic. You all got knocked out by this kid." The vice commander corrected him. "He's not your average teenager." It was said that Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, was well-versed in martial arts. Wasan's opponent, surprised by this revelation, questioned if he was truly a martial artist. Wasan responded with a swift, powerful display of his skills. His opponent, undeterred, boasted that he would defeat Wasan with a single strike. Wasan countered with a decisive blow, his movements a blur of controlled power. The force of the blow sent Wasan's opponent reeling, a look of shock and disbelief on his face. Wasan's weapon, a large axe, was imbued with immense power, its glow intensifying with each swing. Wasan's opponent, despite the blow, remained defiant, a sinister grin spreading across his face. His expression was one of cruel amusement, unfazed by the near-death experience. The battle concluded with a devastating impact, the ground trembling from the force of the collision. A muscular man with dark hair and a determined expression found himself in a fierce battle. He wielded a large axe, his face etched with surprise and a hint of disbelief. With a powerful swing, the axe cleaved the air, the sound of the impact echoing around them. A cloud of dust and energy erupted from the point of impact. His opponent, a younger man with light blue hair, watched with a smirk. "I was expecting more," he scoffed, "with such gusto in your attacks. Is that all you've got?" The muscular man's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He was clearly angered by the taunt. He lunged forward, his grip tightening on the axe handle. A gasp escaped his opponent's lips as he braced for the attack. The blue-haired man shouted, "Get out of my face, asshole!" as he tried to evade the incoming blow. The axe whistled through the air, a powerful swing that sent the younger man reeling. The blue-haired man was sent flying backwards, his body arcing through the air. He crashed to the ground with a pained cry, the axe landing heavily beside him. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, stood amidst the dust, his breath ragged. He muttered about the loud voice that had just assaulted his ears, noting there was nothing to be done about it. Then, he complained about the dust kicked up by the recent commotion. Several disciples of the Wasan sect, their faces etched with worry and fear, approached him, calling out to him in reverence. A figure, clad in flowing white robes, appeared, his movements swift and precise. He deflected a volley of incoming projectiles with effortless grace. Wasan, seemingly unfazed, casually remarked that he had forgotten about another person, before a series of projectiles whizzed past him. He effortlessly dodged the projectiles, his movements blurring as he shifted position. The white-robed figure prepared himself, his hands moving with a practiced grace. With a powerful exhale, he launched a counterattack, sending a flurry of projectiles hurtling toward his opponent. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and heir to the Wasan sect, found himself facing a group of attackers. He muttered to himself, annoyed by their persistence. He sighed, launching himself forward with surprising speed. His opponents, he noted, always seemed to produce an endless supply of weapons. With a clang, Wasan deflected an incoming attack. He was clearly skilled, effortlessly parrying the blows. Another opponent attacked, but Wasan's movements were too swift. He countered with a swift strike of his own. Wasan leaped back, dodging another attack. He seemed unimpressed by their efforts. He scoffed, pointing out how annoying his opponents were being. His frustration was evident. Wasan prepared a counterattack, a surge of energy forming in his hands. With a powerful thrust, he launched a concentrated blast of energy towards his opponents. The energy blast struck its target, causing a significant impact. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned connections, found himself in a position he never anticipated. His eyes widened, reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. A powerful blow landed, the impact echoing in the air. A woman with long white hair glared, her expression a mask of furious disbelief. Another man, his face etched with confusion, stammered, This doesn't make any sense." With a resounding thud, a figure fell to the ground. Wasan, his movements surprisingly swift and precise, stood over his fallen opponent. He landed, his breath catching in his throat. A single question echoed in his mind. What just happened? Wasan stared at his hands, a profound sense of wonder washing over him. He had just performed a maneuver he didn't know he was capable of. The chapter begins with a wounded man. His name is Huang Bai Jiang, lying on the ground. He reveals his identity. Another man observes Bai Jiang, commenting on the situation. He questions Bai Jiang's lineage. The observer is shocked to learn that Bai Jiang is a descendant of the Huang Damjun of the Naba sect. The observer finds the situation ironic, noting Bai Jiang's position as the vice commander of the Chuzong sect, a powerful organization. The observer laments the actions of the children of pedigree families who are plundering others. Bai Jiang, enraged, threatens the observer. The observer is surprised by Bai Jiang's skill and behavior, questioning his origins and martial arts prowess. Wasan, a man of scholarly pursuits and surprising connections to those in power, sat alone, drinking. His appearance belied his true identity as the sole successor to the Wasan sect. He overheard a conversation, a murmur of plotting, and responded with a chilling remark. Meanwhile, two figures discussed a recent event. One commented on the skill displayed, noting its rarity and complexity. The other, seemingly injured, listened intently. Wasan appeared before them, his words cutting like a blade. He accused them of being outcasts, abandoned by their families. He noted their hostile expressions, deeming them unworthy and promising a lesson. With swift movements, Wasan struck the two, the sounds of blows echoing through the air. Wasan stood over his defeated opponents, his expression unchanged. The scene shifted to show the aftermath of a violent takeover. Several individuals lay injured, victims of a brutal assault. Wasan questioned the perpetrators about their actions, his tone laced with disdain. He noted the recent timing of their attack. He lectured them on their lack of morality, highlighting their weakness and condemning their actions. A whole roasted pig turned slowly over an open fire, crackling merrily. The scent of roasting meat filled the air. A young man with vibrant blue hair and a scar across his face sat before the pig. He exclaimed, realizing his hunger. He decided to restore some vitality. He devoured the meat with gusto. The sight of a monk eating meat shocked onlookers. A group of people reacted with disbelief and anger to the sight of the monk eating meat. One of them angrily questioned the monk's actions, while the monk himself seemed surprised and then delighted to discover alcohol. The monk declared that meat and alcohol are a perfect pairing and proceeded to drink heartily. He drank deeply, the alcohol swirling in the cup. A group of people watched in shock and disbelief as the monk consumed the alcohol. Wasan, his face streaked with dirt and sweat, stood amidst the chaos. He was visibly exhausted, but a look of grim determination hardened his features. A voice filled with awe echoed nearby. What an amazing inner chi! Several onlookers watched Wasan in stunned silence. One, dressed in vibrant yellow, exclaimed, "W.O., you're amazing. You're an undefeatable prodigy." Another, more cautious, countered, "Cuckoo, what cute people you are. You shouldn't call people undefeatable or prodigious with just this type of thing." Under the pale moonlight, a new figure appeared. He was young, with striking blue hair, and a confident smirk played on his lips. He spoke, his tone laced with challenge. "Let's see." The newcomer smirked, a flicker of energy emanating from his fingertip. With a flick of his wrist, the newcomer unleashed a powerful force. The ground trembled, and large chunks of rock shattered and flew into the air. Wazen's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered to himself, "Psychokinesis?" The onlookers watched in terror as the newcomer's power grew, causing them to scream in fear. Wasan, however, braced himself, preparing for a counterattack. A golden light erupted from Wasan as he unleashed a devastating technique. The text above him read, "The embodiment of the phoenix's 1,000 golden wings." The resulting shockwave sent more rocks flying, creating a scene of intense destruction. The force of the attack was clearly immense. A blinding golden light erupted from Wasan, radiating outwards in sharp, intense beams. The energy was raw and powerful, leaving trails of shimmering destruction in its wake. The shockwaves from the energy blast sent several figures reeling. Their mouths hung open in stunned disbelief as they witnessed the sheer force of the attack. Wasan, his face contorted in exertion, clutched at his chest. A golden sash, previously wrapped around his waist, unfurled and fluttered to the ground, revealing his bare torso. A surge of power coursed through Wazen's body. His eyes blazed with newfound intensity as he roared in defiance. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he dodged a volley of incoming blades. The attackers, surprised by his sudden burst of power, could only watch in astonishment. With a swift, precise movement, Wasan deflected the blades, sending them spinning harmlessly away. His eyes remained locked on his opponents, his expression unwavering. Wasan launched a counterattack, his movements fluid and deadly. He effortlessly dispatched several attackers with a series of devastating blows. One of the attackers, caught off guard, was struck by a powerful blow, sending him flying backwards. Another attacker attempted to strike Wasan, but his blade was easily deflected. The impact shattered the attacker's weapon, leaving him vulnerable. A man, his face etched with determination, stood amidst a radiant glow. He gasped, a single syllable escaping his lips, "Aerated dash." Another man, his skin adorned with vibrant tattoos, scoffed. "How dare you compare this to the Shaolin sect's crappy techniques?" He continued, explaining, "This is not adamant body. This is a godly martial art that transcends the guardian laws, the 1,000-year nation." A group of people prostrated themselves before the tattooed man, shouting, "Godly monk." Two onlookers observed the scene. One of them muttered, "The Shaolin sex crappy techniques?" This guy's way of talking is. Several people enthusiastically declared their allegiance, pleading with the tattooed man to accept them as his subordinates and to reveal his name. The tattooed man laughed. "This monk's esteemed name? Huh, you dumb bastards, learn some etiquette." He then declared, "All right, I'll save you all from your pushover lives." Later, he mused to himself, "It does seem like I'll need a name." He contemplated his predicament, because that bastard Chong Song is still being chased by the dark sect. I can't just use the name Chong Song. But I can't use my real name because remnants of Naigium might still be left over. What to do? A young woman with vibrant red hair exclaimed to a pale young man with light blue hair. "Right. I've crossed over 300 years of time and have been reincarnated into a new world. Isn't this the true reality of Mithraea?" The scene shifted. A muscular man with tribal tattoos on his chest received a resounding slap. Below, a group of people, including the blue-haired youth, reacted with laughter and amusement. The youth declared, "It must be destiny." The blue-haired youth, now standing alone, addressed an unseen audience. He declared, "Open your ears and listen closely. My esteemed name is Tathagata. Do you understand? Tathagata." A crowd prostrated themselves before the blue-haired youth, chanting, "Oh, Tathagata! All hail the godly monk, Tathagata! All hail!" Observing from a distance, two individuals reacted to the scene. One commented, "After godly monk, now it's Tathagata. Does he think that he's Buddha?" The other responded, "This is blasphemy." Tathagata beckoned two individuals towards him, saying, "The both of you over there come here." One of the individuals flinched as Tathagata spoke. He said, "You've committed a profane act of rebelling against me, but I'll forgive you out of benevolence." Tathagata addressed the two individuals, stating, "Right? You said your name is Whale, eh? And the other one is Gongal." One of the individuals, Whale, trembled as Tathagata continued, "Your name is Baijiang Xinghao Jing, so aren't you Whale? And let's just call you Gongal for short." Two figures, a woman with long, pale hair and a man with dark hair tied back, stood rigidly, their faces etched with fear. A palpable tremor ran through them. A young man with vibrant turquoise hair and red tattoos spoke, a small orb of light flickering in his hand. He explained that he anticipated treachery from those around him and was preparing accordingly. Two beams of energy shot out from the young man's hand, striking the man and woman from the previous panel. The beams struck their targets with intense force. The man reacted with surprise and pain. The woman, equally shocked, exclaimed in disbelief. The impact of the attack was clearly visible. The turquoise-haired man chuckled, revealing that the power he wielded was unique to him. He issued a chilling threat. If he didn't regularly apply pressure to their pressure points, their bones would shatter within 4 days. He continued his gruesome description of their impending demise, detailing the agonizing process of their tendons splitting and the blood they would vomit before death. The man and woman stared in horror, their faces reflecting sheer terror. Several other individuals nearby reacted with similar shock and fear. A sinister figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, surveyed the scene before him. He chuckled, finding amusement in the fear etched onto the faces of his subordinates. He declared that their expressions were a testament to their obedience. The figure, a young man with striking silver hair and a tribal tattoo on his chest, grinned triumphantly. He had successfully manipulated his followers into displaying the exact emotions he desired. He commanded them to perform a sword dance, his voice echoing with a cruel glee. The scene shifted to a mountainous landscape, the night sky ablaze with stars. The young man watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips, as his subordinates performed the dance. He found their movements amusing, expressing his approval with a hearty laugh. Suddenly, he grabbed a large earthenware jar and hurled it with surprising force. The jar shattered upon impact, the fragments scattering across the ground. The young man clutched his stomach, his face contorted in discomfort. He admitted that his alcohol tolerance had diminished over the decades, his words slurred by intoxication. Overcome by the effects of the alcohol, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground, his body slumping lifelessly. Elsewhere, two figures stood facing each other, their expressions grim. The atmosphere was thick with tension, unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. Wasan, a man of slight build, lay on the wooden floor, sweat glistening on his skin. He appeared exhausted from exertion. Sunlight streamed through the open sky, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. A gentle breeze stirred. He groaned, his stomach feeling uneasy. Thirst also plagued him. Wasan, his mind focused, searched for water. He spotted a large earthenware jar and reached for it. He drank deeply from the jar, his expression shifting to confusion. That wasn't water. He recoiled in disgust, spitting out the strange liquid. It wasn't water. A wave of unfamiliar energy coursed through him. He felt a profound change within himself. Several figures, their faces obscured, fled in a panic, their footsteps echoing across the dusty ground. The earth trembled slightly beneath their hurried retreat. A young man with vibrant turquoise hair, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion, stood amidst a crowd of prostrating figures. They chanted, "Godly monk." Two men, their faces etched with awe, stood before banners proclaiming Theophany of Buddha, controller of godly martial arts. The scene pulsed with an almost tangible energy. The turquoise-haired youth recoiled, his eyes wide with disbelief. He stammered, "H-huh? What is it?" The crowd continued their fervent worship, their voices rising in a chorus of praise for the godly monk. One man, more vocal than the rest, proclaimed the greatness of Tathagata. The young man, visibly disturbed, questioned the use of the name Tathagata, calling it sacrilegious. A group of onlookers exchanged confused glances, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. A young man with light blue hair, bare-chested, and seemingly bewildered, questioned himself. I ordered you to." He continued his internal monologue. "H. That doesn't make sense. This little monk is not godly. And what do you mean, Tathagata?" From an elevated perspective, a group of figures, seemingly cultists, addressed someone, shouting, "Godly monk, cult leader Tathagata." Two other individuals watched the scene from a distance, one of them commenting, "What's that crazy bastard doing? Is this a new torture method? His crazy acts are unpredictable. Staying out of his eyesight is the best we can do." The light blue-haired young man approached two figures, one of whom was sobbing, and asked, "Excuse me, you two over there. Excuse me." The two figures, observing the scene, muttered, "Shit." Two figures bowed before the cult leader, one stating, "Wail Tathagata's first guardian asks how the cult leader is feeling today." The other added, "Gongal Tathagata's second guardian respectfully greets the cult leader." The light blue-haired young man, confused, asked, "Why are the two of you suddenly acting like this? What do you mean, guardian, and what do you mean Tathagata's first and second?" The two figures, angered, shouted at the young man, "You son of a b**********. It's what you forced us to do overnight while you beat us." Wasan, despite his frail appearance, moved with surprising speed. He struck down several attackers with swift, precise blows, his movements betraying a mastery far beyond his unassuming demeanor. One of the fallen men groaned, cursing Wasan for his actions. A man, his face bearing the marks of a recent struggle, observed the scene with grim determination. He noted that two of his servants had been transformed into guardians of the Tathagata cult overnight, thanks to the cult leader's intervention. Another man, his youthful features etched with disbelief, questioned the situation. He was incredulous that this little monk had been appointed as the Tathagata cult's first and second guardians. The young man's apprehension grew as he considered the implications of the situation. He wondered what mischief the sly, peace-disturbing monk had caused this time, and what the Tathagata cult's leader was planning. Meanwhile, a group of cult members, their banners held high, marched forward, their movements suggesting a growing threat. One of the observers, his face contorted in frustration, pondered the monk's actions. He questioned how the monk could have created a pseudo-cult of deception in such a short time. Two men exchanged glances, one commenting on the monk's weakened appearance, the other dismissing it as a facade. They both agreed that the monk's intentions were undoubtedly malicious. One of the men proposed killing the monk immediately. The other, however, voiced concerns about the potential consequences of such an action. The second man argued that if the monk's claims were true, killing him would also result in their deaths. He suggested a compromise, to maim the monk instead. A man with long, silver hair stood overlooking a group of people, his expression unreadable. He called out to them. He commanded them to dismember another man who lay on the ground, seemingly injured and confused. The injured man questioned the order. A muscular man with dark hair confronted the silver-haired man, accusing him of sacrilege. He warned the silver-haired man not to call him by a certain name again. The silver-haired man threatened to cut off the dark-haired man's tongue before dismissing him as pathetic and ordering him to move. The silver-haired man instructed the others to watch and learn. One of the onlookers expressed fear and uncertainty. The injured man, lying on the ground, admitted to being scared. A man with dark hair and a fierce expression swung a large weapon with great force. He continued his attack with a powerful swing. The injured man, still on the ground, remained in a state of fear. Several figures, their faces etched with grim determination, stood amidst a chaotic scene. Beams of energy, thin and intense, shot from their eyes, converging on a single point. The air crackled with power, the sound of shing echoing through the space. The combined energy blasts impacted, creating a blinding flash of light and a powerful shockwave. A figure was thrown violently back, the ground trembling beneath the force of the attack. The sound of thud marked the impact. Two men watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One, with a weathered face and a bandana, stared in stunned silence. The other, with long, flowing white hair, whispered what? A young man with light blue hair lay on the ground, his body seemingly lifeless. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, he lifted himself up, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. The sound of turn accompanied his movement. His face contorted in a grimace as a dark energy seemed to drain from him, leaving him pale and exhausted. A low moan escaped his lips, as the energy continued to flow out. The sound of drain and filled the air. The bandana-wearing man lunged forward, his expression fierce. He grabbed the long-haired man, his grip tight. Tension filled the air. The long-haired man choked, struggling against the grip. His face turned red, then purple, as he gasped for air. Drizzle of blood appeared on his lips. The sounds of choke, tremble, drizzle, and drip filled the air. The long-haired man collapsed, his body limp. The bandana-wearing man released his grip, his own body trembling with exertion. The sound of thud echoed as the body hit the ground. The young man with blue hair lay still, his eyes closed, a faint smile playing on his lips. He appeared to be unconscious, but a strange, fiery symbol glowed faintly on his chest. Two figures, one with long white hair and the other with dark hair, lay on the ground, panting heavily after a fierce battle. The ground around them was scorched and littered with debris. The white-haired man, his face streaked with blood, looked up in shock and confusion, muttering, "What was that?" A young man with vibrant blue hair, witnessing the scene, gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that the white-haired man couldn't possibly be human. The white-haired man, seemingly relieved, offered a quiet prayer of thanks, expressing gratitude that everyone was safe. Several people approached the white-haired man, expressing their gratitude for saving their lives. They referred to him as a godly monk. Visibly uncomfortable with the title, the white-haired man humbly requested them to stop calling him that. A man in a green robe approached, inquiring about the white-haired man's affiliation with the Shaolin Temple and politely requesting his Dharma name, promising proper compensation for his actions. Another man, seemingly offended by the question, angrily revealed the white-haired man's name to be the godly monk Tathagata. The man in the green robe and his companions reacted with shock and disbelief upon hearing the name Tathagata, realizing its significance. A young man with vibrant blue hair, his face contorted in anger, bellowed at a group of cowering individuals. He commanded them to remain silent, forbidding them from speaking again. Having delivered his sharp warning, the young man turned and walked away, his figure small against the vastness of the open landscape. He offered a parting wish for their well-being, trusting in a higher power to watch over them. Two figures observed the departing youth from a distance. One, a powerfully built man, deemed him detestable. The other, more refined in appearance, found him frightening. The young man, seemingly oblivious to their judgment, paused, his attention caught by something unexpected. He appeared to be questioning the situation. A group of men approached, carrying a palanquin. They urged the young man to board, addressing him as cult leader. The young man sighed, a weary expression on his face. He was addressed as a theophany of Buddha, controller of godly martial arts. He confronted the two men who had earlier observed him, accusing them of leading the raid on the Wasan sect. He offered them a chance to cease their brigandage and live peacefully, promising not to report them to the authorities. The two men scoffed at the young man's offer, expressing their disbelief and anger at his attempt to deceive them. Despite the young man's plea, the two men and their followers knelt before him, declaring their unwavering loyalty and servitude. The young man looked on, bewildered by their sudden change of allegiance. Two figures, one with a stern expression and the other with a more weary look, engaged in a heated exchange. "You motherless goat," one of them began, "if you're going to die, at least get rid of the curse first." A third individual, observing the scene, urgently shouted, "What are you doing? Lead the godly monk to his throne." The scene shifted to a new location, where a voice announced, "Manifestation of a godly monk, controller of godly martial arts." A man, seemingly surprised and struggling, exclaimed, "Ha!" Another man, his face contorted in rage and fear, "Cursed, wicked, wicked monk. You'll bring me a premature death, you. What are you going to do about this? Curse you." Hanum, the dock overseeing the river, was identified. The location was confirmed as Fengkai County. A master inquired about the status of the Kaifeng city officials. His subordinates confirmed that they had been dealt with, either placed under house arrest or imprisoned. The master surveyed his surroundings. He confirmed that the officials had been either put under house arrest or sent to jail. The master explained that the 8 great men of the Holy Horse Temple, direct affiliates of Wu Hyunsha Temple, were soon to arrive. He stressed the importance of ensuring only their disciples were present, particularly those in the distinctive embroidered uniforms. A subordinate reported that all preparations were complete, confirming their loyalty to the master. The master revealed that the 8 great men were the sect's most powerful necromancers. He expressed confidence that even Yong Wei-soing, one of Murim's 10 masters, would be unable to withstand their sorcery. The master declared that Yong Wei-soing would be reborn as a loyal devotee of the sect. A swift, powerful blow landed, sending a shockwave across the field. The force of the strike was evident in the disturbed grass and the lingering dust. Several cloaked figures descended from the sky, their arrival marked by a whooshing sound and a sudden gust of wind. They surrounded a structure, their presence ominous. In Kaifeng City, a man reacted with disbelief to a sudden, violent event, exclaiming, "What? Utter nonsense!" Yang Sogol, a man of authority and stern countenance, expressed outrage at the news of the Shaolin Temple's destruction, calling it preposterous. Further details emerged. Not only the Shaolin Temple, but also Hanam, had been devastated, leaving behind only wasteland. Another man questioned the extent of the destruction, incredulous at the scale of the devastation. A man, seemingly calm and collected, cleared his throat, preparing to speak. He questioned the officials' ability to ignore such widespread lawlessness, suggesting that someone in a position of power was involved, specifically an embroidered uniform guard. The man revealed that the Gabang sect's arrest had been witnessed by many in Kaifeng City. He implied that the emperor's court was somehow connected to the events, leaving the other man shocked and questioning the implications. One man, his face etched with concern, cautioned against jumping to conclusions. He stressed the urgency of the situation, highlighting the danger to his sister-in-law and Muok, who were also at risk. Another man, his hair streaked with gray, sighed heavily. He was questioned about his lack of preparedness, prompting him to explain that he needed to send his wife to his in-laws in Dongping County immediately. He declared his intention to travel to Mount Song, unable to ignore the crisis facing his sect. The gray-haired man spoke of his daughter, asserting her strength and capability to handle herself, even in the face of significant danger. The other man reacted with surprise and questioned the father's seemingly callous assessment of his only child. The gray-haired man sighed, mentioning that it had been 7 or 8 years since he last saw his daughter. He stated his need to return to the Hongshan sect, expressing worry for both the Hongshan and Wudong sects, which had been wiped out by the Zhuge sect. A woman, observing their departure, commented on the danger of returning to the Shaolin Temple, which had been burned down, and that their journey together was ending. Another woman, with long brown hair, assured him that no one would stop him. She also noted that, judging by recent sightings, officials were involved in the situation. A woman with silver hair and dark skin stood defiantly in a field of tall grass, arms crossed. She scornfully dismissed the advice she had just received, deeming it fit only for fools. Another individual, with brown hair and a fiery expression, vehemently disagreed with the woman's assessment, arguing that her advice had been sound. The argument escalated. The woman, seemingly unfazed, challenged the other to a fight, noting the other's arrogance. A brief, unusual moment of peace settled between two women known for their intense rivalry. The scene revealed the two women to be sisters, Yang Muok and Yong Joa, known as the Sister of Fists and the Sister of Words, respectively. Their conflict began. A distant view showed a group of officials observing the fight. One of the officials noted the absence of Wasan. Another official reassured the group, stating that General Haicheng's presence would suffice, as he was the one who devised the plan. A young woman comforted her father, assuring him that Wasan would arrive as he always did. Meanwhile, Yong Joa, with a smirk, speculated that Wasan had run away with a woman. A boat cuts through the water. Someone urges, "Father, let's hurry," and set off. 3 figures stand on a shore, saluting a departing vessel. A woman watches a horse rider depart, whispering, "May she be safe." A scene unfolds before a display of banners proclaiming Theophany of Buddha, regulator of godly martial arts. A man, overwhelmed by noise, shouts, "Arf, why aren't you tired of that yet? It's too loud to relax. Just stop it, all of you." He curses his predicament. "Fuck, how'd I get stuck in a pseudo-religion like this? There's nothing we can do. His prowess with martial arts is one thing, but we were cursed on top of that." The man gestures wildly as 2 figures call out, "Tathagata's first guardian, sir. The leader is calling for you. Tathagata's second guardian, sir. The problem maker is looking for you. Tathagata's first guardian, sir. Tathagata's second guardian, sir." 2 other men watch, one muttering, "Goddamn, shut up, you imbeciles." Someone asks, "Where?" "MT Huang, Wanning Mountain," to which the man replies, "Me? Why would I go there?" 2 figures, one with dark hair and a stern expression, the other with silver hair and an equally hard gaze, watch someone from a distance. The dark-haired man muttered something unintelligible, while the silver-haired one scoffed. "Who's this son of a bitch making fun of?" The silver-haired man continued, incredulous. "What? You think he used teleportation or something? The journey to Mount Huang takes months." The silver-haired man coughed, his voice strained. He explained, "Godly monk? Leader, Mount Huang is located in the province of Anhui. At the speed we are traveling at, I would estimate our arrival to be in a few months." A young man with light blue hair, seated in a palanquin, exclaimed in surprise, "What? Months? Wait, why are we going somewhere so far away?" The silver-haired man pointed towards the horizon, explaining, "That's our line." The blue-haired young man considered the suggestion, questioning, "Kaifeng City?" The young man made a decision. "Let's go tell Lord Baiyan about how the Shaolin Temple was attacked by members of the demonic cult," he excitedly declared. "Let's head to Kaifeng City." The blue-haired young man urged them on. "Now let's go." 2 figures walked along a dirt road, their conversation laced with grim determination. One, a powerfully built man, declared his intention to kill a target and then take his own life. The other, a slender man with long white hair, responded that only one of them would die. The scene shifted to a grand gate, marked with the name Kaifeng City. Several guards stood watch, their presence suggesting a place of importance and perhaps tension. A man in official attire, observing from a distance, expressed curiosity at the sight of a large gathering of people in the distance. The sound of approaching footsteps was audible. A commanding voice cut through the air, ordering a halt. The source was a figure seated on a palanquin, surrounded by guards. The man from the previous panel approached the palanquin, demanding an explanation for the commotion. He questioned the identity and motives of the person in the palanquin who had arrived in Kaifeng City. The man's gaze fell upon the palanquin occupant's armor, a look of recognition and perhaps apprehension crossing his features. A young monk, seemingly unfazed, identified himself and his purpose for being in Kaifeng City. However, his words were abruptly cut short by a sharp rebuke from the man in the dark attire. The man's guards boasted of the godly monk's power and the leader's divine origins, demanding that the Gabang sect kneel before him. A high-ranking official, witnessing the scene, appeared stunned and confused by the monk's sudden arrival and the guard's proclamations. He received a sharp slap across the face. A man, his face etched with worry, trembled slightly. He expressed a desire to see Lord Buyun. He declared it his duty to help, stating that he must. Sweat beaded on Wei Zhen's forehead as a look of intense anxiety washed over him. A man, his face etched with suspicion and a hint of malice, addressed Wasan. He inquired about Wei Zhen's intentions, specifically mentioning his desire to see Lord Buyun. Wasan, feeling a sense of duty, declared his intent to help. Bound and helpless, a young man, presumably a disciple, questioned the actions of his captors. He pleaded for his release. A stern-faced man, his features sharp and angry, confronted the bound disciple. He accused him of deceiving the people and creating a cult during these turbulent times. The disciple, despite his predicament, vehemently denied the accusations, proudly proclaiming himself a Shaolin Temple disciple. The stern-faced man scoffed at the disciple's denial, pointing out the numerous other bound individuals as evidence of his lies. Several bound individuals, their faces etched with despair, cried out for their leader, a monk, while sobbing and whimpering. The scene was one of utter devastation. Another bound captive, a young man with light blue hair, pleaded for divine intervention, lamenting the misunderstanding that led to their capture. Inside a grand building, a high-ranking official, accompanied by guards, inquired about the commotion. A guard reported the capture of the Tathagata cult's ringleader, emphasizing the cult's deceptive nature and its wide-ranging influence. The official expressed disbelief at the mention of a cult, questioning the guard's claims. The guard explained that the captured man was the leader of the Tathagata cult, a group with numerous followers, and that he had also made claims of connections to the Shaolin Temple, which further justified his arrest. The official, surprised to hear that a Shaolin monk was involved, questioned whether the Shaolin Temple had been destroyed by the cult. An aerial view showed a large courtyard with numerous guards and officials gathered, suggesting a significant event was unfolding. A man, seemingly distressed, was confronted by another individual, while a third person observed from a distance, seemingly contemplating the situation. Two men argued near a cliffside. One, with long white hair, suggested entering a location. The other, more muscular, vehemently disagreed, fearing discovery and the consequences. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the landscape. The muscular man was surprised by the setting sun and worried. He was concerned that if the other man's claims were true, they would soon experience seizures. The white-haired man remained firm in his resolve. He stressed the importance of maintaining a safe distance from the other man to avoid the potential spread of the seizures. Meanwhile, a young man with light blue hair was bound and pleaded to see Lord Buyun. News arrived that the Shaolin Temple had been attacked by a demonic cult. A man, observing the scene, realized the bound young man was a Shaolin monk. He wondered how else the monk would know of the cult's movements. The bound young man was shocked to be thrown into prison. Guards were ordered to take the prisoner away immediately. The muscular man, still bound, was dragged away, vowing revenge. A group of men, led by a stern-looking official in ornate robes, confronted a bound young man with light blue hair. The official accused the young man's followers of causing a disturbance to secure his release. The official expressed surprise at the loyalty shown to the young man, who was referred to as a little monk. One of the bound man's followers declared their unwavering loyalty, stating that they would accompany him through life and death. Two of the bound man's followers pleaded with their captors, emphasizing the gravity of their situation. An official ordered that all those involved be imprisoned. The young man, now in a prison cell, offered a prayer for forgiveness for those who had besmirched his name. Two of the young man's followers watched in disbelief as he prayed to Buddha, questioning the sincerity of his actions. Another follower, an older man, spoke to the young man about a curse and the need to prevent it from taking effect before nightfall. The young man expressed confusion and unfamiliarity with the concept of a curse affecting their meridians. The older follower cursed the young man, frustrated by his apparent lack of understanding and unwillingness to cooperate. As night approached, a high-ranking official addressed his subordinates. He inquired about the progress of their preparations. His subordinates reported that they had dismissed the prison guards and uniformed guards, and that the great men were waiting until after sunset. Further instructions were given. At sunset, the 8 great men were to proceed to the prison and return swiftly. The officials stressed the importance of no one being near the prison when the sorcery commenced. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the rooftops of a grand building. Inside, a single candle flickered, illuminating a dimly lit room. A cloaked figure stood silently, observing someone resting in a bed. Elsewhere, a man walked slowly, followed by 2 attendants. The man was identified as Imperial Physician Manhwa. A tense scene unfolded outside the palace gates. Several figures stood guard, their expressions grim. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the air, a distinct tap, followed by a commanding voice, "Stop." An official, his face etched with worry, explained, "I have orders to restrict entrance to the Imperial Palace until tomorrow morning." Another official responded incredulously, "How can that be? This is a decision only for His Majesty. Who left an order like that?" A cloaked figure, seemingly a high-ranking advisor, offered an explanation. "His Majesty's mentor is staying up all night praying for His Majesty's quick improvement in health today. For the prayers to have effect, His Majesty's mentor commands that there must be no interruption from common folk." The first official scoffed, "Prayers, when His Majesty is in such a state. Perhaps it's not His Majesty's mentor, but merely looks." The scene shifted to the palace interior. Lanterns swayed gently as a heavy statement was made. "King Yeso commits treason and causes chaos. And now this. I worry for the future of the country." A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through the palace, signifying a shift in the narrative. The wind revealed Wasan, his eyes blazing with anger. His expression was one of intense determination. He found himself in a dark, confined space, a prison cell. The door creaked open. Wasan, slumped against the wall, muttered, "Prison? Again?" A voice echoed, "How's this monk getting himself imprisoned so often?" 3 figures sat amidst the rubble. One, with teal hair, asked where they were. The others, a muscular man and a paler, more slender individual, looked equally confused. The teal-haired individual was berated for his lack of discipline. He was told that when Buddha gives a question, one should answer it as quickly as possible. The muscular man explained that they were in Kaifeng City's prison, arrested for using a cult to manipulate society. The teal-haired man expressed his frustration at being so close to their destination, only to be imprisoned in Kaifeng. He blamed the others for their predicament. The teal-haired man approached the cell door, while the other 2 watched with apprehension. With a groan, the teal-haired man ripped the cell door from its frame. The other 2 were astonished by his feat of strength, questioning the possibility of ripping apart cell doors. The teal-haired man opened the cell door, creating a loud clang. One of the other prisoners stated that the teal-haired man could only help them so far, and asked him to call when his sorcery was finished. A group of cloaked figures, their faces obscured, moved silently across a desolate landscape. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, a palpable sense of dread hanging heavy in the air. Peeking from behind a crumbling wall, 3 individuals watched the cloaked figures approach. Their expressions were a mixture of fear and apprehension. One of the observers, a young man with vibrant blue hair, muttered to himself, questioning the nature of the approaching figures. Another observer, a man with dark hair, expressed his alarm at the strange sight, questioning how such individuals could move freely. The blue-haired youth corrected his companions, stating that the figures were not human. A surge of dark energy emanated from the blue-haired youth as he recognized the figures as practitioners of necromancy. He found the situation amusing. His companions urged him to let the necromancers pass, clearly frightened by the display of power. Ignoring his companions' pleas, the blue-haired youth ordered them to follow him, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. A tranquil scene unfolded. A serene lake nestled amidst towering mountains, leaves gently falling onto the water surface. A fishing rod was cast, the line creating ripples as it disturbed the calm water. Suddenly, the peaceful surface was broken. Several bodies surfaced, lifeless, bobbing gently in the water. The scene shifted back to the fishermen, still calmly fishing, seemingly oblivious to the grim discovery. A man appeared, identified as Mo Yongbek, one of the celestial demon sect's 10 demon kings. His expression was grim. Mo Yongbek approached the fisherman, his presence casting a shadow over the serene landscape. He questioned the fisherman's carefree attitude, highlighting the unsettling contrast between the man's nonchalance and the dead bodies floating nearby. A man with long, gray hair and a weary expression sat, muttering to himself. He complained that his head hurt, and he would simply piggyback on whatever plan was already in motion. The plan, he explained, was to follow the Old Father's lead. However, more annoying things have been happening. The Old Father, one of the celestial demon sect's 10 demon kings, known as Banhan Gang, was using his strength for their purposes. He chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He noted that quite a number of souls had been collected, and asked if this wasn't a good thing. His companion responded that they would be done wiping out the 3 faces of the dark sects once they finished up the Black Panther sect and the sect of hallucinations. There would be an abundance of souls then as well. The companion, however, countered that it wasn't a good thing at the moment. He explained that he had borrowed a masked spirit in order to turn Gabang's sect leader into a puppet. All those fresh souls were now merely stars in the sky. Ban Hongang laughed, stating that Oh Guk must be feeling quite petulant today. He had been awaiting sect leader Yon Hwasong like a child waits for a treat. He then received news that Oh Guk was dead. The elite sage had sent him an envoy, and he had seen it with his own 2 eyes. Ban Hongang pondered how it was possible that Bo Wagong and Kwok had left this world together with him. He questioned if his predictions were wrong. His companion informed him that their army had crushed the Shaolin. Ban Hongang mused that there must be some scoundrel elsewhere. 3 of them had begun the Holy War, and he resolved that this mustn't happen again. 2 figures conversed. One, dressed in simple robes, questioned the other, a more formally attired man, about the left sage's request for assistance with an envoy. The formally dressed man confirmed the request, adding that there was nothing else to do but investigate the deaths of the envoy and their party, as there were no clues. The formally dressed man, seemingly Hwasan, stood alone, a look of contemplation on his face. He was asked if he intended to go alone. Hwasan responded that no Guk Chong would accompany him. He expressed some displeasure at this choice of companion. The 2 men stood before a desolate landscape. One of them explained that Geometry Zhonghui's group had already destroyed several sects. Hwasan stated that he had sent 2 others to the front lines and that he must leave immediately. He also mentioned that the Zoroastrian sect was an assassination sect and that the Black Panther sect might cause some trouble. A hooded figure was shown, standing in a room with a large bed and various scrolls and objects. The figure appeared to be observing something. A closer view of the hooded figure revealed a stern expression. The hooded figure walked down a long, dimly lit corridor. The hooded figure continued their journey down the corridor, seemingly in a hurry. The image shows a figure bound in chains, their face obscured by a mask, emanating a purplish aura. A sense of confinement and impending danger permeates the scene. 4 cloaked figures stand before a heavy door, their backs to the viewer. The atmosphere is ominous and secretive. One of the cloaked figures reaches out, seemingly activating some mechanism. The sound effects suggest a lifting and setting action. Another cloaked figure holds a staff, a powerful energy radiating from it. The sound effect suggests a whooshing sound. A wall cracks and shatters violently. A door is forcefully broken open with a loud bang. A hand crackles with blue energy, suggesting a powerful magical attack. The energy attack strikes its target, causing a groan of pain. The chained figure is freed from their bonds in a powerful explosion. The scene opens with a monstrous figure, its eyes glowing menacingly, rising from the ground. Its appearance is terrifying, a stark contrast to the seemingly peaceful surroundings moments before. A young woman, bound by chains, is surrounded by cloaked figures in a circle. The air crackles with dark energy as the figures prepare to strike. A hand grasps a staff, its many ornate ornaments rattling ominously. The setting sun casts long shadows, adding to the growing sense of unease. A cloaked figure, its face obscured, stands bathed in a blinding light. Its eyes glow with an unnatural intensity. Several cloaked figures raise their arms, their robes billowing dramatically. The scene is one of impending action. The bound man, his face partially obscured by a mask, is questioned about his affiliation with the dark sects. He is further pressed to reveal his true identity. The captive, despite his predicament, demands an end to the attacker's actions. The cloaked figures react, their movements suggesting a sudden shift in the situation. Hwasan, despite his frail appearance, was a man of immense intellect and influence. Twice he had passed the civil service examination, earning the respect of numerous kings and officials. Yet, his true identity remained hidden, the sole successor to the Hwasan sect. His days were typically spent immersed in books, his physical activities limited to yard work and light exercise. But tonight, everything changed. Suddenly, he found himself thrust into a desperate battle, defending his sect against a relentless onslaught. The air crackled with dark energy as figures in hooded cloaks materialized, their presence ominous and swift. Hwasan's eyes widened, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for the brutal fight ahead. The attackers were numerous, their movements fluid and deadly. Bound and helpless, Hwasan glared at his captors. "You bastards," he roared, his voice filled with rage and defiance. The tightening chains only fueled his burning fury. He struggled against his bonds, his internal turmoil evident. A wave of intense energy erupted from Hwasan, pushing back against his captors. The hooded figures struggled to maintain their hold as the power surged around him. Despite his strength, Hwasan felt the limitations of his sealed energy. He gritted his teeth, frustrated by his inability to unleash his full potential. The burning frustration fueled his resolve. The hooded figures watched in alarm as a dark, ominous energy began to emanate from Hwasan. One of them whispered, "What is that?" A dark, viscous substance oozed from one of the hooded figures, revealing a terrifying power beyond their control. The substance spread rapidly, consuming the attacker. With a final, shuddering slump, the attacker collapsed into a formless puddle. The remaining figures watched in stunned silence, their fear palpable. A dark, shadowy figure swooped down from above, its movements swift and silent. The figure's descent was met with a powerful surge of energy, a wave of force that rippled outwards. The shadowy figure, now revealed to be a cloaked individual, was thrown back by the force of the energy blast. Simultaneously, another figure, seemingly bound by chains, appeared below, struggling against their restraints. The chained figure, a man with a terrifying mask-like face, roared in defiance, his body straining against the heavy chains. The mask cracked, revealing a face contorted in rage and pain. With a loud crack, more of the chains binding the masked man shattered. His expression shifted to one of grim determination. A large, shadowy hand reached down from above, seemingly intending to restrain him further. A dark, viscous substance oozed from the shadowy hand, threatening to engulf the bound man. Despite the encroaching darkness, the man's eyes burned with an intense light. Ancient runes pulsed around him as he prepared to fight back. Wasan, his mind reeling, clenched his jaw, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. Meanwhile, a young woman, her face flushed with excitement, giggled. She spoke, her voice filled with a mixture of joy and concern. "Father." A dark figure was thrown violently to the ground, a sickening squelch accompanying the impact. He groaned, his breath ragged. Wasan, his expression grim, clenched his fist, a surge of energy emanating from his hand. A dark, viscous energy erupted from his palm, moving with terrifying speed. With a sudden burst of power, Wazen's hand shot forward. The dark energy lashed out, striking its target with brutal force. The impact sent a wave of energy rippling outwards, and several figures were thrown back, their bodies slamming against the walls. Wasan, bound by chains, knelt amidst the chaos. A powerful energy beam shot upwards, dragging the chain skyward. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar, an unexpected successor to the Wasan sect, reached out and grasped a dark orb. The action was swift, decisive, and belied his usual gentle demeanor. He squeezed the orb, a low, guttural sound emanating from within. The orb pulsed with a dark energy. With a sudden burst of energy, the orb shattered, releasing a wave of dark power that destroyed a nearby staff. A young man with vibrant blue hair watched, a smirk playing on his lips as he licked a wound on his cheek. He wiped the blood away, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. "Cuckoo." The young man addressed Wasan, his tone dripping with false politeness. My, I'm so sorry to have interrupted a meal. What shall I do to make amends?" A cloaked figure, holding a staff adorned with withered roses, stood over a desolate landscape. The figure's face was obscured by shadow. A young man with vibrant blue hair and a distinctive red mark on his face appeared, observing the cloaked figure. He commented that the possession of bodies was a specialty of the blood sect. The young man stood before a disturbing scene. Several cloaked figures, each bound to a central figure by chains, were suspended in midair. He questioned them about their involvement in dreams. He accused them of being lackeys for the celestial demon sect. The cloaked figures reacted, causing small, dark objects to fall from their staffs. The young man raised his hands, seemingly preparing for a counterattack. 3 cloaked figures, their faces obscured, unleashed crackling bolts of crimson energy. The air crackled with anticipation. Wasan, his lavender hair visible, deflected the energy blasts with surprising agility. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air. A massive explosion erupted as Wasan countered the attack, the resulting shockwave throwing him back. Wasan crashed to the ground, his body battered, but his spirit unbroken. He was clearly injured, but far from defeated. 2 onlookers watched in stunned silence, their faces etched with concern and disbelief. Wasan, a sinister grin spreading across his face, let out a maniacal laugh as crimson energy surged around him. A horde of cloaked figures emerged from the shadows, their laughter echoing ominously. Wasan, his eyes blazing with fury, scoffed at the attackers, calling them cute bastards before unleashing another wave of energy. He prepared for a more decisive attack, muttering that attacks should be done properly. Wasan, a man of letters and quiet demeanor, channeled his inner strength. He focused his energy, forming a crimson sphere of raw power in his hands, crackling with electricity. With a surge of motion, he unleashed the sphere. The resulting explosion rocked the earth, a devastating wave of energy obliterating the immediate area. The blast sent several cloaked figures reeling, their dark forms silhouetted against the fiery aftermath. 2 figures, battered but alive, lay amidst the destruction. One groaned in pain. More figures emerged from the smoke and dust, their movements swift and deadly. Wasan, his face grim, prepared to confront them. He moved with surprising speed, a blur of motion as he evaded an attack. With a swift counterattack, he sent one of the attackers crashing to the ground. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, moved with surprising agility. He was flung backward, a dark, swirling energy emanating from his body as he was sent hurtling through the air. His body twisted and writhed as he attempted to regain his balance, the dark energy continuing to surge around him. One of the cloaked figures lunged forward, their weapon a shimmering blue blade. The attack was swift and brutal. Wasan reacted instantly, his own movements a blur as he deflected the blow. A series of metallic clashes echoed through the air as the two combatants exchanged blows. Wasan paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He recognized the technique used by his opponent. The name Steel-Hearted Jade appeared, along with a description of the Shaolin's secret art. Wasan wondered why he could use such a technique. A smirk played on Wei Zhen's lips. He didn't dwell on the mystery. He would use this newfound ability to his advantage. With renewed determination, Wasan dashed forward, ready to exploit his opponent's weakness. He grabbed the cloaked figure, his grip firm and unwavering. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, clenched his fists, a surge of power coursing through him. The flames around him intensified, mirroring the rising fury within. With a ferocious grin, he lunged forward, his attack a blur of motion. The hooded figure, caught off guard, barely had time to react before the impact. The force of the blow sent the attacker sprawling, their body impacting the ground with a sickening splat. Wasan, his eyes blazing, prepared for his next move. A whoosh of air preceded his swift action. He moved with blinding speed, his strikes tearing through the remaining opponents with ease. Their bodies were shredded by his overwhelming power. A final blow cracked the earth beneath his feet, sending tremors through the ground. He stood amidst the devastation, surveying the scene. Then, noticing something amiss, he questioned the fleeing figures. A sudden surge of energy caused a fissure to open beneath him. With a roar, Wasan unleashed a wave of crackling energy, targeting the fleeing figures. The raw power was palpable. Two figures watched in astonishment as a man fought with unnatural speed and power. One of them muttered that the man's abilities seemed beyond human, questioning if he was even human. The other speculated that it was witchcraft, but wondered how a Shaolin monk could possess such abilities. The man's opponent, a figure adorned in purple, was struck by a powerful blow. A dark amulet around his neck shattered into pieces, the fragments dispersing in a fiery explosion. More amulets, hanging from a nearby structure, began to rattle violently, seemingly reacting to the energy released from the shattered amulet. A powerful gust of wind swept through the area, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The man, his face partially obscured by shadow and fire, turned to face a fleeing figure. He sneered, questioning their attempt to escape. With a swift movement, the man extended his hand, seemingly reaching out to stop the fleeing figure. A dark, serpentine entity emerged from the ground, seemingly responding to the man's actions. The entity let out a screech, its form contorting in a display of power. The man smirked, seemingly unfazed by the creature's power. A muscular man with dark hair was bound by heavy chains, his body taut with tension. A gloved hand reached down, seemingly toying with the chains. With a sudden burst of energy, the chains snapped, flung away by an unseen force. A figure in a dark robe stood in the distance, pointing towards the freedman. The freedman, possessing striking blue hair, reacted instantly, unleashing a dark energy that shattered the remaining chains. The dark energy expanded, creating a vortex that sucked the chains into its depths. A cloaked figure watched in surprise. The vortex dissipated, revealing an older man with long white hair, his face contorted in shock and anger. A cloaked figure, wielding a staff, approached cautiously. The chains lay scattered on the ground. He lifted his hood, revealing a face filled with rage. He spat out the word, "Bastard." From above, a shadowy hand descended towards the three individuals below, the blue-haired man, another man in simple robes, and a larger, more muscular man. The shadowy figure demanded, "Who are you? Reveal your identity to me." A sneering figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed another unseen individual. He chuckled. "Why don't I have some fun with him? Cool. The scene shifted to reveal a man with vibrant blue hair and a sinister grin. A golden aura surrounded him. The narration clarified. This monk's revered name is Tefegida. Another figure, shrouded in darkness, his eyes glowing menacingly, spoke. "Shaolin? It was you. The one who murdered the 3 demon kings and the holy army." Tefagida scratched his cheek, seemingly puzzled. "Did I? I cannot recall." The shadowy figure pressed. "You. Reveal your true identity." The shadowy figure continued. "A rock that rolled in from the Shaolin will never shatter my immutable sorcery." Tefagida scoffed. Who? Imbecile. With necromancy that weak, you don't even touch the tips of necromancy's roots, the infinite harmony of spirit exaction. The shadowy figure reacted with surprise. The infinite harmony of spirit exaction? Of the demon sealing temple at the center of the celestial sphere? Tefagida shrugged. "Oh, I see you've been at least a little diligent. I'm surprised that someone still knows of it even after 300 years. The shadowy figure gasped in disbelief. 300 years. A young monk, his face a mask of impatience, addressed his opponents. He declared that he had no more time to waste on them and warned them to leave immediately. The monk continued, mocking his adversaries. suggesting that they were simply unlucky to have crossed his path. He boasted that even their most powerful elders would stand no chance against him. Suddenly, a figure moved with incredible speed, a blur of motion that left only a faint trail in its wake. The sound of rushing wind filled the air. The young monk's expression shifted. He realized something, muttering to himself about his thoughts being scattered due to a long period of sleep. He then declared that something was possible. The monk, now with a sinister look, revealed his plan. Using necromancy, he would push the person's soul from their body to possess them. With a sinister chuckle, the monk prepared to enact his plan. Meanwhile, two other individuals watched, one of them expressing fear and concern. Chapter 15, titled Soul Separation, begins with a close-up of a hand reaching out from an ethereal purple mist. Wasan, the seemingly frail scholar and true successor to the Wasan sect, unleashes a powerful energy wave with his hand. The sound effects suggest a forceful, swift movement. The energy impacts several dark, shadowy figures, splattering them across the ground. Wasan descends from above, seemingly having effortlessly dispatched the shadowy figures. The sound effects suggest a quick, powerful movement. Two onlookers, shocked by the sudden display of power, question whether the shadowy figures were truly dead. Wasan reflects on the events, concluding that the shadowy figures were not merely ghosts, but something more akin to separated souls. He further contemplates the nature of the phenomenon, questioning whether it is possession, and is then interrupted by a forceful demand from the entity possessing him to leave his body. Wasan, despite his frail appearance, was a man of immense intellect and influence. He had twice passed the civil service examination and enjoyed close ties to numerous kings and officials. Yet, his true identity remained hidden, the sole successor to the Wasan sect. He spent most of his time reading, only occasionally engaging in light exercise or yard work. However, one night, he unexpectedly intervened in a conflict, defending his sect's disciples. He vehemently rejected the notion of being controlled. The Wasan sect's mountain ridge was razed to the ground, its threshold destroyed. A group of impostors had slaughtered the disciples, even the children. Wasan's internal monologue revealed the nature of his current predicament. He was possessed, and the only way to regain control was to either expel or exorcise the entity controlling him. He understood that necromancy involved subduing and controlling a soulless corpse or evil spirit. Wasan reflected on the limitations of his current options. He couldn't simply chase out or exorcise the possessing entity's soul as it was still alive. A new strategy formed in his mind. What if he treated the soul not as a dead entity, but as a living one? Wasan recalled the sorcery of empty dreams, a technique used by the celestial demon sect. He was facing a shadowy figure, his mind racing. This sorcery involved overlaying another soul onto a living body, transforming it into a controllable puppet. While the effect typically wore off after 49 days, Wasan possessed his own methods to counteract it. Using the sorcery of empty dreams, Wasan planned to separate his soul from his body and transfer into the possessing entity's body. He was shown bound and surrounded by skulls. By combining this with his divine sealing art, he intended to permanently bind the troublesome soul, preventing it from further tormenting him. His plan was met with skepticism from the observing monk. Wasan approached a bound figure, his steps deliberate. The scene showed a chained individual, seemingly the vessel for the possessing entity. A powerful hand grasped Wasan's head. The voice, cold and devoid of emotion, stated that if the celestial demon sect had attempted to make him a puppet, he must have been quite accomplished. Another man, with vibrant blue hair and a striking facial marking, observed Wasan. He mused that Wasan's face indicated he was a skilled martial artist, and his body suggested a certain resilience. Suddenly, the blue-haired man's expression shifted. With a swift movement, he bound Wasan with chains, the sound of metal echoing in the air. Several shadowy figures emerged, surrounding them. A woman, watching the scene, questioned if the bound man could possibly be a Shaolin disciple, given his current state. She noted his unusual behavior. The woman's gaze lingered on Wasan, a sense of familiarity washing over her. She felt she had seen him before, in a similar predicament. The blue-haired man chuckled, stating that their karmic bond was ending. He had kept his promise, and now he would possess Wasan. A bald man, seemingly amused, added that Wasan's soul would crumble to ashes in 49 days due to his divine sealing art. The title card read, Sorcery of Empty Dreams. The blue-haired man lifted Wasan, his face grim. Below, several figures reached upwards, their expressions filled with despair. Wasan, a man of letters and the sole successor to the Wasan sect, stood in silent contemplation. A faint buzzing sound filled the air as a spectral image of himself flickered beside him. A spectral figure, seemingly connected to Wasan, began to rise. He muttered to himself, pleased with the progress. The spectral form solidified, taking on a more defined shape. A soft, ethereal sound accompanied its emergence. A bound figure appeared, its form ethereal and translucent. Wasan addressed the being with a tone of gentle authority. With a final farewell, the spectral being dissipated, leaving Wasan alone once more. The effects of Wei Zan's actions were immediately apparent. Several figures disintegrated into dust. He confirmed the success of his ritual. Two figures, startled by the sudden disintegration, reacted with shock and disbelief. Wei Zan, having completed his ritual, felt a sense of accomplishment, though slightly disoriented. He expressed his satisfaction with a chuckle. However, the lingering questions about the situation left him with a sense of unease and uncertainty. A pair of crimson eyes, wide with shock, stared out from the darkness. The owner of the eyes muttered to himself, "That's me? Why can I see myself?" The perspective shifted to reveal a muscular man, bound in chains, his face contorted in confusion and distress. He cried out, What went wrong? Why am I in this body?" His head in his hands, the chained man let out a guttural cry of frustration and despair. Wah! Curse it all! Suddenly, the man's chains shattered as he violently struggled against his bonds. Two onlookers watched in alarm as he broke free. One of them exclaimed, He woke up. Eek! Why's that one acting up now? The man's face split into two, mirroring his own horrified expression. He cried out to go back, go back. A wide shot revealed a devastated landscape, a scorched earth with only small, blackened islands remaining. The man whispered, already. A young man with light blue hair observed the scene with a stoic expression. The chained man continued to struggle, his body trembling violently. The young man watched him with concern. The young man approached cautiously, asking, Who might you be? Why are you crying? Does something hurt? Sir, did something horrible happen to you? A muscular man, his body marred by wounds, gasped, ARGH. He lunged forward, roaring at his opponent. You conniving thief. Let's King die together. The younger man, lying on the ground, weakly questioned, Herc, why are you doing this? A figure in dark clothing moved swiftly through the building, a powerful roar echoing behind him. Two figures watched from afar. One of them cautioned, Stop right there. Do you not remember that they said not to enter under any circumstances? The other responded, See crying? Is this voice? Is Wei Zan's voice, for certain? How pathetic. The sect leader of Gabang, crying his eyes out. The scene shifted to a wide view of a mountain range and a valley below. A sprawling village nestled amongst the mountains was visible. A sign reading, Wei Zan could be seen. A hazy landscape unfolded, three indistinct figures standing before a vast, empty expanse. The air hung heavy with an almost palpable sense of foreboding. Two men emerged from a mist. One, older with a stern expression, carried a heavy chain and a large metal ball. The other, younger and more muscular, stood silently beside him, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The older man scoffed, surprised that such a significant event would occur at their training facility. He then revealed that a woman named Yang Muok, claiming to be the sister of the sect's founder, had been gaining notoriety. He expressed his anger at her audacity, emphasizing the sect's authority and the absolute nature of their leader's commands. The scene showed a group of soldiers standing in formation, ready for action. The older man called the younger one a pig-headed fool. The younger man, enraged, lifted the heavy metal ball attached to the chain, preparing to unleash his attack. He swung the massive ball with immense force. The ball crashed into its target with a deafening boom, creating a massive explosion. A muscular man commanded his subordinates to destroy whatever remained. The impact of the attack was clearly felt, as several individuals were shown reacting to the force of the blast. Wei Zan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with surprising speed and agility. He dashed across the landscape, a blur of motion against the vibrant backdrop. His movements were precise and economical, each step calculated to maximize efficiency. Two figures, clad in dark armor, stood amidst the ruins of the Wei Zan sect's mountain stronghold. The destruction was extensive. The once proud structure was now a shattered husk. They surveyed the devastation. One of them, a powerfully built man with a scarred face, spoke, expressing his confusion at the lack of any human presence. Inside a partially destroyed building, a group of Wei Zan sect disciples fought desperately against a superior force. Their movements were chaotic, their defense faltering under the relentless assault. The clash of steel echoed through the broken structure as the battle raged. The disciples fought bravely, but their numbers were dwindling. Wei Zan burst into the room, his movements a whirlwind of deadly precision. He moved with a terrifying grace, his blade a blur as he cut down his opponents. He approached the two armored figures, reporting his success in eliminating the remaining threat. His voice was calm, despite the carnage he had just wrought. One of the armored figures, his face grim, noted the complete absence of enemy forces. He was clearly surprised by this development. He stared intently at the landscape, his expression unreadable. A sense of unease settled over him as he considered the implications of the empty enemy territory. Wei Zan, a man of letters and renowned connections, stood amidst the ruins of his sect's mountain stronghold. The once proud structure was reduced to ashes, a stark testament to the recent massacre. His fist clenched, a silent fury simmering within him. The word celestial demon sect echoed in his mind, a grim reminder of the perpetrators. A group of figures, their identities obscured by the dim light, moved swiftly along a river, their footsteps barely disturbing the water surface. Two of them, brothers, exchanged words. One cautioned the other to be careful, while the other suggested they increase their pace to put distance between themselves and any potential pursuers. A woman, her face partially hidden by a wide-brimmed hat, watched them from a distance, her expression unreadable. She stepped into the shallows, her boots disturbing the calm water. Her gaze hardened, revealing a steely determination. One of the brothers, surprised, questioned the woman's decision to remain behind. He explained that they had been ordered to escort her safely to Dongping County. The woman, revealing herself to be the wife of one of the brothers, declared that she would not let her husband go alone. Chapter 16. Orders of control over Murim began. A lone figure stood before steel, the words "those who enter alive, exit dead," etched into the stone. He was Wasan, his appearance belying his true identity as the successor to the Wasan sect. He carefully examined the inscription, a grim expression on his face. Wasan slid his hand along the steel, a faint sound accompanying the gesture. A voice echoed, stating that the Zoroastrian sect had carved their own fate onto this steel. Wasan turned, his back to the viewer, and began to walk away. Suddenly, a powerful explosion rocked the area. A formidable figure, cloaked in furs, stood before a battalion of soldiers. Their heavy footfalls echoed as they advanced, a silent threat hanging in the air. The man's face, etched with age and wisdom, was partially obscured by the thick fur of his cloak. His gaze was intense, unwavering. A masked woman, her long hair flowing, expertly navigated a precarious chain bridge high above a chasm. The wind whipped around her as she moved with practiced grace. From the opposite side, a voice called out, demanding she halt. The fur-cloaked man from before appeared, his eyes fixed on the woman on the bridge. A sharp slap echoed across the distance. The woman, unfazed, questioned if the attack had landed. She demanded a name, stating that the target determined the price, with no room for negotiation. She caught a projectile, her movements precise and swift. The fur-cloaked man offered a single coin, stating that his hit would be placed on the Zoroastrian sect. A young woman, clad in dark blue, her face partially obscured by a mask, confronted a figure. She accused them of arrogance, pointing out their disregard for the warning at the entrance. An older man with long, white hair, wearing a fur-lined cloak, knelt before a group of armed soldiers. The soldiers were arrayed in formation, their swords drawn. The old man let out a short, humorless laugh. With a swift movement, the old man vanished, leaving only a swirling vortex of energy in his wake. The soldiers reacted with surprise. The young woman from before watched in shock as a powerful energy wave impacted the old man. She gasped, recognizing the old man's power. She exclaimed, shocked at his strength. The old man, now airborne, was pursued by several soldiers along a chain. He commanded his remaining soldiers to find the leader of the attackers. The old man instructed his soldiers to bring any captured assailants back to him for interrogation. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a mask, handed a bamboo tube to a large spotted leopard. She instructed the animal to take care and deliver the message. The leopard, carrying the message, ran swiftly. A group of individuals in dark blue uniforms followed a path through a forest, their eyes fixed on the leopard in the distance. Two of the individuals discussed the leopard's mission. One expressed doubt about its ability to find their missing sister, while the other confidently stated that the leopard would find her, as it possessed her scent. The group continued their pursuit, determined to keep the sect alive, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. One of them questioned whether the attack on their sect was a coincidence, given its timing after the death of the Heavenly Dragon sect leader. She reflected on the prophecy of the god of battles, now seemingly fulfilled. Suddenly, they were ambushed. A swift attack left several of them injured. Several members of the group fell to the ground, groaning in pain. One of the surviving members urged their leader to escape, while another, badly injured, cursed the attackers. Wasan, a man of letters and renowned scholar, walked through the forest. His footsteps were soft, almost silent, as he approached the scene of a massacre. Several bodies lay scattered around him, victims of a brutal attack. An older man with a stern expression observed the scene from a distance. He seemed to be assessing the damage, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. He muttered himself, Three figures in dark clothing stood before him, their faces partially obscured by masks. One of them spoke, expressing disbelief. Already? They couldn't even last one exchange. Wasan stood amidst a larger group of fallen figures, his presence commanding the scene. He had clearly defeated a significant number of opponents. One of the surviving attackers, a woman with fiery hair, recognized Wasan. She stated, "You must be the one leading the Zoroastrian sect." The woman, still defiant, corrected herself, "Celestial Demon Sect." The older man, seemingly unfazed, responded, "You seem to know what's going on. I shan't monologue then." The older man's expression hardened. He revealed his identity, the god of battle's order of control over Murim. The woman's eyes widened in shock as she processed this information. Several figures, clad in dark attire, launched themselves at a lone woman. With a swift movement, she deflected their attacks, her speed a blur. A ship sailed towards the north, its sails billowing in the wind. The vessel approached a small dock, nestled beside a tranquil body of water. On board, an older man questioned the course, noting that the capital lay to the east. A younger man, standing watch, explained their northward journey. The older man reminded the younger man of his promise to aid King Yeso, questioning the necessity of their current course. The younger man dismissed the older man's concerns, asserting that they were not third rates. The younger man stated that to rule Murim, one must possess the necessary class. The older man questioned his ambition. The older man sarcastically commented on the younger man's aspirations, prompting an angry retort. The younger man declared that they were abandoning pretense. A figure, cloaked in shadow, hid behind a door on the ship's deck. The older man observed the hidden figure with a questioning expression. An older man, his face etched with worry, questioned Wasan. He urged him to reconsider his impulsive actions, demanding to know his plan. Wasan, however, remained resolute, whispering that he needed to steal his heart. Wasan revealed his destination, Shirwan Dashin, the location of the celestial demon sect. He intended to begin his investigation there. The old man reacted with alarm at the mention of Shirwan Dashin, his body visibly shaking. The old man expressed disbelief at Wazen's plan, pointing out the arduous journey to Shirwan Dashin. Wazen's response was dismissive, even irritated, as he silenced the old man's concerns. Wasan explained his reason for going to Shirwan Dashin. It was where Namgung-jo, the legendary god of swords, had spent his final years. The old man, surprised, questioned if Wasan was referring to the war god, the leader of the Righteous Alliance during the conflict with the Celestial Demon Sect and the Black Sect. Wasan confirmed that he was indeed referring to Namgung-jo, whose actions had plunged the world into turmoil years ago. The narration depicted the events of the past, showing the righteous sects and the dark sects battling each other under the leadership of Namgung-jo and Yeong Ma-sung, respectively. The ensuing victory shattered the Murim Alliance. Despite their success in driving out the Celestial Demon Sect and the Black Sect, the God of Swords and the God of Battles made separate promises to the leaders of the righteous and dark sects, respectively, foreshadowing future conflict. The narration detailed the ancient agreement. Should the Celestial Demon remnants or the Black Sect ever attack, the various sects would unite to form the Murim Alliance once more. As proof of this pact, 2 wooden slabs, known as the Orders of Control over Murim, were created. A subordinate questioned his lord's intentions, expressing disbelief that the lord was planning to obtain the slabs for himself. The lord responded that the slabs still existed, having been entrusted to the gods of swords and the god of battles centuries ago. He questioned the likelihood of the sects upholding such an old promise. The lord explained that his grandfather had recounted the story of the slabs to him long ago. Namgung-jo had obtained written seals from the leaders of the 6 great sects and 10 great clans. It was a promise of honor. However, the lord questioned the commitment of those sects with questionable morals. The lord confirmed that Yeong Ma-sung had seized the wealth of the main dark sects, promising the martial arts and his succession to those who kept their promise. A subordinate expressed surprise at the strength of the god of battles, who had fought alongside the god of sword against the leader of the celestial demon sect. The lord sighed, acknowledging the long and uncertain journey ahead to find the slabs, even questioning if they would find them at all. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, pondered aloud. He questioned the wisdom of forming a Murim alliance if the demon sect continued its rampage through the royal capital, slaughtering all the sects in its path. A younger man scoffed. He declared that if a world couldn't even survive that long, it didn't deserve saving. The younger man continued his cynical musings, questioning what purpose there would be in saving such a worthless world. A large ship sailed across the water. The elderly man stood on the deck of his ship, gazing out at the vast ocean before him, lost in thought. Someone addressed the elderly man, noting the length of their journey and suggesting it would be prudent to visit his family home. The elderly man responded that he considered himself and his family to be one and the same. The younger man pointed out that they had spent generations hiding away and questioned who would even know to look for them. The elderly man agreed, stating that no one would visit. The younger man stood tall and resolute, his gaze unwavering. The story begins in Myeol Wasan, Chapter 17. A rumble is heard. A fierce thunderstorm rages over the Wasan sect's mountaintop. 2 disciples of the peerless 5 sects lie dead in the rain, their bodies bearing the marks of a brutal attack. Amidst the storm, a battle unfolds at the sect's entrance. Several figures in dark clothing attack the disciples. More attackers, cloaked and wielding weapons, swoop down from above. A man, his face grim, wields a sword crackling with blue energy. He unleashes a powerful attack, 10,000 lightning strikes accompanied by thunderclaps, decimating his opponents. Wasan, despite his unassuming appearance, moved with surprising speed and precision. His twin blades flashed, leaving trails of crackling energy as he deflected and countered the attacks of his opponents. Two figures, cloaked and masked, were sent reeling by the force of Wei Zhen's strikes. One groaned in pain. The other cried out in surprise as they were thrown back. Another masked assailant lunged at Hua San, but he effortlessly parried the blow, the sound of crackling energy echoing as his blade met his opponent's. With a swift, decisive movement, Wei Zhen's blade sliced through the air, severing his opponent's weapon and sending him sprawling to the ground. Hua San stood panting, his face grim, amidst the chaos of the battle. His family, his wife and children, watched him from a safe distance, their faces etched with fear and worry. His wife cried out to him, while his daughter called out for her father. Despite the danger, Hua San commanded his wife and daughter to flee, while instructing his son to protect them. He was determined to face the threat alone. Wei Zhen's family fled, their footsteps echoing in the rain-soaked earth as they desperately tried to escape the carnage. They looked back at Hua San, their faces filled with terror as they watched him stand his ground. A mysterious figure appeared, addressing Hua San by a title, Peng Mu Ryong, ruler of lightning swords. The title seemed to acknowledge Wei Zhen's exceptional skill with a blade. A furious member of the Peng clan confronted a cloaked figure, demanding to know their identity and the reason behind the ambush. The cloaked figure, Joke Myol of the Celestial Demon Sect, calmly stated that the Peng clan member had the right to ask. The Peng clan member was shocked to hear that the Celestial Demon Sect still existed after all these years. Joke Myol turned, revealing himself to a group of Peng clan members who reacted with fear. Another Peng clan member, enraged, charged at Joke Myol, threatening him. Joke Myol stated that the Peng clan was already defeated, but he would offer them a choice. Joke Myol proposed that if they submitted to the Celestial Demon Sect, their families would be spared. The Peng clan members vehemently refused, choosing a noble death over submission. Joke Myol scoffed at their defiance, deeming it thoughtless. Hua San, a man of letters and renowned connections, stood amidst the storm, his expression grim. He addressed his unseen opponent, his voice laced with contempt. Alas, that is who you are, bigoted fools who value so-called righteousness above life. Two women, their faces streaked with tears, watched from a distance. One of them, seemingly a mother, whispered a poignant question. Do you think that your family agrees that their sex legacy is more valuable than their lives? Suddenly, a sharp object pierced the ground, the impact sending a spray of mud and water into the air. Hua San moved with surprising speed, his feet barely making contact with the ground as he dashed forward. The sound of his steps was a faint tap-tap-tap in the downpour. He engaged his opponent in a swift, brutal exchange. A blade sliced through the air, the sound a sharp slice. With a powerful strike, Hua San sent his opponent reeling, a dark, shadowy form momentarily obscuring the man. Hua San stood over his defeated foe, his expression cold and unforgiving. He stated simply, "You made your choice." The man sputtered, a pained "herk," escaping his lips as he struggled to breathe. Wei Zhen's voice was low and filled with sorrow as he continued. "You wish to sacrifice your children for your sex name." A young boy, Sung, looked on in horror, his name called out in a desperate whisper. A fierce battle raged. One man, his face contorted in anger, dashed toward another, shouting, "Sung." He commanded, "Stay there and watch." The scene shifted to a young boy, his face pale, struggling for breath as he gurgled. The attacker sneered. "These are the true consequences of choosing a noble name over your family." A sickening crack echoed as bones were broken. The attacker's head was crushed, a sickening crunch and splash of blood followed. Two women cried out in horror. Sung, one screamed in agony. The man, his face grim, stated, "It's your fault. Your family is dying because of you." In the distance, three figures stood silently under umbrellas as a soft shushing sound filled the air. The rain continued to fall on the scene of carnage. A lone figure stood before the gate, seemingly unmoved by the devastation around him. A high-ranking official, his face etched with weariness, declared the matter concluded. He deemed such tasks beneath his station, better suited for subordinates. Hua San, his expression unreadable, stood amidst the downpour. He seemed lost in thought. A subordinate approached, bowing respectfully and noting the uncleanliness of the surroundings. The official, seemingly satisfied, inquired if Hua San had his fill of the situation. Hua San, rejecting the title of brother of Hua San, stated that he had left it behind. The official countered, reminding Hua San that their late father had bestowed a new name upon him. Wei Zhen's true name, Myol Hua San, was revealed. The official explained that the name's meaning implied Wei Zhen's destiny to bring an end to the Hua San sect. A storm raged, mirroring the turmoil brewing within Hua San and the impending conflict. Under a relentless downpour, a man in elegant robes addressed someone unseen. He stated that the name used was not their true name. The unseen person remained silent, their back turned, shoulders slumped under the weight of the storm. 20 years prior, a woman cradled a newborn, her face etched with worry. A young boy stood beside her, holding her hand, his expression mirroring her distress. The woman pleaded with someone off-panel. A man, his face grim, explained that he had made a difficult choice, a necessary one. The woman sobbed uncontrollably, her grief palpable. The young boy watched, his eyes wide with confusion and a dawning sense of loss. The boy questioned the man's decision, his voice laced with disbelief and hurt. He couldn't understand why he was being forced to choose. The boy asked his father where he was going, expressing a desire for them all to go together. His father responded that it was impossible. He could only take one of them. He explained that depending on the boy's choice, he would never see either his mother or his father again. A woman cradled a newborn infant. A man, his face etched with worry, spoke, "Wasan will find it difficult to let you go since he spent time with you. The baby is still young. I can take." Another woman interrupted, her voice urgent. She insisted, "Me? I'll go." The first woman looked distraught, her eyes wide with fear. She cried out, "San." The young woman, her face streaked with tears, declared, "I can go with father. I'll go." An elderly man, his face obscured by shadow, appeared. He lamented, I can't even know your name after all this time." The man carrying the baby responded firmly, "No, don't try to find out either. That is the only way you can live a peaceful life." The young woman protested, "Wait, at least give him a name." The group, including the elderly man and the young woman, walked away under a rainy sky. The man carrying the baby remained silent. The man looked down at the baby, his expression unreadable. He stated, "He too will be called Wasan." A young boy, his face etched with confusion, questioned his father. "Father? But that's my name." The father, stern and resolute, commanded, "Change it." Under a relentless downpour, a man instructed his son, "Beck, let's go." The boy, Beck, responded obediently, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, a woman, her voice filled with desperation, pleaded, "Dear, give me one more moment. Just one." The woman, tears streaming down her face, clutched a bundled infant, her heart breaking as she was forced to part with her child. As the father and son departed, the young boy cried out, "Mother!" The rain lashed down as a young man, Wasan, was pulled back by a powerful force. His expression was one of alarm. An older man, his face etched with worry, watched the scene unfold from under his umbrella, the rain obscuring his features. Wasan, nervously, introduced himself to an elderly man. The elder instructed him to introduce himself, stating that he was his grandfather. The elder man chuckled, relieved that a worthy successor had finally appeared in their house. The elder examined Wasan, noting his potential. Wasan expressed relief that he didn't inherit his father's mediocrity. A scene change showed the elder man alone, a look of concern on his face. The elder began training Wasan, demonstrating a martial arts technique. Wasan, after the training, sat in quiet meditation. The elder explained that the snake and hawk technique was used for assassination, swift and silent. The scene depicts a fierce martial arts clash. One combatant observes that the other's move is a deadly, one-hit ultimate technique. Elsewhere, a servant announces that a meal has been prepared. The young master's father requests to dine with him. The young master's father looks concerned, his brow furrowed. The young master appears uncertain. The young master suggests that his father eat alone, but the father insists on eating with him. The young master sighs, expressing annoyance at his father's persistence. He questions why his father keeps making this request. The father remarks that it's laughable that someone who cannot practice martial arts tries to control his offspring. The young master reassures his father, stating that he is there to support him and that the Wasan sect will become like him. A lavish meal is presented. The young master contemplates the spread. The young master acknowledges the meal. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, addressed a younger man. He pleaded with him not to be too disappointed, expressing his certainty that the young master was simply unaware of his position's importance. The younger man, Wasan, responded that it wasn't the case. He felt closer to his father. He mused. Wasan sat alone at a table laden with food, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed. A pain scream ripped through the air as a figure was violently squeezed, their body contorting in agony. An older man, his face a mask of fury, berated the injured person, demanding to know where their mind was. He declared that they would never master the attack of the snake and the hawk if their laziness persisted. A servant rushed to respond to his master's call, stating that he was on his way. They were heading to see Healer Tewa. Another figure, observing the scene, expressed impatience at the time being wasted. The scene shifted to a room where a young woman lay injured on a bed. Wasan arrived, observing the scene with a thoughtful expression. He seemed to notice something. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, reacted with disbelief to a piece of information. The source of his shock was revealed. His grandson was born infertile. The speaker explained that he shared this sensitive information because the family valued their young. Following the devastating news, two figures walked away from the scene, their footsteps heavy with unspoken emotions. One of them carried the injured elder, the tension palpable in the air. Elsewhere, a young woman rushed towards a building, her movements filled with urgency. She anxiously inquired about Wazen's injuries. A man delivered the grim news. The doctor confirmed Wazen's infertility. The revelation was met with shock and disbelief. The question of how this could be possible hung heavy in the air. The weight of the news crashed down on the elder, leaving him stunned and speechless. At the entrance of what looked like a secluded sect, a young boy, dressed simply, stood beside a stern-looking man with silver hair. The boy looked up at the older man, his voice laced with apprehension as he questioned, "Father, must you?" The older man, his face etched with harsh lines, declared, "Our family's laws dictate that any infertile must be killed." He continued, his voice cold and unwavering, "I swear I will only cut his major muscles and tendons. You are still my son, even if you disappoint me." The older man's expression softened slightly as he added, "Your servant will stay with me. You should have plenty of time to get over yourself." His tone shifted, becoming more urgent. "You know my temper better than me, so make haste." The younger man, bowing his head, responded quietly, "Yes, my lord." The older man's eyes narrowed, and he gave a curt order, "Send him off peacefully." The older man and the younger man began to walk away from each other. The sound of their footsteps echoed in a quiet landscape. The older man instructed, "Burn the corpse or throw it in water. COAK cannot carry the baggage of the past." A deafening roar echoed through the night, shaking the very ground. The earth rumbled violently as a flash of light illuminated the scene, revealing a figure falling from the sky. With a soft plop, the figure landed heavily in a puddle, the impact momentarily silencing the storm. Nearby, an older man trembled, his face etched with fear as he witnessed the scene unfold. Another figure, his face contorted in agony, crashed to the ground, his body racked with pain. A man approached, observing the fallen figures. "I'm sure your sad backstory crosses paths with the Wasan sect somewhere. Why don't you go visit this time?" The fallen man responded, "Not yet, though. I have someone I need to find." Another man looked on with a questioning expression. Inside a restaurant, a young man asked his companion, "Akiang, why are we going there?" A young man, his expression serene, spoke to an unseen elder. He expressed his desire to visit his mother, stating it had been some time since their last meeting. Overcome with emotion, the young man announced to his mother that he would be arriving soon. He further clarified that he, Wasan, her only son, was coming to visit. A basket of what appeared to be herbs was dropped. A woman, appearing worried, held the hand of a young boy as they approached. The boy looked confused. A man, tears streaming down his face, stated that he had come for Wasan, expressing deep sorrow.